Chapter 261 imminent. Then, Caxu and Safia also came over and cast a defensive curse on him, as well as other types of protective spells against magical damage. After all, he was not really sent to die, so the necessary protection was still necessary. Otherwise, if there were similar assessment sessions later, who should go first? At the same time, Safia gave by Yishing a talisman-shaped detection device, which integrated various detection arrays to ensure that his heroic sacrifice reached the maximum value. Sorry, stranger. Please cheer up. Alyssa was the last one to come forward, and when she added magic, she spoke in a low voice with a little reluctance. As a knight, her sense of justice made her feel a little uncomfortable with this behavior that violated the spirit of chivalry. But a team companion is always more important than a stranger with unknown origins. However, she still activated her pendant and cast by Yishing with her 6th level protection magic, which she could only use twice a day. Although the other 3 spellcasters did not agree with this behavior, they also secretly recognized her character in their hearts. The half-elf player, who was covered with several layers of shields like a light bulb, had no choice but to tremble and reach out to press the door. Fortunately, no curse trap was triggered. Only an input box popped up on the panel. Please enter the answer. He breathed a sigh of relief. And according to the answer given by Avis, Bayushing's clothes fluttered and entered it carefully. The lavender door flashed, and the figure of the half-elf player suddenly disappeared. It's okay. His current state is normal. This is not a trap door. However, his position feedback is rather special. The spatial coordinates show that he has not left this world, but he does not exist anywhere. Looking at the strings of inscriptions flowing rapidly on the Rubik's Cube, Safia told the detection results, relying on the detection device given to the half-elf player in advance. She successfully captured the situation on the other side of the door. In other words, the next trial location is located in the deep space of this dream world. Avis nodded in understanding. And this part of the trial process did not change. The deep space is the deep dream, which is equivalent to the underlying structure of the dream world. Unlike the surface of the dream world, there is no light and matter there. Only the chaotic spacetime of the dream world itself. The strong men of the True Knowledge Society opened up a small area in it as the next test site. Unlike the surface world looking for stone tablets. Trial. The next trial does not have a combat part. And, according to the magic structure of the Hermetic Mystery, there is more than one exit of the door. Which exit you will go out from will depend on the answer given by the person who passes through the door when entering the door. In ancient times, this spell was often used on the door of the treasury. Only by answering the questions correctly can you enter the real treasury. If you answer the questions incorrectly, the door will lead to a desperate situation or a fake storehouse for false appearances. After explaining the principle of the Hermetic Mystery to Alyssa, several people stepped forward together and pressed their hands on the door, thinking about their answers in their hearts. Put 3 cups of fine wine on the top of the Thebris Peak. Set up many obstacles on the way, and the first one to climb up can get the fine wine. Conceptualize the 3 cups of fine wine and permanently fix them in the wine cups. The drinker can only taste it within a fixed range. When leaving this range, the drunk wine will return to the cup for endless companions to drink. Give 3 cups of fine wine to a winemaker who is good at brewing. Reverse the brewing process, and then brew endless identical fine wines again, and share them with endless companions. Turn the fine wine into stars, and let the starlight illuminate the way forward for all companions. Several rays of light flashed, and the figures of the crowd disappeared instantly. After opening his eyes again, Avis found himself in a familiar room. The area was small, and the decoration was simple. A closer look showed that it was his residence in the academy. There was no one else around. After taking a casual look at the environment, Avis opened the window directly, and then saw the completely distorted and blurred scenery outside the window. The environment here is not real, but a dream based on his own consciousness. This is the second of the 3 tests. Solving a series of problems in the illusion, and finally finding the exit and leaving this illusion. Due to the characteristics of the deep dream, the environment here is not a simple illusion effect, and the power is enough to affect high-level professionals. Normally, not to mention these 2nd and 3rd level premier freshmen. Even a 4th level professional wearing a defensive illusion accessory will also be affected and fall into the trap. He can only obediently realize that he is in the illusion world step by step through the decryption method, and finally leave the illusion space. But for Avis, who knows the situation in advance and has a strength close to the 7th level. He needs to try his best to restrain his consciousness activities, so that this world will not collapse too quickly. But just when Avis was about to pretend and dragged on for half a magic hour, a violent premonition of danger came again, which directly dissipated the illusionary space around him. Something is wrong. This feeling. Due to this accident, Avis didn't care about anything else and immediately entered a state of alert. A 6th level detection ring on his finger was immediately activated, and a large-scale detection of the surrounding environment was detected. At the same time, his hand unconsciously reached into the pocket on the chest of the dress. There was the eggshell of Lie obtained from the deserted island. Avis directly held it in his hand and cast a protective spell. As a layer of pale white crystal shield enveloped the body, the intense sense of crisis was slightly weakened. There is some kind of huge danger approaching, but it is unpredictable. The protection of the eggshell has a certain effect, but it cannot completely resist it. Just now, the first sense of danger appeared in the surface world, and when entering the deep world, the danger still exists, and even becomes stronger. Either it is some kind of high-level hunter chasing in from the surface world, or it is a danger with a range beyond imagination, and the level is beyond my control. Quickly reaching a possible conclusion, Avis no longer hesitated, and directly separated a trace of mental power to activate the crystal bird pendant on his chest. So, it takes nearly 3 magic hours for 2 small dream worlds to collide? Are you really sure that there is enough time? The time for their assessments in the past generations is usually around 2 magic hours, and it is rare to exceed 2.5 magic hours. At this time, in a dark room in the capital of the Gloria Empire, the black-robed man who had previously activated the giant magic circle was looking at the crystal ball in front of him and questioning. My friend, you have to understand that the speed of time is relative. In the crystal ball, a cloaked figure who was hazy and even felt like a phantom slowly spoke, and his voice also had overlapping echoes, making it difficult to distinguish his gender. Indeed, in our opinion, it only took them a moment to pass through the door between the surface dream and the deep dream. But for the independent dream world in that time and space area, it will take a whole magic hour to pass through the surface of the world. In other words, the time left for them to pass the level is only about 1.5 magic hours. And the fastest record of the Jinji Society's assessment over the years is 1 magic hour and 54 minutes. Okay, I think I don't quite understand these profound time and space theories. The black-robed masked man was stunned for a moment, and then decided not to dwell on this, but instead raised another question he thought of. But even if the world collapses and the space-time coordinates are in chaos and cannot be teleported, it should not be able to stop the 9th level of the True Knowledge Society. Right? And Duke Carlos should have left a teleportation beacon on his descendants. 9th level of the True Knowledge Society. Duke Carlos? The figure let out a burst of overlapping and reverberating laughter. Soon, you will know. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of Carlos, Duke Carrot suddenly sensed that Avis's amulet was activated, looking at the calm environment around Avis in the live broadcast in front of him. The Duke's mouth twitched and hesitated. After thinking about it, he finally decided to go to the rescue. Break the rules if you want. Avis suddenly called him. He should have his reasons. But if Avis really just felt that the test was too difficult and activated the family amulet to seek help from him, then he would let Avis understand the price of breaking the rules at will. Chapter 262 Unclassifiable. However, the trial site of the True Knowledge Society is not so easy to break into. After thinking about it, Carrot casually opened a space channel leading to Avis's side. However, as soon as the channel was opened, Duke Carrot's face changed slightly. The channel did not open successfully, but was suddenly cut off by a slash just as it was about to open. It was a power of the same 9th level. A slash from the space level. Sir Carrot, the rules of the game cannot be broken. A cold voice came from the void, and the voice was accompanied by a metallic clang like a sword colliding. Like a synthesized sound. Sir Hall? Are you responsible for supervising the trial now? Hearing the voice from the other side, Carrot's heart sank slightly. That was the old 9th level of the Aslade family. Sub-Sky Ripper Hall Aslade, the 9th level magic swordsman, the previous head of the Aslade family. Among the 4 major families in the Empire, Olivendi and the Alfred family are closer. The Enoch family is absolutely neutral, and Aslade maintains a stiff relationship with all families. This is certainly for the sake of the royal family, but correspondingly, They have enough strength to maintain this situation. I didn't mean to break the rules. Hall. Anvis asked me for help through the amulet. There must be a reason. His face sank. And Carlitson spoke coldly. His tone was like eternal ice. As if he was going to force a move in the next moment. He is in good condition now. A spiritual message came across the space. That was the magic detection information of Anvis' current state. All physical indicators and mental state were very normal, without hidden injuries or abnormal conditions. As the most advanced talent in the pyramid of the Gloria Empire, no matter what the test results are, the True Knowledge Society will ensure that no one will be injured or killed during the trial. Duke Carrot was a little speechless after looking at the normal test environment on the screen. At the same time, Hall on the opposite side spoke again. Sir Carrot, as a supervisor, I have no intention of fighting with you in a meaningless battle, and I will not stop you a second time. Still in that indifferent tone, Hall casually pointed out the key point. But I want to remind you that if you insist on taking action, then he will lose the qualification to join the True Knowledge Society forever. No external interference is strictly prohibited in the newcomer trial. This is the rule jointly confirmed by all the senior executives at the time. Listening to his words, Carrot obviously hesitated. Okay, Sir Hall, but I need to ensure the safety of Anvis. Don't worry. This is my duty. Across the space, Hall spoke calmly. As long as I am here, all the test subjects will not have any accidents. In the trial world, seeing that the Duke has not appeared for a long time, Avis thought about it for a while, and vaguely understood the problem. The Duke should have been stopped by the 9th level or other forces of the True Knowledge Society, which made it temporarily unable to come. After analyzing it just now, he also understood that the possibility of a hunter was not high. After all, this is the assessment site of the True Knowledge Society, and it is difficult for high-level hunters to enter here silently, and those who have that ability may not be easily predicted by him. The most likely possibility is still some kind of super large-scale disaster. Crisis prediction has a certain advance, and Avis is not sure how much time he has left. But no matter what, the most important thing he should do now is to leave this small dream world as soon as possible. After breaking through the illusion, he is currently in a pure white rectangular hall. There is no decoration on the 4 walls of the hall. There is a striking black door on one of the walls. It is also the only thing of different colors in the room. Avis quickly entered the door. Behind the door is still a pure white hall, but there is a black door on each side of this hall. This is a structure similar to a maze. Normally, it is necessary to solve some complex mechanisms in the maze to obtain the guiding array for escaping the maze, and 3 keys to unlock the central secret door. But Avis remembered the map. Soon, with his familiarity with the trial environment, Avis found the 3 keys and several other temporary teammates. This is not redundant, as they are still needed for the last test before leaving. Unlike him who quickly escaped from the illusion, the other people were still lying on the ground like corpses when he found them. Using magic to carry several people, Avis created a large water ball, threw all of them into it, and then cast a 3rd-order lightning beam on the water ball. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. This vigorous scene immediately attracted the attention of many members of the True Knowledge Society outside. The 3 members of the gold logo were also very surprised, and the surprise was slightly reduced until Avis's information was retrieved. Although Avis's method was simple and crude, it was very effective. When everyone's lives were really threatened, the trial illusion was immediately broken. Oh. After leaving the illusion, Bai Yixing's clothes fluttered and trembled her lips, wanting to say something, but she couldn't speak because of paralysis. Okay. Don't talk yet. I need your help with something. Can you please wait here for 10 minutes? I can give you 100 gold coins as a reward. Seeing the player wake up, Avis spoke without waiting for him to say anything. At the same time, he gave him a treatment to restore his life to full. Of course. I am willing to do so. The task weight was refreshed on the panel. The half-elf player was stunned, and then nodded instantly. Standing for 10 minutes can get 100 gold coins for free. There is such a good thing? He did a 2nd-level mission to defeat Warcraft, and the reward was only a dozen gold coins. Also, if you are willing to wait for another 5 minutes, then I will give you another 100 gold coins. Looking at his task, Avis spoke again. No question. Just as he was about to agree again, Bai Yixing EP261 suddenly found with a question mark on his face that the challenge level of this mission had become 85+. The words he was about to agree to were stuck in his throat. Very good. There are more than 10 minutes before the crisis comes. But less than 15 minutes. Okay, stranger. I've changed my mind now. Let's go now. After throwing him 100 gold coins as a reward, Avis explained to the other 3 temporary teammates. He had a premonition that there was a huge danger, which would come in less than 15 minutes, and he needed to escape from here as soon as possible. However, despite Avis's guidance, it still took them about 10 minutes to reach the center of the maze. In front of the huge bronze secret door, Avis took out 3 secret keys and inserted them into the keyholes on the door. The door opened automatically, and behind it was a square room with a huge black teleportation array drawn on the ground. Detecting the entry of everyone, the lines of the array suddenly lit up with a faint white light. Then, the final question of the assessment was transmitted into everyone's spiritual space. The world is about to collapse, but the final teleportation array has insufficient energy, only enough for 4 people to leave this world, and 1 person in the team will be left forever. If the decision is handed over to you, who will you abandon? On what grounds? In his previous life, Avis didn't have much feeling about this question. It was not until now that he realized that this question was not just a hypothesis, but also a statement of fact. Of course, no matter how many people actually enter the array, the energy of the so-called final teleportation array is only enough to teleport the total number of people minus 1. Abandon the stranger, because he is not a member of the True Knowledge Society and will be resurrected. In less than a minute, the 4 people gave similar answers. In another world, seeing the answer fed back by the array, everyone in the True Knowledge Society looked at each other. The member responsible for recording the archive shook his feather pen, not knowing how to classify this answer. At the round table, the other 2 members of the Gold Emblem turned their heads and looked at the brown-haired, golden-eyed boy who had spoken earlier, who shrugged at them. Don't look at me. I don't have the authority to get the people out. Chapter 263 The Collision of Worlds. On the surface of the dream world, Hall, with brown hair and golden eyes, holding a pure black giant sword in his arms, was leaning against a light purple moon tree, closing his eyes to rest. He actually noticed the sudden appearance of the stranger before, but did not interfere with him, because the content of the assessment was not his responsibility. He was only responsible for preventing external interference and ensuring that the trial participants would not suffer accidental casualties. When Avis and others answered the final question, a small dream world wrapped in gray mist suddenly appeared from the void outside the world. Until it was within a few seconds, Hall finally discovered the hazy small world approaching from the bottom dream space. And his expression changed suddenly. He grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and he immediately raised the sword, preparing to forcibly change its forward trajectory by creating a super large range of space deflection to prevent it from colliding with the trial world. But just as he was about to slash out, a shadow of an hourglass suddenly flashed in the void. The pitch-black domain appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping him. 9th order rule spell time stop. It was a one-time wonder made of precious time sand, a special material that a 9th order extreme powerhouse condensed with the power of rules with great difficulty, enough to maintain this time stop domain for 1 minute. However, Hall was an old 9th order after all, and after various resistances were weakened, the time the domain bound him was shortened by 9/10, or about 6 seconds. However, it was less than 3 seconds before the 2 worlds collided. Without Hall's obstruction, the small world shrouded in gray fog followed its original trajectory, carrying the huge mass of an entire world, and silently rolled towards the trial world in front. If you look at it from the outer layer of the world, this scene is somewhat similar to 2 huge hollow glass balls that are hard and fragile, slowly colliding in slow motion, accompanied by a white light that is more dazzling than the sun. All sounds become silent. At the collision point, the outer layer of the crystal wall that is glittering with light instantly shatters. The dream material in the world overflows from the cracks and scatters in the dark and empty bottom dream space, like a glittering colorful nebula. This spectacular material turbulence, which should have been astonishingly fast, is magnified to the scale of the entire world, but is set off to be unusually slow and quiet, like the smoke surrounding us. And inside the world, the most intuitive scene is, the sky has fallen. A series of dark cracks like spider webs tore the entire sky. Whether it was the false purple full moon or the black hole like stars, they were all swallowed by the dark cracks. The land and the forest began to float, and the sea water in the ocean formed a huge water column, as if it was swept up by a tornado. The panicked low and middle-level dream creatures were swept away and sank into the cracks that looked like the mouth of the abyss. The moment the collision occurred, all the feedback images from the outside world went dark. Many members of the True Knowledge Society looked at the wall in confusion, not knowing what had happened. In Moon Castle, Duke Carrot's face changed, and he immediately prepared to open the space channel again to inquire about the situation. But this time, what came to him was the violent space-time turbulence caused by the shattering of the dream world. This caused the landing point of the space channel to shift at the moment of opening, and it failed to open next to Avis, but fell somewhere deep in the dream world. Anxious, Carrot hurriedly repositioned himself, and at the same time used his own will power to forcibly stabilize the channel. This time, the newly opened channel dissipated again when it was about to open. The spatial coordinates at the other end had disappeared at this moment. In front of Avis and others, the teleportation room shook violently. The magic circle that had been lit and was about to be teleported suddenly dimmed, and the light became extremely unstable. What happened? Alyssa instinctively tightened the hilt of the sword and asked nervously in the mental connection. This should be the disaster that Avis said. Can it be stabilized? I'm trying. Caxiu's mental fluctuations were still calm, and he turned to Safia at this time. The latter was already controlling the magic cube to emit inscriptions one after another, immersed in the light of the magic circle, and urgently maintained the stable operation of the magic circle to prevent the magic circle from collapsing or losing control, and dragging everyone into the space turbulence. But for her, who was less than the third level, it was obviously a bit beyond her ability to urgently maintain the normal operation of this special teleportation array that spans the world. Avis immediately did one thing. He activated the eggshell and used its power to completely wrap the magic circle. Almost the next moment, when the white crystal shield covered the magic circle, a dark crack split from the void and slashed the surface of the shield like a sword. Caw-caw. The sound of a real sword cutting into the shield sounded, accompanied by an unpleasant friction sound, and the crack was temporarily blocked by the defensive light film. But if you look closely, you can still see that the dark crack has not really stopped, but is extending into the shield at a slow speed. And according to this speed, the time for the shield to be penetrated and collapsed will not exceed 2 seconds. Then, Avis glanced at the flickering teleportation array and Shafia, who was urgently maintaining it. Due to the violent space-time turbulence, the teleportation array had obviously been fully charged, but due to the serious interference of positioning, it was unable to start the teleportation. As a quasi-7th level transformation mage, he could see that with Shafia's current strength, it would definitely not be able to stabilize the operation of the array before the array collapsed. Relying on his powerful mental power, Avis quickly embedded multiple lines of inscriptions in the array under Shafia's surprised eyes, and at the same time forcibly modified some magic circuits, directly changing the array's target. If it's too late to teleport to a fixed point, then teleport randomly, as long as you can return to the Yar continent. Will we die? At the last moment, Bai Yishingso looked at the drastically changed environment with a surprised expression. You might. Before he finished speaking, the array was forcibly activated by Avis, and the 5 people were teleported away in an instant. The next moment, a huge black crack suddenly split open, completely engulfing the pale white shield and the entire magic circle in it. Due to the strong interference of time and space turbulence, the transmission process became very uncomfortable. Even with Avis's current physique, he felt a little uncomfortable. After covering his forehead slightly, Avis slowly looked around. He was currently in a rocky canyon, surrounded by some fresh bones, brown and yellow hair shed by monsters, feces and huge claw marks, which seemed to be near the nest of some large monsters. After a careful inspection, Avis found that it seemed to be a 4th-level earth-roaring tiger. However, the tiger was frightened by the huge space fluctuations when he appeared, and had already fled at this moment. Chapter 264 Girl in Slime. Although he has returned to the normal world, Duke Carrot did not appear immediately. After thinking for a while, Avis tried to contact the Duke with the crystal ball. However, no one answered the call at the other end. After sending a video message to the Duke, Avis took out an alchemical floating disc from the ring, flew high into the sky, and looked around. He was now near a low gray-white rock mountain, surrounded by endless primitive jungles and wilderness with lush wild grass. A few gray skylarks were startled by his appearance and flew away with cries. The sun had risen high, and from Avis's perspective, He could see a wide light blue river winding through the forest, sparkling towards the distant horizon. Going down along this river, a city that looked not much bigger than a sesame seed appeared in his sight. Fortunately, he was not teleported into a dangerous place. Controlling the floating saucer, Avis quickly flew towards the city, ready to find out where he was, and how much time he had spent in the assessment. But during the flight, he discovered an unexpected situation. The young knight Alyssa seemed to have been teleported to the same place as him, and her condition did not look very good. Due to the serious sequelae of teleportation, her posture was like a drunk stumbling, and she could not swing her sword steadily. In addition, a huge pink slime with a body like gelatin entangled her. In short, she was currently swallowed by the slime for nearly half, and the clothes on her body without armor protection had been melted and tattered, revealing a large area of snow-white skin underneath. Slimes are not naturally born magical creatures, but were born in a wizard's experimental accident. The first slime was created by a high-level summoning wizard, Marion. Due to a serious experimental accident, her wizard tower exploded in half, and a strange translucent cloud overflowed from the broken tower and spread into the sky. That day, a strange slime rain fell from the sky of the Yar continent, and these slimes can reproduce by fusion and splitting. Since then, there has been one more large category of magical beasts in this world. Marion herself is called the Mother of Slime by the wizards, and it is hard to say whether this is an honorific title or a bad name. Landing from the air, Avis pulled Alyssa out of the slime like a hero who saved the princess from the dragon's mouth in a stage play, and used magic to help her recover part of her state. Huh? Thank you for your help, Avis. Holding Avis's hand, Alyssa panted violently, a little frightened. If Avis hadn't appeared, it would have been hard for her to imagine what she would become next. Due to the fierce fight with the slime just now, the girl knight's delicate and slender cheeks were unusually flushed, and with her golden red eyes shining with water, she looked very moving. After all, we were fighting together last night. This is what we should do, Avis answered very gentlemanly, and at the same time carefully took out a cloak and put it on the girl. Alyssa also noticed the state of her clothes. Her originally ruddy face silently turned bright red like blood. She instinctively grabbed the cloak with one hand and tried to wrap her body as much as possible. At the same time, she swung her sword backhand and cut the giant slime into several pieces. The chopped giant slime left a core gel, and the rest turned into many small slimes jumping away. The gel was finally collected by Avis, and the girl knight refused to take it no matter what. Avis, do you know where we are? I don't know, Alyssa, but there is a city not far away. I think we can go together to find out the situation. Avis shook his head gently, and touched the light blue gem on the chest of the dress, turning it into a set of seemingly ordinary traveler clothes. After the girl changed her clothes, the two took the floating disc to the town. Although Avis and his party successfully teleported back to the Yar continent before the world completely collapsed. But the subsequent impact caused by this incident has just begun at this moment. Realizing that the coordinates representing the Avis amulet had been teleported away, Carrot immediately went to the gathering place of the True Knowledge Society. But what he didn't expect was that the members of the True Knowledge Society were also confused because the newcomers this year never showed up. After coming up empty-handed, Carlotte immediately returned to Moon Castle and checked the blood crystal ball that Avis left in the family. The crystal ball was still intact and emitted a soft light, which meant that Avis's life was in a very normal state. After confirming that Avis was fine for the time being, Duke Carlotte relaxed a little. After calming down, a raging rage suddenly rose from his heart, opening the space channel leading to the trial world. Carlotte went directly to hold a supervisor accountable. Mr. Hall, didn't you promise me that there wouldn't be any accidents? What about now? There is obviously a special force behind this. Mr. Carlotte, it's not my mistake. Outside the collapsed world, Hall opened his golden eyes and left the state of supersensory search for enemies. He looked coldly at Carlotte, who came over, and his tone was tough. He was wearing a dark purple noble dress, but because of his unusually strong bronze muscles, the classical dress was worn by him with a rough temperament like a mercenary. A high-level prophet took action to blur the existence of that small world, and also used the time-stopping hourglass refined by the 9th level extreme strongman. If it was replaced by any professional below the 9th level extreme, the result would be the same. Hee. Is this your answer to me, Hall? Carlotte laughed angrily, and with a clench of his right hand, A staff that looked like solidified ice appeared in his hand. The environment in the void suddenly blew snow, and the temperature began to gradually drop. I don't want to fight you meaninglessly, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Carrot! Hall also grasped the hilt of the giant sword, and the pale golden light field isolated the wind and snow outside. Tit for tat. However, when the battle between the two was about to break out, a new field force was inserted into it. Okay, my lords. Stop for now. The enemy may still be spying on us in secret. A gentle female voice sounded, and at the same time, a new field force was inserted between the two, separating the two who were only in the trial stage. A beautiful girl wearing a robe and magic hat like the night sky, with pure golden waist-length hair and elf-like pointed ears, and her eyes seemed to contain a nebula, appeared beside the two. She is Talina, a senior 9th level from the Enoch family, the first-generation inheritor of the High Elf bloodline, Silver Moon Traveler. Although she looks very young, she has actually lived for thousands of years. Sir Talina, due to his negligence, my child is still missing, and someone must pay the price for this. Seeing the Enoch family, who is best at smoothing things over, the two of them put down their weapons again. Humph. That has nothing to do with me. I won't explain it to you a second time. Okay. Don't get excited, Sir Hall. Talina shook her head and turned to Carrot. So, Sir Carrot, how do you want to deal with it? It's very simple. First of all, this attack is a serious provocation to our True Knowledge Society. We must find out the forces behind the planning of this attack, and then completely destroy it to deter all parties. As he said, Carrot looked at Hall with a gloomy face. As a supervisor, Hall played no role at the critical moment. Not only was he unharmed afterwards, he didn't even know the identity of the enemy. I have enough reason to suspect that Hall was related to the target of the attack, whether it is right or wrong. He put a big hat on it. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, arrogant crystal bird, then my sword will teach you this. Hall was stunned, and then he became furious. Chapter 265, The Fermentation of the Incident. Okay, both of you, listen to me. Talina was helpless. The Aslade family's style of doing things was always so troublesome. Mr. Hall, this time it is indeed your problem. No matter how the enemy is prepared. But as a supervisor, you not only failed to defend the trial world, but you didn't even find the enemy's traces. This is a bit unreasonable. After saying that, without waiting for Hall to express any opinions again, she turned to Carrot. However, Mr. Carrot, although Hall was wrong, as he said, the enemy should have been fully prepared for this attack. Whether it is blurring the fate of an entire independent world or the Ninth Order limit time-stopping hourglass, this is indeed beyond his response range. So, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on Hall. After listening to Talina's words, Duke Carrot looked at Hall with a cold face, and finally nodded slowly. Okay, arrogant golden dragon. Since Lady Talina has spoken, I will not pursue your dereliction of duty for the time being. But as compensation, I need 10,000 units of 9th level dragon blood, 50,000 complete 9th level dragon scales, 10 9th level dragon horns, 30 secondary horns, and 3 9th level dragon crystals. The Aslade family has a connection with the legendary Dragon Island, which is a semi-public secret among the upper echelons of the Empire. They just took this opportunity to ask for a sky-high price and make a lot of dragon materials. Impossible. Do you think 9th level dragon materials are broadleaf lettuce? Dragon blood is at most 100 units. I can give you 1,000 dragon scales, 1 main dragon horn, 3 secondary horns, and no 9th level dragon crystals. At worst, we can have a fight. Hall was shocked to hear Carrot's offer and rejected it without hesitation. 1 unit of dragon blood is about 5 liters. 10,000 units of 9th level dragon blood may not be enough even if a 9th level ancient dragon is drained. Not to mention 3 9th level dragon crystals. However, although his tone was still tough, there was a hint of beast-like cunning in his eyes. In fact, he always showed a tough attitude just for the next bargaining. The problem has already happened. As a supervisor, he did have faults, and it is impossible not to pay any price. But if he shows weakness, it will only make Carrot blackmail him more. It is better to have a tough attitude from beginning to end, and let fists do everything. Anyway, Aslade's relationship with the other 3 families is not very good. Even if his attitude is bad, it will not cause any additional adverse effects. Although he looks like a person with a head full of muscles, No professional who can break through to the 9th level is really a fool. Mr. Hall, this is indeed your fault. Please don't be too perfunctory. Talina also saw this and shook her head slightly. Hey, 500 units of dragon blood, 2,000 dragon scales, 1 main dragon horn, and 5 secondary horns. This is my limit. If you want more, I can just fight you too. Hall crossed his arms and raised his head, looking like a meat roll on a knife. Impossible. At least 6,000 units of 9th level dragon blood, 30,000 complete 9th level dragon scales, 7 main 9th level dragon horns, 20 secondary horns, and 2 9th level dragon crystals. Carrot held his staff again, and Hall touched the hilt of the giant sword again. How about this? Both of you. How about you each take a step back? I'll give you a number. 2,000 units of dragon blood, 10,000 dragon scales, 3 main dragon horns, 10 secondary dragon horns, and 1 9th level dragon crystal. Talina simply provided a compromise reference price. Impossible. Not enough. Both rejected Talina's proposal. At the same time, a translucent shadow of the cold wind crystal bird appeared beside Carrot, and a golden dragon head appeared faintly behind Hall. After the momentum condensed to the peak, the two suddenly collided in the air, raising a circle of transparent collision ripples in the void. After repelling and clashing with each other for a while, they finally dissipated at the same time. Equal. For Talina's sake, let's go with the number, she said, somewhat surprised by the result of this test. Hall secretly gritted his teeth and spoke with some pain. Hee. If it weren't for Her Excellency Talina here today, this amount of resources would definitely not be enough. Carrot also sneered and spoke, looking for a way out for the two evenly matched parties. Okay. Thank you both. Now the others are waiting in the council hall. If your problem is solved, let's go. Talina was used to their reactions. Every time she mediated, the final result was similar. After returning to the Yar continent, Carrot suddenly found an extra message in the crystal ball, which was sent by Avis. Ava said that he was safe at the moment, but he was not sure about his exact location for the time being, so there was no need to worry too much about him. Finally, when Carrot and the other two arrived at the council hall of the True Knowledge Society, for people were already waiting in the hall. Seeing the three people appear, everyone nodded to each other, and the meeting officially began. There were only 7 people participating in this meeting, but each participant was a 9th level person. 1 person from each of the 4 major families, 1 from the royal family, 1 from the academy, and 1 9th level person who did not belong to any of the above parties. They did not have cloaks, but instead, each of them wore a mithril brooch of the True Knowledge Society on their chests. Since the biggest victim in this incident had reached a settlement with the relevant responsible persons, the fact that Hall was negligent in supervision was exposed by everyone and no longer pursued. Correspondingly, the main issue discussed by everyone this time focused on the mysterious force that secretly planned everything in this incident. The world of the newcomer trial was directly destroyed, which was almost equivalent to a slap in the face of the True Knowledge Society, feeling that its majesty was seriously challenged. This huge organization began to operate. Prophecy magic, mysterious rituals, time and space secrets, began to investigate the truth of the matter through all means. At the same time, the factions headed by the Olivendi family and the Alfred family used this as an excuse to start a large-scale search. For a time, the upper echelons of the Gloria Empire were in a state of panic. Countless secret organizations were discovered and then uprooted. The various forces behind these organizations could only swallow this loss, and dared not act rashly. A few days later, a document with the logo of the True Knowledge Society was placed on the large desk in front of Duke Carrot. The document contained some information about the ancient organization Door in the Eye. After all, the truth cannot be hidden. Even if the fate line was covered up by the power of a high-level prophet, the True Knowledge Society still noticed some clues. Chapter 266, A Tense Situation. Carrot had also heard of this force, which was an organization dedicated to breaking through the Zenith Wall. And there were also 9th level professionals among them. The most important thing was that the original birthplace and main activity range of this force was not the Gloria Empire, but the Idle Kingdom Federation. According to the description in this document, a branch of the Gate of the Eye is seen to have made some unusual movements in the Empire recently, and it might be the culprit who planned the attack. At the same time, what surprised the Duke a little was that another name was mentioned in this document: the Shadowless Conclave. During the period when Anvis was temporarily missing, the situation in Carlis became very tense. The notorious old god cult organization the Shadowless Conclave sneaked into the slums in the western part of the lower city of Carlis, and temporarily concealed the fluctuations through the secret magic barrier, and carried out a large-scale blood sacrifice. Then, they opened the door to the outer space, and with the help of the negative magic and resentful spirit caused by the blood sacrifice, attracted a high-level void monster like a translucent jellyfish. The time of their summoning was also very coincidental. At that time, Carrot had just left the city of Carlis due to an unexpected incident in the trial world. Although the monster was quickly eliminated by the Duchess Elena and the commander of the Carlis City Guards, Davin. But most of the slums and part of the nearby downtown area had been turned into withered gray-white powder by the alien power, causing countless casualties and property losses. But the most important thing was that the host of the ceremony took advantage of the power emptiness in the city and successfully escaped through the magic secret passage that had been prepared in a tavern in the downtown area. Afterwards, the tavern was closed, but the owner had escaped in advance. The information in the file mentioned that in this incident, the door in the eyes was suspected to cooperate with the Shadowless secret meeting. This is the site where the family's prophet got some residual information through prophecy magic after the battle. However, the core of everything is still the prophecy. Not long after the prophecy came out, the True Knowledge Society's trial site was destroyed and the city of Carlis was attacked, which made it difficult for Duke Carrot not to connect these things together. In response to this, the furious Duke returned and directly issued an order to send his 3 elite knights, the Wind, Blizzard, and Winter Veil, to comprehensively encircle and suppress the Shadowless secret meeting. Taking this opportunity, the Duke also cleaned up some small and medium-sized forces that were tested because of the prophecy. As for the reason, it was naturally collusion with the Shadowless secret meeting. However, the handling of the door in the eyes was temporarily deadlocked. The other party's high-level prophet seemed unexpectedly strong, and the True Knowledge Society could not detect their whereabouts for a while. This result even alarmed the Gloria royal family for a while. The royal prophet used the strange artifact Eye of Destiny left by the ancient magic empire to finally break the opponent's destiny defense. But at this time, the top leaders of the door in the eye had left the empire, and were now in the Little Kingdom Federation. If a 9th-level strongman rashly went abroad and a war broke out, it would easily trigger a series of diplomatic problems at the empire level, as well as more complex chain reactions. The most important thing is that the True Knowledge Society only learned that this incident was related to the door in the eye, and there was no clear evidence to prove that the attack was done by the people of the door in the eye. It is difficult to use this as an excuse to put pressure on the Idle Federation to hand over the person. Due to various factors, the retaliatory attack on the door in the eye was temporarily put on hold. However, it is unknown whether there is something brewing behind this. On the other hand, after Ambus and Alyssa entered the town, they learned that their cross-world transmission took about 6 magic hours, and they are now in the Silver Moon Kingdom of the Idle Federation. The Silver Moon Kingdom is one of the beneficiaries of historical heritage. It once discovered a royal secret library of the ancient magic empire, and obtained many special and powerful secret facilities, building drawings and training methods for secret professions. After thousands of years of development, Silver Moon has become the most powerful kingdom in the 3 kingdoms of the Idle Federation. The 2 are currently in Silverwind City on the north side of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This is a large city in the Silver Moon Kingdom with a history of less than 1,000 years. It is named after the silver like frost wind every winter. For several days, Ambus was not in a hurry to contact the Olivindi family in the Federation. After talking to the Duke twice and understanding what happened, he traveled all the way in an alchemical vehicle and finally arrived in the city. The door in the eye gave him a big gift, and he was ready to give a return gift. Although he didn't know much about this organization, he had heard that there seemed to be a secret gathering point of the door in the eye in a corner of this city. Although it is called secret, few things can be hidden from players who are everywhere and can be resurrected. And Alyssa always followed him. Avis once politely asked if he needed to send her back to Pamir College first, but got a negative answer. The young knight was very interested in him, and hoped to go with him temporarily. Anyway, he was not going to do anything shameful, so Ambus did not chase him away, but let Alyssa follow him. Walking slowly on the street, he was surrounded by exotic buildings and black constructed lampposts lined the streets. Carriages passed by from time to time on the street, but more were constructed vehicles powered by magic crystals and engraved with defensive arrays and emblems on the outer layer. Unlike the Gloria Empire, because of the advocacy of construction, the nobles and wealthy businessmen here are proud to use constructed vehicles for transportation. And the style of painting seems to have suddenly entered the Industrial Revolution from the magical Middle Ages. At first, the appearance of these constructed vehicles was similar to that of a single carriage without horses. However, when the players arrived, the design of these constructed vehicles became much bolder. There are supercar models, and it is said that they sell well. Looking at the scene here, that is completely different from the Imperial City, Alyssa couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was her first time leaving the Gloria Empire. A few days later, Ambus learned that Alyssa was born into a declining noble family. Her ancestor was once a marquis directly under the royal family, but died in the life-forbidden zone for some reason. Embarrassingly, this marquis was a child of destiny, the type who was promoted through a series of adventures. His original bloodline potential was only average, and he had no children after being promoted to a high level. As a result, her family did not have a second 9th level person in the subsequent 300 years of imperial protection. The strongest person, Alyssa's grandfather, was only 7th level. Therefore, according to the rules, Alyssa's grandfather's title was downgraded to Viscount, and the original Marquis' territory was taken back by the royal family. Chapter 267 Performance. However, despite his weak strength, Alyssa's grandfather, the previous Viscount Alk, could see the dire situation facing the family. The Marquis of Alk rose too fast, and even in less than 600 years, he successfully broke through from an ordinary professional of the 3rd level to the 9th level. Everyone was wondering whether he had left some treasures in his family that were related to the secret of his rapid breakthrough. In order to prevent being besieged by covetous people, Alyssa's grandfather took the initiative to hand over the treasures and most of the industry left in the family by the Marquis to the royal family during the last period of protection, in order to seek more protection. So, the 9th level of the royal family came to his family openly. There are two hidden meanings in this. First, the royal family decided to come forward to protect the Alk family. Second, there is nothing here that is worthy of the attention of the 9th level. Although the Alk family avoided the result of being directly destroyed by foreign enemies, the disappearance of industry and savings also led to their decline. By the generation of Alyssa's father, the situation became even more difficult. In the process of the rise of Marquis Alk, the interests of some people were inevitably violated. After his family declined, some small families, under the instructions of some people with ulterior motives, began to exclude them intentionally or unintentionally, and eroded their remaining industries through various means, making their lives more difficult. But when it came to Alyssa, the situation seemed to have changed. Ambus could see that the young knight had some very rare and powerful bloodline. Even if it could not reach the legendary level, it was at least at the 9th level. According to the information he had learned, Alyssa's family had always been ordinary humans, and there was no blood inheritance at all. This could only be explained by the adventure that Alyssa herself had obtained. Of course, whether it was a real adventure or an adventure that Marquis Alk had hidden in his family and had only been discovered until now was a matter of opinion. Due to the girl's special origin, her life in the academy was not very good. Although the descendants of those hostile families could not directly attack her due to the academy environment, they were targeting her intentionally or unintentionally. However, since she had the talent to join the True Knowledge Society, all the difficulties in the past would be gone. As a member of the True Knowledge Society, Ambus did not mind lending a hand to her before she became famous. The pressure faced by Alyssa and her family was nothing but a trivial matter in Ambus's eyes. Along the King's Avenue in the center of Silver Wind City, the two people, dressed in ordinary brown traveler clothes and hiding their overly conspicuous hair and eye colors, gradually approached the Star Silver Flower District on the east side of Silver Wind City. That is the wealthy area of Silver Wind City, where rows of multi-story single-family buildings are located, and each building has an independent courtyard. Along the way, the surrounding environment has obviously become better and better. The buildings have become more beautiful and elegant. The green vines climb on the ivory-white brick walls. The streets are lined with green trees, and even the street lights have gorgeous patterns. The target of Avis's trip is Villa number 26. That is the place where the door in the eye meets. Although it looks ordinary on the surface, it is covered with many magic traps. Even if a 7th level person accidentally breaks into here, he will be left forever. But what the wizard who set the trap for the house could not have imagined was that there was such a strange existence as a player in this world. Due to the high challenge level, this inaccessible house became a famous secret place among players. All other villas can be entered, but Villa number 26 cannot be explored, and all players who tried to challenge it died in it. However, according to those players who explored the deepest, the surface layer of the villa is nothing, and there is a mysterious basement deep in the villa, which is the real Jedi. So, as the player level gets higher and higher in the future, the rumors on the forum are getting more and more outrageous. And even the rumors that there is the only epic item hidden in it, and the private treasure house of a high-level NPC is hidden, until the first-tier players rose to level 50 or 60. The first player on the leaderboard, the Thief Silver Blue Competition Green Promise, threatened to challenge the basement of Villa number 26 and broadcast the whole process live. At that time, more than 100,000 people watched his infiltration process. And by the way, bet on how long he would roll over in the live broadcast room. After deceiving the magic trap at the entrance of the basement, Green Promise successfully entered the mysterious basement. But in fact, that basement was the temporary gathering place of the Door in the Eye, and some members of the Door in the Eye were holding a meeting at that time. The thief who sneaked in was caught red-handed, facing many high-level red-named NPCs. Green Promise tried to escape by shadow jumping, but was dragged out and shot on the spot. But before he died, many people saw the patterns on the cloaks of those strange NPCs. Silver-gray half-open eyes, and the blood-red 9-pointed star in the pupils. Afterwards, a strange blood-red fire broke out here. The whole house and the courtyard were burned to ashes, and a deep hole was left in the ground. But no other buildings outside the courtyard were damaged at all. As they walked, Avis and the others soon saw the black iron fence of Villa number 26. Without showing any abnormality, Avis, like other passers-by, just casually looked at the white villa building, just like he looked at other villas. There were big chestnut trees and silver maple trees planted in the courtyard, and well-tended large-leaf daisies bloomed in the flower bed. Nothing was special. But when passing the black iron gate, Avis noticed an interesting detail in the carriage shed on one side of the villa. There were 2 luxurious black and gold carriages with black horses tied to them. There was no emblem on the surface of the carriage, but judging from its luxurious style, it was obviously for nobles. Avis did not stop after remembering this detail in his mind. After a while, the two of them left the villa behind and gradually walked towards the other end of the rich area. Alyssa, who followed Avis, didn't know what he was going to do. She was just a little curious about the boy himself. As a magic knight, the girl couldn't understand how high his magic attainments were required for Avis to modify the operation of the cross-world teleportation array in 1 second. But it was an indisputable fact that Avis woke up earlier than everyone else, and quickly led them through the maze, and saved everyone from the disaster. Looking at Avis's profile quietly, the girl knight herself didn't understand why she chose to stay with him when Avis asked. Avis saved me. And he is also a mage. A mage always needs a knight to protect him. After thinking for a long time, the girl with golden red eyes convinced herself with this reason. After passing through the Star Silver Flower District, the two followed the road and entered the Unicorn District adjacent to the Star Silver Flower. That is the most prosperous commercial district in Silverwind City. The branch of the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce in Silverwind City is located on this street. With Alyssa, Avis entered the Chamber of Commerce and showed his Cold Wind Crystal Bird nameplate. He was immediately welcomed to the top floor VIP room by the person in charge. In front of the person in charge, Avis activated a crystal ball. Then, the fixed-point teleportation array in the Chamber of Commerce suddenly lit up, and one by one, figures wearing gray cloaks and unable to sense any breath came out of the teleportation array. Looking at Alyssa, who was confused, Avis smiled slightly. Miss Alyssa, do you want to see a show? Chapter 268 Action and Gathering. After the first group of 12 gray-cloaked figures walked out of the teleportation array, the teleportation array went out for a moment, and then suddenly lit up with a stronger white light. A figure with no breath fluctuations appeared in the teleportation array, but on the left shoulder of his gray cloak, there was a special silver-white tower-shaped emblem. Avis had also seen that emblem, which was the symbol of a large 4-silver tower. This force originated from the Ill Federation. It is said that it was originally formed by several lone high-level mages, with the goal of studying the relics of the ancient High Elves. On the surface, there are also 9th-level existences. But now it seems that this force is not that simple. After this figure left the array, the light of the magic circle did not dim immediately. but condensed a second figure again. In the end, a total of 3 gray-cloaked figures with tower-shaped emblems on their shoulders were teleported. After the leader took a closer look at Avis, Avis suddenly felt that the world around him had darkened, and only the figure remained clear in his sight. He immediately realized that he was in the spiritual space at the moment. At the same time, the figure in the silver-patterned gray robe lifted his hood in his sight. And it was Duke Carrot. "How sure are you, Avis? In this operation, I claimed in my own name that I had obtained information about the door in the eye through secret intelligence channels. For this reason, Alfred and the 9th-level elders of the Aslade family will also participate in this operation." With an extremely serious expression, Duke Carrot stared at Avis with his blue eyes, as if he wanted to see the answer he needed from his eyes. "Don't worry, Father. I am more than 90% sure that there is the secret gathering point of the Gate of the Eye." Under the Duke's majestic gaze, Avis did not show any nervousness, but looked back calmly, with an extremely confident tone. "And when I passed by there before, I saw 2 carriages with horses tied to them parked in the carriage shed. This is enough to show that there is a high probability that there are people inside. If we set off as soon as possible, we may even be able to block them before they leave." Seeing Avis's calm look, the Duke nodded slightly. "So, who is the girl next to you?" "She is Alyssa. When we were teleported out of the trial site of the True Knowledge Society, she happened to be teleported near me. So we temporarily traveled together," Avis replied. "I understand." The Duke nodded again. The next moment, the surrounding environment returned to normal. Most people in the room were unaware, but the other 2 cloaked figures with silver emblems looked at Duke Carrot with a sense of something. The Duke ignored this, and just took out 2 gray cloaks and handed them to Avis. "You can stay with me for now, but if a war breaks out soon, then stay away a little bit." "I understand." Avis nodded, took the cloak, and handed one to Alyssa. "What is this?" touching the strange cloak in her hand. The young knight was a little curious. The magic cloak made of silver mimicry animal skin can be used to conceal one's appearance, figure and breath. It is a must-have for doing good deeds without leaving a name. After fastening the mithril buckle on his chest, Avis put on the gray hood and skillfully activated the magic effect of the cloak, making his aura no different from other gray-robed people. "I'll give you that one, Alyssa. It's still very convenient for daily use. Give it to me? But it should be a very expensive thing." Alyssa put it on her body a little unfamiliarly. When she heard Avis' words, she was stunned for a moment. "Don't worry. It's not a valuable thing." As if seeing Alyssa's hesitation, the blonde boy temporarily lifted the blurring effect on his face and gave the girl a reassuring smile. "However, if Alyssa cares, then how about giving me a little gift in return?" "What gift?" The girl was startled and suddenly felt a little curious. "Don't worry. I'll tell you after the action is over." The blue eyes blinked, and Avis did not answer directly, but slightly whetted the girl's appetite. Then, led by Duke Carrot and 3 other 9th-level people, they used magic to hide their bodies and breath. And under the guidance of Avis, they approached Villa number 26 silently from the air. Because it was a secret operation, the number of people on this trip was small, but they were all very high-level professionals. When Avis and the Duke and others were about to start the action, a simple temporary party was taking place in the basement of the villa. The environment here has not been expanded, and the indoor area is only a few dozen square meters, which seems a bit narrow. The vague gray fog rolled on the wall, blocking the prying of prophecy magic. A dark lamp ignited a pale cold flame, reflecting a pale white in the room. At the silver long table in the center of the room, 7 black-robed people with the symbol of the door in the pupil sat on the silver high-back chairs on both sides. There was only a crystal ball floating in the main seat of the long table. The owner of the seat had not arrived in person, but no one in the room cared about this. The form of attendance was not important, but the identity was important. So, the original plan was only half successful. Although the small dream world was destroyed, the target's clearance time was half a magic hour earlier than the previous record. At the last moment, it successfully escaped from the dream world and was not involved in the collapsed world, because the target completely relied on its own strength to escape actively. It did not stimulate the passive power of destiny protection, and it was impossible to determine whether it was the prophecy star. At this time, a black-robed person on the left side of the long table was describing the process of this test. After listening to his description, everyone had different reactions. I think the probability is very high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve half an hour earlier than the historical record. I don't think so. It is possible that a treasure given to him by Olivendi predicted the danger, and then relied on a special life-saving trump card to force a breakthrough. After waiting for everyone to discuss for a while, the crystal ball in the main seat glowed slightly, and a blurry figure with an unclear face raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Okay, let's stop the discussion about this matter here. And our main topic today is not this. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other quickly, and after a slight silence, a person sitting on the right side of the long table spoke cautiously. So, Mr. Grey Mist, I heard that the continent is about to usher in a drastic change recently. Yes. In the crystal ball, the figure slowly spoke. According to the trajectory of the stars, the state of the web of fate has reached a special critical point, and a dramatic change that will sweep across the entire continent will come unstoppably. The emergence of the construct seems to be the starting point of all changes. But in fact, it is better to say that it is the rise of fate that made the Magic Council discover the ruins and let the concept of constructs reappear in the world. Chapter 269 Conspiracy. Did you find that relic? Everyone looked at each other for a while, and the black-robed man who had spoken earlier couldn't help but speak again. What else? They haven't even picked up all the things left by the ancient magic empire. So how could they have the leisure to study a completely new system? In the crystal ball, the man called Grey Mist spoke calmly, and his tone seemed to have a little contempt for the Continental Magic Council, which was known as the pinnacle of magic. That is the remains of a giant metal city, and it is also the capital of the ancient goblin civilization that is said to have been completely destroyed. The city of construction Talkshaw. The Magic Council obtained something similar to the central tower spirit in the central palace of that city, which stored countless construction drawings and materials. It is precisely because of this that they were able to suddenly promote a series of construction products to the entire continent almost overnight, using construction as a guide, gradually changing the pattern of the entire Yar continent, and then manipulating the fate. The person sitting on the astrology tower of the floating city is probably trying to take the step of becoming a legend with this. After suddenly hearing such a secret, everyone was shocked and felt a little dizzy, not knowing what to say, not surprised by everyone's reaction. The crystal ball flashed slightly, and the figure spoke again. According to the feedback from the stars, the development of the Web of Destiny is about to reach its second turning point. The first time, the biggest change was in the Eater Kingdom Federation. This time, the main change will occur in the Gloria Empire. The time has come. Has the emergence of the construct caused two voices to appear in the upper echelons of the empire? One advocate's acceptance, and the other advocate's rejection? Hearing this, the four people on the right side of the long table suddenly became agitated. You mean, in the future, the Gloria Empire will also be affected by the constructs like the Federation? After a moment of silence, the third person sitting on the right side of the long table spoke. But due to the compromise with the conservatives, the reformists only strive to open up the civilian magic constructs. The combat constructs that can enable professionals to exert their power beyond their level are still strictly controlled in the empire, not to mention those ordinary chambers of commerce. Even nobles below the rank of marquis must strictly report to the royal family if they hold combat constructs, and they must be regularly tested by prophecy casters to ensure that there is no false reporting of the number. If they hoard privately, it is a felony and will be punished for treason. And now, the mainstream of the upper class of the empire is still conservative. It is already a limit for the reformists to achieve this step. In the next 100 years, the situation of controlled constructs will probably not change, and it will not have any major impact on the situation. After listening to the gentleman's speech, the figure in the crystal ball nodded. You are right, but this will be the trigger for the second change. The upper echelons of the Gloria Empire have been in a stagnant state for too long. Not to mention the four eternal Grand Dukes. There have been only 2 new marquises in the thousands of years since the founding of the empire. This is the result of the death of a marquis and the vacancy. Besides, I am afraid that you are sitting here now for this reason? The people on the right side of the long table looked at each other quickly and nodded slightly. Sir Grey Mist, please forgive me for being rude. What benefits can we get if we cooperate with you? At the first seat on the right side of the long table, a man in a black robe wearing a dark golden lion mask spoke slowly. Benefits? He. A hoarse low laugh came from the crystal ball. First of all, if you choose to help us, You are also helping yourselves. After more than 2,000 years of sedimentation, the game table of the Gloria Empire is now full of people. If you still want to participate in this game called Power, you must find a way to let the first players leave and make the seats at the table vacant. In the past, you had to worry about the profits of the royal family and high-ranking nobles, the 9th level extreme strongmen, and the lack of sufficient troops. Now, we will provide you with support from high-level prophets and 9th level extreme strongmen, so that you can gain equal countervailing power in this regard. As for the troops, I think there should be no more powerful troops than the Construct Corps in the regular Legion. And when the nobles at the top are trapped in the quagmire of war, I don't need to say more about what you will do. Besides, when the mission is completed, our people will leave, and the remaining territories, minerals, and population are all yours. After all, the empire is your empire, isn't it? At the end, the figure in the crystal ball deliberately emphasized the word your. As he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence again. After a moment, the man wearing a dark golden lion mask at the first seat on the right side of the long table spoke again. So, how do we cooperate? The crystal ball flickered slightly, and the blurred figure spoke calmly. Don't worry. When you return to the Empire, someone will communicate with you and tell you the next steps. As he spoke, the figure in the crystal ball turned his gaze to the 3 black-robed people sitting on the left side of the long table. Then, it's the 3 gentlemen of the Federation. I think everyone should know what happened recently in the Kingdom of Laika. Right? Are you the ones behind the 6th prince? The first black-robed person on the left immediately spoke in surprise. In the face of everyone's questions, the figure just smiled, neither admitting nor denying. It doesn't matter who is behind the 6th prince of Laika. What's important is the power of the Construct Corps he showed in the war. Do you want to? Boom! Before the crystal ball finished speaking, the ground above his head suddenly erupted with a huge tremor. The next moment, the thick stratum tore open in a regular huge crack like a piece of paper. And a ray of white sunlight projected from the gap, shining on the people who were caught off guard, because the integrity of the secret room was destroyed. The faint gray mist rolling on the wall dissipated immediately. Snap! Realizing that something was wrong, the crystal ball on the main seat of the long table exploded directly. At the same time, gray magic flames ignited on all the fragments, and they quickly decomposed themselves into breathless powder. But before these fragments were completely annihilated, a figure with a silver tower-shaped emblem on his shoulder condensed and fixed the remaining fragments and the gray flames together. In an instant, the 7 black-robed people in the room reacted and simultaneously hit the figure with the strongest blow in a hurry, and each automatically used space spells to prepare to escape. But all the space fluctuations only occurred for a moment, and then calmed down again, with Villa number 26 as the center. The space within a radius of 10 miles has been temporarily blocked by ultra-high intensity. Chapter 270 Capture Operation. Seeing the failure of the transmission, several people instantly cast life-saving spells, or split into multiple identical figures and fled separately, or simply turned into a beam of light and fled far away. No one planned to fight, but fled quickly in different directions, hoping that they were not the most unlucky one. After the brief fight just now, or the one-sided attack, several people instantly realized that the silver-striped gray-robed man was a 9th level strongman. Their attacks did not cause any injuries to him, and even just barely broke through the defense layer of the body surface. And then, they collapsed without success. While watching those people escape, the silver-striped gray-robed figure in the center did not make any moves. But before the fleeing people could feel surprised, the accident happened again. Without exception, a figure in a gray cloak appeared out of thin air and blocked the front of all the fleeing people. Get out! Go to hell! Facing these gray cloaks, the escapees launched their own attacks again, trying to break through by force. But without exception, all the attacks were blocked. After a brief fight, the 7 black-robed men discovered in despair that all the gray-robed men were level 8. The number of enemies far exceeded their own, and there was a level 9 man staring at them from behind. 2 of the black-robed men suddenly looked fierce, and they used some secret method. One of them disappeared in the eyes of everyone. The other one instantly exploded and turned into a huge black ball of chaotic magic. These scenes of amazing momentum immediately attracted the attention of almost half of the city. From the moment the Duke tore the ground under the villa, nearby pedestrians and vendors realized that something was wrong. At this moment, seeing the rapidly expanding black energy ball in the sky, Ordinary native professionals immediately fled in panic. But after some bolder players reacted, they rushed to the location where the energy ball exploded. There will be a big scene, which means that there is an instant large-scale plot involving high-level NPCs. And a large-scale plot means rare tasks with rich rewards, which means experience, equipment, and gold coins. Even if we take a step back and say that this is just a simple high-level NPC battle without any tasks to trigger, those equipments that exploded from the high-level natives are a big profit as long as you are lucky enough to pick up one. Although the NPCs in Mysterious Era will also pick up dropped items, most of them will not plunder them like players. There has been such a precedent on the forum for a long time. After a summoner of more than 60 levels killed a magic swordsman of level 50, he only took away the space items on the body and 3 intact and better magic items, and then left. The first player who arrived directly found a level 40 blue accessory and blue boots, as well as a damaged level 50 robe from the corpse. At that time, the mainstream players were only around level 15 or 16. The 3 items were packed together and directly bought by a boss for 75,000. The whole story can be regarded as a model of windfall. Perhaps this move is very dangerous, and you may die in the aftermath of the battle at any time. But it is a very good opportunity to make a fortune. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Anyway, they can be resurrected. So there are always many players willing to take risks for a chance. Gochio Tusheng is such a fearless player, although his nickname doesn't seem like it. In fact, his game style is very bold, and he often chooses to participate in tasks that challenge levels higher than the current level. He likes to challenge himself, and he also likes the excitement between life and death and the huge rewards of successful adventures. Of course, boldness is not recklessness. As a professional extreme challenger, Gochio Tusheng believes that as long as you can carefully observe the environment and grasp all the details that may be used as much as possible, the chance of successful survival can be increased to more than 70%. By the way, he has been reincarnated 4 times before, and now he is the 5th new character. When everyone was rushing to the center of the explosion, Gochio Tusheng keenly noticed that in an inconspicuous alley on the street, there were 2 gray-robed people with clothes very similar to those in the sky. He habitually threw a detection, and the result was a string of neutral yellow question marks. After thinking about it, he did not immediately approach to try to trigger the task, but kept a certain distance and observed carefully. In a special plot, except for the green-named NPCs, all others may become red-named at any time. This is a profound lesson he learned after reincarnation. While he was watching from the sidelines, the battle in the sky changed again. The huge explosion of the dark magic sphere was like a fuse. The remaining 5 black-robed people used their trump cards to try to make a quick decision and escape as soon as possible. The colorful elemental turbulence broke out in the air, and the oppressive and terrifying fluctuations spread rapidly. Although it was extremely gorgeous, the power contained in it was enough to destroy half of the city in an instant if it fell. The air was compressed by the rapidly expanding magic power, forming a violent wind pressure. The light blue and brick red tiles on the top of the building were lifted up, and the debris on the street was flying everywhere, sensing the power level contained in the aftermath of the battle. The city guards, who were only at the 4th or 5th level, had already fled far away and did not dare to approach at all. Even the 7th level Silver Wind City Lord dared to observe the battle from a distance in his magic tower at this moment. At the same time, he used the magic array in the tower to extend his own power to protect the city buildings below from being flattened by the aftermath of the war. However, when many gray-robed people blocked the black-robed people from escaping, they also deliberately maintained the intensity of the battle and tried to avoid the aftermath of the battle from causing damage to the city below. So the pressure on the city lord was not great. After a while, the short battle in the sky gradually stopped. When the figure with the silver emblem on the cloak took action, everything came to an end. As the cold rule power spread, the violently expanding elemental turbulence was instantly solidified in the air, and then gradually dissipated. The black-robed man who disappeared out of thin air and the man who exploded himself to death were both recaptured and bound tightly by the sealing magic. The magic power in his body was dormant, and he could not move. In the sky, when Duke Carlot controlled everyone, the other 2 9th level appeared beside him and shook their heads at him. We failed. Someone wiped out his tracks. Hearing this, Carlot frowned. He did not capture people immediately before, but focused on controlling the fragments of the crystal ball. Just to follow the clues and catch the key person behind these people. But the matter was settled, and the Duke could not say anything more. After all, they were all 9th rank, and the status of the 3 people was equal. Not a superior-subordinate relationship. Forget it. It's good to catch these people. Bring them back to the Empire for interrogation. I believe we can get some valuable information. Shaking his head, the Duke did not continue to dwell on the escape of key figures, but began to arrange the handling of subsequent matters. Send a notice to the outside world that the Gate of the Eye attacked the people of the Silver Tower for no reason. This action is our response and warning. In the alley, looking at the completely calm battle in the sky, Avis turned to Alyssa, who was a little dazed, and said in a relaxed tone, "How is it, Miss Alyssa? Is it a good fireworks show?" Chapter 271 Player Organization. It's really impressive. But what's going on, Avis? Although the scene of multiple high-level warriors fighting was very shocking, Alyssa was still a little confused and didn't understand the cause and effect of this scene. Simply put, the danger we experienced when we finally escaped was not a normal assessment item, but an attack by the enemy. In response to Alyssa's inquiry, Avis spread his hands and said lightly, "They pulled a small world, crashed our trial world, and planned to keep us forever. So, after escaping, I found a way to find the location of their former base and reported it to my father, Duke Carlos. I just didn't expect that they were just having a party. Just like that. Just like that." Alyssa was stunned, and then she had nothing to say. Well, if she also had a Duke father, she would also want to be like this. Although there are still some doubts here, such as Avis has always been by her side these days. How did he find the location of the enemy's base? And how did Avis determine the identity of the enemy? Etc. But the other party's answer was obviously that he didn't want to elaborate. After seeing this, she didn't want to continue asking. After a while, the Duke in the sky finished the follow-up arrangements for this incident, and brought everyone down from the sky again and came to Avis's side. At the same time, a spiritual voice entered Avis's spiritual sea. The results of the preliminary magic test show that they are indeed related to the attack. As for the further details, I will take them back to the Empire for careful interrogation. You did a great job, Avis. You have made a great contribution this time. After returning to the Empire, the True Knowledge Society will send a representative to discuss the reward with you. After nodding to Avis and the others, the Duke suddenly changed the subject. Also, there seemed to be some rats lurking here. As he spoke, Duke Carrot grabbed a player who was hiding nearby and suddenly appeared in front of everyone without any resistance, being surrounded by so many big guys in front of him. It was a bit embarrassing to live a cowardly life. Originally, there were more than one person spying on the situation nearby, but who told him to be the closest. He held a newspaper and stood under a street lamp less than 100 meters away from everyone, pretending to be a professional who just passed by and was attracted by the battle. If the date of the newspaper he took was not wrong, the Duke would have almost believed it. "Sorry. Do you need any help?" "Oh, a stranger." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone knew what kind of person he was. Thinking of the absolute immortality of these guys, the 3 9th level looked at each other and felt a little helpless. A 9th rank casually glanced at the gray-robed man beside him, who immediately understood and stepped forward. "Of course. Can you please disappear from this world?" Looking at the gray-robed man in front of him, who had become a red name, he closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate, and quickly began to bind the unbound items on his body. Although he could not continue the transaction after binding, it was at least better than losing it directly. "Please wait a moment, sir." But when he was ready to lose a resurrection crystal, a voice made him hope again. On the side, the originally silent Avis suddenly spoke up and stopped the professional who was about to take action. Everyone looked at Avis in surprise, wondering what he was up to. "Excuse me, but can you let me handle him?" As he said that, Avis looked at the Duke. Since the man was captured by Duke Carrot, the other 2 9th level masters did not speak, tacitly agreeing that the Duke would decide how to deal with him. In the eyes of everyone, the Duke nodded a little strangely. "Okay, but what do you want him to do?" "Thank you very much." With Duke Carrot's consent, Avis politely thanked the Duke. However, he did not directly answer the Duke's question, but turned to look at Gukyatushing. "Mr. Stranger, I do have something to trouble you." Changing to the standard NPC tone, Avis showed the player a vague smile under the hood. Recently, We need to recruit some new people as reserve members of the organization. How about it? Are you interested in this? What? Hearing Ava's words, Gukyatishing doubted his ears. I was about to die in the previous second. And I could join the high-level camp in the next second? After half a year of game time and familiarity with the game background, almost all players of Mysterious Era wanted to join a high-level camp, because that would allow them to get in touch with more advanced tasks in advance, as well as more exquisite equipment and props. In those high-level tasks, even if you just play the whole process as a slacker, the experience and rewards that can be allocated afterwards are much higher than completing the tasks at the recommended level by the system. Simply put, the planner encourages players to challenge beyond their level. Of course. Sir, I'm very interested. No, I'm very willing to join. Because of being too excited? Gukyatishing was a little incoherent. Very good. Avis nodded. But we don't accept everyone. Such as you. Ah! Before he was finished with his excitement, Gukyatishing was stunned. After coming back to his senses, a strong sense of wow immediately rose from his heart. The expressions of the people behind him were also a little strange, not knowing how to describe Avis's operation. However, Avis soon spoke again and resolved everyone's doubts. Your strength is a little too weak, but since we meet in this situation, I think I can give you an extra chance. If you want to join us, then spread the news that we are recruiting new people, and then bring 100 strangers back to see me, and I will let you become a reserve member of our organization. As his voice fell, the task prompt was immediately refreshed on the panel of Gukyatishing. System prompt: you have triggered the D-level task recruit newcomers. Task introduction: a mysterious organization is recruiting newcomers. You want to join the organization, but the condition for joining is to bring 100 foreigners who also want to join the organization. Task goal: recruit 100 players. Task reward: 1,000 experience points. Completion: 0%. Okay. Go ahead. When you have recruited 100 people, you can go to number 28 in the Silver Cross district to find me. After sending away Gukyatishing, Avis turned to everyone again. Now, can you explain your behavior? His actions made everyone a little confused, and Duke Carrot couldn't help but ask again. Yes. I want to try to establish an organization composed mostly of foreigners. Avis answered slowly. This is the operation he suddenly thought of, establishing a player organization. Players have completely different behavior patterns from the natives, and their behavior is almost impossible to be predicted by prophecy spells, because no one can predict what happens to the players after they go offline. Chapter 272 Admission Ticket. Maybe you were about to explore the secret realm before logging off. But after logging off you suddenly received a message from a friend saying that the secret realm was too dangerous. So you didn't want to go there after logging on, and went to look for the cat instead. In this way, if an NPC prophet had previously spied on the player's future destiny, then when the player logs on again, he will be shocked to find that the player's destiny line has been refreshed. Stranger organization? Everyone immediately understood Avis's idea, but they all shook their heads, and no one was optimistic about Avis's choice. Due to the special immortality of the strangers, many people have thought about training a group of strangers. Even many people here have made similar attempts in private, but they all failed in the end. Players who are born with chaotic attributes are not bound by constraints and have almost no loyalty. Many players just took the benefits and ran away, and even if a wanted order was issued afterwards, it would not have much deterrent effect. After dying once, if the player feels that it is unsafe to revive at the original place or nearby, he can choose ultra-long-range random revival. The resurrection point could be any location on the Yar continent that was not protected by magic. So, after being treated as a fat sheep and fleeced for several times, these people basically gave up the idea of cultivating an undead army of foreigners. Have you really thought it through? Envis? Although these foreigners will not die, they often do not obey orders, and it is difficult to cultivate a sense of identity with the organization. I am afraid the result will be different from what you imagined. Duke Carrot couldn't help but privately send a message to Envis, reminding him that it was basically impossible to cultivate a loyal player organization. I understand. Father, I just want to give it a try. Envis nodded and thanked the Duke for his reminder. He knew the character of the players better than anyone present, and also knew what the players really cared about. They just wanted to open the high-level camp store in advance and participate in the high-level camp tasks. Except for a very small number of professional players. Most players are unwilling to be constrained by NPCs. Therefore, it is not feasible to manage the player organization in the same way as the indigenous organization. However, Ambus did not intend to establish a normal organization. Players have other important roles. When you have the talent for prophecy, an upgrade to the level of level 5 or above. When Ambus recalled his past life memories, he suddenly realized that in the process of the decline of the 4 major families of the Empire in the past life, many turning points seemed too coincidental, and it was suspected that there was a high-level prophet behind the scenes. The only 9th-level prophet on the continent is located in the Sky City. As long as he exists for one day, no one dares to say that he can gain an advantage in prophecy. In order to avoid this situation from happening again in this life to the greatest extent, Ambus plans to try to use the existence of these players to muddy the waters of the Empire. Players who naturally possess the characteristics of chaos and anti-prophecy are a good way to counter prophecy. Due to the special behavior patterns of players, their current levels may not be high, but their ability to cause trouble is not bad at all. I may not be as good as you in prophecy, but I can overturn the chessboard and bring everyone to the same level. After the raid, the Duke sent people to escort the captured enemies back to the Gloria Empire through the teleportation array. These people are all high-level professionals. 3 of them are level 8 and 4 of level 7. Ambus did not return to the Empire with them, but after obtaining the Duke's consent, he stayed with Alyssa temporarily, ready to go back after completing the mission. At the same time, under the suggestion of Avis, the Duke and another level 9 did not teleport away, but pretended to escort the prisoners away and quietly hid near the ruins of the previous battle. They were ready to wait and see if there would be enemy level 9s to investigate the ruins. Ambus, what do you want in return? After the Duke and others left, Alyssa, who had restored her original appearance, looked at Ambus with some curiosity. She always remembered what Ambus said, and after the operation was over, he would tell her what she wanted in return. Unfortunately, I still haven't thought about it. But Ambus shook his head, and his blue eyes showed a trace of regret, as if he really regretted it. Is that so? Hearing this, the young knight was stunned for a moment, looked at the cloak that she had not taken off yet, and didn't know what to do. Just when she was in a dilemma, the boy with light golden hair suddenly smiled, and a thin ticket appeared in his hand. Well, Alyssa, this is for you. The ticket was made of pure gold, with exquisite patterns on it, and in the center was a magnificent building with a huge arch. The ticket for the VIP box of the Gloria Royal Opera House is in the evening 3 days later. How about we talk about it there? Looking at the girl's shining golden red eyes, Avis smiled and handed it to her. Well, okay. She didn't know what she thought of when she saw the ticket handed over by Avis. Her face turned red, but she still reached out to take it and carefully put it in the pocket on her chest. The speed of living a life of mediocrity was very fast. Or in other words, the high-level camp was attractive enough. Anyway, just after a day or so of game time, he came back to find Avis with 100 players who were interested in joining. As the first person to complete the task, Avis awarded him a silver nameplate representing the silver-level member of the organization, as well as a matching uniform on the spot. Of course, the so-called organization was not the Silver Tower, nor was it Olivendi, but the Secret Ceremony. That was the organization that Avis had just established yesterday, and he was the only member at present. He also took some cheap gray iron and star silver from the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce, and temporarily refined a batch of nameplates of different levels. The uniform was a ready-made ordinary gray cloak, and then he personally branded the logo of the Secret Ceremony on it, a circular magic circle that looked mysterious but actually had no meaning. As for the other 100 players who wanted to join, Avis asked them to leave a spiritual mark on a crystal ball, and then gave them the same task of recruiting people as Gukiatishing. However, for their task of recruiting people, each person only needs to recruit 50 players. In contrast, the reward for completing the task is only to become the lowest level iron level member. Leaving a mark is to prevent them from repeatedly filling up the number, since his current strength is less than the 7th level. Strictly speaking, the current Secret Ceremony is still a low to middle level camp. But with his authority and identity, Avis mobilized a large number of various resources and treasures from the Olivendi warehouse as the initial camp contribution store of the Secret Ceremony. Players who join the Secret Society can exchange the required items through the Secret Society contribution points. The higher the status in the society, the more items can be exchanged. Contribution points can be obtained by completing tasks and donating items. At the same time, the secret society does not restrict the personal freedom of players who join, nor does it restrict players from joining other camps. As for the specific exchange location, Avis directly affiliated with the Olivindi Chamber of Commerce. This organization, which is almost entirely composed of players, has almost no confidentiality. Avis simply stopped keeping it secret and directly operated it under his own name as a subordinate force of Olivindi. This may make him bear a strange reputation, such as not doing his job properly and having wild ideas. But he doesn't mind it. Chapter 273: The Change of Crystal Egg. After completing the mission, the two returned to the Gloria Empire. Duke Carrot did not return with him, but planned to wait for another day, and then leave if there was still no harvest. As a gentleman with good etiquette, Avis personally sent Alyssa back to the Premier Knight Academy and exchanged identity marks with the young knight for future contact. At the same time, when he returned to the academy, several unread messages appeared in his identity card in an instant. Previously, due to the long distance, these messages could not be successfully sent to Avis. But when he returned to the academy, all these messages came in at once. Those were messages sent by Claire and other classmates, because he suddenly did not go to the mysterious class in recent days. Others were a little concerned about his situation. However, while browsing these messages, Avis suddenly noticed something unusual. Among all the unread messages, there was an abnormal feedback from thorium. The azure crystal egg he left in the underground laboratory has recently produced special fluctuations, and it is suspected that it will hatch. After saying goodbye to Alyssa, Avis quickly returned to his residence. He himself was somewhat curious about what this egg from the distant starry sky could hatch. Authorization passed. Welcome to your presence, respected Administrator Avis. Thorin's lovely and energetic voice sounded. Recently Avis updated her voice pack, and currently uses preset 1, which is Fiona's voice. After greeting Thorin, Avis confirmed the authority with his mental fluctuations and opened the dedicated partition for hatching crystal eggs deep in the magic laboratory. The translucent magic barrier enveloped the center of the laboratory, and the magic array on the ground was still continuously inputting pure wind attribute magic into the vortex crystal in the center. At this time, the crystal was just like breathing, flickering regularly, emitting beautiful sky blue fluorescence. The barrier was a safety setup by Avis, since he was not sure what form the hatched thing would exist in. He used a high-level magic barrier to cover the egg inside to prevent the hatched creature from escaping accidentally. After all, everything is unknown, so it is always good to be cautious. Thorium, call up the hatching record, and display the current state of the egg compared with the initial state. Command accepted. A translucent magic light screen opened in front of Avis, showing the changes in various values during the hatching process of the crystal egg, and various data comparison charts. From the comparison, it can be seen that the current frequency of fluctuations inside the crystal has become obvious and clear from the original week. Moreover, the vortex structure in the center has obviously expanded a lot compared to the original. From the size of a golf ball to the size of a fist, the wave line has an obvious peak in the center, and the frequency has a large change before and after. It was at that time that thorium triggered the alarm. According to the magic shadow record, when the wave changed, the crystal egg suddenly began to flicker, and the vortex structure in it was expanded to its current size in less than half a minute. However, when Avis observed, the crystal egg was still absorbing magic power slowly, and there was no obvious change. According to thorium's record, it has absorbed enough magic power to release more than 10 8th level super level magic so far. If this energy is used to refine the secret plutonium core, it is enough to refine 7.5. After thinking about it, Avis asked Thorin to continue monitoring the status of the egg, and he left again, waiting for the crystal egg to hatch officially. Federation, Silverwind City. 3 days after the arrest. That is, 1 day after Avis returned to the Empire. Duke Carrot and the 9th level of the Alfred family finally gave up waiting and truly returned to the Empire. As 9th level, they all have their own things to do, and it is impossible for them to wait here all the time. However, less than half a day after the two of them left completely, a cloaked figure with a blurred figure, as if wandering outside the world, appeared silently in the ruins. At this time, the mayor of Silverwind City had ordered a temporary curfew near the ruins, and all idle people were not allowed to enter, and the city guards were closely guarded to prevent accidents. But none of the city guards guarding nearby noticed the appearance of the cloaked man, as if there was nothing there in their sight. After taking a quick look at the ruins, the figure was silent for a moment, and then entered the basement with a large hole torn open, with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was investigating something. Strange. The hiding effect here was intact before? What went wrong? After a moment, the figure frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Did the Empire's prophet get lucky? Did he use a special prophecy magic that was based on luck and just guessed it right? Or did he use some consumable prophecy items? After checking the surroundings, he took down a piece of brick left on the basement wall. A faint gray mist overflowed from his palm, wrapping the stone. He was going to use the prophecy spell to trace back the prophet, who cracked his proud spell this time to see who he was. Wherever there is a trace, there must be a trace. And the same is true for the prophecy spell. No matter who it is, since he has cracked his disguise fog, he will definitely leave traces of the spell at the level of destiny. Except for the one on the Sky City. He is not afraid of any other prophet. Even if it is really that person who took action this time. He has the confidence to cut off the connection in time and disguise to escape. But after a moment, the figure frowned again. In his special vision of destiny, there is no trace of spell left. It is empty, as if no one has cracked his spell. But the ruins in front of him clearly told him that his spell did not work. I am afraid that the other party has eliminated the traces of the prophecy spell again through extremely clever means. This was not only to avoid being traced, but also a warning and demonstration to him. There was no other valuable thing left. The figure put away the brick and prepared to destroy it separately later, and then disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in a secret underground base. The surroundings were anciently gray-black schist walls, with rough patterns carved on them, as if a strange humanoid creature was hunting a behemoth. This was originally a real ancient ruins, and after a simple transformation, it is currently one of their underground bases. After returning here, the hazy prophet did not stop, but went straight to the central hall of the ruins. There is a long table of black schist in the center of the hall, and high-backed chairs of the same material are placed beside the table. What is a bit strange is that there is a corresponding crystal ball on each chair. When he came to the long table, he reached out and pressed on the crystal ball on the first seat on the left. The crystal ball emitted a grayish-white light, and under this influence, the crystal balls on the other seats also began to glow. After a while, more than 10 people wearing black robes with the emblem of the door in the eye, with dark magic projections on their facial features, appeared in the air above the crystal ball. Grey Mist, why did you suddenly start summoning? The black-robed man with dark gold emblem lines at the head of the long table turned to the prophet and spoke hoarsely. I believe everyone has already known about the exposure of the Silverwind City base. The prophet in a gray cloak was concise. The 2 9th-level people have left. But when I went to the ruins to explore, I did not find any traces of the cracking of the prophecy spell left behind. It seems that a prophet who is far stronger than me has taken action. Chapter 274 Traitors and Rumors. You mean the one in the Sky City? Hearing this, the black-robed man sitting in the second seat on the right took over. It's possible. The gray-robed prophet nodded, neither denying nor confirming. I feel that the probability of him taking action in this matter is very small. But it is not ruled out that the True Knowledge Society paid a price that was enough to tempt him. At this time, the shadow of the black-robed man in the second seat on the left shook his head, not very optimistic about this hypothesis. So, Grey Mist, what do you think? The black-robed man in the first seat on the right side of the long table spoke at this time, looking at the only real person present, but his voice was a somewhat neutral female voice. I can't guess his thoughts. After all, he is the only 9th-level prophet on the continent. I don't know what he has seen, and I can't determine the reasons and patterns of his actions. The prophet called Grey Mist shook his head and did not express any opinion on this. Like those strangers? The third black-robed man on the right asked. As he spoke, his dark face turned slightly, as if he had accidentally glanced at the black-robed man at the end of the left side. The others also looked at him more or less. The latter was keenly aware of the gazes of the crowd, but did not say anything. He just put one hand on his chest and saluted everyone slightly. Almost. Dark Abyss. I think you can understand it this way. Grey Mist nodded casually to his question. In the eyes of many people, the behavior style of the prophet may be elusive. But in fact, it is just because the things seen are far different. It's like an ordinary person suddenly gets the news that his house will be struck by lightning and catch fire tonight. Then he will immediately move his property outside the house. His neighbors don't know about this. And when they see this person moving indoor items outside in a panic, they will think he is crazy or bewitched. Until that night, when lightning hits the house and the fire burns, they will regret it. But it will be too late. For us, he is like the only one who knows the news. And we are his neighbors who know nothing. Okay, Grey Mist. We understand what you mean. The black-robed man with a dark gold emblem at the head of the long table gently raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then, he looked at the black-robed man at the end of the left side of the long table, who had been the focus of everyone's attention. Zero. What do you think about this? Facing the invisible gaze of the leader and others, the black-robed man called Zero did not show any nervousness, but just crossed his fingers and spoke slowly. First of all, I must point out that I don't know much about high-level magic. Therefore, I will not analyze it from the perspective of magic. What I want to say is that you can actually consider it from another perspective. To achieve the effect of breaking the hiding of Lord Grey Mist without leaving any trace of spells, it does not necessarily require a very advanced prophecy magic, nor any other lost magic. But there is a traitor in our organization. Zero's words were like a depth charge falling, and the explosion caused a commotion among the crowd. It's not that no one thought of this possibility. On the contrary, more than half of the people present had this idea in their hearts. But no one really said it out loud. I know that this world may have some high-level contracts that can limit betrayal. But I believe that you should also have ways to circumvent or remove the restrictions of these contracts. Unlike others, Zero had no scruples about this, and even hinted intentionally or unintentionally that the traitor might be among them. Of course, all this is just my personal guess. The specific possibility depends on your own judgment. But I suggest that you might as well conduct an investigation inside our organization. Although the word used was you. Zero's eyes were always looking in the direction of the leader. He saw it very clearly that as long as his existence was beneficial to the leader and did not offend everyone, then there would always be a place for him here. As for other people who disliked him and even played dirty, as a player who didn't care about the level, he was least afraid of this. Let's put this topic aside for the time being. Whether it was someone who took action personally, or there was an insider, or the other party used a special item, it was not a problem that could be solved by simple discussion. Scanning the reactions of everyone present, the leader remained calm. Xing, how about leaving the investigation of the traitor to you? I will temporarily grant you special authority to mobilize all the resources of the organization without restrictions. Okay, Your Excellency the Chief. Hearing this, the shadow of the first black-robed man on the right nodded. Grey Mist, can you find a way to solve the problem of prophecy? I don't ask to stop that person spying, but at least be able to discover and warn in time. Then, the chief's eyes turned to Grey Mist. There are some new ideas. Perhaps through the method of fate grafting. A false fate mirror image can be added to the interference fog. Even if it is broken, it can also play the role of camouflage and warning. But this spell is not mature yet, and it will probably take some time to develop and study. The gray-robed prophet with a blurred figure said calmly. Okay. The leader nodded. Then, before Grey Mist develops a new stealth magic, please notify other members remotely, and do not gather in person recently to prevent sudden attacks from the enemy. Now, since Grey Mist has called for a meeting in advance, there is another thing you need to know. Due to the accidental exposure of the Silver Wind City base, the medium-sized nobles in the Empire that we contacted before have great doubts and distrust about us. The time for the change of the Web of Fate is approaching, and we need to make the Gloria Empire chaotic faster. Do you have any suggestions for this? As the leader's voice fell, everyone spoke up. How about continuing to support organizations such as the Shadowless Conclave and carrying out indiscriminate attacks on cities throughout the Empire? As long as we don't go to the Empire in person, the 9th level of the True Knowledge Society can't do anything to us. Perhaps we can control some of the small nobles and attack the students of the Professional Academy to create panic. Everyone, I have an idea. After everyone had finished expressing their opinions, Zero suddenly spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. Haven't we cooperated with the Shadowless secret meeting before? I have also heard about their recent attacks on many major cities in the Gloria Empire. Why don't we spread rumors among the people of the Empire, saying that the recent attacks were not attacks by the Shadowless secret meeting as the official said, but a conspiracy by those high-ranking nobles. They fabricated an organization that does not exist. And in its name, used the lower class people as sacrifices and experimental subjects. And carried out all kinds of shameful evil activities to incite conflicts between the upper and lower classes. People had different opinions on his suggestion. What's the point of provoking the lower class and the upper class to oppose each other? Even if the lower class people of the entire city are gathered, can't they be suppressed by high-level professionals with a wave of their hands? It was still the third black-robed man on the right, Abyss, who spoke up. He had long been dissatisfied with Zero, who was only of first-level strength but could sneak into their meeting table. But he was forced to not attack because of the pressure from the leader. Seeing an opportunity at this time, he directly spoke out to criticize. Chapter 275 Internal Struggle. I understand your doubts, Lord Anyuan. But for many things, direct use of force is not the best solution. Although he could feel the hostility in Anyuan's words, Ling didn't care. Perhaps most of the lower class people are indeed as you said. Even if they gather together, they can't shake the nobles and high-level professionals who are high above. But with a large enough base, there will always be a very small number of them who will experience adventures and become new strong people after experiencing various hardships. At this time, they must find a way to avenge the previous attack, which is equivalent to sowing the seeds of future unrest. Secondly, the reason why nobles are nobles is because of the existence of these lower class people. The rulers may have the same opinion as you, Lord Anyuan, and don't pay much attention to the spread of rumors. After all, after every similar disaster, there will always be such rumors. Rumors appear. They may follow the previous method of handling, forcibly suppressing these voices among the people and prohibiting them from discussing. Or they may not care at all and let these rumors disappear on their own. But now, the timing is different from the past. According to the prediction of Lord Grey Mist, the biggest impact caused by the changes in the web of fate will happen in the Empire next. At that time, when the attention of the top leaders is distracted by the changes, there will be fertile soil for the growth of resistance organizations. Therefore, as long as these rumors spread long enough and widely enough. But in the end, there must be some just professionals and nobles willing to stand up and speak for these attacked civilians. Maybe they are kind noble children who have been blinded and betrayed their class. Or maybe they are professionals who have been persecuted by nobles and want revenge. Maybe they are small and medium-sized nobles who want to gather strength and try to erode the assets of the upper class to make their families go further. But it doesn't matter. No matter what their purpose is, we can help them realize their dreams and make the different classes of the Empire fight each other to achieve the effect of making the Empire completely chaotic. After all, isn't our organization the gate of justice? At the end, Zero also made a cold joke. Everyone also understood what he meant. If it weren't for their dark faces, many people would have looked strange at this time. Forget it this time. Don't make such jokes next time. Zero. The leader spoke in a deep voice and knocked him slightly. I'm sorry, respected leader. Zero bowed again to apologize. He seemed to have a special liking for the etiquette of this world. Okay. Does anyone have any other opinions? After knocking on Zero, the leader looked at the others again. But no one responded. In that case, the above proposals will be carried out at the same time. Whoever proposed the proposal will be responsible for its implementation. The required resources can be applied to the organization after the meeting. As for Zero's suggestion, the Word of the Dead, Moon Shadow, and Web Weaver will be responsible for its implementation. How about it? Okay. Sorry. There was an accident in the underground world. The dark creatures deep underground suddenly showed a large-scale unknown movement. I need to discuss the guarding with the Dark Elf matrons urgently. And I don't have the energy to deal with other things for the time being. The other two accepted the task very straightforwardly. But the words of the dead could not get away because of something. Okay. Then this matter will be handled by the three of you for the time being. If others want to participate, they can apply for it after the meeting. The leader waved his hand. Then, I declare that this meeting is over. As his voice fell, all the crystal balls flashed, and the projections disappeared, leaving only gray mist still in the empty hall. But he did not leave immediately, but stood quietly by the long table. 6 minutes later, the mysterious leader and the crystal balls on the first 3 seats on both sides of the long table lit up again. What do you think of Zero and his suggestions? After everyone's images condensed, the leader looked at the 6 people again. Zero's suggestion was not complicated, and the implementation difficulty was almost zero. But according to his analysis, the effect was excellent. The suggestion is okay. But leader, why do we have to let this unknown stranger into our meeting? I think he might be the insider. As the leader finished speaking, An Yuan immediately complained. I also think that Zero is not trustworthy. After all, he is just a stranger, and all strangers are not trustworthy. At the same time, the shadow of the second black-robed man on the right spoke, also expressing his concern and rejection of Zero. But they do have completely different thinking patterns. Just like his suggestion, I think it is very feasible. The third black-robed man on the left, however, put forward a different point of view. He is a very good observation object, and the suggestions he put forward alone are very valuable. Moreover, he has no other authority except being able to participate in the meeting remotely, and he doesn't know the identity of any of us, so the probability of him being a traitor can be ignored. The second black-robed man on the left also expressed his opinion, thinking that Zero's problem is not big. Xing, Huiwu, what do you think? After listening to the opinions of the four people, the leader looked at the two chiefs on the left and right without comment. I am more curious about what kind of country and system their continent had before it sank. But unfortunately, no matter what method I use, I can't predict the specific sinking point of their continent. Gray Wu said with full interest. I think it's okay. Xing was concise. In that case, let's do it normally. Abyss, Traveler, you are also responsible for assisting Xing and investigating the traitor. The leader nodded and finally gave the order. His men had previously reported to him that this stranger who called himself Zero had wanted to join them many times and had been persistent. The members on the mission had killed him more than once. But each time, he was able to find the members of the organization who were carrying out the mission of going out to attack again through various means. The leader was aroused a little interest in him. So a month ago, after the members of the organization reported the killing of Zero for the 13th time, the leader issued an order. If you meet him again next time, take him to the designated location. There, the leader met him through remote projection. This stranger, who was only the first level, explained to him his analysis of the situation in the Empire and the Federation, and emphasized the information on which he made his inferences. The leader pointed out the errors in Zero's basic information and provided him with more secret information, intending to see how far he could analyze it. Relying on this information, Zero reanalyzed the situation on the spot, and compared with the predictions made by the prophet in the organization. His analysis accuracy reached an astonishing 80%. This really made the leader interested in him. So he decided to give this stranger a chance. A special seat in the high-level meeting. The meeting just now was Zero's second participation. 2 days later in the evening, the imperial capital, Palaxia. The Gloria Royal Opera House is located on the west side of the central city of the royal capital, and its history can be traced back to the early days of the founding of the empire. 3 imperial emperors, including Emperor Gloria, have personally come here to watch performances. Chapter 276 Invitation to Join. The Royal Opera House has a pearl-colored facade with reliefs, towering rock arch windows, and a huge platinum-colored dome. It has been renovated and rebuilt several times over thousands of years. At present, this magnificent building is one of the landmark buildings in the central city of the royal capital. Just like the huge crystal spire-like Imperial Royal Academy on the southwest side of the royal capital, and the glorious clock tower on the north side of the royal capital. The opera ticket that Anvis gave to the young knight Alyssa was scheduled for today. A carriage slowly stopped near the gate. After paying the fare, Alyssa gently jumped off the carriage. She was now wearing a dark blue off-shoulder dress, revealing her white and round shoulders and arms. The slender silver chain dotted between her white collarbones, making her look extremely delicate and elegant. Behind her, the coachman whipped again, and the carriage slowly drove away with the rumble of wooden rollers rolling on the stone pavement. What can I do for you, miss? After entering the quaint stone archway, a waiter in a neat tuxedo came forward. Hello. Please take me to my box. Alyssa showed him her ticket and glanced at the magic clock in front of the door. It was 7:50, and there were about 10 minutes before the opera tonight began. The waiter placed his fingertips on the corner of the golden ticket. An array of magic light flashed. Please follow me. After checking the ticket information, the waiter released the ticket, bowed slightly to the girl, and turned to lead the way. The box number 19 reserved by Avis was on the 4th floor of the opera house. The two walked up the VIP-only staircase covered with crimson carpet, and came to the dark wooden door with carvings in the box. After knocking on the door 3 times to inform the guests in the room that a new guest had arrived, the waiter opened the door for Alyssa, and then bowed again and left. In the box, Anvis, wearing a simple light white dress, sat on a seat by the window, looking casually in the direction of the hall and the stage, as if waiting for the opera to start. At this time, hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned his eyes slightly, and saw the night girl's burning golden red wavy long hair. So the boy stood up, put his right hand on his chest, and saluted the girl elegantly. "Welcome, Miss Alyssa. I'm sorry to only entertain you in the ordinary box on the 4th floor, but today I invite you in my personal name after all. It's not good to occupy the Olive Indie special box on the 5th floor, due to the special duplex structure of the opera house. The 5th floor is the best height for enjoying opera music. The exclusive boxes of royal members, the 4 dukes, and the marquises are all located on the 5th floor, and the other floors are open to other small and medium nobles. Nice to meet you, Avis. I think this place is good enough." Alyssa politely handed her hand to Avis, who took off his gloves and gently shook hands with the girl. "Well, can you tell me now what you want in return?" After shaking hands, the two sat down by the window of the box, and Alyssa asked her question again. "Of course, Alyssa, but the opera is about to start tonight. How about we discuss this matter after the first act of the opera?" Alyssa smiled, and at the same time, with a thought, the magic viewing mirror placed on the coffee table suddenly floated up and slowly floated in front of the girl. "Okay, Anvis, but please don't give me any more excuses, or I won't dare to accept your gift." Hearing his words, the girl nodded seriously and took the opera glasses, acting like a prim knight. Anvis chose tonight as the time for the invitation, and there was a good reason. Tonight, the Royal Opera House will perform the masterpiece of Master Casey French, the famous revenge opera Théosis, which is famous for its wonderful music and epic plot. The protagonist of the story, Théosis, is the son of a small noble who was framed by his enemies. When his family was destroyed, he escaped by chance. From then on, he hid in the dark and made a series of plans. In the end, he destroyed the enemy's family with a war and successfully avenged himself. At the same time, the Royal Capital Opera House also invited the famous bard who happened to travel to the royal capital, Loren Windtalker, to play the leading role in person, preparing to bring a grand performance tonight. About a minute later, the magic crystal lights in the hall dimmed, and the opera officially began. Beautiful background music sounded. The layered velvet curtain with golden tassels was pulled open, and the bright white lights gathered in the center of the stage, creating a lively scene like a noble dinner. The first scene was about the protagonist's father being framed by his enemies at a dinner, and then his family was ordered to be confiscated by the angry king of the kingdom, and how the protagonist, who happened to be out hunting at this time, fought wits and courage with the attacking enemies in the dark night of the storm, and finally fell into the huge waterfall in the dark and escaped. Because the actors and musicians tonight were all extraordinary, the whole performance showed a very high standard. As the first act was about to end, Avis put down his opera glasses and turned to look at the girl. At this time, the girl leaned forward slightly, leaning against the window, watching the performance intently with the magic opera glasses. Because of this posture, her well-proportioned and beautiful body curves were displayed in Avis' eyes without reservation. Looking at the young knight in front of him, who took off her armor and put on a dress, Avis suddenly remembered a law of physics. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity, and when the mass is large enough, even light will be attracted. So, Avis's eyes were instinctively attracted to the gravity source under Alyssa's collar for a moment. Just at this moment, the first act of the opera officially ended, and Alyssa put down her opera glasses and looked in the direction of Avis. "Okay, Alyssa, let's talk about tonight's business." Avis calmly turned his eyes back to the girl's face and looked into her beautiful golden red eyes. At the same time, a dark golden magic ring appeared in his hand. The surface of the ring was outlined with silver inscriptions, and a small pale blue unknown gem was embedded on the top. Handing the ring to the girl, Avis smiled and said, "As a return gift, on behalf of the Hidden Knowledge Secret Society, I sincerely hope to invite you to join." Hidden Knowledge Secret Society? Hearing this, Alyssa frowned slightly. Although she had never heard of this organization, She also understood that these strange secret organizations could not be added casually. If you are not careful, you will get into trouble. Can you briefly introduce what kind of organization this is? Of course. It's a very reasonable request. Avis nodded. In fact, the Hidden Knowledge Society is just a relatively private small group. Currently, there are only me and several other Premier students as members. The main purpose is to communicate and help each other. When members of the organization encounter some problems and troubles, they can seek help from other people in the organization. And, in order to maximize the safety of individuals in the society, our only way to meet is to use this magic ring to separate a wisp of spirit and enter the exclusive dream space to meet. Chapter 277 Opera Audience. In fact, the Hidden Knowledge Society was founded by Avis to attract some Premier students. Half a year ago, he asked the Duke for a dream connection artifact for the party, and then gave the magic ring used to connect the artifact to Claire, Albans, and other people he favored. Because he was worried that there would be a duplication of names with other organizations, he finally did not use the secret society, but gave this name to the players' organization. A private small group of only a few people. Is that all? Alyssa was a little surprised. She originally thought that Avis could invite them personally. Probably some mysterious organization that was hidden very deeply. What else? Do I have to threaten you to join some evil organization in the name of returning the gift? Avis smiled lightly and spread his hands to the girl whose cheeks were slightly red. Don't worry, Alyssa. In fact, other new members of the True Knowledge Society will also be recruited by people from other families and join some small groups after the assessment. This year, there was an accident, which prevented us from going to the gathering place in the first place. As a result, this step seems to be temporarily shelved. For example, the other two people who teleported away with us should have been recruited by other members of the True Knowledge Society. I just met you first. Alyssa. I understand. Avis. If that's all, then I agree to join you. After thinking for a while, Alyssa nodded and took the ring floating in front of her. Then, on behalf of the Hidden Knowledge Society, I welcome you to join. Alyssa. Avis smiled, picked up a slender goblet filled with light blue juice, and gently raised the cup to the young knight. Where there are people, there are factions, and the True Knowledge Society is no exception. At present, the True Knowledge Society is also subtly divided into multiple factions, led by the 4 major families and the royal family, as well as some neutral factions led by the major marquises. Choosing to join Ambus's small group naturally means joining Olivindi. Or to put it more broadly, the 4 major families. Usually, the gathering time is at midnight on the first day of every month. But you can activate this ring at any time and enter the dream space. Before using the ring for the first time, you need to inject your spiritual mark into the gem on the top of the ring to confirm your identity. There are currently free trade zones and task message boards there. There are some tasks that are not suitable for public release in the Academy. You can seek help from members here. In the future, if there are temporary special gatherings, they will also be notified in this ring. The appearance of the ring can be modified by your mind after you bind your identity, but it can only be changed once. Please choose carefully. When Alyssa confirmed that she had joined, Ambus began to carefully explain the use of the ring to the girl. The girl did as she was told. After a moment, the dark gold ring line began to become slender, and the color turned into a shiny golden red, just like her hair color. Just at this time, the short intermission ended, and with the slightly depressing background music, the magnificent opera began again. Now is the second act. The protagonist enters the cave under the waterfall. After killing the black water snake occupying the cave, he obtains the secret treasure of the ancient magic empire deep in the cave. Then, he changed his appearance, changed his name to Theosis, obtained the title by donating a huge amount of money, and re-entered the social circle of the kingdom. This scene used a lot of magic effects. From the dark waterfall, the cave, and the hideous giant snake, to the various treasures in the treasury, all of which were made up of real phantoms. Especially the giant snake. It was not an ordinary phantom, but a specially constructed phantom spirit that could withstand certain damage. Master Lauren's performance was very wonderful, and the illusionist behind the scenes was equally skilled. The movements of the giant snake were lifelike, under control. Whether it was the attacking movements, the painful posture when being hit, the hissing sound, and the spilled blood, they were all quite exquisite and vivid. As the second act ended, The audience stood up and began to applaud and cheer fiercely. "It's so lively." Putting down the viewing mirror, Alyssa couldn't help but exclaim, "Tonight's performance has a lot more guests than usual. This is thanks to Master Lauren's singing and acting skills. And his Windtalkers orchestra is also of very high quality." Taking a sip of light blue juice, Avis explained to the girl the special features of tonight's performance. "That's also amazing. In my family's territory, those opera houses are very deserted. For an opera performance, it's good if the hall can be half full." Alyssa shook her head and also took a sip of a glass of starfruit juice. "Speaking of the number of guests, I think there is a school that is very good at solving this problem." Speaking of this, Avis couldn't help but smile. Once there was an opera house that was not popular enough. One day, the local lord made an appointment with the owner of the opera house and visited it 3 days later. In order to show off, the boss gave his subordinates a death order: no matter what method you use to attract people, I want to see at least 80% of the seats filled with guests in the performance 3 days later. In fact, because the environment and actors there are very ordinary, not many people in the local area are willing to go to that theater to watch the opera. It is even worse to let people watch for free. It is not good to let the lord and the common people watch a free opera together. They thought about it for 2 days and finally came up with a good idea. So, on the day of the performance, the theater hall was really full of people. Want to know what method they finally adopted? What method? Listening to Avis's story, the girl was immediately curious. They recruited a necromancer to wake up a large number of skeletons overnight, and then put on cloaks and wigs of various colors on them to pretend to be living people. Anyway, the lord was sitting in a high-rise box, and he couldn't tell just by looking down. What about the other real guests? What to do? Alyssa couldn't help but burst out, worried about the other guests. Maybe it will feel a little cold, and there may be some bone-rubbing noises. Who knows? Anvis shrugged. Ghost soldiers. When the whole opera tonight ended, Anvis and Alyssa left together. But when the two were about to enter the stairs, an unexpected teasing voice suddenly sounded behind Avis. "It's really rare that our Lord Avis will have a day to enjoy the opera alone with a beautiful lady." Hearing this, Alyssa's face instantly turned red, and she instinctively took a step to the side and kept a distance from Avis. The latter turned around with a little surprise and looked at the source of the sound. "Harvey, you are here too?" Behind him, the blonde Harvey, holding 2 beautiful brown-haired and purple-eyed female companions, walked towards the two. The 2 girls looked almost the same, as if they were twins. At this time, seeing Alyssa's subtle movements, Harvey immediately understood. He had a good eye and could tell at a glance whether it was a female companion or a female friend. "How about it? Avis, don't you introduce this beautiful lady to me? This is my new friend, Alyssa. An excellent night." Glancing at him helplessly, Avis also introduced him to the girl. "This is Mr. Harvey. Harvey Craven, the dream lover of the noble girls in the capital. Nice to meet you, charming lady." Hearing Avis's formal introduction, Harvey immediately put away his playboy posture, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly to Alyssa very formally. While he was saluting, a hidden mental message was transmitted to Avis's mental sea. "Be careful. Avis, I got some news recently. Some people are going to test you. I don't know if you got the same news, but I have to remind you." Hearing this, Avis nodded slightly without any expression. Chapter 278 Crystal Egg Hatching. The news about Harvey brought back some memories of Avis. In the previous life, after little Avis chose the School of Change, someone in the academy also tried to test him. For example, someone was arranged to deliberately provoke him to see how he would respond, so as to judge his character and attitude. But the time was later. In fact, this is also a routine. But in this life, due to the predictions made in advance, this kind of temptation may be more radical. Although Avis had many thoughts in his mind, the transmission of spiritual information took only a moment. The next moment, Harvey stood up with a smile on his face, showing no abnormality. "Hello." Alyssa also politely returned the greeting to Harvey, but from her slightly cold eyes, it was obvious that she was not very interested in Harvey's playboy style. Seeing this, Harvey did not want to be boring himself. After saying hello to Avis, he found a reason and left with 2 female companions. After this brief episode, Avis took Alyssa back to the academy in the family's carriage. and some people who were interested could not help but see the two of them walking together. Those who also wanted to win over Alyssa should understand what this meant. Another day passed, and Avis finally returned to the tower of the mysterious academy, which he had not visited for a long time. When he just returned from the Federation, he did not go back to class immediately, but stayed in his residence for 2 days, staying indoors, and did not return to class until today. In these 2 days, he arranged more specific matters related to the player organization, including carrying some low-level tasks from the family and the academy for the players to take on, and finding some special personnel to be responsible for exchanging materials for the secret ceremony in the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce in the Empire and the Federation, issuing tasks and rewards, etc. At the same time, he also comforted Fiona, who was a little worried about his disappearance, seeing that Avis, who had been missing for several days, finally came to class. Most of the students were not surprised. Everyone has their own way of learning, especially magic. It may take several days to do an experiment when inspiration comes suddenly. Except for Claire and other classmates who have a good relationship with him. They asked about the reason why he didn't come to class, and no one else cared. Avis, have you heard? Gelka and Bob are in trouble, and they have been deducted credits by teacher Nancy. During the break, a girl with long light blue hair came to chat with Avis. She is Skylar, the daughter of a small noble, but she is very keen on gossip and well-informed. She always knows a lot of sensational new things in advance, and Avis has no rejection of her hobbies. And when listening, he always shows just the right amount of surprise and curiosity. So she always likes to share these news with Avis. Why? What happened? Avis was also happy to chat with her, since he hadn't been back for a while. He just wanted to know if there was any news about the academy. Well, I'm not sure about the details because I wasn't there at the time, but it is said that there was a special experimental accident. Skylar spread her hands, but she seemed to be very interested in discussing this matter. Experimental accident? What kind of experimental accident can there be in mysticism? Avis was a little surprised. It is true that accidents often occur when mages do experiments, but as magic laboratories have developed through generations, the protection capabilities have been very perfect, and experimenters will not be easily injured. That day, when the teacher was teaching everyone to deal with a crystal stone containing mysterious power, he accidentally made a mistake in an inscription. At that time, the light of the crystal instantly became extremely unstable. Fortunately, the teacher stabilized the magic in the crystal in time, quickly modified the abnormal inscription, and finally successfully eliminated the influence. As she said this, the blue-haired girl raised her mouth, looking a little gloating. And poor Gelka and Bob. They were too careless and repeated the teacher's experience completely. As a result, the crystal energy went out of control on the spot, and Bob was turned into a frog and needed to be kissed by the prince to change back. Gelka was half turned into a stone statue, and the teacher is still looking for a way to unlock the magic effect. Oh, gods! This is really serious. And Wazy shook his head speechlessly. It seems that they may need to recuperate for a while. But, Skylar, is there any other news worth mentioning? Other news? The girl thought for a while, and smacked her palm. By the way, I heard that the 9th prince of the royal family seems to be enrolled this year, but I don't know which branch he is currently in. Okay, Skylar, thank you for the news. Avis nodded and thanked the girl. After the class that day, Thorium suddenly sent an abnormal prompt. The state of the crystal egg in the laboratory has changed abnormally. This time it is likely to hatch. After seeing the news, Avis quickly returned to his residence. After entering the laboratory, he skillfully verified his mental power and opened the magic-repelling metal gate of the incubator. In the energy supply array of the incubator, the azure double-pointed prism crystal was flashing, and the flashing speed was obviously much faster than before. At the same time, the vortex part of it began to rotate slowly like a real vortex. It reflected the colorful light, as colorful as the sunlight on a soap bubble. Thorium, display the current data of the experimental subject, and call up the historical records at the same time. Looking at the crystal in the center whose appearance had changed drastically, Avis immediately issued an order to Thorium. Instructions accepted. As Thorium's magic sound fell, various data and indicator lines appeared in front of Avis, among which the core frequency of the crystal and its magic absorption speed changed the most. Smoothly increased the magic supply rate by 20%. Maintain high-density monitoring. and immediately stop increasing the energy supply if the crystal frequency changes negatively. After observing for a while, Avis issued an order to increase the magic transmission. When the crystal egg entered the current third state, Avis found that the energy input was already somewhat insufficient. Commands accepted. As Avis's orders were issued, the magic power transmission of the energy supply array was further improved. The magic circuit, which was originally only a faint blue light, emitted a bright glow, and a large amount of abundant and pure wind attribute magic power was continuously input into the crystal egg. With the infusion of a large amount of magic power, the crystal also underwent corresponding changes. The dazzling blue light began to accumulate gradually at the bottom of the crystal like water, and the liquid level began to gradually rise. As the light of the crystal gradually filled up, the rotation speed of the vortex became faster and faster. Crack. Finally, when the crystal's brilliance was completely overflowing and almost turned into a pure light ball of light blue, a crisp cracking sound came from the center of the light. The volume of the light ball expanded instantly, and at the same time, the brightness increased dramatically, becoming like a light blue blazing sun. The air was compressed by the suddenly expanding magic ball, and a circle of weak shock waves quickly spread out, blowing Avis's experimental uniform and light golden hair into a dance. Avis didn't care. He just condensed a black crystal lens to filter out too much stray light. In the center of the light ball, there was a translucent little creature with a body length of nearly 1 meter. Like a young dragon, it had beautiful wings with stardust constantly falling, similar in shape to the wings of a giant dragon. But there were 2 pairs of wings, and they were light blue and translucent like itself. The energy tentacles like streamers surrounded it, and it was not possible to determine what they were for the time being. The azure crystal had broken into multiple pieces, which were orbiting the central vortex like asteroids, seemingly the core of this strange little creature. Chapter 279 Dragon and Dinner. Thorium. Start the composite detection array and scan its data comprehensively. Looking at the pale blue translucent little creature that broke out of the shell, Avis casually ordered. Although it looks like a living thing, in Avis's perception, it is just like the previous egg, without any normal life fluctuations. Instructions accepted. Thorium's soft voice sounded, and on the walls around the incubator, multiple arrays lit up, releasing different spell effects and detection ripples, constantly sweeping over the strange little dragon in the center. And the little dragon had no special reaction to various detections, but just stretched out several energy tentacles floating around it, connected to the power supply array circuit on the ground, and continued to absorb the supplied magic power. After a moment, a series of data about its various attributes appeared on the magic light screen in front of Avis. The specific existence form of this little dragon is similar to that of elemental creatures, and 78.6% of its body is composed of pure wind elements. The rest is a kind of alien force with a unique frequency of fluctuation that is not recorded in the database. The results of the sound wave detection show that it has basically no entity, and the only thing that can be detected is the several pieces of crystal eggshell fragments. Moreover, it is a 5th-level creature as soon as it breaks out of the shell. Looking at the little dragon that is instinctively absorbing energy, Avis began to think about how to deal with it, whether from its origin, appearance, or its ability to directly absorb high-level magic array energy as soon as it is born. It has amazing talent and room for growth, just like all dragons. But in Avis's plan, he had already made special arrangements for the position of his companion summons. And this strange little elemental dragon was in a bit of a useless situation. Although it was indeed very extraordinary, it was only a larva after all, and it was not of much help to him for the time being. Of course, it was not bad as a special test subject and observation object. The most important thing was that Avis had no idea about the habits and abilities of this little dragon at present. He didn't know how to cultivate and feed it specifically. If it was just to provide energy, it might not be enough. All kinds of elemental creatures also need to eat some special substances to develop normally and improve their strength. For example, ice elements need to supplement the magic-rich 10,000-year ice, and storm elements need thunder vein stone cores and thunderstorm crystals. Forget it. Let's raise it first, and talk about other things later. If there is no problem, just give it to Fiona as a pet. While Avis was thinking, the little dragon in the magic barrier didn't know his fate, but just looked at him with 2 bright big eyes like white stars. It had stopped absorbing magic power at this time, and was curiously flying around in the barrier, observing this new world. when its two pairs of elemental wings flapped. It seemed to produce a special magic effect, interfering with a small piece of space, pushing it to fly in a similar way to teleportation. After thinking about it, Avis did not remove the protective barrier for the time being, but arranged for thorium to continue observing and recording. At the same time, he began to try to change the magic attribute of the input power supply array to see if the little dragon would react to magic of other attributes. What surprised Avis was that the little dragon showed a high adaptability to magic of different attributes. It tried to absorb some of the magic power of each element, and the scan results of thorium also showed that this absorption did not cause any adverse reactions, except that it would change the color of its body. At present, its body has been mixed into a colorful ball of light, and the vortex in the center is even closer to pure white. Avis is a little worried that it will explode suddenly in the next moment. At the same time, in the experiment, the radiation force field of the cursed ore seems to have some positive effects on it. When Avis set various metal ores into the barrier force field, it seemed to have a special liking for the green crystal, and would not let go of it. And thorium's test report also showed that the force field of the green crystal could make its core frequency fluctuate faster. This is a definite conclusion after comparing the changes before and after. After calling a pile of green crystals to pile in the hatching array, Avis left again and handed the task of feeding the dragon to thorium. Feeding summoned creatures is not a matter of one day or one night, and he has his own things to do. That night, a special gold-stamped invitation was delivered to Avis by a magic messenger. The content of the invitation was quite ordinary, inviting him to attend a noble dinner 2 days later. In the past, he rarely invited him to such social dinners, but this time was special. The organizer of this dinner was named Augustine, the current owner of this empire. After tapping his fingers on the table regularly and thinking for a while, Avis decided to go to the dinner. Although this was probably a test for him, he couldn't hide forever with the surname of Olivendi. 2 days later, Avis put on a pure white evening gown that was sent to him by the family chamber of commerce and tailored for him, and took a magic carriage to the venue. The location of this dinner is located in the upper city of the capital, a magnificent royal manor, Badro Manor, whose owner is the initiator of this dinner, the 7th Prince, Ville Augustine. The dinner is at 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the manor is already full of various carriages. Dozens of servants are busy in the garden, and there are already faint violin and black and white keyboard music sounds coming from the shutters of the manor in the distance. Under the guidance of the servants, Avis entered the luxurious hall of the manor inlaid with crystals and gems. The air was filled with the fragrance of vanilla, and everything was colorful. At this time, although the dinner has not officially started, the snow-white long table is already filled with all kinds of magical delicacies and fine wines, allowing all guests to enjoy freely. Avis's arrival caused a small commotion. Most people here knew him, or even if they had never met him, they knew his identity through magic projection. Soon, several noble young men of the same age came over and tried to talk to him, and they praised him personally without leaving any trace in their words. Avis handled several people with ease, and smiled and nodded from time to time, agreeing with their views. After all, this was not a gathering of the older generation of nobles, but a dance party within the academy, which was relatively pure and without so many intrigues. At the same time, he was also secretly paying attention to the people around him, ready to respond to possible temptations at any time. This dinner was a good opportunity. If he was the enemy of the family, he would also choose to arrange some people at the dinner and pretend to be an accident to test him. Sure enough, something soon came to him. Chapter 280 Probe. The incident started with a young man with light green hair who came over with a wine glass. Originally, his route had nothing to do with Avis, but when he passed by Avis, the young man stumbled without warning. Affected by this, part of the dark red wine in the cup suddenly splashed out and splashed on Avis's back. However, the wine just left the cup not far away, and it seemed to be stagnant in the air, as if it had lost gravity. The star-like transparent dark red wine reflected the brilliance of the crystal chandelier, like a piece of beautiful gem. At the same time, the young man who seemed to be about to fall was also stagnant. After deliberately stumbling, he wanted to adjust his posture to stand firm, but suddenly felt his feet slip and his body completely lost balance. At the same time, he only felt that his mental power was completely imprisoned in an instant and could not be mobilized. He waved his arms in vain and was about to fall forward completely. However, at the moment of falling, His body was also tilted and solidified in midair. Then, under the influence of an invisible force, the young man's body stood up again, and the spilled wine returned to his cup, stirring up a small vortex. Please be careful of your feet, sir. Even if there is a carpet, it is not necessarily safe. Don't be tripped again. After using mental power to straighten him, Avis turned around, with a warm smile on his face, staring into the young man's light green eyes, and gently raised his hand and patted his shoulder. 10. Thank you very much for your help, sir. After standing firm again, the young man stammered to express his gratitude to Avis, and then hurriedly got into the crowd, not daring to look Avis in the eye again. He himself also has the strength of the second-level intermediate. Avis can completely block his mental power with the level of the third-level primary. I am afraid that his real combat power has reached the level close to the fourth level. Seeing the young man's embarrassed performance, some other people hesitated for a moment, weighing their own strength in their hearts, and secretly comparing themselves with the young man. This is exactly the effect that Avis wants to achieve, showing part of his strength and warning those who are not strong enough that there is no need to continue to harass him. At the same time, seeing this scene, the few people who talked to him were also a little surprised. But they were not particularly surprised. After all, he is the descendant of Duke Carrot. If he is not strong, it would be abnormal. The episode just now made Avis's side quiet for a while. But it was only calm for a moment. And the accident happened again. Please make way, sir. A slightly sharp voice sounded from behind. Avis turned around and saw a young man with brown hair, golden eyes, a slightly thin figure, and a pair of triangular eyes. He was wearing a slightly fancy royal blue long dress, embellished with gold, rubies and emeralds. Although it was equally gorgeous, it brought out the temperament of a nouveau riche. Although facing Avis, the man still raised his head slightly like a proud rooster, looking a little arrogant. At the same time, when the distance was close enough, one could feel the faint breath of the third-order limit emanating from him. After a simple look at him, Avis took 2 steps to the side and made way for the long table. Please make way, sir. But the boy did not give up. After taking some caviar casually, he turned around and deliberately walked towards Avis again, looking at him with slightly provocative golden brown eyes. Avis frowned slightly. He was now completely sure that this seemed to be another person trying to test him. The eyes around him were immediately focused on him. Many people were looking forward to what Avis would do in the face of such a provocation. All his brothers had experienced the scene. And now, it was his turn. Facing the provocative behavior of the young man, Avis was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. Sir, can I understand that this is a provocation to me? How could it be? Sir? The young man spoke arrogantly. Fearless. It's just that the position you are standing in just happened to block my way. So, can you please get out of the way? He had already received a hint from the 7th prince. He only needed to find a way to test Avis. All subsequent problems, the power of the 7th prince would take care of him, and would provide him with a lot of resources in return. You are quite presumptuous, and you are still using my tolerance as a capital for your presumptuousness. Avis replied calmly. Of course, I can understand your behavior to some extent. After all, a dog with someone on a lead will always bark more fiercely. But tonight, the host of this dinner is His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. You casually make trouble before the official opening of the banquet. Can I understand that you don't even care about His Royal Highness now? You? The young man Anvis was a little speechless after a series of words. His face flushed, and he didn't know how to fight back for a while. The 7th Prince of the Empire has arrived. At this time, the servant suddenly reported. A tall figure wearing a pure black dress with gold edges and a wavy scarf of the same style appeared at the foot of the stairs, with a pitch-black gem on his chest, which was very eye-catching. He was the initiator of this dinner, the 7th Prince of the Empire, Augustine Valero. Welcome, Mr. Olivendi. Are you used to the environment here? After glancing at the situation in the dinner hall, Prince Viller came over and greeted Anvis elegantly, and at the same time naturally relieved the young man's embarrassment. The 7th Prince has eyes as dark as night, and dark purple hair color unique to the royal family. The eye color is inherited from his mother, Princess Vanya, the 6th daughter of Marquis Bashim. Nice to meet you, His Highness Augustine. Anvis also smiled and saluted the prince, too lazy to pay attention to the young man, letting him slip into the crowd. At the same time, The information about the seventh prince flowed through his mind. Prince Weller is a staunch conservative who likes luxurious decorations and refuses all reforms and changes. At the same time, he has a strong desire for conquest and ambition. In the previous life, when the empire was in turmoil, he often led the army to suppress the rebellion in the territory. I know you, Lord Anvis. I have heard about some of your deeds. The prince nodded slightly to him. Just after entering school, you can crack the mysterious items, acquire most of the cursed lands on the market, and create cursed flying dragon trade products that are very popular throughout the continent, counting the deeds of Anvis that are almost well known. The seventh prince finally changed the topic, as if unintentionally. Also, I heard that you recently established a foreigner organization. Anvis immediately understood his implication. At present, establishing a foreigner organization is not a good reputation among the nobles, but a synonym for fantasy. Just an attempt. Anvis chuckled and nodded in agreement. I heard that it is difficult to establish a foreigner organization, so I want to try. Chapter 281 Attack and Defense. I see. Sufficient self-confidence is a very valuable quality. Nodding gently, Prince Willard gave a half-truthful compliment and then changed the subject. Well, Lord Anvis, I heard that you were attacked by an unknown enemy in the previous trial, destroying the entire trial world, and you managed to escape at the last moment and achieve the fastest passing record in history. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to tell this legendary experience to satisfy my curiosity. Of course, Your Highness Augustine. I think there is nothing worth hiding. Anvis nodded with a smile. Just like the famous Bardahana standing on the pure white platform and giving a speech to the crowd in the capital. At that time, we were hunting a dream beast. When we were about to annihilate it, a secret magic item on my body suddenly glowed, reminding me that a huge crisis was approaching. So, we sped up the clearance speed and used the high-level self-defense secret treasure provided by the family to barely escape before the world was destroyed. In addition, due to the influence of the space-time turbulence caused by the collapse of the dream world, the teleportation array could not be located. We had to modify the teleportation array inscription and change the fixed-point teleportation to a fuzzy teleportation of the entire Yar continent. I don't know what happened to the others in the end, but Alyssa and I were randomly teleported to the Ill-Free Federation. Although this allowed us to escape successfully at the last moment, we missed the opportunity to go to the venue as soon as possible. Thinking about it now, it is a bit regrettable. As he said, Avis pretended to sigh and shook his head, as if he really regretted it. These enemies are so rampant. It's time to clean them up. The seventh Prince Weller was indignant, and seemed to be angry about what happened to Avis. Indeed, but my father has secretly captured several suspected enemy members in the Federation, and they are being interrogated. I believe there will be a result soon, so we can find out the true identity of these enemies. Unable to figure out the intention of Prince Weller's mention of this matter, Avis threw out the latest progress of the matter, and stared at him as if unintentionally, ready to see his reaction. I see. Prince Weller just nodded slightly. However, I accidentally learned a piece of gossip whose authenticity was questionable. At that time, it seemed that Sir Avis personally modified the inscription of the special teleportation array. As he said, he couldn't help but laugh, spreading his hands. To be honest, when I first heard the news, I also felt that it was a bit exaggerated. It's just that I am a person with a strong curiosity. If I encounter some strange things and can't figure out the answers, I tend to think about them and even have trouble sleeping. However, since you are in front of me, Avis, I came to you for verification as soon as possible, no matter what the result is. It is better than guessing it myself. You mean that? A flash of understanding flashed in Avis' eyes. It was probably because his previous emergency modification of the inscription had spread. It is normal for this situation to occur. The magic circle that was originally used for fixed-point transmission suddenly became random transmission. Anyone would investigate it afterwards. And the other people who participated in the trial with him must not be able to hide the detection of polygraph magic. Also, professionals still can't sleep well? Do you need me to provide some sleeping incense for hunting animals? A lethal dose. In fact, that is not my own power, but a special magic item. Shaking his head, Avis flatly denied the prince's guess and began to talk nonsense. Before I participated in the trial, the Duke gave me a talisman and warned me to activate the talisman when I was in danger. When the crisis came, the teleportation array was seriously disturbed, and could not be located. In this situation, I activated the talisman. After being activated, the power of the talisman suddenly attached to my body, controlling my body to modify the inscription lines, so that we were able to successfully teleport and escape. He had communicated with the Duke in advance about this matter, and was prepared to deal with it. The camouflage effect of the dark side of the moon can even modify the frequency of personal mental power, naturally including dealing with most lie detection magic, which he had already tested privately. Feeling the necklace on his chest that had never changed and fixed the lie detector magic formula, Prince Willer couldn't help but frown slightly, and then relaxed again, although it was inconsistent with his previous guess. After all, Avis had just been enrolled for a year, and it was not surprising that he could not do this by himself. No longer entangled in this matter, Prince Willer changed the subject again. I have heard that in the Kingdom Federation, the speed of construction development is quite fast, since Lord Avis has just returned from there. I wonder what you think about this. It is indeed developing very fast, Your Highness Augustine. But I think, compared with our powerful empire, it is not worth mentioning. Avis shook his head and waved his hand nonchalantly. Hearing the answer, Willer's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Avis with a friendlier look. No need to be so formal. Avis, although I am a prince, I was once a member of Pamir Academy after all. If you don't mind, just call me Willer. Is this a prelude to winning me over? Okay, Your Highness Willer. A thought turned in his mind, and Avis answered readily. Very good. What I want to say is that your point of view is very correct. Avis, although it looks very prosperous now, the development path of magic guide construction is a dead end. Prince Willer nodded and said something shocking. Your Highness Willer, are you not optimistic about the development of construction? Avis tilted his head slightly and asked knowingly. It's not that I am not optimistic, but the emergence of construction has destroyed the rules of the game. When it comes to this, Prince Willer's interest in talking suddenly rises. Oh, why is that? Hearing this, Avis's eyes suddenly showed a hint of confusion, as if he didn't understand for a moment. Before the appearance of the construct, you could master the power of the level you reached, just like an ordinary third-level professional, who can't rely solely on his own strength to exert the power of a fourth-level professional. When Prince Willer said the word ordinary, he glanced at Avis and deliberately emphasized his tone. Magic and power were originally the patents of professionals, but the appearance of the construct broke this situation. When an ordinary person puts it on, he can immediately exert the destructive power equivalent to that of a low-level professional. When a low-level professional puts it on, he can directly compete with a mid-level professional. As he spoke, the prince raised a finger. You may want to say that some alchemical items can also do this, but the construction is an all-round fixed strength increase, while the alchemical items only increase the user's strength in proportion. Also, the price of alchemical items is extremely expensive, and the materials are rare and difficult to manufacture. The price of the construction is much cheaper, and it can be mass-produced in factories very easily. Maybe these are its advantages, but I am not optimistic because it breaks the rules of the game. Because of this, it will definitely not get the support of most of the 9th level extremes. At this point, Prince Willer's eyes, as dark as night, turned and stared at Avis's blue eyes with a faint magical glow. I think you should understand, Avis, those so-called construction troops are just a group of fragile toys in front of the 9th level extreme professionals. No matter how many come, they will never be able to compete with any 9th level extreme. Chapter 282, Is There a Prince Who Has Lived for 600 Years? Avis nodded with a clear look. A very standard conservative aristocratic point of view. They did not really not see the advantages of magic construction. They were just worried that the emergence of construction would lead to major changes in the underlying game rules, which would be detrimental to the current stable rule. The source of the construction came from the Mainland Magic Council and the Sky City. Although the conservative leaders were helpless, they could strictly limit the use and popularity of folk construction. Prince Willer's point of view was theoretically correct. The development of magic construction does have an upper limit, and the biggest limitation is the performance of the material, which makes them particularly vulnerable in front of high-level strongmen. If Ambus had not seen the drastic changes in the future, he would probably have the same view as the conservatives now, because the scenes of those top-level strongmen taking action were really too shocking. Once, several tourist players who went on sea adventures encountered the battle between Mystery Seeker Alvani, one of the chairmen of the Magic Council, and a giant sea monster. At the beginning of the video, only a faint human-shaped dot can be seen in the sky waving his hand. The next moment, with his action, the entire ocean that seemed to have no end was instantly suspended upside down. The dry seabed was briefly exposed to the air, and strange corals and seabed shells could be seen. Seaweed as tall as giant trees. Huge unknown skeletons and other debris were scattered in the sediment layer, and some fallen deep-sea fish were still struggling and jumping in vain in the mud. The players in the video also failed to escape the range of this move, but a transparent bubble protected the ship they were riding. The next moment, all the seawater hanging high in the sky froze into transparent ice in a breath, turning into a whole dark blue sky. Players could even see the frozen fish in the water through the ice, as well as a huge shadow that was also imprisoned. Then, the sky and the earth collided, because the sound waves at the moment of the collision were too huge. The whole world was strangely silent for a moment. The players who recorded the video were also not immune. They were deafened by the huge sound and even lost some blood. Anyone who has seen such a terrifying power, like a natural disaster, would doubt whether it can be overcome by human power. Your words make sense, Your Highness Willer. There is indeed no future for simply relying on the development of constructs. Although he disagreed with the conservatives' ideas in his heart, Ambus said something else. I think those people in the Kingdom Federation are just like ordinary people who fall into a pond because they are suppressed by the glory of the Empire and can't breathe. Even if it's just a straw floating on the water, they must hold on tightly. This metaphor is very good, Lord Anvis. That's right. The construction is just prosperous. But in fact it is like a straw floating on the water, and it will only sink to the bottom of the water with the person who catches it. Hearing Ambus's answer, Prince Willer's eyes lit up, nodded in agreement, and was very satisfied with Ambus's point of view. He had heard that in the Olivendi family, the Grand Duke and his wife Carrot seemed to be reformists, but one of their 9th-level extreme elders was a conservative. Now it seems that Avis has not been affected by his father's wrong path, but still maintains the correct concept. He has no doubts, because language can be hypocritical, but some subtle expressions will reveal the true thoughts. After all, Avis is just a premier student who has just been enrolled for a year. He is not deeply influenced by this society, and is far from being able to be as inconsistent as those sophisticated nobles. When Avis expressed these views, his expression and demeanor were extremely natural, indicating that he fully agreed with what he said. In this case, Lord Avis, I have a piece of advice for you. Thinking of this, the prince was in a good mood and couldn't help but want to give Avis a few words. I will listen carefully. Your Highness Willer. Avis smiled and saluted slightly. Your Excellency Avis. Making friends is a very important thing. Prince Willer nodded and spoke with the look of an experienced person. In our position, even if our own strength is still very weak, our identity background alone will lead to our influence far greater than our own strength level. It is better to choose some people who can help you as friends, rather than those whose status is too different. This is not good for both parties. What do you think, Your Highness Weiler? What do you mean? Amwise frowned slightly. Nothing. Weir suddenly smiled and stopped talking about it. Just then, the soothing background music in the hall changed from Roka's Night to Tivoli's famous Work Forest Dream. Well, it's time for the dinner. I wish you a good time. Late at night, Avis returned to Pamir Academy from the Royal Manor, took out the letter from the magic mailbox, and returned to his study. After lighting the warm yellow magic crystal table lamp on the desk, Avis casually swept an ancient stone slab on the table to the side, absent-mindedly dropped the letter on the table, and was still thinking about the dinner. Slightly different from his previous expectations, there was no overly radical temptation at this dinner, but still some routine items. Of course, it may also be caused by underestimating his strength. After all, his current personal strength can only be described as weird, because he had complete memories in his childhood. He controlled himself according to the memory of the 7th-level magician, and the absorption effect of various treasures was far beyond that of normal children, forcibly raising his talent foundation to almost the same level as Fiona. Afterwards, the mysterious old secret scripture forcibly raised his rank, making his strength almost return to the heyday of his previous life. Even if only a small part is revealed, it is not something that ordinary Pamir students can touch. Prince Willer's purpose is obvious. After a brief test, His Royal Highness intends to win him over. Although the 4 major families and the royal family are now somewhat at odds, power is power and individuals are individuals. Emperor Gloria did not have a term of office, just like the founding Emperor Gloria I, who was only in office for 300 years, while Gloria II was in power for a full 1,500 years. Now it is Gloria III, who is in his prime, and has been in power for less than 700 years. If there is no major accident, he may be able to continue to serve for another 1,000 years. In other words, these princes and princesses have been crown princes for more than 600 years. And they may continue to be crown princes. Who can bear this? And since you can't bear it, you need to find a way to improve your own strength. Win over the strong. And get the support of more imperial nobles, so that your power and strength are enough to be the emperor. After all, Gloria III came to the throne in this way. Chapter 283, Fighting Poison with Poison. After analyzing the gains of the dinner, Avis stopped thinking about it, raised his hand to draw a magic circle with frost lines, and unlocked the crystal bird secret pattern on the surface of the letter. Pulling out the light yellow letter paper, Avis slowly unfolded it. The letter contains some of the latest information about the family, still written by Butler Leonard. Duke Carrot has created a new high-level secret method that can greatly increase his own mental activity in a short period of time, and asked to be the first to inform this item. There are signs of new resistance organizations in the territory of his eldest brother Raymond. Raymond has arranged people to search for their bases and leaders, but the effect is not good. The popularity rate of provincial constructed trains has reached 27%, and the connection rate of major cities has reached 48%. Olive Indy College was attacked by the enemy, and 2 students were accidentally injured. The murderer was a guard of Viscount Cack, who has now committed suicide out of fear of crime. A large-scale rumor appeared in the city of Carlos. It was rumored that the reason for the attack on the city was actually the secret weapon test of the Olive Indy family. Negative rumors of varying degrees also appeared in other areas of the province. The family has sent people to suppress them, but the results are average. When seeing this item, Avis's finger paused slightly, and then continued to move down. There was nothing special to pay attention to in the following few items. After reading all the recent new news, Avis's eyes refocused on the rumor. Large-scale rumors appeared in Carlos? Rubbing the smooth letter paper with his fingertips, Avis's thoughts suddenly returned to the historical process of his previous life. In his previous life, before the large-scale emergence of the Empire's civil resistance organizations, there was indeed such a period of time when rumors were everywhere. These rumors were not only circulated in the province of Carlos, but also broke out throughout the Empire. The content was basically unfavorable to the 4 major families and the royal family, and attributed the real reasons for all the attacks to the conspiracy of the Empire's top leaders. The Empire's top leaders did not care about this at first, but just adopted the conventional suppression method to forcibly suppress the rumors. In the past, this kind of suppression has been effective, but unexpectedly, the scale of the rumors has become more and more intense this time. In addition, the energy of the Empire's top leaders at that time was mostly involved in other things, and there was a gap in the management of the Empire, and the unrest began. People's words are terrible. This is a word that Enwazi deeply understands. After experiencing the influence of the information age, he is very clear about the weight and harm of these rumors. People are often more willing to believe some gossip they overhear by accident, rather than the truth that others actively tell them. Rumor governance is always a difficult task. As in this incident, there is obviously a behind-the-scenes pusher, which leads to the speed and area of the spread of rumors. Fortunately, after years of thinking, Avis has come up with a solution to this problem. Suppression by force is a very inefficient approach, and for him, the best way is to fight poison with poison. To fight rumors with rumors. When there are too many versions of rumors, people will find it difficult to distinguish, and don't know which one to believe. Moreover, people are always more willing to believe the conclusions they draw based on their judgment. The best person to carry out the task of spreading rumors is the player organization he has just formed. After all, what players are best at is this kind of muddying the waters and getting benefits. Thinking of this, Avis wrote another letter, in which he explained his thoughts. He sealed it with magic and sent it back. 1 day later, the players who joined the secret ceremony were surprised to find that the task hall updated 2 top tasks, with obviously richer rewards than other tasks, and almost no challenge level. Spread rumors. Task introduction. The task publisher needs some people who know how to spread some special news. The truth of the city attack. The real culprit is not the Olive Indy family, but someone else. They intend to frame others, and let the Olive Indy family fight against each other. While they hide in the dark, ready to wait until the Olivendi family is dragged down, and then come out to reap the fruits of victory. Be careful not to be used for nothing. You don't even know it. As for the identity of the real murderer, whoever benefits the most from the rumor incident is the mastermind behind the attack. Hostile forces? Small and medium-sized nobles who want to rise to power. I didn't say anything. You said it yourself? Mission goal: let as many natives as possible know about these rumors. Mission reward: for each person promoted, 3 points of contribution to the secret ceremony camp will be awarded, with no upper limit. Eliminate the enemy. Mission introduction: unknown hostile forces are still spreading rumors. Eliminate them. Mission goal: eliminate other people who spread rumors that are unfavorable to the Olivendi family. Mission reward: for each person captured/killed alive, 150 points of contribution to the secret ceremony camp will be awarded, with no upper limit. Yu Xiang, what do you think our camp has updated these 2 tasks? Looking at the 2 most recent high-cost effective tasks, Light and Shadow. Ji Chong Kong looked at his companions. I told you not to call me Yu Xiang. Ingji. Light and Shadow. Flying Goldfish glared at his companions, and then began to analyze. It is obvious that behind our camp should be the Olivendi family, or forces related to it. Otherwise, there would be no such obviously high-cost effective top tasks to help the Olivendi family reverse the rumors. Our task release and reward exchange NPC are all standing in the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce. Do you still need to analyze this? Hearing this, Ji Chong Kong couldn't help but look contemptuous. Then tell me, what did you analyze? Flying Goldfish was angry. I know why I asked you. Ji Chong Kong looked at him strangely, his eyes full of why would you ask such a question, which made the goldfish very angry. They are members of the game guild Light and Shadow under the White Light Club, which is equivalent to the talent screening base of the White Light Club. The club recruited players to join the guild by casting a wide net, and then absorbed the most elite players into the team. However, since the Mystic Era has not yet opened the guild function, they can only identify their identities by temporarily changing their character names. Since Tiramisu reported Avis's intelligence to the club last time, the club's top management has attached great importance to it. Then, Avis revealed to the last Dragonborn that the secret ceremony was founded by himself. And then through him, he revealed the news to the White Light Esports Club. The club studied the camp rules of the secret ceremony, and suddenly found that it seemed to be similar to the rules of the player guild. After studying it, the club decided to let its members temporarily attach to the secret ceremony to brush up their contributions before the official game updates the guild function. After all, it is a pseudo-high-level camp, and the camp contribution of the secret ceremony is very precious. In the list of camp stores that players can access, the highest level even has a 7th level magic weapon. Of course, its price is also daunting: 420,000 camp contribution points. Chapter 284 Battle of the Camps. Yu Xiang, have you noticed that this second mission should be a camp confrontation mission? After a moment of silence, Ji Chong Kong looked at his companions, and suddenly spoke. You are right, Ji. After all, the mission uses the word hostile forces. Flying Goldfish rolled his eyes, and responded with the contemptuous tone of Ji Chong Kong just now. No. What I mean is that we are now joining a high-level camp. Right? Ji Chong Kong did not respond to his companion's ridicule, but just spoke calmly. You are right. And then what? Flying Goldfish did not understand what he meant for a while. The enemies of the high-level camp should be the same high-level camp, but the challenge level of this mission is only 20+. As a top mission of a high-level camp, since the challenge level is not high, the problem can only be in the scale. Ji Chong Kong analyzed slowly. Therefore, I suspect that the scale and scope of this confrontation may exceed our imagination. I think you have some truth. After listening to his companion's analysis, Flying Goldfish couldn't help but glance at the second task again. At the same time, he suddenly remembered the entry tasks of those peripheral members, and when he thought of the number of peripheral members, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. And Wazy founded the secret ceremony and issued the task of recruiting people, which attracted the attention of not only Baiguang Esports, Silver Blue, Stardust, and some other small clubs were also attracted by this special NPC camp that suddenly spread among players. After some research, they also decided to let their subordinate guild members join the secret ceremony. However, the difference from Baiguang is that they did not require all members to join the secret ceremony, but adopted an attitude of neither encouraging nor stopping. Unlike Baiguang, who was ready to bet on Avis. Other clubs had not yet come into contact with Avis, knew little about the power of the secret ceremony, and learned the news later than the Baiguang Club. But even so, the secret ceremony successfully obtained a terrifying tens of thousands of formal and peripheral members in less than half a month. The rule set by Avis for the secret ceremony is that peripheral members can also directly accept tasks and do tasks. However, they need to complete the task of inviting new members to join the club, or their total contribution points reach 2,000 before they can officially open the exchange store. Before obtaining formal membership, they can only see their contribution point balance and product list, and cannot exchange items. Moreover, contribution points cannot be transferred. As Avis's series of arrangements were released, the bottom situation of the Carlos province suddenly changed. Duke Carrot no longer sent people to suppress the rumors, including some other large cities in the province that were directly ruled by the Olivindi family. The city guards, who had been searching for people who spread rumors, disappeared. All the people who were responsible for handling the rumors were withdrawn and returned to their original positions. It seemed that the upper echelons had lost the patience to deal with them and began to let the rumors run wild, intending to let them die out as time went by. In the eyes of some people with ulterior motives, this scene was undoubtedly a reflection of the Olivindi family's indifference to this. But before they could be happy for long, the rumors among the people suddenly changed. 800,000 people in Carlas were going crazy behind the attack of the terrifying monster. It turned out that the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes was trying to stir up trouble. A horrifying and terrifying secret. The mastermind behind the monster attacking the city was someone else. How did he do it? The monster attacking the city was commanded by Earl Eleanor. Earl Eleanor was present when the slums were destroyed. Before Earl Eleanor summoned the monster to attack the city, he went to his father's grave to pay homage. During the process, he suddenly heard a strange noise in the grave. When he dug up the grave, he found that his father was playing arcane cards in the grave, except for a certain unreliable one. When these other rumors spread, they immediately reversed the previous public opinion situation in Carlas province. At the same time, when the mission really started, the players of the Secret Ceremony Club, who were originally worried that the number of targets would be too small and not enough for everyone, suddenly found that the number of enemy players who took over the rumor spreading was unexpectedly large. Thus, the largest player faction war since the server was launched swept across the entire province of Carlas like a sudden storm. Unlike the open and above-board existence of the secret society, the people of the Door in the Eye only dared to secretly send people to issue tasks, and even dared not to contact the players who accepted the tasks too many times due to the fear of being found out. Therefore, the players who accepted the task of spreading rumors from some mysterious people did not get the information of the countertask in time, except for some who got the news from their friends early and stopped temporarily, and a few who also joined the secret society and found that the rewards of the secret society were more generous than those of the Door in the Eye, and turned to defect. The rest of the players were attacked by a large number of players from the secret society. Although they were intentional, the players who spread rumors suffered heavy losses due to the high death penalty and the obvious large number of the other party. Most of the players who resurrected did not immediately seek revenge or continue to complete the task. Instead, they temporarily hibernated and began to search the player forum for what was going on. Then, they also learned about the task of the secret society. Some players directly chose to defect to the secret society and began to promote the secret society. And by the way, they took revenge and complained. In the death information on the system panel, the cause of death and the name of the murderer can be seen, and other people will not intervene in this internal struggle, leaving them to solve it themselves. As time went on, there were even a small number of players who spread two rumors at the same time with the mentality of I want it all. Their method of completing the task was to first spread the rumor about the Door in the Eye and complete the task of one party. After that, they denied it and supplemented it with a rumor about the secret society to complete the task of the other party. Of course, this is not safe, and it is easy to overturn both sides. Only some real warriors dare to do this. At the same time, several players and natives who spread rumors were captured by the secret rituals and imprisoned in the prison of Carla City, which has been expanded 4 times. Although the players are more willing to directly turn the enemies into experience, there will always be a few exceptions when the base is large enough. For these captives, and Wazy arranged for someone to record the confessions of the rumor spreaders and the things assigned by the people behind the scenes with the crystal ball. and then broadcast them to the public all day. After this wave of reversals, the direction of public opinion suddenly changed. Many ordinary low-level professionals suddenly realized, feeling that they were foolishly used as guns for free. They immediately directed their anger at those small and medium-sized nobles. Some people who had previously watched from the sidelines now felt that they were very wise not to rush to make judgments. Looking at the professionals around who were deceived, they suddenly felt a sense of superiority in IQ. Of course, there are also some people who say they don't believe anything and insist that the mastermind behind the scenes is the four major families. The so-called truth now is just deliberately fabricated by people who want to whitewash the four major families. However, these people are the least in number in the end, and are despised by the first and second types of people. Chapter 285 Reactions from all parties. Originally, seeing that the voices of the people were extremely unfavorable to the high-level rulers, some small and medium-sized nobles were secretly happy, but they were not happy for long, and suddenly found that the fires seemed to burn themselves. They hurriedly tried to find a way to remedy the situation and try to turn the rumor back. But unfortunately, their behavior was not as professional as Avis. Avis not only arranged players to spread all kinds of rumors, but also sent a large number of low-level professionals to pretend to be the first and second types of people. That is, those who realized that there was someone else behind the scenes. They began to stand on the high ground of IQ and despise those who still believed that the mastermind was the Olivendi family. After being questioned and despised many times, many third-type people began to doubt whether they were really wrong. However, although the response of these small and medium-sized nobles was not up to par, the Gate of the Eyes quickly reacted. They sent their men to pretend to be rational, neutral and objective passing professionals, and in turn began to question whether the first and second types of people were brainwashed by the rulers. Or maybe they just took the bounty from the Olivendi family and jumped out to whitewash them. The first and second types of people were not willing to be outdone by being accused of being brainwashed for no reason. And they also accused the other party of receiving benefits from the mastermind behind the scenes. So they jumped out to throw dirty water on the rulers. In the process, there were also many truly neutral professionals who were involved for no reason. They were sprayed for no reason, and immediately turned black and joined one of the camps. There were even some people with hot tempers who could not argue and took action on the spot, beating the other party's dog brains out and forcing them to agree. During this process, the players had a lot of fun. This super large player event, which covered the entire province of Carlos and had tens of thousands of players participating, was the first to appear after the server was launched. After discovering that the support from the forces behind both sides was disproportionate to the mission rewards, most of the players defected to the camp of the secret ceremony and began to band together to encircle and suppress the forces of the Gate of the Eye. In particular, several large player guilds such as Light and Shadow, Dust Star, and Dragon City were the most active. Under the orderly organization of the top leaders of the guild, the contribution values of many players exceeded 2,000. As a reward, Anvis gave several guild leaders the identity badges of senior members of the secret ceremony, and unlocked more high-level store item exchange rights. With the continuous efforts of all parties, half a month passed quickly. Due to the emergence of too many rumors, the various voices in the province of Carlos became a mess, and the people themselves did not know which side to believe. Similarly, no matter which side they were from, they could only stare blankly at the current situation. The situation is out of control. Even if new rumors are spread, they will only be drowned by more and more sensational rumors. At the same time, seeing the special chaotic state of public opinion in the province of Carlos, although the other three duke families are somewhat confused, this does not prevent them from following suit. They also feel that these rumors are annoying. But it is not easy to take coercive measures against too many people. They can only send the city guards to catch some of the main people who spread the rumors. But using this method to shut the mouths of the people is naturally impossible. And it is easier to confirm the conspiracy theory. And using magic to erase the memory of the people on a large scale is prone to various sequelae, which is not worth the loss in the long run. It is better to ignore it and let the people forget it slowly. They dealt with the rumors in the past in this way, and the effect was satisfactory. After all, the public's memory is short-lived. As long as there are no subsequent events, the influence of these rumors will soon disappear like other trivial matters. The area affected by this rumor is much larger than before, but they still don't take it seriously and just treat it as an ordinary rumor. However, since there is a better way to deal with it now, there is no need to let it go. In this chaotic situation, the door in the eyes wanted to use the monster attack to ignite the resentment of the lower-level professionals and target the 4 major families of the Empire. But it was completely thwarted. Idle Kingdom Federation. In the territory of the Kingdom of Lauren, deep underground of an unnamed rocky mountain, there is an ancient and dilapidated obsidian palace building. It seems that in the distant past, it was buried underground by a violent geological movement. At this moment, in the center of the hall carved with strange murals, the projections of many black-robed people gathered together. But no one took the initiative to speak, and the scene was dead silent. After a moment, the third person on the right, the black-robed person codenamed Abyss, spoke carefully. The operation was not smooth. The Empire strengthened its defense. The secret meetings of the Shadowless and the multiple attacks by other organizations were discovered by the Empire's top leaders in advance. There were only 3 successful times, including 2 in Fright Province and 1 in Paravani Province. Abyss's words seemed to have opened the way. The fourth black-robed person on the right also spoke, but his voice was a neutral androgynous one. My actions were okay. I successfully arranged some small and medium-sized nobles under my control to attack students from various professional colleges and put the blame on their families. However, the Empire is currently conducting a strict search. Some of my hidden players have been dug out, and the rest have been converted by me into a hidden state. It is not easy to move. Something went wrong on my side. Then, one by one, the black-robed men began to report the results of the actions. Some were successful, and some were failed. Listening to their reports, the leader's projected fingers slowly tapped the table, and no emotion could be seen on his dark face. After a while, when all the people who performed the tasks had reported, the gray mist at the first position on the left slowly spoke and summarized the overall results of the actions. Overall, Zero's plan had the widest impact, but it still failed to achieve the expected results. I believe that the number of people related to the upper echelons of the Empire in the attack was only about a quarter of the expected number. The lower echelons of the Empire are indeed a bit chaotic, but this chaos has little impact on the upper echelons of the Empire, and there is still a gap from the expected level. When he finished summarizing, the hall fell into a brief silence again. The leader's fingers tapping the table stopped, but he did not express any opinions immediately, but turned to the chief on the right side of the long table who remained silent. Xing, report the search for the inner ghost. Yes, Chief. There is a person, and now it can be completely confirmed. Xing nodded slightly, and then suddenly said something shocking. And he is sitting between us now. This sentence triggered an explosive effect. Everyone was startled and looked at others with vigilance, as if the person next to them was the inner ghost. However, the most suspicious eyes were still cast on Ling. After all, his origin was the most mysterious here. Chapter 286 Fate and Accident. However, despite being looked at by many vigilant and hostile eyes, Ling didn't care at all, as if these eyes were not looking at him. Everyone, don't guess randomly. After the investigation by Lord on Yuan and me, the traitor is. As he said this, Xing suddenly clapped his hands lightly. Although it was just a projection, it strangely made a crisp pop sound. Oh! With a short exclamation, the projection of the 7th black-robed man on the left, that is, the one next to Ling, suddenly shattered and extinguished. Oh! Everyone was shocked, and could not help but feel a little agitated. It's Qi. He is actually the traitor. I didn't expect that I worked with him once before. After the discussion of the crowd gradually stopped, the leader spoke slowly. Well, everyone, don't worry too much about this. The organization will not let a traitor go, nor will it wrongly accuse any loyal member of the organization. As he said this, he suddenly changed his tone. Of course, those who are doing small things in private, please stop now. Don't take the organization's tolerance as a reflection of your successful concealment. Listening to the leader's words, everyone looked at each other. However, because their faces were covered by the dark shadow, they couldn't see the expressions of others. However, what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves knew. Leader, what should we do next? Do we still want to continue the action? The second black-robed man on the right asked the question that most people wanted to know. It's too late to wait for the time being. Wait until the incident that disturbs the fate of the continent occurs, and then respond according to the situation. The leader shook his head and denied his point of view. Mr. Grey Mist, please explain the latest prophecy. Okay, Chief. Hearing this, the projection of the prophet Grey Mist stood up and nodded slightly to everyone. A day ago, the web of destiny of the continent suddenly produced an overall oscillation. This phenomenon means that some changes that will affect the situation of the entire continent are about to come. Perhaps you don't have an intuitive understanding of this. So let me give you an example. The last time this phenomenon occurred was the birth of the lost construction city of the Goblin civilization, Talkshaw, which led to the addition of a new professional system of magic construction to the continent. As Grey Mist's voice fell, everyone's eyes suddenly became more solemn. After a brief pause, allowing everyone to absorb the information in his words, Grey Mist spoke again. After the Continental Magic Council grasped the source of the last change, how much benefit it gained from it, you should all know in your mind. It has mastered a large-scale system with development potential no less than alchemy, as well as the central tower spirit core of the construction city. I believe that all of you here have used the various constructions produced by the Magic Council. As he spoke, Grey Mist knocked on the table. Last time, due to the interference of the 9th level prophet, all of us came to nothing and went to the wrong time and place, causing the Continental Magic Council to digest the entire construction Imperial City alone. But this method of fate fraud cannot work a second time. Combined with the previous prophecy information, we have locked the vague direction and time of this change. It will be located on the southeast side of the continent. That is, the border of the Gloria Empire. And the time will be within the next 3 days. After speaking, he nodded to the leader, who was sitting at the main seat of the dark silver long table, and sat down again. The leader slowly stood up and looked at the many black-robed people. This is the current situation. If you have your own arrangements after learning the information, please do so. The leader's tone became heavier as he slowly looked around the faces of the crowd. But please pay attention to one thing. Don't let your personal actions harm the interests of the organization. Otherwise, the end of Qi will be an example. Finally, the words of the dead. How is the situation in the underground world? The situation is not optimistic. The fourth person on the right side of the long table, the voice of the dead, stood up and shook his head slightly. When he started to speak, there were faint magical explosions and monster screams from his projection, which made his words look a little distorted. I am now on the front line of resisting the dark creatures deep underground. This is probably a super large-scale black beast tide that is rare in 1,000 years. I just repelled a local impact of the beast tide and transformed 2 8th level undead 8-headed pythons. My little pets are now cleaning up the mess. Have you found out the reason? The leader's voice became a little solemn. The dark creatures seemed to come from the depths of the earth. But in fact, they emerged from dark cracks hidden deep underground and connected to special subspaces. And the super large-scale dark beast tide, representing the attack range of the dark creatures, will include all explored areas of the underground world. The most important thing is that when the scale expands to a certain extent, commander-level dark creatures will appear in the black beast tide, according to the scale described by the dead man's words. The strength of the commander is probably equivalent to the 9th order dark creatures, and there are more than one. I haven't found it yet, but I suspect that it may be related to the recent changes in the web of fate. The dead man's words spoke hoarsely. The direction of the beast tide is exactly the southeast of the continent. Gloria Empire. Pamir Academy. At this time, Anvis, who was in his study, was studying the unexpected gains of this action to curb negative rumors. This time, he just moved his fingers and wrote a few letters to send them out. And he directly stirred up the civil situation of the entire empire. This is the use of identity power. When the players of the secret ceremony spread rumors and encircled the enemy, Anvis suddenly noticed that the total amount of his fate feedback suddenly began to increase slowly. When tracing its source through the advanced fate vision, he was surprised to find that the source of these fate feedback seemed to be the players who were doing tasks. The number provided by each player is very small, basically only a few thousandths of a unit. But there are tens of thousands of players who have accepted his tasks. In the past half-month, his fate feedback has been increasing by dozens of units every day, and the prophet's professional level, which has not been improved for a long time, has also begun to loosen up. After studying for a period of time, Avis found that the reason why he could get fate feedback with the help of players seemed to involve the theory of high-level prophet harvesting fate feedback fate manipulation. With the help of the power of players, he directly affected the situation of the Empire, and indirectly affected the fate trajectory of many children of destiny. There may be some boys/girls whose whole family died in monster attacks. and then unexpectedly got a chance and wanted to take revenge on the monster attackers. Originally, when there was no secret ceremony, they might have locked the murderer in the Olivendi family because of the rumor spread by the door in the pupil, and would try every means to destroy it. But when Avis arranged for the players of the secret ceremony to spread the rumor that the real murderer was someone else, because they were not sure which side to believe, they would first try to determine the identity of the real murderer. This resulted in a change in the original trajectory of fate, and those players who carried out Avis's will would act as a transit station, feeding back every bit of fate to Avis. Chapter 287 Future Development. From this point of view, forming a large player force seems to be a multi-purpose thing. It can not only help run errands and get feedback on fate in batches. With his white and slender fingers playing with an ice crystal rose, Avis stared at the rose's crystal clear and lifelike petals, thinking about the next move in his heart. Originally, he formed a player force just to get a tool to interfere with the enemy's prophecy and layout, and to deal with troublesome things that were inconvenient for him to do it himself. But what he didn't expect was that the players could actually bring him a lot of extra feedback on fate, which led to a surge in the importance and development priority of the players. After a period of testing, Avis also noticed a detail. All players who join the secret ceremony can provide him with a weak feedback on fate when doing tasks, and those who did not join, except for special cases like the fireflies on a summer night, basically cannot provide any feedback on fate. However, in the next version update, the system will add more functions including guild functions, which may have some impact on my formation of player forces. Tearing off a piece of transparent ice petals, Avis himself denied this possibility after thinking for a moment. Not necessarily. It's just an NPC camp, and it doesn't conflict with the player guild. Besides, I didn't restrict their freedom and right to join other camps. In short, since I can get stable fate feedback from the players, I can invest more materials and manpower in the development of player forces next. More players joining the secret society will bring me more fate feedback and rapidly improve my strength. After my strength improves, I will have more say and can mobilize more resources. This is a virtuous cycle. After tearing off another petal, Avis finally made a decision in his heart and slightly shifted the focus of the original plan. The resources originally planned to be invested in other aspects can be allocated to develop the secret society. The method to attract more players is very simple. Just update the list of exchangeable items in the secret society store and add more exchangeable rare resources. Like all role-playing games, in the world of Mystery Era, many things cannot be bought from merchants outside. They need to be bought from special black market merchants or mysterious merchants. In other words, many players do not know where many special materials, potions, and other rare materials in the game are produced. This is very real and troublesome. Some rare hidden tasks may be triggered, but the task items cannot be found. And the source of these rare materials is valuable information that can be sold for real money. Many players and guilds clearly mark prices in the foreign purchase area to collect information about certain items or their origins. And the rewards are settled in game currency or real money according to the seller's requirements. If these rare resources can be found in the faction store of the secret ceremony, there will be no shortage of players joining. It can even be said that players are rushing to join before it's too late. After thinking for a while, Avis looked out the window at the sky that was almost evening, and his eyes swept across the desk calendar. On the pale golden page, the symbol of the Frostfall moon, which is October 18th, is circled by a bright red line emitting a faint glow. Today is the 17th of the Frostfall moon, and there is only half a day left before the circled day. As a 5th level prophet, he can also feel the oscillation of the web of fate before, and he is very clear about the two most likely reasons for this oscillation. Game version update. Or, at this time, his fingertips suddenly trembled slightly, and the shape of the originally lifelike ice crystal rose suddenly blurred for a moment, and then recovered again. My strength has improved a little, but it is still a little slow. Sensing the mental synchronization that has increased by 1% again, Avis shook his head gently. This 1% increase took him more than half a month. The mental synchronization is 11%, and it is too difficult to synchronize with the huge foundation. Compared with the rapid improvement of strength, when the old secret scripture absorbed the mysterious black seal. Compared with that, the current speed of improving spiritual coordination is as slow as a turtle's crawl. And this is the result of his daily use of various rare auxiliary treasures. In fact, Avis himself knows that his current improvement speed is enough to make more than 90% of people ashamed even in Pamir Academy. Not to mention his exaggerated all attributes and pseudo 7th level spiritual power. Even if he improves his coordination speed by 10% in less than a month, it is far faster than most professionals. Even if many professionals use rare training resources, the improvement of coordination takes months, and they have to synchronize slowly through slow grinding. For those who don't have enough training resources, the speed of improving the coordination is often calculated in years. After all, if the mental coordination breaks through 50%, it will be a 6th level professional. And reaching 100% means being promoted to the 7th level and officially entering the ranks of high-level professionals. It is common for many professionals to spend decades to reach the bottleneck after entering the 5th and 6th levels. But the current speed of strength improvement is still slow for Avis. Time waits for no one. And the progress of the times is about to reach a turning point. He must find a way to speed up again and again. In the past 6 months, he has also searched for new types of ancient alien powers, intending to see if the old secret book can absorb it. But the result disappointed him a little. Since absorbing the sealing power beyond the 9th level, the old secret book seems to have been spoiled and has no reaction to other powers. No longer considering these, Avis slowly got up and left the study, and at the same time released the rose condensed by the control of the ice element in his hand, allowing it to decompose into fine particles in midair. So I said, this must be a genius research idea. The next day, when the day's class was over, a green-haired boy who was in high spirits left the classroom with Avis and kept talking to Avis about his ideas. We all know that the reproductive cells of male dragons have almost no racial segregation and can reproduce dragon-like creatures with most creatures. And slimes can reproduce themselves with the help of other types of female creatures. But the ones born are still slimes. But Avis, you know, dragons are almost extinct on the continent. And slimes are now everywhere. Just like my little Bessie. The boy was talking with his mouth full of saliva flying. At the same time, on his shoulder, a translucent slime of the same color as his hair was twisting very elastically and eager to jump on his head. That was his pet, the crystal slime. This special mini slime is harmless to people and has the same habits as kittens, often trying to jump on its owner. So, I want to try to combine the two and get a slime with the characteristics of a dragon. It can reproduce with the help of the mother of other creatures, and then give birth to a new species with the characteristics of both slime and mother creatures. Chapter 288 Accidents in the Laboratory. Becky, I think your project will be very difficult, and some of the experimental materials will be extremely difficult to obtain. You'd better think it over carefully. With a slightly stiff smile on his face, Avis tactfully pointed out the difficulties of his experimental project, hoping that he could reconsider it. No problem, Avis. I have already carefully considered the difficulties you raised before. The green-haired boy Becky was relatively simple regarding Avis's doubts. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Avis' words, but explained to Avis with great interest. My family has a collection of dragon reproductive cells. As for the difficulty of the project, only when the task difficulty is high enough, there will be challenges and sense of accomplishment after completion. Right? The index finger moved unconsciously, and Avis was already considering whether to strangle him in the cradle in advance. Stop your dangerous thoughts. Do you still think there are not enough types of monsters in this world? At this moment, an unusual wave of magic power suddenly came from the Pamir identity card on Avis' waist. This is the frequency he set for thorium. The occurrence of this frequency indicates that a special unexpected situation has occurred in the laboratory. Taking out the ID card and checking thorium's temporary report, Avis frowned slightly. Sorry, Becky. There is a temporary problem in my laboratory, and I need to go back to deal with it. Excuse me. After saying that, Avis directly summoned the magic floating disc and then rushed to his residence. Goodbye, Avis. Welcome to my laboratory when you are free. On the ground behind Avis, Becky, with a slime on his head, waved to him vigorously. Welcome, respected Administrator Avis. In the laboratory, thorium's welcoming voice sounded. Recently, its voice was adjusted back to random by Avis to get some freshness. But today, Avis has no time to care about it for the time being. Open the hatching area wall. Authorization confirmed. The order has been accepted. The heavy metal gate made of magic-averse alloy slowly rose, and what appeared in Avis' eyes was a seemingly empty blockade barrier. The strange vortex elemental dragon that should have been there had disappeared at this moment. Thorium. Replay all the magic shadow records in the hatching area, starting from 3 minutes before the abnormal situation of the experimental subject appeared. After looking at the situation, Avis directly ordered Thorium to replay the monitoring records. The order has been accepted. Several magic light screens opened in front of Avis, showing the image records of the hatching area from multiple angles. At the same time, a miniature three-dimensional dragon appeared in the air on one side of the light screen. It was a 3D image of a little dragon before the unexpected situation happened. In the first 3 minutes of the video, the little elemental dragon just flapped its 2 pairs of small wings and circled aimlessly in the room. Occasionally, it extended its energy tentacles around its body to absorb some of the magic power of the energy supply array, without any abnormal performance. But when the video was played to the 3-minute point, something strange happened. In midair, the little dragon that was absorbing magic power suddenly paused, and the translucent wings that were flapping stopped instantly, and the energy tentacles were quickly retracted, and the whole dragon disappeared out of thin air with a flash. Stop! Thorium. Call up all the monitoring array records at this moment. Seeing this, Avis exclaimed. Commands accepted. A new magic light screen opened, on which were a series of data changes of the vortex dragon's body recorded by various monitoring arrays. After checking them one by one, Avis finally cast his eyes on the spatial variables. The records of the spatial monitoring array showed that at the moment when the dragon disappeared, the frequency of the spatial ripples in the incubator had an abnormal jump. But what surprised Avis was that he had already opened the spatial confinement array in the incubator because he was worried that the dragon would escape through the spatial ability. Unable to figure out the reason for the accident, Avis began to carefully study the spatial ripple frequency recorded by the array, trying to track the whereabouts of the dragon in reverse. But after studying it for a while, Avis found that the ripple information recorded by the array was unexpectedly complex, and it seemed to lead to deep space, not ordinary transmission. It may take a certain amount of time for complex calculations to calculate the specific whereabouts of the ripples. Thorium. Create a task to calculate the space constant of this abnormal ripple and lock the spacetime coordinates on the opposite side. After the calculation is completed, send the specific data to my ID card. This kind of purely calculating task is just right for the construct spirit to do. After creating a new task for Thorium, Avis left the laboratory, although Thorium is already calculating the landing point of the space jump. During this process, he can also use prophecy magic and other channels to find a way to find the whereabouts of the little dragon. Garo. However, as soon as Avis walked out of the laboratory, he heard the activation sound of his newly installed magic doorbell, the latest product of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The original doorbell with the roar of a dragon. Who had come to see him at this time? He opened the door with some doubts, and reflected in his eyes was Fiona, who was startled by the sudden roar, holding the staff tightly in her little hands, and her heart was beating fast. Brother. Seeing Avis appear, Fiona exhaled lightly, calmed the blush on her cheeks, and greeted him crisply. It's Faye. Come in quickly. Somewhat puzzled that Fiona would come to him at this time, Avis opened the door and welcomed the girl with long light golden hair into the room. Why did you suddenly remember to play here? Faye. Sitting at one end of the long sofa, Avis looked at the girl sitting next to him with 2 white feet shaking with some curiosity. Can I come and play with you if I have nothing to do? The girl looked up at him and said in a naive tone that only a girl can. How could that be? I will always open my door to my lovely sister at any time. Looking at Fiona's blinking clear eyes, Avis smiled softly. Fiona's cheeks flushed slightly because of Avis's sudden words. At the same time, sitting next to the boy, feeling the reassuring breath like warm sunshine, the girl's heart suddenly beat. For some reason, since the brief meeting at the North Wind prayer on the new moon, the two have only been separated for half a year, and she suddenly can't see through her brother. Looking at his sister's shy and cute appearance, Avis couldn't help but reach out and pinch Fiona's tender cheek. 2 white soft flesh changed into various shapes in his hands, and the touch was very good. Don't pinch. I'm not a child anymore. Fiona was furious, and quickly slapped Avis's hand away, covering her face with her little hands. The long light golden hair that was naturally scattered began to glow, and the big lake blue eyes stared at Avis angrily, looking extremely cute. By the way, I have something serious to do this time. Finally remembering the purpose of her coming here, Fiona put down her hand, her cheeks still flushed. Brother, we officially carried out the first summoning ceremony today. And now I also have the initial summoning object. Initial summoning object? Avis was slightly stunned. And suddenly a vague guess appeared in his mind. Chapter 289 Experimental Subjects and Prophecy. Brother, come with me. When Fiona mentioned this, she suddenly became excited, jumped up from the sofa, gently pulled his hand, and motioned him to come with her. Avis followed Fiona into her residence, letting his sister lead him obediently. The little elemental dragon that disappeared from the laboratory was now in Fiona's room, flying around behind the little cat Kate. Every time Kate ran a distance, she activated the stardust pendant on her body and conjured another projection of herself, making the little dragon hesitate and not knowing which one to chase. The furnishings in the room were now as if swept by a strong wind, scattered all over the floor in a mess. At this time, seeing the figures of Avis and Fiona appear, the dragon and the cat stopped immediately, looked at the messy room, turned their heads to look at their masters in a flattering manner, with an innocent face. No! My room? Kate! FIA. After a long pause, Fiona finally realized the situation at home and screamed, shaking the two little ones in the room at the same time. Beside the girl, Avis had a strange look on his face. He really guessed it right. In fact, this was originally in his plan, but it seemed to be brought forward due to some accident. He himself had a special arrangement for the initial summoning position, so he was not going to perform the companion ceremony with this elemental dragon. So for him, this little dragon could only be used as a special foreign biological experimental subject for observation and research. And he still needed to slowly explore how to cultivate it. After becoming Fiona's initial summon, everything became different. The initial summon is a companion summon, which can communicate with the master's mind. The master can also sense what resources the summon needs to evolve. Moreover, after becoming Fiona's exclusive summon, its strength can also be improved as the girl's rank is improved, and he doesn't have to find ways to cultivate it slowly. This does not conflict with his purpose of observing and studying this little dragon. Rather, his experiment is reflected in the addition of an excellent breeder. Thinking of this, Avis glanced at the current situation in the room. At this time, the girl was scolding the two little ones angrily and urging them to clean up the room themselves. The dragon and the cat were so angry that they dared not breathe, especially the vortex dragon, whose head was almost retracted into its wings. After a moment, Fiona finally remembered that Avis was still there. After a quick glance at him, she quickly ended her teaching behavior. Kate, as a lady cat of the Olivendi family, you should lead by example. Teach your new friend the etiquette of aristocratic ladies, instead of messing up the room with her. As a punishment, you are now responsible for teaching FIA how to clean the room with magic. Got it? Looking at Avis's strange look, Fiona couldn't help blushing and hurriedly changed the subject. That brother. This is my initial summon. Do you know what kind of creature it is? I haven't seen it in any books. And even the teacher can't tell its specific race. I can only judge from its appearance that it should be a special kind of alien dragon. Its race. You should be familiar with it. It's the crystal with a vortex inside that I bought at the auction before. After taking a breath, Avis spread his hands and began to tell the girl what happened. It was actually an egg of an extraterrestrial creature. I had tried to hatch it before, and I kept it in the laboratory to observe its special body structure. But this morning, my laboratory construct spirit suddenly reported to me that the young dragon suddenly passed through space and disappeared. I was just calculating the landing point of its space jump. Hey! Did you hatch FIA? So amazing. After listening to Avis's story, Fiona couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her pink lips, and let out a low cry of surprise, looking at him with admiration in her big lake blue eyes. Even the 7th level summoning instructor couldn't recognize the creature, but it was hatched by her brother. It's amazing. No wonder before leaving, my mother told me to ask my brother for help if I had any problems. At the same time, she glanced at the young dragon who was tidying up the room a little clumsily, and her heart suddenly began to struggle. Although she summoned it, it was raised by her brother, and she shouldn't take it for herself. The girl who sensed the very intimate call from before seemed to want to give up on herself. The vortex dragon was shocked and immediately sent out a pleading emotion in his heart, hoping that the girl would change her mind and not abandon it. It didn't want to go back to that boring room with nothing in it. Although your statement is a bit strange. It's almost like this. Avis's eyelids twitched, and he didn't bother about Fiona's words. He could also see a little bit of the girl's complicated emotions at this time. Also, don't worry about me taking it back. Faye, didn't I ask you before if you were going to have another pet? You just summoned it ahead of time. Spreading his hands, Avis explained to Fiona carefully. This baby dragon is your initial summon, which does not conflict with my experiment. On the contrary, it is equivalent to having an extra breeder. You can keep it here for now, but remember to bring it to me for testing every 7 days. If you sense that it needs to eat some special items or alien energy, remember to describe it to me. After dispelling the girl's worries in a few words, Avis looked at the little dragon again. By the way, elemental creatures should have no gender. Right? Why call it Fia? This? The girl tilted her head. Since she wants to be a lady, she should be a girl. Is that so? Avis suddenly realized that he couldn't keep up with Fiona's way of thinking. Forget it. After 3 magic hours, you bring it to my laboratory. I'm going to check it out. You can also take a look at the video recording of its hatching. Can you see how it hatches? I know. The girl was immediately excited after getting Avis's affirmation. At the same time, she looked at the Vortex Dragon FIA and began to communicate with it in her heart. Beside her, the dragon shook its head vigorously. It didn't want to go back. However, under Fiona's comfort, it stiffened for a moment, looked at Avis carefully, nodded and shook its head. It wants to know if it can take something back with it if it must go back. Fiona translated attentively. Take one thing? That's fine. Avis was also a little surprised. What would it want to take? After getting the consent, the Vortex Dragon looked around. After a moment, its eyes drifted to the blue-gray kitten curled up on the sofa. Kate? After leaving Fiona's residence, Avis returned to the laboratory and entered a special room deep inside. The room was paved with an extremely flat mirror stone floor, and the dark golden walls were covered with complex and mysterious inscriptions like the starry sky, exuding an extremely mysterious breath of fate. This was the venue he specially prepared for the prophecy. The inscriptions engraved on the wall were special prophecy system synchronization inscriptions, which could greatly increase the effect of his prophecy system's secret ritual. After closing the door, Avis took out materials such as moonlight mercury and secret energy crystals, and began to prepare a large prophecy system secret ritual in the room. Behind this incident, Avis smelled the familiar taste of fate. Although the result of the incident was acceptable, he always felt that the occurrence of this incident did not seem so natural. Fiona's initial summoning ritual should not have been able to penetrate the high-level space blockade of the laboratory. While arranging the ritual, Avis inexplicably remembered the prophecy that the time was suddenly greatly advanced. After this incident, he is now more certain that the star rising from the crown feathers of the cold wind crystal bird in the prophecy should refer to Fiona or the strange young dragon. Chapter 290 Fate Tracking. Using the power of fate feedback, Avis carefully controlled the weight of the pen tip and engraved a series of strange black metal runes. After a moment, a prophecy array shrouded in a faint sense of distortion appeared on the mirror stone floor in the center of the room. In the center of the large black array, 2 unique double moon patterns emitted silver and purple strange fluorescence, which was particularly eye-catching. This is a special fate diversion array. Avis intends to use its power to briefly explore the surface of the fate network and investigate the whole thing. He wants to see if there is a high-level profit behind this matter. Taking out a specially treated secret crystal, Avis lightly touched its surface, and the elements of ice and light suddenly surged, crushing it into the finest powder and sprinkling it throughout the array. When the crystal particles shining like stardust fell, the originally dark lines of the array were suddenly covered with a layer of starlight-like color. With Avis's action, the entire ritual array was immediately fully activated. A strange and mysterious atmosphere slowly spread out from the array. Other light sources in the room gradually dimmed, and the air began to become blurred, distorted and distorted. Only the faint starlight of the array itself was still radiating without any interference. Sensing the power of destiny running in the room, the dense amplification inscriptions on the walls of the room also lit up. In Avis's perception, as time passed, the indoor environment gradually became more distorted and empty, as if falling into the endless dark space. The ritual array was like a lonely full moon under his feet, and the runes on the surrounding walls were like distant and dim stars on a dark background. Under the illumination of the moonlight and starlight, Avis saw that his body suddenly became as transparent as crystal. A line emitting brilliant starlight extended from his body and spread to an unknown place in the distance. Along this line of starlight, Avis's consciousness seemed to suddenly leave his body and shuttle to the other end of the line at an almost unimaginable speed. When Avis's consciousness left his body, the brilliance of the ritual array on the ground suddenly became brighter. The magic crystal placed at the core burned with a magical flame as if it had substance, and the magic contained in it began to be consumed rapidly. However, Avis could no longer see all this. In his perception, after a very short period of time, everything around him suddenly changed from pitch black to colorful. One after another, illusory lines appeared and disappeared in the air, and the line that brought Avis here was also one of them. This is the surface space of the Web of Destiny, the private land and back garden of high-level Prophet. Avis's own Prophet strength was not enough to support him to enter here, but with the help of secret rituals and a large number of amplification inscriptions, he smuggled in briefly. The price is to completely transfer the pressure of the Web of Destiny to the magic circle. He must find the trace of destiny he needs before the magic crystals placed in advance are burned out, and then leave here. Otherwise, the huge backlash of the Web of Destiny may make him lose the ability to predict forever. Floating among countless lines with completely different appearances, Avis began to guide the secret method recorded in the Mercury prophecy to find the line he needed. After a moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart, and his mind moved, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a very short azure line. This was the fate line of the vortex crystal, and the short length was due to its outsider identity. No longer wasting time, Avis's consciousness gently touched the line and began to trace it along this line to its past. Gradually, he seemed to see the moment when the crystal egg hatched, saw himself putting the egg into the magic circle, saw himself raising the price little by little, and finally successfully bid for the crystal egg. Wait! After checking here, Avis stopped suddenly. This section seems to be a little wrong. When he made a move at the auction house and bid for the crystal, the fate line was slightly bent, and then an extra transparent line was separated. Avis looked gloomy, watching the thin transparent line extending into the distance, and finally intertwined with another line shrouded in thick fog, representing Fiona. It was a very clever technique, without any signs of forced docking, and the two were naturally entangled together. It even triggered a deep space fluctuation that seemed like a coincidence, causing the space protection array in his laboratory to fail at a critical moment. But unfortunately, everything that happened will leave traces. The Prophet seemed to have done it perfectly, but that unique sense of manipulation could not be completely erased. From the transparent line, he felt a familiar style of prophecy. At this moment, Avis noticed that the alarm mechanism of the magic circle in his mind set a warning. This is the manifestation that the remaining magic power of the magic circle is less than 20%. Finally, looking at the line, Avis followed the fluctuation of the magic circle without any nostalgia and quickly returned to his body. In the secret room, Avis, who was standing on the side of the magic circle, suddenly moved and slowly opened his eyes. At the core of the magic circle in front of him, the last bit of magic power of the magic crystal core was completely burned out, turning into a transparent crystal without magic power. Someone did intervene, and the cleverness of choosing the timing and the cleverness of the manipulation technique were far beyond the average high-level prophet. The manipulator did not choose either Avis or Fiona, but started with the crystal to maximize the concealment and avoid the backlash of fate. Facing the wall on the southwest side, Avis's eyes seemed to penetrate the thick walls and rocks, and saw the huge sky city in the distant sky. Stargazer. 3 magic hours later, Avis received the girl who came with 2 pets in the laboratory. Thorium. Open all detection arrays. Prepare for scanning, and call up the hatching records of the crystal eggs. After letting the 2 pets return to the hatching area, Avis pulled out a magic light screen to show Fiona the whole process of the crystal egg hatching. It hadn't been half a day since he sneaked out to play, and he returned to the familiar room. The vortex dragon looked listless. It was so cold. When would Long Long stand up? On the other side of the protective barrier, the kitten Kate curled up and shivered. What did it do wrong? Why did you treat it like this? Brother, this won't hurt them, right? Outside the protective shield, Fiona looked at the two in the protective shield with a worried look on her face. No, Faye. Believe me. Avis grinned and gave her a thumbs up, while manually inputting instructions to Thorium on the magic light screen. Perform a comprehensive ultra-high density scan, and control the detection fluctuation power to below the lethal amount. Chapter 291 Brother and Sister Night Talk. After half a magic hour, the listless elemental dragon floated out of the unlocked barrier and hid behind Fiona. After a series of examinations, it felt that its body was a little soft and everything seemed to become boring. Through high-density penetrating scans, the structure of its body was completely recorded as a precious reference backup for extraterrestrial creatures. If Avis is willing, he can even restore a silicon specimen that is exactly the same as its body structure. The Kitten Kate is in good condition. Avis did not do anything to it. He just did a simple physical examination to confirm its current health status. It's okay, Faye. The initial examination is complete. Next, remember to bring it in for a checkup every 7 days. This is for its life. It is not a local creature. It may not be able to feel some physical changes, such as spatial correlation, life synchronization frequency, etc., and health risks must be eliminated through testing. After backing up the data, Avis began to seriously fool Fiona again. The conversation was interspersed with high-level professional terms, which made the girl a little dizzy. I know, brother. Anyway, it's right to come once every 7 days. Right? Nodding in a daze, Fiona turned around to comfort the dragon, who was a little angry when he learned that he had to come back once every 7 days. After a while, the dragon's transparent tail, which was originally swinging back and forth, suddenly straightened, and then wilted down, no longer resisting. Did you say anything to it, Fiona? Avis looked at Fiona with a little curiosity. Well, Fi is not very obedient, and doesn't seem to want to come back. The girl blinked her big lake blue eyes and gestured to Avis to explain. But when I told her, if you don't listen, I will have to send you back here, then she obeyed. Is that so? Avis looked at the little dragon that was peeking at him fearfully, feeling helpless. But, brother, does this really have no effect on Fi? She seems to feel a little uncomfortable, touching the vortex dragon that felt like a soft force field. Fiona felt its emotions and looked at Avis with some doubts. Don't worry, Fi. It's just that when it was first hatched, it needs to be checked every 7 days to ensure its survival, Avis explained. After it grows to 1 year old, it can be extended to once a month. After it grows up a little bit, it only needs to be brought in for a checkup after each advancement. After all, there is no need to record too much repeated information, and it only needs to be recorded after major changes occur. When the two left Avis's magic laboratory, the sun had completely set below the horizon, but the last ray of light seemed unwilling to completely dissipate, and instead struggled to coat the horizon with a layer of faint red light, like the color of the embers in the fireplace that had not yet been completely extinguished. And in the dark blue sky above, which was like high-end blue velvet, there was strangely no cloud, and the outline of the silver-purple double moons and the stars that had begun to twinkle could be seen very clearly. The vast and extremely distant starry sky always arouses the awe and yearning hidden in the deepest part of human hearts. Fiona, since I left the castle last year, we haven't watched the stars together for a long time. Right? Lying on a lounge chair on the third-floor terrace, Avis, with his blue eyes quietly staring at the night sky in the southeast, spoke softly. Indeed, since you left, no one in the castle has come to play with me, and no one helps me with my daily classes, and I am always forced by my father to read those boring books full of words. On another lounge chair next to him, Fiona, in a school uniform, hugged Kate and also looked up at the shining stars in the sky. The brilliant light golden long hair flowed on her side. Her snow-white skin seemed translucent in the moonlight, and her childish and delicate face was hazy with a hazy halo, which looked charming and seductive. Hearing Avis mention this, the girl nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. The big watery eyes looked at Avis with some resentment, and complained softly as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Ha. There's nothing we can do about it. Dear Fiona, you have to choose between a pear and an apple, if you don't want to be punished by your father. Then study magic seriously. Avis couldn't help but laugh softly and said in imperial slang, but that's really boring. Brother, you know, I don't have your skills, Fiona complained in a low voice, and at the same time touched Kate's soft blue-gray fur, causing the latter to shake his ears. By the way, brother, can you tell me a new story? As she said that, the girl suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at Avis with interest. Story. Avis's eyes were still scattered, as if he had flown to the brightest star in the endless and distant starry sky. Fiona, do you know Chocobo? I know. It's that clumsy big bird with brown feathers that runs fast but can't fly. Fiona nodded. Chocobo is a very common low-level mount. Even she knew this. Yes, Faye. And what I'm going to tell you next is the story of Chocobo. With his head resting lightly on his arm, Avis looked up at the starry sky and slowly began his story in the fresh and cool night breeze. Do you know? Wild chocobos actually have a special habit. When they live in the desert and encounter irresistible crises and natural enemies, they will do a strange thing: stick their heads into the sand. In this way, they can't see the crisis and enemies in front of them, as if they have disappeared, until the last moment of their lives. They are immersed in this false sense of security. Looking at the starry sky, Ambus told the story while thinking of his previous meeting with Prince White, thinking of the future situation after tonight and those corrupt and stubborn old nobles. He suddenly felt a little ridiculous. But now, there are some people like this. When they see the chocobo sticking its head into the sand when it encounters a natural enemy, they laugh at it and laugh at it loudly, thinking it is stupid, no matter what the truth is. People who claim to be smart pretend to be ignorant or even deliberately avoid it when they encounter the problems of life step by step, even if they know that avoiding it will not solve any difficulties. They still indulge in it until the disaster comes. What's the difference between people who do this and the stupid chocobos they laugh at? This. Hearing Ava's sudden question, Fiona tilted her head and blinked her watery lake blue eyes in confusion. After thinking for a while, the girl didn't know how to answer Ava's for a while, and couldn't help looking at Kate for help. Meow. The latter meowed innocently at her. Sorry, Faye. I was a little distracted just now. At this time, Avis finally reacted to what he said, and couldn't help but smile at Fiona apologetically. Actually, Faye, do you want to know why I suddenly asked you to stay tonight? Facing the girl's inquiring eyes, Avis smiled and motioned her to look up. See, it's coming to the lower right of Amos. The next moment, under the gaze of the girl and the cat, in the southwest sky, on the side of the purple moon Amos, in the originally dark night sky, a dim silver star suddenly appeared. Chapter 292: The Shining Star Arrives. Did you see it? The second wave of destiny has begun. Also facing the dim star points that suddenly appeared in the sky. In the astrology tower on the top of the sky city, an old man wearing a simple-looking gray robe and a translucent spiral beard closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Somewhat strange is that his voice faded and dissipated rapidly as soon as it left the surface of the body. The preparations are complete, Bruns, and the mages who took on the task have arrived at the locations you mentioned. As long as the predicted changes occur in the Empire, our people will be able to rush to investigate as soon as possible. After a moment, another very hearty voice came from the void, as if an invisible person heard his words and then answered, okay. Don't be careless, Orvani. The web of fate has been disturbed by unknown disturbances, and the originally planned trajectory has begun to deviate. Even if I temporarily perform a remedy, I can only slightly reverse it. Hearing the response from the void, the old man shook his head indifferently. And, last time, I distorted and concealed the real web of fate, and used the mirror image of fate to guide them in the wrong direction. This time, they will not be fooled again. So, this will be a head-on war. You better prepare them mentally. So, is the disturbance of the web of fate due to your excessive interference? Bruns? The voice in the void asked with some curiosity. I don't know. Maybe. Lauren Kingdom. Kothar Desert. In the center of the ruins of an ancient city. The vague figure of the prophet Grey Mist also raised his head with a feeling and looked at the dim star. Is it about to start? The second wave of shock. Beside him, two figures also raised their heads. They also had that strange feeling, as if they were distorted and alienated from the whole world, which made their figures a little distorted, but not as strong as Grey Mist. The web of fate is trembling slightly, and the source seems to be that star. On the left side of Grey Mist, a figure wearing a bright red hooded robe spoke solemnly. From the sound, it seems to be a woman. So, how will it affect the situation of the entire continent? On the other side, a man in a black robe spoke, and his tone did not show any worry about the unrest on the continent, but only an extremely strong interest and curiosity. Grey Mist ignored the words of the two people and just turned his eyes to the sky on one side. On the distant skyline of the desert, The sky city, like a small dot, reflects the elegant silver light, looming in the moonlight. The second transformation is about to begin. I guess you must be ready. Right? Then let's continue the competition. Respected teacher, is there a star suddenly appearing there? On the terrace of Pamir Academy. Fiona rubbed her eyes in surprise, suspecting that she was dazzled. But when she opened her eyes again, the star did not disappear, but was still there, which meant that everything was not her illusion. And, as she watched, the girl always felt that the brightness of the star that suddenly appeared seemed to have increased a little. Wait, brother, look at that star. Is it getting brighter? You're right, Fiona. And it's about to fall. Ambus nodded, amid the girl's suppressed exclamation. The brightness of the star suddenly began to rise sharply, and finally it looked like a small sun. Then, its position in the sky suddenly began to move slowly, and then the speed became faster and faster, and the shape gradually lengthened, dragging out a long, fiery white tail. Brother, do you still remember the legend that Mother told us? When a star falls, as long as you can make a wish to its last moment of glory, you can make the wish come true. Fiona jumped up excitedly. It was the first time she saw a real star fall. Due to the existence of the zenith wall, the star fall of Unival is a rare sight in 1,000 years. The zenith wall's defense against inanimate objects from outside does not seem to be as absolute as that against the inside. But even so, it does not mean that it can be easily broken through. In fact, except for some extremely special things, other things can't fall to the ground of your continent. Perhaps it is for this reason that there is a legend that making a wish to the light of falling stars can make wishes come true. If you want to make a wish, you'd better hurry up, Fiona. Although the light of falling stars is brilliant, it is also very short-lived. Looking at the shining falling stars that instantly illuminated the entire night sky, Avis felt the violent vibration of the web of fate and smiled at the excited girl with red cheeks. Yeah, got it, brother. You should make a wish too. Hearing this, Fiona gave Avis a word, and then quickly put Kate down, crossed her hands in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and made an unknown wish. Make a wish to a shooting star? The girl with her eyes closed did not see the complex look in the boy's eyes as he stared at the white meteorite in the sky. Once, after seeing this spectacular scene, little Ambus also made a wish to the light of the falling star. But it was not until the end that he realized that his wish could not be fulfilled by the shooting star. However, after all, he did not want to go against the girl's good intentions. Looking at the meteorite falling to the southeast of the Empire, Ambus finally closed his eyes and made a wish casually. I want to be everyone's father. When the sudden appearance of the star increased sharply in brightness, the eyes of countless non-prophecy professionals in the Yar continent were finally attracted by it. Look! What is that? In the prosperous city of Carlos, a third-level professional opened his mouth wide and pointed at the sky in shock. And the whole person was a little numb. Gods! Is this a miracle? Beside him, several mercenary companions also opened their mouths uncontrollably. And even the wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground without knowing it. This scene has become a microcosm of all the cities in the Yar continent. Countless people looked up blankly, staring at the night sky that suddenly lit up like daylight, not knowing what to do. At the same time, those truly high-level professionals have already made preparations under the guidance of the Prophet. Gloria Palace, the cathedral of the city of Chant, the 1,000 towers of the Silver Moon Kingdom, one after another, eyes full of terrifying power are staring closely at this shining falling star, rapidly analyzing its power and predicting its landing trajectory and landing point. It cannot be head-on. This is the result reached by everyone after calculation. This is not only the terrifying magic power contained in the star itself, but also the fate that it carries with it. Under the influence of the power of the web of fate, anyone who wants to attack the meteorite directly will suffer an extremely violent backlash of fate. Even a 9th-level professional who has mastered the power of rules will suffer irreversible damage on the spot. In the sky, under the gazes of the entire continent, a part of the meteorite suddenly split into two halves, one large and one small. The smaller half drew an arc and crashed into the Magna province on the southeast side of the Gloria Empire. The ruler of the Magna province is the Enoch family, which specializes in magic among the 4 major families. And the larger part, according to its original trajectory, fell heavily into the endless sea in the southeast of the empire. Chapter 293 version update. When the collision occurred, The entire Yar continent had a noticeable vibration. At this moment, all the prophet in the entire Yar continent, and those who have the gift of prophecy, no matter what they are doing at the moment, suddenly felt something in their hearts. The second upheaval of the web of fate began. At the same time, when the shining star cut through the night sky, all players were disconnected. The first version update officially began. Since the official had issued a notice on the official website of the game a week ago that the version would be updated. Therefore, the players did not panic, but enthusiastically flocked to the forum and began to discuss the changes in the game at the last moment. Osaki Nana, did you see it? At the last moment of disconnection, a meteor seemed to fall from the sky. Xingshang, what? I didn't see it. Can you post a picture? Osaki Nana, I was disconnected the moment I saw it, and I didn't have time to take a picture. Gusha Hiro, no pictures. No pictures. How many games can you say? Brother among brothers, no pictures. How many games can you say plus one? Look at my avatar. I met an old monk this morning, and he said that I got along very well with him. As a result, we chatted, and he said that he was very good, and had abstained from sex for 20 years. He broke his vow the same day when he picked me up and chatted with me and saw the online battle in my profile. In addition to these normal discussions, there are some people who are very envious of the forum and can't help but come to complain. I have a friend. I really envy you for being able to play until you are disconnected. I am resting today, but there is a bug in the office software. As a result, the business department called me back temporarily and asked me to write a program to automatically fix the bug. Why don't they let me write a program to automatically write programs? White Penguin, write a program to block all error prompts. Deep and shallow, the above. The pattern is too small. Just write a program that automatically generates bugs, and then fix the bug after the generated bug is reported. Holding the pen and Qing Hongyan, borrow the building. Fast forward to the bug in the program that fixes the bug, and then develop a program that automatically fixes the bug in the program that fixes the bug. Dead device, the above. Where are you putting this set of dolls? Band-Aid, the same business department. I want to fix the bug that makes their brains have this idea first. Bloodhand, I have a way. You give me 100 million funds, and I will help you solve this problem. The Last Dragonborn, are you talking about solving the problem? Or solving the business department that raised the problem? After replying to a post casually, the Last Dragonborn continued to browse the replies casually, and occasionally glanced at the time. According to the official announcement of the game, this update took half an hour, and the game will be upgraded from the public beta version to the official version 1.0, and a large number of practical system functions will be added. Soon, half an hour was spent killing time. After confirming that the update was complete, the last dragon reconnected to the game. Before logging off, he was doing an errand in the commercial district of the capital, which was a part of the task chain he discovered, handing a sealed package to the head of the Hannock Chamber of Commerce in the capital. However, due to the system update, 6 magic hours have passed in the game, and it is now late at night. Most of the natives have gone to bed, and those who are still hanging out outside are basically players, so he can only choose to wait until tomorrow to hand over. After a quick glance at the surrounding environment, the elf skillfully pulled out the panel and clicked on the update introduction in the bulletin board. Thank you for experiencing our company's game Mystic Era. The current game version is version 1.0. The abnormal meteorite streaked across the night sky of Unival. Is this an ominous sign of death and destruction? Or is it a miracle of peace and prosperity? At the same time, the emergence of magic constructs has already subtly pried open the absolute rule of the old aristocracy, and opened a crack in the upper class that has been almost permanently solidified. Rumors are spreading among the people. The ambitious are ready to move, and the turmoil is imminent. In any case, the choice is in your hands. Mystic Era version 1.0 expansion pack Undercurrent. After a short version introduction, the system functions of this update are: the player guild system is open, with an initial upper limit of 500 people. After reaching the upper limit, you can choose to pay for expansion, 1 yuan per person per month. The fashion system is open, and the system auction house occasionally releases new rare fashions. Please pay attention to purchase. The in-game live broadcast function has started internal testing. Interested warriors can apply for registration to experience it. The advertising system has been fully upgraded. There is a jump link below. Click on the advertisement to easily jump to the corresponding product purchase page and game page. After continuous efforts by the technical department, a virtual computer system has been implanted in the system panel. Now you can play ordinary computer games in a holographic virtual game. After a rough browse, the elf closed the update introduction and prepared to check the various new features mentioned in the introduction. At this time, a white light lit up beside him, condensing into the figure of the half-cat thief Tiramisu. Wow, Dragonborn. You're so fast. You're worthy of being our former captain, the fastest man in the entire club. Seeing the figure of the last Dragonborn standing by, Tiramisu raised his hand to cover his mouth, deliberately pretending to be a cute surprised expression, blinking his eyes, and teasing maliciously. I'll take it as a compliment. The elf's eyelids twitched, and he didn't care about the kitten. Tiramisu happened to be doing tasks in the capital recently, on the premise of not harming the interests of the esports club and not affecting the completion of the daily tasks. The white light side allowed them to act together. My task needs to wait until this morning to be handed in. How is your task now? Is there anything I can help you with? The voice of the last Dragonborn became smaller. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Tiramisu's body, as if something had appeared. Kitten? Did you have a tail before the update? I saw a black cat tail swinging back and forth behind Tiramisu's skirt. When the elf looked over, the tip of the tail was provocatively tilted towards him. It has always been there. But I put it away before. So you didn't see it. While watching the update introduction, Tiramisu poked the belly of the last Dragonborn with the tip of his tail and answered nonchalantly. Put it away? Put it in the clothes? The elf grabbed the fluffy tail and touched it curiously. Put it in the backpack. Put it in the backpack. The last Dragonborn opened his mouth with a question mark on his face. Plug in? While many players were still slowly getting familiar with everything after the version update, the natives reacted faster than them. After confirming the landing point of the star, the tense nerves of the high-level forces of the entire Yar continent were touched. There is no doubt that the second change of the web of fate in the prophecy was caused by this star. The larger fragments fell into the endless sea. In the case of the ineffectiveness of the prophecy magic, the landing point may not be easy to find. But the smaller piece actually fell into the Magna province of the Gloria Empire. Chapter 294 The Remains of the Meteorite. Some professionals who think they are strong enough to have a share of this feast, or who intend to fish in troubled waters, have set off overnight and rushed to Magna province by various means. Of course, due to the advantages brought by the prophecy. The first to arrive, or to say that they have been waiting at the meteorite landing point. They are still the Gloria royal family, the Continental Magic Council, the Holy Light Church, and other forces. However, after all, they are in the territory of the Gloria Empire, and the people of other forces symbolically hide their identities. As the ruler of Magna province, the foundation of the Enoch family cannot be compared with these real top forces on the continent. But after all, they have the advantage of geographical location and also arrived at the scene before the meteorite light fell to the ground. At the moment when the huge meteorite hit the earth, the two 9th level extreme strongmen of the Enoch family made a full-scale attack, directing most of the destructive power generated by the meteorite falling into the sky, minimizing the damage caused by the impact aftermath. However, when the light of the meteorite faded, what appeared in the huge impact crater with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers was beyond almost everyone's expectations. The star was not a special precious alchemical material / extraterrestrial alien existence / source of disaster, as most people guessed, but an extremely vast and ruined city. A huge platinum-colored ancient tower stood in a corner of the city, half of which had been torn apart by some force. The stone buildings were covered with cracks and traces of erosion, but the elegance and magnificence of the past could be vaguely seen. Although it had just experienced an unimaginable huge impact, most of its architectural structures were still strangely well preserved, as if some force was always protecting it. However, after taking a closer look at the city, the eyes of many professionals present suddenly had some unknown meanings. In contrast, the faces of the mages of the Continental Magic Council became extremely solemn. It was not because the ruined city was so twisted and terrifying, but because of the unique sense of familiarity. The architectural style of this ruined city was too similar to the floating city of the Magic Council, as if it was designed by the same designer. Considering its appearance in the night sky, it is not difficult for everyone to think of a shocking and bold guess. This is probably the wreckage of a floating city, if it is really as everyone guessed. Then things become interesting. Now, the Yar continent is not like the peak period of the ancient magic empire, with 9 floating cities hanging high in the sky, except for the only intact sky city in the hands of the Continental Magic Council. The other 8 have long disappeared in the long river of history with the Day of Destruction, and the power of the Sky City has been confirmed in a devastating war. At first, when the Magic Council had just repaired the floating city, the Saint Messiah Empire and the Gloria Empire believed that the floating city, as the supreme magic creation of the ancient magic empire, would be an unstable factor if it was left outside, and they both hoped to recover it. The Magic Council flatly rejected the request of the 2 empires, so the 2 empires directly sent troops to attack. Saint Messiah I sent an elite judgment army led by several 9th-level extreme priests to the location of the floating city, which was the Morning Forest in the west of the Idle Federation. Gloria II sent out high-level elite troops such as the Sky Knights and the Royal Mage Corps, led by 3 9th-level warriors, to slowly advance towards the floating city. But secretly, the Empire sent out a secret team of several 9th-level warriors, including 2 9th-level extreme mages, with the intention of directly gaining control of the floating city and transferring it to the Empire. Before the war was about to break out, several lone 9th-level warriors went to the vicinity of the floating city, trying to see if there was any opportunity to fish in troubled waters after the war broke out. In the 452nd year of the glorious calendar, the 26th day of the Frostfall month, the Judgment Army arrived at the floating city, and the 2 sides launched a devastating war. It is known in history as the Battle of the Silver Sand Sea. The war lasted for a day and a night, and the sky above the battlefield became extremely pure, without a trace of clouds. The surface within hundreds of kilometers was completely transformed into fine silver-white gravel, and the light of magic and divine arts illuminated the entire sky. The lone 9th-level warriors waiting nearby had already retreated far away to avoid being affected by the aftermath. The result of this battle was beyond everyone's expectation. The Judgment Army returned in defeat, with a 20% reduction in numbers and 1 9th-level priest killed. Several 9th-level priests who watched the war publicly stated that they would not attack the floating city again. In this war, the secret 9th-level team sent by the Empire never showed up. But at a certain moment, the slowly marching Empire troops suddenly changed their formation and marched back to the Empire at a completely different speed from when they came. Without making any comments on the results of the war, the Free Federation of Idle announced that after friendly negotiations between the Federation and the Magic Council, the 2 sides successfully resolved the previous misunderstanding and reached a deep strategic cooperation relationship. The Federation recognizes that the territorial sovereignty of the Silver Sand Sea within hundreds of kilometers with the floating city as the center belongs entirely to the Magic Council. Since the Battle of the Silver Sand Sea, all forces on the continent have had a strong desire for the floating city after truly witnessing its terrifying power. There was even a brief upsurge in the search for the remains of the floating city. After all, there were 9 sky cities in the ancient magic empire. Even if the Magic Council found one, there were still 8 that were missing. The 3 empires also secretly offered a sky-high reward, no matter who you are or what your previous identity was. As long as you can bring any news related to the whereabouts of the floating city, and it is confirmed, you will directly obtain a 9th-level title, territory, and cultivation resources that guarantee that your strength can be piled up to the 9th level. However, for the next few hundred years, no one on the entire continent gained anything, and several pieces of news that were difficult to distinguish between true and false were eventually falsified, and the upsurge gradually faded. But now, the wreckage city in front of us has made the minds of the major forces active again. A new wreckage of an ownerless sky city. If it can be restored and raised to the sky again, it will be enough to break the current situation of the entire continent. In fact, with the current development of magic in the continent, more than 90% of the magic structure of the sky city can be perfectly restored. The reason why the major forces are still so keen on finding the wreckage is that no one can restore the most critical core of the sky city, the synonym of miracle, the infinite source of magic power, the eternal core. The fall of this relic can cause the vibration of the fate network of the entire continent, which means that the eternal core in this relic is very likely to be well preserved. At this moment, everyone sensed that the fate of the city that had enveloped it during the fall had gradually dissipated, leaving only the faint residual heat from the friction of the meteorite with the air. After watching each other warily from a distance, everyone did not delay any longer and quickly turned into streams of light and rushed into the city. Although they were in the enemy camp, No one took action for the time being, because there were too many 9th level masters present. A rash move could easily cause a chain reaction and lead to siege by others. Moreover, this piece of city ruins was only a small part of the two halves of the meteorite fragments, and it was not certain whether there was an eternal core. It would not be too late to take action when the real discovery was made. Chapter 295 Accidents and Rewards. However, these have nothing to do with Avis, who is far away in the Pamir Academy in the royal capital. Looking at the direction where the meteor fell from afar, Avis sensed the web of fate that changed dramatically in an instant and let out a long breath. He couldn't see the current situation of the falling point, but he could roughly imagine the scene of a group of 9th level strongmen rushing into the ruined city, searching for something. However, the danger of the wreckage of the fallen sky city is beyond everyone's imagination. Perhaps the city has been broken, but some of its defense facilities that rely on the power of rules are still in operation. Whether it is a group of black stone golems, a material decomposition array, or a time and space annihilation point, they are all traps that are enough to threaten the 9th level limit. In the memory of the previous life, only half of the 9th level who entered the ruins were able to escape with minor injuries, and the rest paid a heavy price to escape. There were even 2 people whose bodies fell directly, and whose souls were severely injured and escaped, but surrounded by other 9th level masters who were hostile to him. His final fate was predictable after such a heavy blow. At the same time, at the moment when the meteor landed, Avis's understanding of fate and prophecy deepened again. His prophet level broke through 1 level silently, and now he is officially broken through to the 6th level prophet. This is the result of accumulation, and the increasing number of players in the secret ceremony has brought him increasing feedback on fate. With a sufficient foundation, as long as the degree of understanding of the web of fate is sufficient, the breakthrough will become a natural result. Wow! Brother, did you feel that the ground shook just now? The moment the vibration occurred, Kate jumped into Fiona's arms with some fur. The girl hugged the kitten and screamed in surprise. You're right, Faye. Remember just now when we made a wish to the falling star? After calming down the surging power of fate in his body, Avis smiled softly at the girl. It heard it and responded to us. Is that so? The girl blinked her clear blue eyes and nodded to Avis in understanding. But after thinking about it, she asked with some worry, Brother, did it agree? Of course it agreed very happily to the wish made by our lovely little Fiona. It will definitely be realized in the future. Avis nodded seriously, but what he said made the girl blush and lower her head, and the hand holding Kate unconsciously increased a little strength, making the kitten's eyes bulge. Looking at the shy look of the girl, Avis smiled, and his blue eyes looked at the distant sky again. It was as if he saw the ever-changing web of fate and the cities burning in the flames of war. Yes, it will come true in the future, no matter what wish you made. The landing of this shooting star is also a key node in the development of fate. According to the normal process of the previous life, it should have fallen before the prophecy of the star appeared, and after it landed, the eyes of all professionals on the continent would be attracted by it, and then rush to the Gloria Empire. The chaos brought by these mixed professionals will involve most of the energy and power of the top rulers of the empire. As a result, the major resistance forces and the Glorious Alliance gradually gained room for development, turning from secret development to open development, which laid the groundwork for the future all-out war. The subsequent development was just as Avis had predicted. Only half a day later, an astonishing piece of news quickly reached the hands of the top leaders of the major forces through secret channels. There is a huge danger in the meteorite ruins. The 9th level who entered to explore fled in a panic, and everyone was injured. Some of them were severely injured by the power of rules, and some even had their bodies destroyed. In this incident, due to insufficient preparation, the 9th level who rashly entered suffered heavy losses. Among them, the ones with the least losses were some 9th level who entered without their real bodies, although their incarnations stayed in there forever. At least, they did not suffer too much damage, because the momentum of the meteorite falling was too loud. There were also many professionals who saw many 9th level professionals fleeing the ruins in a panic, and this incident could not be concealed at all. Soon, this heavy news flew to the entire continent like wings. The well-known newspapers on the continent, such as Magic Times, Empire Morning Post, and Divine Grace, all published the incident on the front page at the first time. The falling star is actually an unknown relic from outer space, and all the 9th level people who entered it suffered heavy damage. The meteorite bombarded the Gloria Empire, and His Holiness the Pope expressed regret for this. In this incident, the Olivendi family also had a 9th-level person who entered the exploration. It was not Duke Carrot, but one of the Duke's uncles, Zero Ice Crystal Pomona, whose strength was a veteran 9th-level person. Although Ambus knew the great danger in the ruins, he could not stop the family members from entering the exploration. After all, that was the source of the turbulence of the web of destiny. Even if they knew the danger, the family could not sit idly by and watch other forces explore without taking any action. However, in order to minimize their own losses, Avis had already made a secret contact with the Duke in advance on the eve of the meteorite falling. In the communication, Avis implicitly stated that the source of the turbulence of the web of destiny this time might also be a huge danger to the Ninth Order. If they wanted to explore it, they must be very cautious. After the communication, Carlotte thought about it and decided to believe Avis' words. After all, it was Avis's special reminder. Even if this prophecy was eventually proved to be wrong, it would not hurt to be cautious. So, after repeated consideration, Carlotte decided to remind the Ninth Order in charge of this aspect of the family in his own name. At the same time, he revealed the news to his wife Elena and asked her to remind her family. The Alfred family. The results of the incident were mixed. Although the 9th level of the Alfred family received the news, they finally chose to enter the ruins in person to explore. The clone has a great limitation on combat effectiveness. If something incredible is found inside, it is likely that it will not be able to compete with others. But fortunately, under the special reminder of Duke Carrot, Pomona finally chose to send his clone to explore the ruins. The result of the incident also made him very happy. Although the 9th level clone that consumed a lot of resources and was painstakingly made was destroyed, he was very glad that he did not enter in person. The danger in the ruins was far beyond his imagination. The rule attack that the clone encountered was almost the limit of the 9th level. Even if his real body could withstand it, he would suffer irreversible heavy damage. In that case, he would have nothing to do except recuperate for the next few hundred years. The 9th level of the Alfred family, who explored with him, was directly hit by a decomposition rule ripple, and was seriously injured because of the real body entering. He barely escaped through the secret method of saving his life. He was extremely grateful, and could not help but thank Carrot for reminding him in advance. As a result, the Duke, who was in an extremely happy mood, gave Ambus a special reward Fidus ring. It was a treasure in the family secret vault, and it could only be successfully taken out after being confirmed by Duke Carrot and Pomona with the 9th level authority. Chapter 296 Secret Treasure. It was Ambus's request to give the Ring of Fight Years as a reward. It was not because it had any powerful power. In fact, it was not even a magic item, but just a decorative ring with a unique material. What really made it famous was its former owner, the last emperor of the ancient magic empire, the Dearstu Augustine. He had worn it on the little finger of his left hand and attended many public occasions. Like everything that can be related to the royal family of the magic empire, there are also rumors that this ring is related to the lost treasure of the magic empire Vesserum. After initially obtaining it, the family's 9th level sign strongman had carefully tested it. But in the end, he found that it seemed to be just an ordinary ring without any hidden effects. Moreover, the material of the ring itself is very special and can interfere with prophecy magic. The family prophet predicted it, but there was no reaction either. Although it was a bit useless, it was once the personal belongings of Emperor Fightiers after all. This ring was eventually collected in the family secret library as a precious collection. Avis was not sure how the first patriarch got it, but this did not stop him from coveting the ring, because it was actually related to the secret treasure. Holding the ring alone, it could only serve as a decoration. But in fact, it was a key to open the secret treasure of the ancient magic empire lost in time. Perhaps he had a premonition of the destruction of the Vesserum Empire. Or perhaps he just wanted to be on the safe side. Emperor Fightiers set up very secret treasure houses in many dangerous places on the continent, and stored a large amount of various resources in them. Even if the royal family really declines due to some force majeure, his descendants can rely on these resources to make a comeback in the future. However, I am afraid that even Emperor Fightiers himself did not expect that the entire Vesserum royal bloodline would completely die out in the future. The reason why the family members cannot use it is very simple. It needs to sense the bloodline of the royal family of the ancient magic empire to function normally. It is not that no one has thought of this layer, But after the destruction of the royal bloodline of the Magic Empire, only Emperor Gloria remained. When the Emperor disappeared in the end, this bloodline was equivalent to complete extinction. Therefore, even if there is such a guess, it is impossible to really test it. Anvis also cannot find that kind of bloodline. But he has other solutions. With the development of magic, people in later generations found another way to activate the effect of the ring by deceiving the ring's judgment. You know, there is no 100% perfect magic circle, and everything will have its loopholes. After all, the Fidela's ring is just a dead object, and its judgment method is very rigid. In the memory of little N-Wise, there happened to be a way for people in later generations to activate the ring. The specific process is very complicated. First, the blood is modulated with a similarity rate of more than 90% to stimulate part of the effect of the ring. Then, the operating state is solidified with special magic, and the magic circle for cracking is injected at the same time. And some inscriptions for detecting blood are slowly modified to make it lose its effect. Later, when this method was circulated in a small range, a wave of searching for the key suddenly arose. There is more than one thing like this ring. Emperor Fidelas left a total of 7 secret treasure houses, which seemed to correspond to his 7 descendants. When Avis made the request, Duke Carrot was a little confused at first. Why did he know that there was such a thing in the family treasure house? But when Avis explained it as a prophecy, the Duke was speechless. Soon, several days passed again after the meteor fell. After a period of fermentation, as many images of the 9th level injuries spread out, some people's minds suddenly became active and began to do some small actions in secret. The imperial capital, Pamir Academy. In the dimly lit room, in front of a brown red-haired boy, there was a glowing crystal ball. A translucent miniature magic projection floated above the crystal ball, as if persuading the boy. What do you think, Roche? This is a great opportunity for us. Many 9th level guardians are injured, and the web of fate has changed dramatically. The results of the prophecy spell will become very chaotic in a short period of time. The rule of the upper echelons of the Empire is now in an unprecedented weak period. Join us and become one of us. As a top student of Pamir College, as long as you agree to join, you can directly obtain the status of an officer, located in his residence. Roche stared at the projection in front of him with a serious face. Who are you? Because some of his adventures were not suitable for others to see. He gritted his teeth and rented a second-level residence. This communication crystal ball mysteriously appeared at the window of his residence after a class. Out of curiosity, he contacted the person in the crystal ball. But what the figure on the other side said was outrageous. It's just a strategic alliance formed secretly by some people with the same aspirations. The magic projection in the crystal ball waved his hand and said lightly, "Our purpose is to overthrow the tyranny of the aristocracy and redivide the imperial class. You can also call us by the code name Spark." Roche frowned. "Even so, why should I join you?" The transparent figure smiled. "Of course you can choose not to join, Mr. Roche. But are you willing? You are of humble origin, even if you have worked several times harder than those noble descendants, and honed yourself between life and death. The final achievements you get are still far lower than them. Even if you finally graduate successfully and leave Pamir College, you will only become a subordinate of those nobles who may not perform as well as you, and work for them. And those noble children have done nothing, just because they have a good background. They can be high above you and always suppress you." Opening his mouth, Roche's mind suddenly flashed the beautiful figure of the girl with a pure temperament like sunshine who smiled and handed him a bunch of fruits. And his eyes could not help but flash a trace of sadness. It was because of the huge gap in status that he did not even have the courage to express his feelings. In the crystal ball, the figure continued to persuade. "You obviously have a strong talent that can be regarded as strong in Pamir College. And you may also have some unknown adventures. But the resources you have worked hard and risked your life to obtain may not even be as much as the cost of a meal for those nobles. Are you really willing to accept this? I have another question. Why me?" After a moment of silence, Roche suddenly asked, "You are different, Mr. Roche." Hearing the boy's somewhat shaken tone, the figure smiled. "The power of fate surrounds you like a cloak, which also means that your life is destined to be extraordinary. Whether you like it or not, all kinds of things will come to you like nails attracted by a magnet. Then, I have another friend who should also like your proposal." After hesitating for a moment, Roche finally shook his head. "His name is Matt. And he is a freshman in the department of shaping like me. You should go and convince him first. If you can convince him as well, I will consider it. You mean Matt? Right? The figure paused, as if flipping through something. Matt Typhon, a freshman in the department of shaping up Pamir, has agreed. Chapter 297 Chaos. On the other hand, Avis also noticed that Matt agreed to join an underground organization. Due to the existence of the Twisted Seeds, everything that happened to Matt could be fully perceived as long as he wanted. However, Avis was usually not so bored to read everything. Reading a lot of messy and useless memory information from others would only consume his energy. He set a trigger condition for all the Twisted Seeds. When something that he thought was important and unusual happened, he would call him in a dream and report to him. For Matt, the important things were naturally related to Avis. Some people had privately tested him and tried to win him over, wanting to get more information about the people behind him through him. And he reported all the appearance, identity, and price of these people to Avis in his dream. Some rebel organizations that have not yet turned to the surface. Some descendants of small nobles. And even Avis saw people from the Enoch family, which is also one of the 4 major families. Some people who came to him wanted to attract him to join the rebels because they were attracted by his background. Avis arranged for Matt to be the descendant of Viscount Typhon, whose family had fallen on hard times. His father, the current Viscount Typhon, was a typical unlucky guy. When the family was passed down to his generation, the family assets had basically been squandered, and they could only rely on the remaining 2 farms and wineries to maintain their daily turnover. During an outing, the Viscount encountered a violent earth bear whose territory was occupied by a powerful monster and had to leave its original territory to find food, because he had no money to hire guards. Poor Viscount Typhon was unfortunately killed by the monster. Not long after the Viscount died, his mother was too sad and soon followed his father to meet the gods. The last few old servants in the family also left, so Matt became an orphan. Fortunately, his talent was good and was appreciated by an academy guide, so he was able to enter Pamir College and become a freshman in the shaping department. The other part was to investigate Avis's purpose. Perhaps Matt himself did not know the specific identity of the so-called messenger of the god of revenge, who helped him arrange a series of identities. But in the eyes of some people, this is not a secret. They don't know what Avis wants to do, but they can plan in advance and try to win Matt to their side. In this way, no matter what Avis plans to do with Matt in the future, they can get the news and use it. After hearing Matt's report, Avis instructed him to accept part of it, including the enticement of the Enoch family, and strive to gain their trust, and the resources obtained can be disposed of by himself. Similarly, Matt's friendship with Roche was guided by him in his dream. Avis did not intend to plant the seeds of distortion in Roche. Roche's fate line was too complicated. If he tried to plant the seeds of distortion, it would easily lead to a deep entanglement with his fate line. And the result of this entanglement, based on Avis's actions, would undoubtedly be judged as a villain who blocked the child of destiny, causing unconscious resistance from the guardian power of destiny. For Avis, perhaps a large amount of fate feedback power could be used to offset it, but that would not be worth the loss. His purpose of following Roche was to harvest the feedback of fate, because he had made a plan in advance and deliberately made friends. Matt and Roche soon became friends under his arrangement. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed again. The sequelae of a large number of foreign professionals pouring into the empire had gradually begun to erupt as time went by. Conflicts between high-level professionals broke out in various places. In the city, these people would give some face to the guardians of the empire. But outside the city, they would have no taboos and fight directly to the point of collapse. These high-level professionals, who were originally lords of one side in their own territory, doing whatever they wanted and fearless. Although they restrained themselves a little after coming to the empire, they inevitably exposed some of their egocentric nature after a little longer time. Not to mention, there were many professionals whose camps were originally in conflict or hostility, or simply had personal grudges. At this moment, they met unexpectedly, and they were naturally jealous, taking revenge for grievances and revenge for grudges. But when high-level professionals who have mastered the power of nature fight, their destructive power is incomparable to that of low-level professionals. Not to mention the large-scale destruction of the terrain by the attacks of both sides. Even after the battle, the environment will be filled with chaotic elemental turbulence, which is very troublesome to manage. At first, The aftermath of the battle between the destructive forces caused serious damage to the environment of the Empire. A few days later, the royal family issued an emergency bill. The Gloria Empire entered the third level of combat readiness. All foreign professionals fighting in the Empire, with an intensity exceeding a certain range, will be treated as foreign invasions. The ninth level professionals of the Empire will personally take action to wipe out the warring parties. At the same time, due to the high danger of the meteorite ruins, the Imperial Magic Research Institute sent a special research team. The ninth level Peak Vice President Secret Star Scholar Psi Star Chaser, in cooperation with high-level researchers from other families, is ready to try to crack the defense system of the ruins. With this announcement and promulgation, the ninth level professionals of the royal family and the major dukes and marquises have been dispatched to take charge of various parts of the Empire. At this point, the internal melee of the Empire has come to an end. Due to the chaos of these days, many mercenaries and adventurers who were adventuring in the wild died because they were involved in the aftermath of the war. However, players gave a very high evaluation of this new version of the expansion pack. If the danger is not taken into account, the effect of the battle between high-level professionals is far more spectacular than any fireworks display. It is a deadly beauty. The dark eye of the thunderstorm hurricane covers the sky, and countless light blue ice crystals sweeping across the sky shine like diamond stars under the light of lightning. The meteor shower condensed by magic burned fiercely, and the falling destruction meteorites ignited the clouds, dyeing the entire battlefield into a dark red like the end of the world. The huge moonlight slash that distorted the space was blocked by the giant stone hand condensed by the mountains. The skeleton dragon soared through the sky, spewing out pale green shining rays containing the meaning of death. Except for some unlucky players who happened to be involved. They cursed on the forum, greeted the game officials, and then continued to spend money. Most players think that the background plot scenes of the new version are very grand, and there is a feeling as if they are witnessing history. As a result, many players who originally developed in the other two empires also began to rush to the Glory Empire, want to try their luck and see if they can trigger some amazing plot tasks. In this environment, the Olivetti family is naturally not immune. Fortunately, the Carlos province is located in the northwest of the empire, just opposite to the landing point of the meteorite, the Magna province in the southeast of the empire, and the impact is relatively low. At the same time, Duke Carrot and another 9th level uncle appeared publicly in the territory, strongly suppressed the two professionals who ran into the gun, and shocked the four sides. However, although the outside world has become a mess, this chaos has not affected the Premier Academy located in the maze. As the gathering place of the Empire's top talents, it has the most advanced defense force in the entire Empire. Even if someone wants to attack with malicious intent, they will be wiped out in the first time. In this chaotic situation outside, Andus's attention was attracted by another thing at this time. The evolution of the old secret scripture is finally over. Chapter 298 New Prophecy and Fiona's Engagement. In the study room lit by the rainbow crystal pollen, the boy with light golden hair sat quietly at the desk, his slender fingers slowly turning the thick dark green ancient book in front of him. The afternoon sun penetrated the open blinds, casting a tilted white and golden hazy light column, covering the books in the window and the boy's upper body, making his college uniform glow with a soft luster. The boy read the contents of the book very carefully, and the deep blue magic glow in his blue eyes kept sweeping across the pale yellow parchment-like pages. A pot of emerald green bellflower was placed in front of the window, and the stems cast a slender and quiet shadow on the table. The originally white flowers had withered and turned into several white fluffy seeds like dandelions. After a moment, Avis exhaled softly and turned the page to the next page again. The pseudo 7th level mental fluctuation swept over and carefully checked the changes in the book. Unlike ordinary magic equipment, as long as you connect it with your spirit, you can quickly grasp its details. Although Avis can use the secret book of the old days, its core part is not fully open to him. He can only check its specific changes through external inspection. The faint fragrance of the rainbow pollen permeates the environment, subtly improving his spiritual coordination. Since the secret book of the old days absorbed the dark seal half a year ago and began to undergo a certain evolution, it has become silent and has no reaction to external objects. The sealing function is temporarily unusable. Before the evolution began, it always gave Avis a feeling of being like a living thing. Previously, it operated on its own in the elf ruins to seal the chaotic ripples in Pecora's spiritual sea. When he went to the island, it allowed him to see additional prophetic images and actively operated to absorb the darkness. When it began to evolve, its living feeling disappeared. Specifically, it was equivalent to the difference between the manual customer service going off duty and the intelligent customer service temporarily taking over. And when it was completed, the long-lost feeling returned. The appearance of the old secret book did not change much, except that the silver font on the cover became brighter. However, when the mental power scanned it, Avis found that the material of the pages seemed to have become more delicate. After reading it through, Avis noticed that the book finally absorbed the sealed page, and the original black line color turned into an extremely pure silver white. More importantly, the pages of the text that could not be opened before now have 2 more pages that can be opened. War started, the spiral collapsed, and the glory disappeared. The old stars fell to the bottom of the sea, and although the ancient ruins were covered with corals, the ominous meaning still lurked in them. The darkness from the distant stars, sleeping in the eternal palace, the indescribable dream, the unknown world, waiting for the moment when the stars returned to their positions. After reading the 2 pages of text several times, Avis seemed to have grasped some information. With the experience of interpreting the main text for the first time, he already had some understanding of it. These obscure words seemed to be some kind of alternative prophetic information, and the description of stars falling to the bottom of the sea made Avis instinctively think of the other half of the sky city that fell into the sea a few days ago. Obviously, the meaning of these 2 prophecies should refer to something hidden in that half of the ruins. In the memory of the previous life, there is not much information about the larger half of the ruins that fell into the sea. With his eyes narrowed and his face raised, Avis could only recall various information about the smaller half of the ruins that fell into the Magna province. There is no eternal core in that half of the ruins, but there are still many very valuable items and spell materials. Law super ancient rule inscription arrays, revelation level golem clusters and their manufacturing methods, some long extinct top level alchemical plant seeds, ancient magic beast materials, bloodlines, etc. At the same time, some important facilities in the city, such as the magic library and some magic towers that serve as defense system nodes, are also located on this side. And indeed, there are exploration reports that mention that there are a large number of special abnormal magic beasts in the ruins, which are extremely dangerous. Even the lowest level small creatures have a magic level equivalent to that of a 7th level professional. However, when Avis was carefully recalling the information of the ruins, he suddenly realized something, opened his eyes, and looked at the corner of the black oak desk. On the side of the exquisite crystal hourglass and the mithril desk lamp, a crystal ball slightly larger than a fist was softly shining with a pale white light. It was specially given to him by Duke Carrot for magically encrypted communications. Avis extended his mental power and activated the crystal ball, and the image of the Duke immediately appeared in the crystal ball. Father. Facing the crystal ball, Avis bowed gently. No need to be polite. Avis, I contacted you this time because I have some temporary situations to explain to you. The Duke's blue eyes briefly scanned the environment around Avis, and after confirming that there were no outsiders, he asked meaningfully, how is it? Are you adapting to the life in the academy? Have you encountered any difficult problems recently? I am living well here, Father, and I have met a few new friends. Avis smiled and nodded, glancing at the calendar. He circled several days on it, representing the time when some important events will occur next. Maybe there will be some small problems occasionally, but I can handle them. Don't worry. Okay. Duke Carrot nodded. As a member of the Olivendi family, Avis will inevitably be tested from all sides in Pamir Academy. Originally, he was a little worried that due to the previous prophecy, the pressure on Avis during this period might increase. But now it seems to be okay. So, how is your sister doing recently? Is there any problem? As for Fiona, she chose the summoning system and adapted to the environment of the academy very quickly. She is also very talented. Recently, she summoned one of my rare experimental subjects into an initial summon. After thinking for a while, Avis answered truthfully. However, regarding this matter, I suspect that it is the result of a powerful prophet manipulating fate. I also have some understanding of Fiona's summons. It should be hatched from the crystal you bought. Right. I will arrange for someone to investigate this matter. And I will also give you some compensation. The Duke nodded slightly, his eyes becoming slightly more serious. Then, what I am going to tell you now is exactly about Fiona. Anvis politely tilted his head slightly to show that he was all ears. To make a long story short, the royal family sent a communication 3 days ago, hoping to let the 8th prince marry Fiona. As he said that, the Duke sneered. The reason for this is quite complicated, and it is also related to the previous star prophecy. In short, I temporarily suppressed this matter in the name of Fiona's coming-of-age ceremony and respecting her personal choice. However, although this matter has been temporarily suppressed by me, it is not safe enough. The 9th prince will also enter school this year. I am worried that the royal family may arrange for him to secretly try to establish a relationship with Fiona. Fiona is not suitable for marriage with other families at present, but her character is not mature enough, and she can be easily deceived. So, Anwazy, I hope you can take care of your sister temporarily, and try not to let her contact with the 9th prince. The family will also find a way to put pressure on the royal family, and try to resolve this matter in the shortest time. Chapter 299 The 9th Prince. I understand. Anwise nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. The Duke did not want her to marry, probably because of her special origin. Fiona's origin has always been a mystery. Little Anwise in his previous life did not know this, and the Duke did not tell him. However, considering her amazing blood concentration, it is probably the product of some forbidden magic experiment, and the royal family designated to marry Fiona. Most likely because they received some secret information about her, and then wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only test the loyalty of the Olivindi family, but also find out whether she is related to the star in the previous prophecy. Under normal circumstances, as one of the 4 major Duke families in the Empire, the Olivindi family has no reason to refuse the royal family's marriage request. But if it really refuses, it means that the Olivindi family may know something. Very good. Someone will deliver your compensation to you later. After receiving Avis's reply, Duke Carrot nodded with satisfaction. His expression relaxed, as if he had let go of a worry. I don't need resource compensation for the time being. Father, are you free on the 23rd of the frozen month? However, Avis shook his head slightly, and made suggestions on the compensation mentioned by the Duke. The 23rd of the frozen month? The Duke thought for a while, and shook his head slightly. There is no special arrangement. What do you want to do? Avis? I want to use your power to help capture a special monster, which should be around level 7. Avis smiled slightly, and spread his hands. Fiona had already obtained the initial summon, and now it was his turn. Coincidentally, a special magic beast that he had long been eyeing would also appear shortly after the meteorite fell. A magic beast with a strength of about level 7. The guards I arranged for you are enough to capture it. Right? Is it necessary to explain it to me in person? A trace of doubt flashed across his pale blue eyes, and Duke Carrot asked a little puzzled. That magic beast has a relatively special power. Please take action just in case, to prevent it from escaping in a special way. Avis explained carefully. In this case, Avis, I can take action. After thinking about it, the Duke nodded and agreed to Avis's request. Anything else? There is indeed one more thing. Father, what are the results of the investigation of the ruins that fell in the Magna province of the Empire half a month ago? Avis nodded. Also, I heard that due to the fall of the ruins, a large number of foreign professionals have poured in, causing the Empire to become very chaotic. I wonder what the current situation in the province of Carlos is like. Don't worry about that, Anvis. Although the current situation is a bit unstable, the family's strength is enough to cope with all challenges. Duke Carrot spoke confidently to Anvis's question. As for the ruins, we are also trying to crack it. But the speed is slow because the danger is too high. It may take several years to crack it completely. In that case, Father, have you considered those foreigners? I think they should be very suitable to send. After thinking for a while, Avis changed his words to a more euphemistic one. Responsible for exploring the ruins. In the previous life, due to the high danger of the ruins, the major forces initially decided to work together to crack them. However, since no one dared to explore inside, the internal information was seriously insufficient, and the cracking progress was very slow. In addition, all kinds of remote-controlled golem incarnations and other objects would instantly lose contact as long as they entered a certain depth of the ruins. They could not be controlled, nor could they transmit any information. After about a month, The major forces finally found the most suitable explorer players. According to the characteristics of being able to revive infinitely, they can be equipped with advanced construct armor, and they can obtain elite investigators who are not afraid of death. For the players, that city is equivalent to a top-level dungeon with a very high degree of danger. Even if they fail to pass the level, there are very generous game rewards. There are always some players who are not afraid of death and take risks for high rewards. You mean, let these foreigners collect internal information of the ruins? The Duke glanced at Avis, and his expression was not surprised. Someone has indeed proposed this idea, and we are also testing its feasibility. What do you think about it? Avis smiled. You know, Father, I have established a foreigner force. If possible, I think this task can be handed over to them. After ending the communication with Duke Carrot, Avis closed the crystal ball. As for arranging players to explore the ruins, the Duke finally did not give him a definite answer, but said that he needed to think about it. However, Avis believed that it was only a matter of time. As for the Duke's request, he was asked to stay by Fiona's side temporarily to block the Ninth Prince's possible pursuit of Fiona. In Ambus's opinion, things could actually be done more beautifully. He had a lot of knowledge about the Ninth Prince, whom he had not met in this life. Lano Luo Augustine, under his deceptively weak appearance, possessed genius-like strategies and foresight that did not match his age. His character was extremely decisive. Once he made a decision, he would achieve his goal at all costs. Moreover, Prince Lano was a very rare reformist among many princes. He unswervingly supported the development of magic guide construction, even if it seemed to have no benefit to him. In his previous life, when the Empire was completely in chaos, this prince showed surprisingly strong military power and was supported by the Ninth Order. Together with the First Prince and the Fourth Princess, he was known as one of the three strongest princes. After carefully recalling his style of doing things, Ambus decided to take the initiative to meet the Ninth Prince. However, he did not choose to submit the invitation formally, but conveyed a message, hoping to meet him 3 days later, in a second-level residence of the college with an ordinary appearance. Avis met the unknown Ninth Prince. When Avis entered the room, the prince was standing in the living room of the residence, under an oil painting depicting a battle between a dragon and a spellcaster, with his back to the main door of the living room, and seemed to be admiring the painting. Hearing the sound of Avis coming in, he turned around, with a polite smile on his face, and nodded to Avis. Welcome, Mr. Olivendi. Prince Lano has a surprisingly handsome appearance, with a special eye color of blue and purple, and soft dark purple ear-length hair. Even Avis had to admit that he was almost half as handsome as himself. Chapter 300, Winning Over. Hello, respected His Highness Augustine. Facing the slightly scrutinizing gaze of Prince Lano, Ambus also showed a standard aristocratic smile, put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and was polite with a hint of alienation. To say something a little bit beyond the limit. In terms of status, he is actually not much worse than the prince. I'm sorry that I failed to submit a formal written application to you, but met in this way. But I came here this time to represent my personal will. So, in the following conversation, you can just call me Ambus. Standing up again, Ambus said while looking at this future one of the three kings. Unlike the seventh Prince Willer, who looked shrewd, Prince Lano, who had just reached school age, had a young and weak appearance and seemed to be inexperienced. Of course, if you underestimate him for this reason, you will suffer a big loss from him sooner or later. Okay, Mr. Ambus, please sit down. I don't think we need to stand and talk. Prince Lon Nua nodded obediently and gestured to the sofa in the reception room. In Pamir Academy, I am not a prince either, so you can also call me Lon Nua directly. As the two sat down, Ambus sniffed the fragrance in the reception room. It was a clear smell like snowflakes on the mountains, with a faint smell of ice elements. Judging from the smell, it should be the aroma of burning silver snow leaves. That is the silver snow fragrance, which uses the 7th pure silver leaf of the 100-year-old silver snow grass as the main material. If you like, I can give you some when you leave. As for drinks, there are moonberry juice and elf black tea on the table. You can choose according to your taste. Noticing Avis's subtle movements, Prince Lon Nua spoke generously. In this case, I would like to thank you for your kindness in advance. Your Highness Lon Nua. Avis nodded, thanked the prince, and then told the purpose of his visit. This time I met you privately, Mainly because I hope to discuss something with you. Is that so? Picked up a cup of elf black tea. Prince Lanua looked at Avis. Sir Avis, I don't know what your purpose is, but I must make one thing clear in advance. Due to my age, there are many things I can't decide. If your purpose involves some major events, it may be more appropriate to go to my brothers to discuss it. On the contrary, Your Highness Lanua, this matter happens to be related to you, and you can make the decision. With a smile on his face, Avis also picked up a cup of black tea and shook his head gently. I wonder if you have received news from the royal family and need to find a way to contact my sister. Is it for this matter? Hearing this, Prince Lanua frowned slightly, and then quickly relaxed again. This momentary change in expression was keenly noted by Avis. This subtle change in expression usually means that the owner of the expression does not understand what the other party is saying, but does not want the other party to find out. This made him feel a little surprised. Didn't the royal family issue this order? At the same time, staring at Avis' eyes, Prince Lanua nodded. If I say that similar news did come in the afternoon 3 days ago, I wonder what your opinion is on this. I can't say it's an opinion, but I have a suggestion. After taking a sip of tea, Avis smiled and put the teacup down again. The taste is average, and there is not much life magic. It doesn't look like the leaves of the ancient tree of life, but seems to be just the leaves of an ordinary elf tea tree. Perhaps it is done deliberately to maintain the image of a simple prince with no ambitions. If you receive similar news, Your Highness Lanua, I wonder if you can put this matter aside for the time being. Put aside the royal family's instructions for the time being? Your Highness Anbis, do you understand what you are saying? Or are you threatening me? Prince Lanua narrowed his eyes, put down the teacup as well, and his expression became slightly colder. I know very well, Your Highness Lanua. So, this trip is completely based on my own personal will, and I propose to Your Highness Lanua personally. Please don't misunderstand. This is not a threat, but my attempt to win you over. With a perfect smile on his face, Avis gently spread his hands, and emphasized the word personal in his tone. After all, sometimes, the interests of the royal family do not mean personal interests. Right? So, what do you want to say? Prince Lanua spoke coldly. Nothing. But if Your Highness agrees to my proposal, the outcome of the matter will be more beneficial to you personally. Avis leaned back slightly on the sofa. I can confess to you, Your Highness Lanua, I also received news from the family asking me to do something similar. I think it might be better to communicate with you directly. Think about it. This matter is not just about the two of us. It depends more on the family power behind us. You don't need to be too obvious. Just do your job without exerting too much effort. After a period of time, the royal family will withdraw their order. In return, you will get my personal support, including providing you with some necessary high-level professional power and helping you share the pressure from your brother. Speaking of the latter part of support, Avis directly shrank his voice and passed it to the prince's ears. You investigate me? After hearing Avis's words, the prince narrowed his eyes dangerously, and his eyes were already alert and angry. I have already said that this matter is not just about the two of us. And I believe that during these 3 days, you should also know something about me. Anbis shrugged his shoulders. There was no need to pretend to be threatening. Everyone was the same. No one should say anything to each other, because he had the memory of the future. He knew very well the situation the ninth prince was facing, although the prince's identity seemed glorious. In fact, he had no one to use now, and was even being excluded by some other conservative princes. Using this, he could find a way to pull Prince Lano to his side. Humph! Is this also what the Olivendi family meant? Putting away his expression again, Prince Lano also leaned back on the sofa and snorted coldly. Didn't I say that this time? All my words and deeds completely represent my personal will. With a sincere expression on his face, Anbis picked up the teacup again. But your last name is still Olivendi. Dear Sir Anbis. Prince Lano also picked up the teacup and stabbed Anbis at the same time. So, what do you mean? Your Highness Lano? After taking a sip of tea, Anbis spread his hands. I agree. Then, happy cooperation. Chapter 301 The Changes of the Elemental Dragon. After about half a magic hour, Anbis left Prince Lano's residence. During this half-magic hour, Anbis and Lano mainly conducted preliminary consultations on some details of the cooperation. In the end, Both parties were quite satisfied with the results. Prince Lano found a strong foreign aid when he was at his weakest. And Anvis made an investment that would have a rich return in the future. Of course, the two claimed to the outside world that this was a tentative meeting, considering that the descendants of several other major families also met with the prince in private. Anvis's behavior was not abrupt. Anvis believed that with Prince Lano's wisdom, he would definitely seize this opportunity. During the entire conversation, although he was a little curious, Anvis still did not try to peek into Prince Lano's fate. As a prince of the empire, the prince must carry a high-level prophecy magic item to prevent the prophecy magic of outsiders from snooping. If you peeked rashly, you would not only gain nothing, but also easily expose yourself, causing Prince Lano to be highly alert and hostile, and end up in trouble. This kind of anti-prophecy arrangement is in the hands of all the descendants of truly powerful forces. It is to prevent some malicious prophet from secretly peeping at their fate line and interfering with them when they have not grown up and their strength is low. Playing with a fake gold coin in his hand casually, Avis looked up at the sky. At this time, Seer had risen to a position close to the center of the sky, emitting a dazzling and slightly hot platinum light. He did not take the floating disc directly back to his residence, but casually strolled towards the direction of the Summoning Academy. From time to time, colorful streams of light passed by his head and flew to various locations in the academy. Fiona had contacted him through the ID card before, and the little dragon seemed to sense some special needs. It just so happened that the get-out-of-class time of the summoning school was about to end, so he could pick up Fiona for lunch. Soon, the dark blue tower of the summoning tower became larger and larger in Avis's sight. The tower of the summoning department was slightly shorter than that of the mystic department. The surface was flashing with light blue mysterious magic symbols. The top of the tower was embedded with a huge light blue irregular crystal, which looked extremely solid. Several students in Pamir uniform sat on the magic lawn under the tower, holding thick magic books in their hands, leisurely discussing various advanced magic knowledge. Among them, Avis saw the green-haired Becky, who was seriously discussing something with another summoning department student with his little slime. So, it's possible, reproductive isolation, girls, slime girls. The scattered voices drifted from afar, mixed with other sounds in the environment, making Avis not hear clearly. However, this leisurely and academic scene suddenly made him feel that he was out of tune with the surrounding environment. Thinking about what he had done recently and what he was going to do, Avis couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, he actually envied the ease and leisure of these ordinary students. The things the Duke had told him to do were probably solved, but there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. Whether it was the future development of the secret ceremony or some important plot nodes and events in his memory, he needed to deal with them personally, or recover resources and treasures in advance, or try to interfere with events that were originally unfavorable to the 4 major family camps in history. Although the original fate line has shifted due to his interference, it still generally maintains the original development direction. Moreover, some major events will not be affected. "Brother, are you waiting for me?" The girl's crisp and energetic voice sounded from afar. The ancient bronze tower door of the tower has been opened, and some junior summoning students walked out of it. In the bright white sunlight at noon, the figure of the light blonde girl waving her hands excitedly was particularly dazzling. "Is that the brother you once mentioned?" Faye, noticing Anvis standing quietly in the sun, perfect like the incarnation of a god. The girls who were traveling with him couldn't help but look at Fiona with some envy, which made the girl feel very satisfied. "Fiona, what type does your brother like?" Some of the more daring ones have already started to ask the girl about Avis's preference. "Oh, this? I don't know," suddenly asked this. Fiona blushed and hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "Hello, charming ladies. If you don't mind, I will take my sister to lunch." At this time, Avis came over with a smile and helped Fiona out. "It's okay. Please help yourself." Seeing Avis coming over, the expressions of several girls instantly became extremely gentle, trying to leave a good impression in front of Avis. The high charm attribute brought him an effect like permanent charm magic. "Brother, how come you suddenly have time to come here in person?" After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic classmates, Avis temporarily rented a double floating disc and took Fiona to the restaurant. Fiona stood on the side of the double floating disc and asked curiously, "Nothing. I just finished dealing with a small matter, and the time was just enough for me to come and pick you up," while controlling the floating disc to fly to the restaurant. Avis said lightly. I heard that the little dragon sensed the need to eat certain resources. How is it now? By the way, brother, Fie told me that she suddenly wanted to eat a special stone. That kind of stone will glow and has a special smell and taste. Mentioning this, the girl immediately slammed her white palm, and the big light blue bow on her head also shook. I can't tell the difference from this vague description. Faye. Avis was helpless about the girl's description. How about this? After lunch, you bring the little dragon to my laboratory, and I'll test it. After a pleasant lunch, the two came to the laboratory in Ambus's residence. The Vortex Dragon was originally very happy to be able to come out of the ring, but after seeing the familiar laboratory environment, it immediately wilted. Don't be depressed, Thea. This is to help you find the kind of stone you want to eat. Fiona quickly communicated with her in her heart and began to try to comfort it. At the same time, Avis skillfully activated the laboratory's detection array. He began to scan the dragon's various physical data and prepared to compare it with the previously recorded data. However, when the results came out, Avis found that the dragon's condition did not seem to have changed significantly from before. Faye, can you describe the specific appearance of the stone she wants to eat in more detail? It just told me that it was a kind of stone that would sparkle and have special energy. It is not sure about the others. But if you can see the real thing, you should be able to sense it. Fiona wrinkled her nose and was a little helpless. Thorium, retrieve all the resource information in the warehouse that meets the description. After thinking for a while, Avis took out a crystal ball and handed it to Fiona. Faye, take a look at the resource list here to see if there is the kind of stone she needs. The girl nodded, took the crystal ball, and began to check. Chapter 302 Grey Raven Market. After a while, the girl put the crystal ball down again and shook her head. Fia said that the stone she wanted didn't seem to be on this list. Due to the magic contract, the girl and the dragon could partially feel each other's mood, and the information the girl read from the crystal ball could also be sensed by Fia. No! Avis touched his chin and looked at the report detected by the magic circle again, including the magic density of the dragon's body, the frequency of fluctuations, and other data. In general, the fluctuation range of each data does not exceed 5%. However, due to the lack of reference materials on extraterrestrial species, Avis is not sure what this means for the Vortex Dragon. But in theory, even if this dragon looks very extraordinary, the resources needed in its infancy should not be too rare, and his laboratory warehouse did not include it. And it is more likely that the resources are very unconventional. So unconventional that they have no effect on him. After locking the search range in a very small area, Avis began to carefully recall which materials among the unpopular resources that were not in his laboratory met the girl's description. After a moment, he thought of a total of 5 different minerals and crystal-type magic materials. Crescent Moon Stone, Star Tear Crystal, Miasma Crystal Stone, Oracle Ore, and Void Crystal Stone. Although the names of these minerals sound powerful, in fact, these things are basically useless, and are even used as building materials and lighting. The reason why there is a name that sounds awesome is mainly because it is easier to sell. Although he didn't have these things in his laboratory, if he wanted them, he could always ask the people from the Chamber of Commerce to get some for him. However, when he noticed the girl next to him looking at him eagerly, Avis suddenly changed his mind. I think I have some guesses about the resources that Fia needs. However, I don't have those things in my laboratory for the time being. Facing the girl's puzzled eyes, Avis closed the magic circle in the laboratory and smiled. How about this? I'll take you to the special material trading market in the capital, and let it sense it by itself? Great, brother. I know you will definitely find a way. Fiona cheered and turned around like she did when she was a child. Her light golden long hair floated slightly as she turned, gently slapping Avis' body. At this distance, Avis could smell the faint fragrance coming from the girl. By the way, can I bring Kate with me? As she said that, Fiona suddenly remembered something, and her big lake blue eyes looked at Avis expectantly. Okay, take it with you, and change into some more ordinary clothes. We'll set off soon. Nodding gently, Avis agreed to the girl's request. It wasn't a dangerous place anyway. Even if Kate got lost accidentally, there would be players to help find her. After a while, the girl changed into an elegant off-white dress and returned with the kitten. Avis took her on an alchemy vehicle to the imperial capital near the academy. Avis was quite familiar with the major trade markets in the capital. In his previous life, as a plot player, he had studied the trade markets in the main cities of the major empires in order to better earn gold coins and purchase various adventure materials. The place he planned to show the girl was the largest special trading market in the capital, the Grey Raven Market. It was a super large comprehensive market similar to a flea market. It was named after the Grey Raven because it liked to collect and pick up all kinds of miscellaneous items, whether it was various ores, warcraft materials, alchemical plants, or various precious magic potions, equipment, relics, etc. Almost everything could be found here. The origins of many things might not be very clean, but as long as they were not directly related to the stolen goods of a certain case, the guards would just turn a blind eye to it. As soon as he entered the market, a red-haired little boy wearing shabby linen clothes, who looked at most 11 or 12 years old, immediately came to greet him with nimble legs and feet. Welcome to the Grey Raven Market. Respected adults, this should be your first time here, right? What do you need to buy? I can lead the way for you two adults. Just give me a silver coin tip. This is also one of the special features here. Just paying a little tip can save a lot of time looking for goods by yourself. For most professionals, a silver coin is nothing. They might buy any product at random, and the stall owner would agree to give them a few silver coins. So many people would agree to hire such a tour guide. However, after listening to the boy's words, Fiona was slightly stunned, leaned close to Avis's ear, and moved her pink lips slightly. Brother, do you have silver coins? What if I say no? Avis looked at the girl, with interest and curiosity in his blue eyes. Then I can only refuse him. I only have gold coins. Hearing Avis' words, the girl holding the cat shook her head regretfully, her beautiful big eyes full of regret. Hey, don't be so anxious. Faye, we will buy something later, and there should be change for silver coins. Avis smiled and stopped teasing the girl. Yes, I didn't think of this just now. After Avis's reminder, the girl suddenly understood, and then nodded to the little boy in a mature manner. We agree. Please take us to buy. As she said that, the girl suddenly blinked. She suddenly remembered that she didn't know what to buy yet, and hurriedly looked at Avis for help. Take us to the place where all kinds of special mineral materials are sold. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Avis kindly helped the girl to explain. Okay, my lords, please follow me. After getting the answer, the little boy immediately led the two of them to one side of the market. After passing through several alleys with scattered stalls, all kinds of stalls and shops filled with a dazzling array of raw materials soon appeared in front of the two. Although it is called a market, in fact, the Grey Raven Market is a large commercial district. Each type of commodity has its own dedicated sales area. If people who come here for the first time do not have a guide, they really need to get familiar with it for a while if they want to find a certain type of item. The area for trading or materials is here. I wonder what level of materials the two adults need. For low and medium level ones, these stalls outside may have more varieties, and the prices will be cheaper. For higher level ones, you must enter the store to sell them. After bringing the two to the place, the little boy explained with ease. If you need it, I can also recommend a better shop here. We need 5 materials: Crescent Moon Stone, Star Tear Crystal, Miasma Crystal, Oracle Ore, and Void Crystal. Have you heard of them? Avis looked at him and spoke casually. Void Crystal? However, after listening, the little boy nodded, as if he had really heard of some of the materials. What you said is a bit off the beaten path. It may be difficult to find in ordinary stalls, but it should be available in old Jimmy's shop. As he said that, he took the two to turn around again, and found a slightly deserted shop in an alley. This shop is located in a 2-story stone building, and its appearance is a bit fancy and weird. On the old wooden sign with traces of weathering and damage, a line of crooked ancient Manny words is engraved. Jimmy's Alchemy Shop. Chapter 303 Special Ore. The three entered the door of the store covered with barrier magic, and a mysterious atmosphere unique to the alchemy store suddenly hit them. It was like an old relic of the past, dull and full of vicissitudes. The environment inside the store was almost isolated from the outside world. As the 2 wooden doors closed again behind them, the slightly noisy sounds from the outside world completely disappeared, leaving only the ticking and swinging sound of the old clock in the store. Like all alchemy stores, the things displayed in this store are equally strange. Strange rag dolls wearing layered gorgeous long skirts, Exquisite paintings with exotic artistic sense. Strange logs half stained with dark green mucus. Black and red beaded gems like eyes. Various mysterious items with different auras were placed in a row of stacked shelves in a slightly messy manner, waiting for their possible buyers. Old Jimmy. A customer is coming. The little boy walking in front greeted skillfully, breaking the quiet atmosphere that had just gathered in the store. Obviously, he has brought customers like this more than once. It's Little Pace. Hearing the voice, an old man with gray hair and beard, wearing a dark red alchemy robe with some oil stains and wear marks on the corners, and a slightly hunched back, came tremblingly from behind a shelf. The little boy stepped aside tactfully, revealing the two. There are two new lovely customers. Welcome to old Jimmy's alchemy shop. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. The slightly turbid brown eyes glanced at the three people, and the old man flipped through a thick black leather book in his hand and tapped one of the pages with his finger. Seeing this scene, Avis knew the tricks here very well. The shopkeeper was actually recording the behavior of Little Pace. This is also one of the unspoken rules of the Grey Raven Market. Some shops in remote areas will hire these children to attract customers. If the customers brought and make a good deal in the store, then afterwards, the children who brought the customers can get an extra kickback. Hello, Grandpa. We need 5 types of empty crystals. Oracle or miasma crystals, crescent stones, and star tier crystals. Hearing the old shopkeeper's inquiry, Fiona answered politely. It was the first time for her to bring money out to buy things without the company of Maid Annie, and it felt strange at this time. After she finished speaking impatiently, the girl holding the cat secretly glanced at Avis again, as if she wanted to get Avis's confirmation. Yes, that's it. In the girl's inquiring eyes, Avis nodded and confirmed her words. We need these ores. Come with me. The old shopkeeper nodded, closed the thick leather book in his hand, and suddenly a long-handled magic wand appeared in his hand, pausing on the ground. So, the rows of shelves grew legs and moved away, revealing a staircase leading down. In order to save space, ores and other raw materials are all underground. As he said, the shopkeeper walked down the stairs first, and Avis and Fiona followed him. The little boy named Pace did not follow, but just stood at the door of the store waiting. The basement of the store has a spacious area no less than the ground part, and rows of shelves are also set up. Metals, minerals, monsters, plants, all kinds of raw materials are placed on the display shelves in the corresponding areas according to categories. Although the store is small and in a remote location, the variety of materials is surprisingly complete. Well, brother, it seems to be this kind. When she got here, Fiona seemed to suddenly feel something, and quickly walked to the area where the ore was piled, and picked up a piece of ore with a light blue surface. It does not emit light by itself, but under the magic light in the basement, its smooth surface reflects an exceptionally shining brilliance, because the distance is close enough. The young dragon Fi attached to the girl can already feel the breath of that ore. Is it the oracle ore you need? Seeing this, the old shopkeeper smiled. His yellow teeth flashed slightly, and he seemed to see the yellow gold coins waving at him. Although the two had changed out of the premier uniforms at this time, the experienced shopkeeper could see at a glance that these were definitely 2 inexperienced students, especially the little girl, although she was a little curious when looking at the goods in the store before. But whether she saw the relic fragments worth 1 or 2 gold coins, or the devil's eye gem worth thousands of gold coins, her eyes basically did not change. No, it should be said that when she saw those fragments, her interest was even greater than that of the precious gems. Old Jimmy had received several such customers before, and each of them was his favorite type, rich and indifferent to the price of goods. This ore is not ordinary. According to legend, a true god in ancient times blessed the land and made it fertile and full of fruits. And some stones that were impregnated by the dissipated divine power became the oracle ore of today. The old shopkeeper praised it as if it was a great treasure, which made Fiona stunned. So, as the extra scraps blessed by the gods, these stones are not very useful. They are more used as high-end building decoration materials and auxiliary materials for low-level bull power potions. And the current market price is about 4 gold coins and 12 silver coins per paso. However, Avis on the side ruthlessly exposed the trick of the shopkeeper Jimmy and quoted the market reference price. TSK. The old shopkeeper looked at Avis with a bit of dissatisfaction and suddenly realized that he had just made a mistake. The girl was indeed inexperienced, But the boy was an expert. Tell me, how much is needed? After confirming that Avis was not easy to fool, the shopkeeper immediately lost interest. After all, it was just a transaction of a few gold coins. First, well, let's start with 5,000 pesos. Thinking about Fi's possible appetite, the girl said tentatively. Okay, wait. Little girl, how much did you say? For a moment, old Jimmy suspected that he had heard wrongly. Generally, people who buy this thing basically need to refine potions. And at most they will only buy a few dozen pesos, which is enough for continuous refining for 2 or 3 months. 5,000 pesos? Is there any problem? Grandpa? Fiona looked at the old shopkeeper in confusion. Nothing. I'm just a little surprised at the amount you need. Touching his nose, old Jimmy became enthusiastic again. Although the unit price of Oracle ore is very cheap, if the quantity is enlarged to 5,000 pesos, it will be a big deal of more than 20,000 gold coins. After all, a low unit price does not mean a low profit margin. If you buy 5,000 units at one time, there should be a discount, such as rounding off the decimals? Avis said faintly. Well, of course. Then round off the decimals of 3,000 gold coins and count it as 20,000 gold coins. Old Jimmy nodded with a smile, his heart bleeding. With this, his profit from this order was only 5,000 gold coins. Next, Fiona, who received Avis's signal, stepped forward and paid the money with the magic crystal card of Olivendi business. Since the elemental dragon has become Fiona's pet, Avis will not pay for this expense on her behalf. Do you two customers need anything else? Do you want to come and see the new Unknown Ruins items in our store? The price can be 88% off for you too. Having made a big deal, old Jimmy was in a good mood after getting the money, while transferring the corresponding oracle ore from the magic warehouse. He tried to strike while the iron was hot and get another order. Although 5,000 peso ore sounds like a lot, its volume is actually less than 2 cubic meters, which is enough to be contained in a space ring. Chapter 304 Mysterious Relics. After hearing the shopkeeper's strong recommendation, Fiona, who had already bought the required ore, suddenly became curious. She had just seen the strange things on the shelves, but she had not paid much attention to them because she was only thinking about buying ore before. And now that she had bought the ore, her curiosity immediately prevailed. You don't have to ask for my opinion on everything, Fiona. Just like you used to do when you went shopping with Annie. Noticing her sister's shining eyes that were very similar to the kitten she was holding, Avis gave her a gentle smile and nodded gently. And? I just want to take a look. Yeah, I know. Hearing this, the girl nodded happily. We want to see shopkeeper Grandpa. Okay, then, please follow me. 2 respected guests. After getting consent, the old shopkeeper took the 2 back to the ground area of the store. After the same operation as before, the shelves returned to their original positions. At the same time, a small door opened on one side of the wall. The new arrivals are inside. This batch of relic items just came into my hands and has not been selected yet. If you two don't like it, you can also look at other things in the store. The old shopkeeper explained very attentively. A transaction of 20,000 gold coins was reached, so he added honorifics to the 2 people's names. Hearing this, the 2 walked into the door. Inside the small door was a room similar to a warehouse. On several rows of large shelves, a large number of relic items were spread out on them. Relic items refer to those items that were excavated from ancient ruins. Their original purpose is obscure, and they need to be identified by relic scholars or mystics to know their true properties. They may indeed be worth a fortune, but in most cases, these things are often not even worth the identification fee. After millions of years of long time, except for those objects that are simply used to record knowledge, more than 99% of the other items have lost their original functions. Of course, in contrast, the items that can be preserved intact to this day are truly timeless treasures. Part of the courses in the Mystical Academy, where Avis is located, is responsible for the research and identification of these things. Fiona has been excitedly picking out from a large pile of unknown relics, regardless of identity and background. The mystery and excitement of this kind of treasure hunting always makes people's heart beat faster. Avis is also carefully examining those items to see if there are any good things hidden. An ancient stone plate with light green spots. A dark gold metal cube composed of many fine parts. A pair of simple black framed glasses. A crystal skull that was completely transparent but missing the jaw. picked up the glasses casually. Avis checked its texture, put them on to try, and then put them down again. His eyes were much more professional than Fiona's, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. Although the shop owner said that they were the first to pick. Just take it as a joke. These items have been inspected since they were excavated, and the ones that are most likely to be good have been picked out. Then, even if the old shop owner bought it directly from the place of origin, he would check it again. After these 2 screenings, the chances of good things coming out of the remaining goods for individual customers are very small. However, after passing a shelf, Avis suddenly noticed that in the corner of the bottom shelf, an inconspicuous gray coin suddenly flashed a faint blue light. Slightly curious, he picked it up and took a look. However, when he got it in his hand, the coin did not change at all, as if it was just an ordinary coin. With a guess in his mind, Avis sent out a trace of mental power from his fingertips. Avis wanted to test its material. However, as soon as the mental power was sent out, it felt resistance and could not penetrate the gray surface of the coin. Sure enough, it was this thing. Avis was very familiar with similar things. Special props used by unscrupulous shop owners to cheat newbies who wanted to find bargains. Generally, they are small things such as mysterious fragments, coins, broken blades, etc., with a layer of alloy that can block spiritual power on the surface, or simply made of alloy that can block spiritual power, deliberately creating a sense of mystery. A layer of fluorescent butterfly phosphor powder treated by magic is attached to the surface, which is automatically activated when someone approaches, and completely decomposes after lighting up, leaving no trace. And there are multiple colors to choose from, and rainbow light can be made. Since the emergence of players, the business of these profiteers has been many times better. There are always many players who come to pick up leaks with the attitude that they are the sons of destiny. And then the boss routinely tricks a few new fat sheep. The players get the adventure and are secretly happy. The shopkeeper slaughtered another fat sheep, and he was also secretly happy in his heart. Everyone was happy, and everyone won. JPG. Holding the coin, Avis glanced at the shopkeeper, who was looking over here. Seeing Avis looking over, he showed a kind smile. And there was no problem. Brother, I found this. It seemed to light up just now. At this time, Fiona's voice came from the side. Avis turned around and saw that the girl was holding a piece of dark green rock fragment in her hand, with some simple carvings on it, and a small white starlight gem embedded in it. It was impossible to tell what its original complete form was. A new prop again? Throwing the coin back to its original place, Avis took the fragment and took a look, but didn't see anything special. Mental power can penetrate, but the feedback sent back is just ordinary rock without traces of magic. I don't see anything special. Fiona? Shaking his head, Avis returned the fragment to the girl, and she seemed very interested in it. After a while, the two finished choosing. Avis finally chose 2 relic crystals, which are common currency in some special alien races and ancient relics, and still have some value. Fiona had a few more similar fragments in her hands, which looked like fragments of the same item. And Kate, who was held in Fiona's arms, seemed to have gained something as well, holding a piece of lavender rock tightly between her claws. Kitty, are you interested in my goods too? Seeing this, the old shopkeeper smiled and explained to the two. The mercenary group that sold me this batch of relic items said that this stone was found in a relic area similar to a laboratory, and it is said that it fell from the purple moon Amos. Well, dear old sir, since it has fallen to the ground, its price should not be as high as when it was in the sky. Right? Avis shrugged and squeezed out a skillful sentence, blocking the shopkeeper's reason for asking a sky-high price in advance. Of course not. After choking, old Jimmy suddenly found that the customer he was facing was unexpectedly difficult. Chapter 305 Choice. Finally, the old shopkeeper decided to give up the idea of making a fortune, and instead traded with Avis as if he were a real veteran, including Fiona's 6 fragments, the kitten stone, and Avis's 2 crystals. Among them, each fragment was 10 gold coins. The moonstone was 60 gold coins, and the relic crystal was 80 gold coins. After an 88% discount, all the items were finally sold at a price of 246 gold coins. After determining that the price was reasonable, Avis paid the money readily, and then left old Jimmy's shop with the shopkeeper's warm farewell. At this time, the time was close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky outside was approaching dusk. But there was still some time before the sun set. After buying the required ore, Avis took Fiona to continue shopping in the Grey Raven Market. The market in the evening was more lively than during the day. Under the sky that had already turned pink and purple clouds, people of all kinds came and went. The hawking, shouting and noise overlapped, becoming a buzzing background noise. The air was filled with the pungent smell of exotic spices, and the caravan members, who came from afar, displayed the rare goods they brought, hoping to sell them at a good price. A gentleman in a formal hat and gold-rimmed glasses was arguing with a stall owner dressed as a traveling merchant in front of a mobile stall, waving his cane excitedly from time to time. Groups of rough mercenaries wearing leather armor walked through the market and headed towards the Dancing Girl Tavern. A mysterious spellcaster in a robe entered the area where magic materials were sold, and 2 hot night elf guards wearing bikini armor followed behind him. At this time, beside the crowded road, there were also many small vendors sitting directly on the ground, with a large piece of cloth in front of them, which was full of goods, and many players' stalls could be vaguely seen in between. If you want to experience the fun of picking up bargains, these scattered stalls are also a good choice, especially after the players appear. Players always have a way to get some strange things, and because most players don't know much about the items in the game, they often sell good things at a low price, or mark up the broken ones at a sky-high price. While strolling, and Wazy casually looked at the items on the roadside stalls. Broken arrows, empty bottles, a bone, garlic, shabby wooden chairs, empty wooden barrels. Of course, you have to pick out useful things from more garbage, which is also the feature of the player's stall. You thief! You stole my goods, and you dare to sell them openly? A deafening roar suddenly came from a distance. The voice was very rough, and it seemed to be a middle-aged man. Hearing the shout, the 5 or 6 players in front skillfully rolled up their stalls, put them into their backpacks, and then ran away quickly. The shop owners who came from behind were stunned for a moment, and then continued to chase one of them after a while. Not knowing when they would run away is another feature of the player's stalls. During this time, the little boy named Pace always followed the 2 people, shuttling back and forth in the market, and occasionally pointed out some shortcuts for the 2 people. Finally, the sky completely entered the evening. At this time, the 3 people had walked to a small square in the center of the Grey Raven Market. In the center of the square stood a stone sculpture fountain, with a girl holding a silver water bottle, and the clear water flashed a golden glimmer under the dusk sky. An elf bard was playing a beautiful folk song from the countryside of the Empire on the side of the fountain, and from time to time someone threw silver or copper coins into his lute case. Your name is Pace, right? That's enough. We'll go back next. Stopping in the square, Avis turned to the red-haired boy and smiled politely. Then, Sir, my tip. Hearing this, the little boy immediately looked at Avis hopefully. Ah, brother, did we forget to exchange silver coins? Seeing this scene, Fiona, who was holding a cup of rose honey ice cream, seemed to suddenly remember this, and quickly sent him a message with her mental power. Is that so, Faye? Avis looked at her with interest. Would a 3rd-level professional forget so quickly? There are roasted sirloin steaks on the roadside now. Let's buy a bunch, and we'll have enough silver coins. Hearing Avis's message, Fiona's cheeks flushed. Sorry, brother. I just think that he has been leading us for the whole afternoon and must be very tired. Should we just give him a gold coin? And I saw that he also wanted to eat the magic soft serve ice cream when we bought it just now, the girl added. Just do what you think in your heart, Faye. Hearing the girl's true thoughts, Avis smiled softly and nodded to her encouragingly. Okay, brother. I understand. Getting Avis's affirmation, the girl happily took out her cute light pink purse with a bow, took out a gold coin from it, and handed it to the little boy. Here, little brother. This is your tip. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Seeing the golden luster of the gold coin, the little boy swallowed his saliva, quickly reached out to take the gold coin, and thanked the girl. At the same time, his eyes quickly glanced at the bulging purse in Fiona's hand, and then quickly looked at Avis. According to the size of the bulge, there must be hundreds of gold coins in it. After taking the 2 of them through an afternoon together, he could also see that Fiona's character was actually very simple. However, Avis next to him might not be so easy to pass. Well, sorry, sister. After a fierce battle between the inner desire and the temptation of the gold coins. He finally supported him to muster up the courage. Actually, my mother is sick and can't move at home. My father always goes out to gamble. And when he loses all, he sells the things in the house. My 2 younger brothers and sisters are too young to work, and they haven't had a full meal for many days. So, I can only come out to help lead the way and earn some money to support my younger brothers and sisters. As he said this, P.S. eyes couldn't help but turn red, and tears accumulated in his eyes. Is that so? Fiona listened to his story with some surprise, and couldn't help but feel very sympathetic to him. So, I'm sorry, sister, but can you give me a little more money? I want to treat my mother. Raising his hand and wiping his eyes hard. After looking at Anvis, the little boy looked at the girl pitifully. After listening to P.S. words, Fiona was a little at a loss, not knowing what to do, and couldn't help but look at Anvis for help again. But this time, the boy did not respond, but just looked at the girl quietly with his azure eyes. That look seemed to say, make your own decision. Chapter 306 Choice and Result. Then, I'll give you this, it should be enough to hire a therapist to treat your mother. After understanding what Avis meant, the girl handed her wallet to the little boy and smiled sweetly at him. This, holding the heavy purse in both hands. The little boy's face was stunned and forgot to wipe his tears for a while. Thank you. Thank you, sister. After reacting, he knelt down excitedly to the girl, his messy red hair trembling constantly. No, there's no need to do this. It's just some gold coins. Seeing this, Fiona was also a little flustered, and quickly stretched out her little hand wrapped in a thin white lace glove to help him up. Looking at this scene, Avis was not surprised by the girl's choice. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the surrounding environment, took out the crystal bird nameplate, and conveyed a brief instruction to his guards. The Grey Raven Market was a mixed bag, and they were in the central square at this time. And he was not the only one who saw the scene. At the same time, after thanking Fiona again and again, the little boy left reluctantly. The girl also waved to him, with a smile on her face, looking very happy, watching the little boy's figure gradually disappear in the crowd. Fiona turned back to Avis, gently tugged at his sleeves with her little hand, and spoke in a sweet voice, with a little bit of coquettishness in her tone. Brother, I should be fine with this. Right? I just think that with this money, he should be able to cure his mother, and also give himself and his brothers and sisters ice cream to eat. Looking at Fiona's eyes that were expecting affirmation, Avis smiled and nodded gently. From the point of view of your choice, there is indeed nothing wrong with this treatment. However, before Fiona could be happy about the praise from her brother, Avis's next sentence suddenly made her heart jump. But, Faye, let me take you to see what will happen next. What will happen next? The girl repeated it a little uneasily. The tone of Avis's words made her keenly feel that something seemed wrong. Before the girl could continue to think about it, Avis gently held her little hand, and the diamond-shaped gem on a ring on her finger lit up, and the light blue magic aura suddenly surrounded the two of them. 6th level wind spell group flight. As the spell took effect, the two floated up in the wind like a light leaf. At the same time, Avis's other ring lit up, and the colorless aura of advanced invisibility spread silently, dissolving the figures of the two people and the cat into the last rays of the setting sun. Around the square, 2 or 3 people looked up at the two who disappeared, but more people didn't care, as the Grey Raven Market in the central city was not restricted. Flying in the sky, Fiona curiously squeezed Avis's hand gently. Theoretically, she shouldn't be able to see Avis if she is less than the 4th level, but the real visual ability brought by the awakening of the legendary bloodline allowed her to vaguely perceive the outline of Avis. Sensing the direction marked by his guards on the nameplate, Avis took Fiona and slowly flew to the southwest side of the central city of the capital. At the end of that direction, in the lower city separated from the central city by a wall, is the slum of the royal capital of Palaxia. In the background of the magical Middle Ages, the emergence of slums is inevitable. Even in the royal capital of Gloria, one of the 3 major empires, most of the residents of the slums are refugees from other places, usually because they admire the life in the big city, or because of various natural disasters and man-made disasters. They have to leave their hometown. They are penniless and hope to make a living in the big city, but they can't afford any house, so they can only gather outside the walls of the royal capital and build shacks to live in. So, as these people increase, The royal capital has more lower city and slums. And the difference between the two is only the density, quality, and crime rate of the houses. However, with the emergence of a large number of players with a strong need for experience, the number of vicious public security cases in the slums has decreased a lot in the past 6 months, letting a group of white pigeons flying over the Imperial Clock Tower in the afterglow. Avis led Fiona to the sky above the slums. The environment in the slums was extremely dirty, and garbage and excrement could be seen everywhere on the dilapidated roads. The houses were also very messy and crowded, and the air was filled with pungent smells, which was completely different from the central city separated by a wall. After sensing the specific coordinate direction, Avis slightly adjusted the flight direction and headed for the coordinate location. A moment later, at the end of a dark alley in the slums, the little boy appeared again in front of the two. However, now he was pale and collapsed on the ground. His eyes were black, his red hair was covered with mud, and his left arm was bent into an unnatural shape. The clothes on her body were torn and covered with dirt and blood. Her right hand tightly covered a bleeding wound on her abdomen. The original purse had long disappeared. How could he? Muttering, Fiona suddenly raised her hand to cover her lips, her big lake blue eyes full of shock and sadness. No, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have given him so much money. The girl was not stupid. After seeing this scene, she immediately figured out the cause and effect of the matter. Do you understand, Fiona? Any choice we make will lead to corresponding consequences, even if the starting point is good. If there is a mistake in the execution process, the result will be greatly distorted. And Wazy looked at the scene below with a calm face and a serious tone. He had expected that the final result would be like this. When the little boy left before, he notified his guards to take care of the child temporarily. The money can be taken away, but his life must be saved, and he must not be beaten to death by the robbers. After saying this, Ava's tone softened again, and he comforted the depressed girl with gentle words. However, you don't have to blame yourself too much, Faye. The main problem in this matter is not you. When he got the gold coin, he was not satisfied, but asked you for more, which is the sin of greed. Wealth that exceeds the scope of protection of one's own strength is synonymous with disaster. His current fate is also the result of his choice. As he said this, Avis smiled, looked at the little boy whose breath was gradually weakening below, and sent a message using the identity badge. And he is actually very lucky, because at least he is still alive and still has a precious life. Even more fortunately, he met you, the smart and lovely Miss Fiona. As Avis spoke, a figure in plain clothes suddenly appeared in front of the little boy, and a milky white light ball of healing appeared between his hands, quickly healing his injuries. Then, with the little boy, the figure disappeared again as it appeared. After giving him a bag of gold coins, you realized your mistake in time, and quickly sent people to rescue the dying boy, and arranged for people to investigate his family situation. In midair, Avis lifted the invisibility spell on the two of them, and blinked at the girl. His mother will be treated. His two younger brothers and sisters will also be well taken care of, and his father will be punished a little mentally, and will lose any interest in gambling in the future. The story finally ushered in a happy ending. Thank you, brother. After a slight silence, the little girl with long light golden hair suddenly buried her face in the boy's arms. Chapter 307 Pets. Avis did not continue to pay attention to the follow-up of the little boy. Whether the little boy's words were true or false, it was not important to him, although he personally felt that the little boy was more likely to lie to gain sympathy. If it was true, then, as he said to the girl, the boy's family would be taken care of. If it was false, then he would be cured and sent back to the market, and he would get a silver coin tip for leading the two. However, there was no need to explain all this to Fiona. As he said before, the story had a happy ending. That's all. After returning to the academy, the young dragon Fia temporarily moved back into Avis's laboratory. Because she bought enough oracle ore, Fia began to eat a lot. Pieces of light blue ore flew up and entered her mouth, quickly decomposing into extremely fine particles, and then being absorbed by its core vortex. At the same time, all kinds of detection arrays in the laboratory were fully activated, recording every detail of the changes in its body. After all, it was very precious extraterrestrial high-energy biological data with special magical reference value. After almost eating all the oracle ores, the body of the young dragon Fia finally changed. The original azure color of the core vortex was stained with a faint blue light. At the same time, Faya became a little listless and looked like she was not energetic enough. Fiona translated. Faya said she felt very sleepy and wanted to sleep. As she spoke, the vortex dragon lay directly in the center of the laboratory and fell asleep. Seeing this, Avis discussed with Fiona, and then decided to leave it here temporarily, while recording the data, to ensure that it would not have any accidents due to environmental problems. In the next less than half a month, Avis's life briefly returned to normal. He attended various mysterious courses normally every day, and occasionally participated in 1 or 2 class reunions. During this period, the situation in the Empire began to gradually stabilize from the previous chaos. The high-level professionals temporarily calmed down and no longer acted at will, at least on the surface. At the same time, due to the increasing number of foreign professionals going to explore the meteorite ruins, the royal family sent the most elite knights of glory to urgently maintain the law and order of Magna Province. Of course, this behavior also meant taking over the ruins to some extent, clearing out most of the small and medium-sized forces and individual players. At the same time, after fighting openly and secretly for more than half a month, several major forces finally decided to stop temporarily, but first joined forces to explore the ruins to prevent more trouble. It is not a wise behavior to fight for the benefits that have not yet been obtained. Unlike the same period in the previous life, the Duke adopted Avis's proposal and immediately arranged for players to explore the ruins with special equipment. As the indigenous camp with the most players, the secret ceremony under Avis naturally received many official ruins investigation tasks. As a result, Avis's fate feedback ushered in another wave of explosions, and the Prophet's professional level began to grow again, gradually approaching the 7th level. Under the heroic exploration of many players who forget their lives, the exploration of half of the ruins has increased rapidly, and the distribution map of the defense mechanism of a small half of the city has been completed. At this time, a temporary town has been formed near the crash site, gathering an astonishing number of middle and high-level professionals, as well as a large number of players. Taking this opportunity, many professionals who originally belonged to the enemy camps also began to trade secretly, exchanging rare specialty resources of the other camp. The top leaders of both sides turned a blind eye to this. After all, everyone has selfish motives. As long as this behavior does not exceed a certain limit, they do not intend to forcibly restrain all members. At the same time, a large number of professionals began to go to the endless sea to find the other half of the ruins that fell into the sea. Among them were individual professionals who had been squeezed out by several major forces, as well as people from small and medium-sized forces, and some spies from several major forces themselves. No one forgot that the half that fell to the bottom of the sea was the majority of the ruins. For a time, a large number of professionals were flying everywhere on the sea near the Empire. Some monsters that originally lived in the sea and would attack ships entering the territory did not dare to show up at all at this moment, for fear of being annihilated. Under this dragnet search, the ruins that fell to the bottom of the sea were also found quickly. And then, with the promotion of certain forces, the news of the specific location of the landing point quickly spread. The landing point of the other half of the ruins is located in the Endless Sea on the southeast side of the Yar continent, near the Life Forbidden Zone, the first of the 3 Jedi on the continent, affected by the radiation outside the Forbidden Zone. That sea area has a strange spatial structure, and many high-level monsters live in the environment, which is very dangerous. But even so, it can't stop people's enthusiasm for treasure hunting. It was in this background that time arrived at the frozen month. That is, the 23rd of December, the day that Anvis and the Duke had agreed. After leaving the academy after a long absence, Anvis took the teleportation array to a small kingdom called Ozer Kingdom on the west side of the Free Federation. In his memory, during the period after the meteorite ruins landed, a player encountered a suspected young power dragon in the Lost Forest in the western part of the Ozer Kingdom. Power dragons are verifiable, and several legendary dragons have appeared in ancient times. As one of the legendary alien dragons, the power dragon is born with the ability to manipulate various force fields, and can directly feed on force fields and magic energy. The reason why Anvis chose it is because of its ability to manipulate force fields. Kingdom Federation. Lost Forest. Hula. I have a friend who feels very unhappy after using a strong knife to split the vines with thorns in front. He lost his way. Although he had the system mapped to guide him, he still lost his way. In other words, there seemed to be something wrong with the system map. He had been walking for a long time, but the coordinates on the map had hardly moved. TSK. How come there are still bugs after the official launch? Before that, in order to find a way out, he had been wandering in this dark, damp, and poisonous jungle for half a day, and his endurance bar was almost gone. After another slash, he finally felt a little impatient. Drawing out the one-handed sword at his waist, a friend of mine held the hilt with both hands, poured magic into it, and swung it hard, slashing forward with a huge crescent-shaped magic slash. Boom! The huge half-moon slash with dazzling light instantly cut off several large trees in front, leaving a straight and wide attack mark. This behavior is not worthwhile. Besides venting, it will only cause your stamina and magic power to drop rapidly, and you may even have to spend the night in the jungle to restore your stamina. However, the luck of a friend of mine seems to have finally improved. Along the path split by the half-moon slash, a long-lost ray of bright sunshine suddenly appeared in his eyes. Oh my god! It's finally out! A friend of mine was overjoyed and rushed out of the jungle in a hurry. What appeared in front of him was a hidden valley. In the valley, a graceful dragon with scales as bright as diamonds turned its head slightly, and the huge dragon eyes, like diamonds, reflected the frightened face of the magic swordsman player. Chapter 308 Capture. In an instant, a friend of mine suddenly figured out why this jungle was so quiet. But it was too late now. In his horrified eyes, the dragon in the canyon spread its huge and shining wings, flapped them suddenly, and rose into the sky in a hazy halo. At this moment, a friend of mine instinctively thought and threw a system detection. Name? Red name. Level? Race? Introduction? Challenge level? I have a friend? The next moment, a terrifying cone-shaped force field breath fell from the sky, engulfing him and the rocks and trees beside him, crushing them into a ball of me and you and me. This is exactly the habit of the power dragon. Although they rarely take the initiative to attack, they often show amazing ferocity to those who invade their territory. A flash of white light passed, and a friend of mine died. But his death was valuable. Before he died, he successfully captured several pictures of the dragon lying and flying. If the operation is done properly, the loss of his death can be completely compensated by relying on these pictures. In the resurrection space, a friend of mine calmed down the heartbeat caused by the death of the game character. He just felt his vision darken, and then his consciousness entered the rebirth space, and there were options for resurrection in front of him, although his body was crushed without any resistance. Because the pain was adjusted to 1%, it gave him an incomparable and wonderful sense of comfort. It was as if every cell in the body had a major health care, numb and itchy. After calming down, he chose to revive at a resurrection point a little further away. Then, he immediately opened the intelligence section of the in-game forum, added a line of text, and posted several pictures he had captured before along with the detection results. Look what I found. A dragon of unknown species. After he posted this message, it quickly attracted the attention of several large game clubs. Game forums are very important channels for obtaining information. These large clubs have arranged special personnel, who are paid to monitor the various sections of the forums 24 hours a day. After analysis and comparison by a special plot analysis team, several large clubs soon discovered that the unknown creatures in these screenshots are very similar to the description of the power dragon in the in-game information. After confirming this, several large clubs immediately arranged personnel to find a friend of mine to inquire about the specific location of the dragon. As for the reward for providing information, it can be negotiated, judging from the size of the dragon in the photo. It is obviously still in the juvenile dragon stage, with a strength of at most level 7, and it has not yet reached the level of ignoring the human wave tactics. Although the average level of the first-tier players is only about level 30, they can use tools, magical construct armor, magic city-breaking crossbows, high-level magic artifacts, scrolls, can all pose a threat to a level 7 dragon. Even if we don't go now for the sake of safety, we can arrange people to watch from a distance and wait until we have enough strength to hunt and kill this rare boss. While bargaining with many clubs, a friend of mine rushed back to the location of the dragon. With the previous experience, he did not intend to get too close this time. He only planned to take a few photos of the terrain from a distance to report to the people in these clubs. However, just as one of my friends was on his way, the valley welcomed new guests again. 2 figures wearing gray cloaks and without any magic auras suddenly appeared, standing in the sky, overlooking the entire canyon. They were Avis and Duke Carrot, who were originally searching nearby. Before that, Avis only determined that the location was in the Lost Forest area, but there was no specific coordinates. The scene of the dragon falling from the sky and spraying the players to death immediately attracted the attention of the two. Due to his sensitive identity, the Duke did not inform anyone of his itinerary, nor did he bring any other subordinates. He only brought Avis here quietly. Similarly, with Duke Carrot as an external aid, Avis did not bring his own guards on this trip. Speaking of which, the Duke was able to hide his identity so smoothly and act privately, thanks to the meteorite ruins. Most people's eyes were firmly attracted by it, and the people who monitored the 4 major families were no exception. Only then could the Duke successfully hide his identity and secretly bring Anbis to the Kingdom Federation. Roar. Seeing the 2 figures, the shining dragon that had just prostrated in the canyon stood up again. However, unlike when it targeted the players, this time, its roar was full of vigilance, and a hazy halo force field appeared on its body, making its figure a little blurry. That's it. Father, do you think there is any danger around here? In the sky, after carefully observing the dragon below, Anbis nodded to Duke Carrot to confirm. In his memory, this was the only time that the traces of the power dragon appeared in the Yar continent. But this was a young dragon after all. If there was another adult power dragon nearby, things would become very tricky. I didn't feel any danger, and there were no signs of dragon activity other than it within 100 miles. It is not clear how it was hatched. The Duke shook his head. He understood what Avis meant. An adult power dragon is at least a 9th order extreme existence, while an ancient dragon is a legendary level. However, the one below seems to be alone. Roar! When the two were talking in the sky, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the power dragon below, and the huge wings flapped hard, rushing towards the two. A cone-shaped chaotic force field breath full of twisting power that had been brewed for a long time quickly enveloped the two. The air in the attack path was violently distorted. The light became dim, and began to produce tiny friction lightning. In the eyes of the onlookers, the giant dragon shrouded in a halo spewed out an unclear cone-shaped trace from its mouth, attacking the 2 small dots in front that were disproportionate to its size. Faced with this terrifying attack, Avis was indifferent, and the Duke just raised one hand. So, the terrifying force field breath stopped in front of the 2 people, as if it had touched an insurmountable natural barrier. This amazing scene was seen by a friend of mine who had already rushed back. Damn! What is that? After a moment of hesitation, he finally reacted and immediately opened all the chat boxes that discussed the information purchase price with him, and replied with a unified sentence. I agree with the price. Send the money. Chapter 309 The Power of Rules. Can you tell me where your intelligence comes from? Avis? It can't be a prophecy again this time. Right. In the sky, the Duke held up the force field breath of the force dragon with one hand. He didn't care too much about its attack, but asked Avis about his intelligence channel with interest. As a kind of alien dragon with the strength up to the legendary level, the news of the force dragon is very important. Any force that gets the news will immediately block the news, and then try to find a way to capture or hunt it. According to his understanding, Avis doesn't have his own intelligence force, and if the intelligence agency under the Olivendi family gets the news, he should be able to get it immediately. Of course. Father. Under the hood. Avis smiled, spread his hands slightly, and flattered quietly. In fact, as you have wisely guessed, this news has nothing to do with prophecy magic, but was learned through the news channels of those strangers. You also know that they are basically only at the 2nd or 3rd level now. Even if they know the existence of this power dragon, they can't do anything about it. If it takes too long, it may be discovered by other forces in advance. It is better to sell this news for a good price now. Avis said this with full confidence, because every word he said was true. Even if it was tested with lie detector magic, it could only come to a conclusion without any problems. Previously equals previous life. News channel of strangers equals game forum. Every word is true, without any problems. Look, there is a stranger stalking over there. As he said this, Avis also used his eyes to signal a friend of mine who was sitting on a treetop far away, holding half a piece of luring gold honeydew melon and watching. Stranger forces. Realizing that Avis was indeed telling the truth, Duke Carrot was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew about Avis's previous actions to establish a foreigner force, and he was not even optimistic about it. But he didn't expect that they could bring such a surprise. Indeed, after these foreigners were injured to a certain extent, they could be resurrected in full state, allowing them to explore various dangerous places without fear, and truly exchange their heads for money. In addition, the family also had secret research to confirm that these foreigners had special ways of contacting each other. Perhaps it is really necessary to invest more energy in the Foreigner Intelligence Agency. While the Duke was thinking, the power dragon on the opposite side gradually stopped breathing dragon breath, realizing that the dragon breath attack was completely ineffective against the two little ones in front of him. It did not tear them apart as imagined. The juvenile power dragon immediately understood that the enemy coming this time was probably much stronger than the one they had met before. Its huge dragon eyes, like diamond carvings, swept across the two of them coldly. Its fine scales, which were covered with a halo of force field, suddenly began to brighten dramatically. Huge and suppressed magic power fluctuations emanated from its body, and it seemed to be brewing some kind of terrifying destructive attack. Sensing the level of this condensed magic power, Duke Carrot couldn't help but be a little surprised. Its true strength was indeed only about the 7th level, but the magic power it condensed now was infinitely close to the 8th level. Curious about what kind of attack it would launch, the Duke thought about it, and decided to use some rule power to achieve a foolproof effect. "Father, does it want to run away?" Avis reminded him tactfully. As his words fell, the situation in the field suddenly changed. The dragon opposite, which was shining with a dazzling white halo, suddenly dimmed. A twisted force field wall with a length and width of nearly 1,000 meters condensed out, pressing towards the two like a collapsed mountain. Behind the force field wall, the surface of the diamond-like shining scales of the power dragon began to fluctuate with the space transmission force field. Although it was born only a few years ago, it has extremely high intelligence. Facing an enemy that it could not defeat, this juvenile power dragon made a choice at the first time, using a powerful attack to contain the enemy, and then took the opportunity to teleport and escape. This is indeed the best solution for facing a general strong enemy. But it is a pity that the enemy it encountered this time is far beyond its response range. As a frostwhite cold breath flashed by, the whole space became quiet. The flapping dragon, the flying dust, the chaotic force field fluctuations, and even the surface space itself that was about to be penetrated. Everything became slow and almost still. At the same time, the frostwhite frost effect quickly spread to all visible and invisible things within the range of action, freezing the entire power dragon and the force field surrounding it. "Don't worry. It can't run away." Duke Carrot calmly withdrew his hand and raised his head slightly to make his posture look more handsome. The power of the ice rule is most suitable for sealing and imprisoning opponents. The force field wall did not have any effect on the Duke. Like the force field breath before, it became invisible before it approached the two people's bodies. Standing beside the Duke, Avis carefully sensed the impact of the Duke's move. At that moment, the world in front of him seemed to have a magical void. All the magic disappeared and was replaced by the Duke's will. This is the essence of the power of rules. First, with the spiritual power of the 9th level strongman to achieve qualitative change. A preliminary understanding of the operation of a certain basic rule of the world. Then, with his own strong will, he forcibly distorted a small piece of the basic rules of the real world and made it operate in a way that is beneficial to him. For example, the Duke's ice rule. The simplest and crudest use is to use his will to instantly and infinitely reduce the temperature in a certain area, creating an extreme cold that can freeze even time and space. And as the professional's understanding of the power of rules becomes deeper and deeper, he can even gradually freeze some conceptual things. If an adult power dragon is replaced, it may be easy to break through the Duke's ice rule. But the young dragon, which was only at the 7th level, was frozen without any resistance under the 9th level rule power. And even its mind was in a deep freeze. "Okay. It has been caught. Do you want to contract it as an initial summon?" The Duke casually threw the frozen dragon into the magic pet space ring, handed the ring to Avis, and reminded him slightly. "Its potential is indeed enough to match you. But Avis, it has the strength of the 7th level now. Even if it is you, I am afraid you will have to wait until the 6th level limit before you can successfully sign a contract with it. If possible, it is better to wait until the 7th level before signing a contract with it. Otherwise, the probability of the contract failing will be very high. I understand. Father. Taking the ring handed over by the Duke, Avis nodded seriously, and then suddenly changed the subject. But, Father, I don't actually plan to sign a contract with it. So, can you help me erase its consciousness without hurting its soul? Not planning to sign a contract? Erase consciousness. Do you want to use the secret technique of soul splitting? Hearing the last part, the Duke hesitated for a moment, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Yes, Father. Avis nodded, confirming the Duke's guess. I am interested in its force field controllability, and hope to cultivate it as my special clone. Chapter 3:10 Personal Efforts. The Soul Split secret art is a very difficult and obscure special secret art. It can transform other creatures of the same category into the caster's clones through a series of rigorous secret rituals. After success, the clone will permanently occupy the caster's initial summoning position. Although it was eventually classified as a summoning school secret art, it requires not only the advanced knowledge of the summoning school, but also the advanced knowledge of the soul faction of the necromancy school. The most important thing is that this secret art requires the casting process to be completely guided by the person's mental power. In other words, it is impossible to ask other high-level professionals to cast it on behalf of the caster. Even as a descendant of the Olivendi family, it is extremely difficult to successfully master this secret art without lacking various key knowledge. Of course, corresponding to the difficulty of casting, the effect of this secret art is also very terrifying. The caster can fully obtain all the abilities of the original owner of the clone, achieving an effect that is almost like taking over the body. Moreover, when one of the bodies is fatally injured, the caster will not die, but will be resurrected in the clone. Have you really mastered the soul-splitting secret technique? Looking at the ring that Avis handed back, the Duke couldn't help but confirm it again with some surprise. Although in his opinion, as long as he mastered enough knowledge, it was not difficult to perform this secret technique. But that was based on his 9th level strength. Avis is only at the 3rd level now, and it is less than a year away from the breakthrough. Being able to maintain such an amazing breakthrough speed and master the advanced knowledge of 2 different schools at the same time. This learning ability is terrifying. Yes, Father, as long as you work hard enough. It is not difficult to master this secret technique. Avis nodded calmly. All his achievements now come from his own unremitting efforts. After the matter of the clone is dealt with, I will recall the information about some ruins on the seabed in my previous life. The old secret book should be useful. Then let the Duke take me there and find an opportunity to seal the things inside with the pages of the book. Maybe the power fed back can really break through to the 7th level or above. Okay, I can help you. Hearing this, the Duke exhaled. His blue eyes closed slightly, and his emotions were a little complicated. Perhaps he is really old and can't keep up with the genius of this era. But fortunately, Avis is his biological descendant after all. Opening his eyes again, Duke Carrot took the ring and nodded. However, the spirit of dragons is very tenacious. Without damaging the integrity of their souls, the process will take at least half a month. As a special alien dragon, I am not sure whether Dragon Island knows of its existence. But if you really choose to use it as a clone, then try not to expose its existence. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the relationship between Dragon Island and you will become mortal enemies. Although the giant dragon has declined at present, its remaining power should not be underestimated. I hope you can remember the final fate of the creator of the Soul Split secret technique. I understand what you mean, Father. Listening to the serious warning of Duke Carrot, Avis nodded seriously. He understood what the Duke meant. The prototype of this secret method was actually created by a 7th level spellcaster who was unwilling to give up his lack of talent in the late ancient magic empire in order to replace a new body. And he also set his sights on the dragon. After a series of investigations and preliminary preparations, he cooperated with a village that had been attacked by a dragon and successfully captured a young red dragon. It took a year for the spellcaster to slowly erase his consciousness through the soul secret method and refine it into his second clone. Relying on the talent of the dragon body, he finally successfully broke through the 8th level and hid in a remote place on the southwest side of the continent, surviving the following destruction day and bloody turbulent years. But the good times did not last long, and his use of the dragon as a clone was exposed in an accident. The Dragon Island directly issued a kill order to him, and any existence could exchange his soul for benefits from the Dragon Island. In the end, The spellcaster was discovered by the Aslade family, who cooperated with Dragon Island, and then was killed directly. The Duke brought up this matter at this time, just to prepare Anvis mentally. If he wanted to use the dragon as a clone, he would inevitably be hostile to Dragon Island and the Aslade family one day. And Anvis also carefully considered these two issues, and finally concluded that for him, the hostility between the two forces was not a big problem. The relationship between the Aslade family and the Olivindi family was originally very tense, and he was the direct descendant of the head of the Olivindi family. The Aslade people attacked him, which was no different from going to war directly. And Dragon Island is far away from the Yar continent, located in an unknown secret place somewhere in the Endless Sea, and there seems to be some kind of restriction. The Ninth Order extreme dragons on it cannot come to the mainland at will. In Anvis's impression, the Dragon Island map was officially opened when the game was updated to the 3rd expansion pack. Before that, it was always a hidden map, and it was the kind that could not be re-entered after logging off. In other words, even if his secret method of transforming the Power Dragon clone was really exposed, there would be no trouble in the short term. In the long run, the Holy Light Church, the Continental Magic Council, and other top continental forces all belong to the hidden hostile camps of the 4 major families. It doesn't matter if there are more Dragon Island, and more lice will not itch. If he fails to reverse the fate of the destruction of the Olivindi family, then he will most likely not see the day when the Ninth Order dragon on Dragon Island comes to the mainland. After the 2 people in the sky disappeared, a friend of mine threw away the green melon peel in his hand, stopped talking, and hurried to the valley he had discovered before. The strange dragon was obviously captured by the 2 bosses, and the 2 NPC bosses captured the dragon and left. In other words, there is no guardian in that valley now. Very good. Picking up trash is important. After rushing to the valley at a sprint speed, one of my friends was out of breath, and his endurance bar was reduced by half. But he didn't care about it, and started searching in the valley with great interest. In the legend of the game, all dragons have greedy personalities, and will collect a large number of valuable and shining treasures. The treasure guarded by the dragon is something that can make everyone crazy. Even if the 2 bosses took away most of the good things, and only left him with a few corners that he didn't like, it would still be a good profit. The trash that the boss didn't like is a treasure to him. Chapter 311 An Unexpected Encounter. After searching for a long time, a friend of mine finally found a little bit of naturally formed gold nuggets, and a few low-level magic gems in the dragon's nest in the valley. It seems that because the Power Dragon is still in its adolescence, and was born not long ago, there are not many treasures. And neither Avis nor the Duke look down on these things. Of course, even if it is only this, my friend is very satisfied. These things can be sold for hundreds of gold coins. Not to mention that they are picked up for free. Moreover, in the depths of the dragon's nest, a friend of mine has a new discovery, a dark and wide crack leading to the underground, the depth of which is unknown. And when he tentatively threw a magic light spell into the crack, in the deep darkness illuminated by the light, a cubic space that was obviously not naturally formed came into his eyes. The Duke and Avis were aware of the deep and mysterious crack in the dragon's cave. However, after the Duke used his mental power to explore, he found that there seemed to be nothing valuable in the ruins below the crack. That crack should be the trace left by an earthquake. The ruins below it are exposed because of the age of magic protection. Some structures were damaged by the earthquake, judging from the scratches of some claws at the crack. The Power Dragon came out of the ruins. Even if there were some good things left, they should have been plundered by the Power Dragon. After handing the Power Dragon to the Duke for processing, Anvis returned to the academy and waited for the Duke's result. During this period, several days passed quietly. On the Empire side, the exploration progress of the meteorite ruins has been steadily improving, and it has approached the core areas such as the Magic Library and the Control Tower. It is foreseeable that if there is no accident, then this short period of peace during which several major forces jointly explore will soon be broken. It was in this situation that on the night of the 27th of the frozen month, Avis, who was originally meditating, suddenly received a message from the Holy Messiah Empire. The message was sent back by Bishop Yell, who had planted the twisted seed and then put it back, because he finally successfully brought back the cup. He also received the attention of the top leaders of the Holy Light Church and became a candidate for the mysterious Saint Plan. And at midnight tonight, a secret ceremony related to the Saint Plan will be secretly performed in the Holy Chant Cathedral. He and several other elite members of the church will be the first batch of candidates to receive the blessing of the gods, which will last for about 1 to 2 days. In response, Avis temporarily kept his seed silent and did not transmit any information to the outside world to minimize the chance of being discovered. However, he was a little unsure whether this could conceal the so-called blessing of the gods. Until the next day when he was in class, he was still sensing the state of the seeds in his heart, which made him look a little absent-minded. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that, in his perception, the twisted seeds on Yanel were always there, and there was no special reaction. After listening to a class with a heavy heart, Avis habitually went to the Summoning Academy to pick up Fiona for lunch. After he met with Prince Lon Nua before, Lon Nua finally received a message from the royal family, instructing him to try to contact Fiona and cultivate feelings in advance. So, in order to show off to outsiders recently, Avis went to pick up Fiona for lunch and blocked the actions of a certain prince. But today, when he just walked near the summoning tower, a figure suddenly walked out and blocked Avis. "Are you the one called Avis?" Suddenly hearing this unfriendly voice, Avis temporarily interrupted the sensing state and looked at the person with a slightly blank look. The boy in front of him was wearing an ordinary Pamir uniform, with messy golden short hair like a bird's nest shaking, his head held high like a fighting cock, and his light green eyes were full of arrogance, the face without any impression. It was indeed the first time they met. Looking at this guy, Avis's first reaction was that someone was going to test him again. Or was it because of the star prophecy? Or was it because of his previous private meeting with the Ninth Prince? "Yes? May I ask who you are?" With all kinds of guesses in his mind, Avis tilted his head slightly and replied as if he didn't react. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have some intentions towards Clivi." Looking at Avis's blank look, the boy thought he was shocked by him, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. What he usually hates most is these useless pretty boys who have no strength and can only rely on their looks to deceive girls. Miss Clivi's noble status is not something you, who has nothing but a face, can reach. Remember, stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, something very unpleasant will happen between us. As he said this, he shook his fist at Avis in a deterrent manner, exuding a trace of the magical aura of a third-level peak strongman, and warned him in a vicious whisper. He could sense that Avis's own strength had just reached the 3rd level, and he was definitely not his opponent. What's more, Avis was a freshman in a mysterious school. He knew very well that the freshmen of these unpopular schools basically had no big background, and even simply relied on money to get in. But he was different. He actually got into school with his own talent, although he also paid a large amount of admission fees. He paid much less than those who relied on money alone. "Clive?" Hearing the boy's warning tone, Avis was stunned for a moment, and couldn't remember who this name was for a while. He was successfully attracted by this episode, and he came back to his senses completely. He searched his memory a little, and then finally came back, thinking back to the identity of Clive mentioned by the boy. She seemed to be a girl from the summoning school. He had met her twice, when he was having lunch at the Tower restaurant more than half a month ago. She had tried to invite him to dinner, but he declined. After recalling it, Avis suddenly felt a little ridiculous. After more than a year at Pamir College, the jealousy plot common in campus love stories finally happened to him. What is there to fight about with a group of children? It is better to improve your own strength. However, thinking about it, Avis suddenly realized that his mentality seemed to be somewhat out of touch with his peers. He had been busy planning future development, recruiting senior talents, participating in gatherings held by the princes of the empire and other descendants of great nobles. Before Fiona entered school, the few free time he had left was spent in meditation and magic experiments. His schedule was full, no less than that of his brothers and sisters, who already had their own territories. Chapter 312 Follow-up. The appearance of this boy reminded him that he was a junior student of Pamir. Students are in their prime years of youth. It is normal for them to be young and frivolous, cynical, and jealous of girls. Those who worry about the future of their family all day long like him seem to be the real outliers. The only question is that this guy was not present during the 2 lunches he met with Clivi. So how did he know his name? If you come to me just to talk about this, then you can leave now. I am not interested in the Clivi you mentioned. Confirming that the person in front of him was just a small character, Avis replied with some boredom, and then prepared to leave to pick up Fiona. "I think you should show more respect to seniors who are stronger than you." Hearing Avis's careless tone, The boy was immediately angered and raised his hand to grab Avis' collar. However, his hand did not touch Avis. No matter how hard he tried to reach out, he was always several dozen centimeters away from Avis. I advise you not to jump up and down here like a monkey. And don't wave your fists at every turn. It will not do you any good. It will only make you look like a rough farmer who doesn't know magic. Looking coldly at the boy in front of him, Avis raised his index finger wrapped in a white glove and gently pressed it on his hand. Damn it! I want to duel with you. Do you dare to accept it? This contemptuous gesture made the boy even more furious. He changed his right hand from grabbing to slapping, trying to slap away Avis's fingers. But Avis retracted his hand before he touched them. I often hear people say stupid as a leopard. But now it seems that even the stupidest leopard would feel ashamed and inferior to you after learning how stupid you are. Avis was originally a little annoyed by the matter of Yanel. And now this guy in front of him hit the muzzle of the gun. He directly retorted, I'm sorry. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me to a duel. Senior students challenge junior students. And junior students have the right to refuse. So now please get out of the way. You are blocking my way. I just ask if you dare. Coward. The boy's face flushed. But because he was afraid of the rules of the academy, he didn't dare to really use offensive magic. Faced with his impotent rage, Avis shrugged and raised his index finger again. So, a hint of obscure fanaticism and admiration suddenly flashed in the eyes of the boy in front of him. For those whose mental power is far lower than Avis, the growth rate of the twisted seeds is amazingly fast. After flipping through his recent memories, Avis finally understood the cause of the matter. The boy's name is Danny, a descendant of a viscount directly under the royal family, and his talent is pretty good. But the point is that this guy is actually not interested in Clivi. And the reason why he came to trouble him is because he got a promise from a 5th level senior. Let a guy named Avis from the Mystic School stay away from Clivi. I don't want to personally come forward for such a trivial matter. If you do it well, I can get you an invitation to the Hengjin Club. The Hengjin Club is one of the high-end clubs in the circle of descendants of the Empire. The 8th Prince, as well as some descendants of the 4 major families, are all members of this club. And the descendants of small and medium-sized nobles dream of squeezing in, getting such a promise. Danny was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and immediately boasted that he would complete the task. Because Ambus doesn't like to show up in the limelight, he only participates in gatherings organized by people with similar status to him. As a result, there are not too many people in the academy who really know him and know his specific background. In general, he is a fool. But not completely. The reason for this is that Danny is more careful. He himself knows that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Pamir Academy. And it is easy to offend people who can't afford to offend by making enemies casually. So, before coming to trouble him, Danny changed his appearance and made up his mind not to reveal his name. Don't expose the abnormality. Follow the script you originally prepared. In his mind, Ambus directly conveyed instructions to him. You are very good. I remember your face. Don't let me meet you outside the school. Finally, Danny said something harsh and turned away, looking at Danny who was leaving. Avis was a little speechless, blinded by greed and desire. He lost the most important rationality of the caster after being tempted a little, thinking that by slightly changing his appearance and not mentioning his name, he would not reveal his identity. Really, as naive as his behavior. However, Avis had some impression of the 5th level senior in his memory, who seemed to be from the faction of the 8th Prince. Ambus estimated that what happened between him and Danny just now should have been completely recorded by the 8th Prince's people as part of his behavior model. And I'm afraid that many people will be watching him to see how he will deal with the follow-up of this matter. This matter is not big, but not small either, because if he does nothing afterwards, then this matter can be interpreted as any little person can provoke the descendants of the head of the Olivendi family and then get away with it. Just like what Duke Carrot said to him before leaving Moon Castle, after leaving the Carlos province. He represents the face of the Olivendi family. If he doesn't handle this matter properly, then the family will be very disappointed in him. In general, he needs to show some of his own means to let the outside world see his ability to respond. And this means cannot be too strong or too weak. Whether it is too strong or too weak, it will cause extra vigilance because it is inconsistent with his own identity positioning. The last large gathering of the Hengjin Club was on the 29th of the frozen month, which is the day after tomorrow. As this year's end-of-year exchange party, the 8th prince, and the descendants of some other great nobles will attend that night. The reason why the 30th of the frozen month was not chosen was to stagger the time with the year-end celebration of Pamir College. Well, since the 8th prince has already made his move, it is now his turn. While he was thinking about how to arrange it specifically, the gate of the summoning tower opened wide, and many students walked out in a line. Among the people walking out of the tower, Fiona noticed the waiting figure of Avis and hurried over. "Brother, who is he?" Looking at Danny's back as he left, the girl couldn't help but feel a little curious. When she just walked out of the tower gate, she seemed to see the boy say something to Avis. "Him?" Avis smiled and waved his hand indifferently. "Don't worry. He's just a clown." Chapter 313 The Essence of the Saint Ceremony. That night, Bishop Yanel finally sent the latest information again. The content of the message was very brief, but it completely calmed Ambus's somewhat worried mood. "The ceremony has ended, including me. A total of 7 people succeeded, and there was no obvious change in strength. At midnight tonight, the 7 of us will leave the city of Holy Chant and secretly go to the Gloria Empire." After getting the exact news, Ambus couldn't help but start to think about the intentions of the Holy Light Church. At this time, the most likely target for arranging high-level personnel to secretly go to the Gloria Empire is the 2 halves of the ruins. However, considering that they are all successful in the ceremony, it may also be for some changes after the Empire tests the ceremony. Out of caution, Ambus did not wait until midnight to contact Yanel immediately, but postponed it for another magic hour. After 1 o'clock in the morning, Ambus gently pressed the cover of the old secret scripture with his right hand and injected mental power to activate it. As his mind focused, familiar dark green stars gradually lit up in his mental space. Sensing the one that exuded the spiritual aura of Yanel, Avis gently touched it. Thus, Yanel's recent memory of the ritual was instantly transmitted to his consciousness. The first thing that came into view was a secret room made entirely of pure white stone, decorated with only a few simple gold lines. The secret room had no door or window, and the only light source came from a crystal on the square pure white stone platform in front of it. The crystal was a perfect 20-sided shape, placed on a miniature pure gold altar on the top of the stone platform, emitting a soft white light. Although the light only shines on the body, it seems to reflect the appearance of the soul, making people unconsciously want to repent for their past mistakes. It is like feeling the mercy and compassion of God, facing the purest thing in the world. Just staring at the light, a deep reverence and emotion will naturally rise in the heart. Holy, sacred, inviolable, and inviolable. Facing this crystal stone, Yanel, wearing a pure black bishop robe, raised his hands in front of his chest, crossed his fingers and held the circular holy emblem of light, bowed his head slightly, and silently chanted the prayers in the holy book. As he silently recited, the holy light gradually penetrated into his body. The soul seemed to be gradually stripping off dirt and impurities, and being purified and sublimated in this warm light. It's a pity that no matter how sacred the light is, it can't drive away the darkness in people's hearts. While sensing this memory picture, the body of the old secret book suddenly sent a feedback. A response that was as eager as the one he had felt when facing the faceless gem statue. Is that the power of faith? Sensing the response of the old secret scripture with some surprise, Avis suddenly recalled that Yanel's memory had mentioned that the essence of the saint plan was related to the power of faith. At the same time, the picture in his mind changed again. The crystal in front of him had darkened at some point, and turned colorless and transparent like white crystal. Yanel raised his head, put down his hands raised in front of his chest again, and ended his prayer. He turned and walked to the wall, in front of a simple circular holy emblem of light, and gently raised his hand and pressed it. A flash of light passed by, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed, turning into a vast hall decorated with a strong sacred style. A huge spiral crystal chandelier hung from the dome depicting a magnificent painting, and thousands of candles burned quietly in the golden shrines on the wall, making the indoor environment sacred and lonely. There were no windows in the room. In Bishop Yanel's memory, this seemed to be an unknown underground sanctuary somewhere. Beside him, there were already 4 figures wearing pure black bishop robes, standing quietly here, in front of the crowd. There was a simple white altar with 10 small oil lamps placed on it. At this time, 7 of the 10 lamps had gone out, and among the 3 lamps that were still on, the burning flames were white and gold, which was very strange. At this time, one of the only 3 remaining oil lamps suddenly flashed, and the white and gold flame suddenly went out. Swish. At the same time, the figure of a bishop appeared in the room, looking at the number of oil lamps in front of him. He also stood silently waiting. After a moment, with the appearance of the last bishop, all 10 lights in front of him went out. Although there were 10 lights in total, only 7 bishops appeared in the hall. The ceremony is over. A middle-aged man with brown hair and a serious face, wearing a crimson robe decorated with gold thread, appeared silently in front of the altar. The moment he saw that face, Anvis immediately recognized his identity. It was Holy Judge Jorgsen, one of the 7 archbishops of the Holy Light Church. It's a pity that not all brothers and sisters can seize this precious opportunity and receive God's grace in its entirety. Looking around the 7 people in the room, Jorge-san spoke slowly. But I am very happy to see that more people can come here. Perhaps you can sense that your own strength has not been significantly improved. But there is no need to doubt that the gift of God is not so simple. Next, we will go to Gloria, where the ancient ruins fell. The gift of God will protect you and completely recover the evil foreign objects in it. At the end, Jorge-san waved his hand, and a pure white light circle suddenly lit up beside the 7 people. Remember, God is watching us in the sky. Everything we do will last forever. Nothing will be added or subtracted. As a teleportation light flashed, the memory seemed dimmed again. Immersed in the empty spiritual space, Avis retracted the spiritual power connected to the twisted seed, and was slightly absent-minded. This description made him unconsciously think of the figure who had appeared in his memory, and was shrouded in holy white light. God's blessing. On the evening of the 29th, in the suburbs of Palucia, the Evergold Club is located in a vast private manor on the outskirts of the royal capital of Palucia. The architectural style of the manor was designed by the famous architect Morik Piers, which caters to the classical elf-style aesthetics of the Gloria II period, advocating the beauty of natural harmony and absolutely low-key luxury. The original owner was Marquis Draka, one of the founders of the Evergold Club. Originally, it was just a private club for him and several close friends. But the scale gradually became larger and larger. So, he generously donated a manor under his name for the club members to gather, because it is very close to the royal capital and is guarded by high-level private guards. It is safe enough, and there is no need to worry about accidents that will disturb the interests of distinguished guests. At this time, a high-end carriage drove into the manor and slowly stopped at the carriage parking spot near the gate. Danny, dressed in formal clothes, opened the car door and jumped out. Chapter 314, Brave Danny. Mr. Danny is in high spirits today. After warning the ignorant junior, his luck finally came. Although the junior's reaction made him feel very unhappy, the senior seemed very satisfied with his performance and gave him the invitation very happily. He greeted the coachman, who was blowing and rubbing his hands in front of the carriage, and confirmed the approximate departure time. Danny passed by the luxurious carriages and walked to the main gate of the manor, handing the invitation to the guard at the door without looking away. Please come in, my distinguished guest. After confirming that the invitation was correct, under the guard's respectful greetings and gazes, Danny strode into the club venue with his head held high, and felt that his body seemed to be a little taller. As soon as he entered the building in the center of the manor, an atmosphere completely different from the outside world immediately came to him. The air was filled with the elegant fragrance of silver-leaf roses. Everywhere you looked was magnificent and luxurious. Men and women in formal attire danced gracefully, showing off their charm on the dance floor. Their fluttering and gorgeous dresses were like blooming roses. Some noble people sat aside, talking in low voices about some things related to the exchange of interests. Occasionally, they raised their glasses and shook hands intimately. Everything was self-evident. Even though it was a cold winter night, the environment here was extremely hot because of the heated venue, and there were prosperous scenes everywhere. Danny forced himself to restrain his desire to look around, not to show his surprise too obviously, so as not to be despised by others. He also had his own ambitions. Before coming here, Danny had investigated and learned that the senior who gave him the invitation letter was from the 8th Prince faction. So, through this line, his next step is to try to make friends with this senior, and then ask him to say a few good words for him in front of the 8th Prince. If he is smarter, he may be able to officially connect with the 8th Prince and become one of his followers. And with the 8th Prince as a huge backing, it will become impossible for both the eldest brother and the second brother to compete with him for the family property. By then, Danny will really be rich. Fantasizing about unrealistic and wonderful scenes in his heart. Danny looked around, and soon saw the senior who gave him the invitation letter in a corner of the room. He was sitting in the coffee area on one side of the venue, together with several other men and women in formal clothes, clustered around a dark purple-haired boy in the center. Seeing the position of the crowd and the special dark purple hair, Danny immediately guessed and was overjoyed. He had heard that members of the royal family usually have signature dark purple hair, and judging from the way the people around him sat, the boy in the middle was probably the 8th prince. Haken! Unexpectedly, Danny ran into the real boss the first time he came. Then, he must behave better next time and try to leave a deep first impression on Prince Haken. Thinking in his heart, Danny hurriedly walked towards the crowd. When he approached a certain distance, the 5th level senior who had handed him the invitation letter had noticed him and smiled and nodded to him. At the same time, he looked at Prince Haken in the center with a hidden look, signaling Danny to come forward and say hello, so that he could take this opportunity to introduce Danny's identity to the prince. Danny also nodded slightly to him, indicating that he had understood his intention. Then, facing the prince's eyes that looked at him because of his approach, Danny suddenly felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart, and blurted out a very familiar sentence. "Are you the one called Haken? I wonder who you are." Looking at this guy who came over inexplicably and spoke in a bad tone, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the 8th Prince Haken, and his eyes turned to the person next to him, as if asking who is he? The 5th level senior who gave Danny the invitation letter was also shocked, and at this time, he hurriedly winked at him, signaling him to quickly make up for his words. Looking at the confused look in Prince Haken's eyes, and the senior who desperately signaled to him, Danny did not say anything to make up for his abruptness as expected by others, but uttered the next sentence in a bad tone in the eyes of everyone who was surprised and watching the show. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have some intentions towards Marion. Right? Marion is the daughter of Earl Krint and is currently a senior student at Pamir Plastic Energy College. A few days ago, she and Prince Haken took the opportunity of having lunch together to discuss the news about the ruins. Coincidentally, the prince also wanted to test Earl Krint's current attitude towards conservatives, so he talked to her for a while. And this is not the end." Just like when facing Anvis, Danny's eyes flashed with disdain. In the almost crazy eyes of the 5th level senior, he coldly said the last words to Prince Haken. "Miss Marion's noble status is not something you, who has nothing but a face, can reach. Remember, stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, something very unpleasant will happen between us." As he said this, he shook his fist at Haken in a deterrent way, exuding a trace of the magic aura of a 3rd level peak strongman, and warned him fiercely in a low voice. As Danny's voice and actions fell, the people around him were stunned. A look of mixed fun and surprise appeared on his face, as if he was looking at a clown. The 5th level senior opened his mouth and looked at Danny in disbelief, wondering if this guy had been stimulated by something and went crazy. Prince Haken also reacted, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and then a thick haze appeared on his face. "That's enough. What a ridiculous farce." Hearing the prince's sinister voice, Danny was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized how brave he had just done. Sweat as big as soybeans oozed from his forehead in an instant. "No! He opened his mouth stutteringly, looked at the angry prince with despair in his eyes, and then looked at the 5th level senior who had completely ignored him. With a dead heart, his eyes went black and he collapsed to the ground. "Guards! Throw him out!" Haken looked at Danny who had fainted on the ground with a sinister look, and directly called the guards of the club. Soon, 2 guards in full armor ran over, saluted the prince respectfully, and one of them grabbed one of Danny's arms and dragged him out directly. Chapter 315 Response. At this time, Prince Haken's people were not the only ones in the coffee area. Several other children of the Marquis, as well as the 7th son of the current chief of the Aslade clan, were chatting here, exchanging some of the latest information obtained by the forces behind them. This kind of exchange of information is very necessary. Information that seems unimportant to some people may be crucial information to others. They are all senior students who are about to graduate. The reason why they are not in a hurry to graduate is to maximize the various high-quality resources of the Pamir College platform. At this time, after watching this dramatic scene, several people's eyes suddenly showed a teasing look. However, no one spoke, and they were all waiting for others to break the awkward silence in the field. I am very sorry, Your Highness. This is my mistake. I shouldn't have given him the invitation letter. Finally, the 5th level senior student, who had previously given Danny the invitation letter, could not withstand the invisible pressure of everyone's eyes, stood up, and apologized humbly. Many people noticed the scene where he just winked at Danny, and they were waiting for him to give an explanation. Even though he was reluctant to be the first to offend the prince, he had to stand up. Forget it. It's not your fault. Looking at Danny, who was dragged out with a gloomy face, Prince Haken was silent for a moment, and finally turned around, looked at the 5th level senior student, exhaled softly, and shook his head with some self-mockery. It was not an accident that he came here tonight and performed that clown-like performance. Even without you, I think our dear Lord Anvis would have other ways to get him an invitation. As he spoke, Prince Haken turned his gaze to the crowd. It's just a small problem. I'm sorry to make you laugh. In fact, the cause of this matter is like this. Looking around, the prince happily told everyone the general cause and effect of this matter. It may not be glorious, but it is not a secret to hint to the followers to find a way to test Anvis. Everyone present has their own information channels, as long as they want to know the inside story behind it. It is only a matter of time to investigate it. It's better to speak out generously and leave a graceful image. So, this should be his response to my temptation to send. What's the name of that clown? As he said, the prince paused for a moment and glanced at the 5th level follower who came out to apologize with his lavender eyes. His name is Danny. His Highness Haken. The student answered quickly. Sending Danny to come to me directly was to show his intelligence ability. He was able to find out all the ins and outs behind this matter within 2 days. And manipulating Danny to perform that funny drama was to show his strength. I think, before he jumped out to perform that funny performance, no one here should have noticed anything unusual about him. Right? As soon as the prince said this, everyone recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but be silent. In fact, from the time Danny came over to the time he was dragged out by the guards, they did not sense any special fluctuations of mental control magic on Danny. Anvis. I have heard of his name. The 4th descendant of His Majesty the Duke of Carlos. It is said that he inherited the legendary blood of both parents at the same time and reached a balanced state, resulting in his hair color and eye color being completely different from his 3 brothers. After a moment of silence, the 5th son of the Aslade family, Asala Aslade, who had golden vertical pupils like reptiles, slowly spoke and told his understanding of Anvis. He should have a strong talent, being able to break through the 3rd level within less than a year of enrollment, which has surpassed his brother's record and is on par with His Majesty the Duke of Carlos at that time. And I heard that the new product of the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce, the curse-flying dragon egg, was also prepared based on the magic knowledge on a mysterious relic item that he deciphered. The 3 daughters of Marquis Draka also spoke and told the intelligence they had obtained. However, there is news that he seems to have recently tried to invest a lot of resources to establish a foreigner subordinate force called Secret Ritual Society, which is already quite large in scale. When mentioning this news, everyone couldn't help but smile at each other. Another person who fell into the trap of the foreigner organization. Although he was talented enough, unfortunately, due to his age, he suffered from insufficient practical experience. He was completely blinded by the great advantages of the foreigners, and did not realize that they had no loyalty and discipline at all, and were even less reliable than those vulgar mercenaries who only cared about money. But it was okay. Strictly speaking, this was actually beneficial to them. Everyone was basically in a competitive relationship in the future. Avis would inevitably consume more energy to create a player force that would almost certainly have no results in the future, leading to inevitable lag in other aspects. The slower the development of Avis, the better it is for them. However, at this time, due to Danny's episode, it was not only the descendants of the many nobles in the coffee area of the club who were beginning to discuss Avis. On the top floor of the Hungjin Club, in a classical-style study of Gloria 2, 2 figures were watching the scene in the club through special magic. What a beautiful counterattack. Draka. Such a skill is much better than his 3 brothers at the same age. Seeing the scene of Danny being dragged out, the hooded figure sitting on the sofa on the left, covered with a faint gray mist, couldn't help but applaud softly. It was as if the audience below the stage applauded for a wonderful opera performance. This is normal. With his talent and behavior style, if he failed to make a decent counterattack, I would doubt whether there is a problem here. Opposite him, Marquis Draka spoke calmly. However, he has only been away from the family for more than a year, and his age and experience are his natural shortcomings. It is reasonable for him to make an idealistic choice. Let's adjust it a little bit. Officially adjust the level of attention to him from level 3 to level 2. In fact, Danny's previous self-destructive behavior was due to a mental suggestion given to him by Avis through the Seed of Distortion. After meeting the 8th Prince Haken, repeat the process you warned me before. Unlike direct mental manipulation, the suggestion of the Seed of Distortion does not violently distort the mind of the recipient, but invisibly changes his common sense, making him think that this is a normal way of greeting. After confirming that Danny's performance was perfect through the perspective of the Twisted Seed, Avis took back the seed directly. Not to mention that Danny himself was just a minor character. Even the 8th Prince he dreamed of following was proved to be just a mediocre person in the future history. And there was no need to waste a precious Twisted Seed position. As for Danny himself, neither Avis nor Prince Haken actually cared much. Danny was just a clown pushed to the front, a puppet manipulated by others, facing the temptation of the opponent. Instead of looking for trouble with the main character, he lowered himself and took his anger out on a clown. That would be a real loss of face in the circle, and would also leave a reputation of incompetence. Chapter 316 The Night of the Holy Coming. After simply solving this matter, Avis returned to his previous peaceful daily life. In addition to paying attention to the situation of Bishop Yenel every day, he was waiting for the Duke to finish dealing with the Power Dragon. Soon, as the magic dinner of the Pamir Academy's year-end celebration quietly ended, the last tale of this year was about to disappear. It was less than 1 magic hour before midnight. After sending Fiona back, Avis returned to his residence and habitually sensed Yenel's movements. However, as soon as he sensed Yenel's position, he immediately found the problem. Before that, the position of the Twisted Seed on Yenel's body was always at the border between the two empires of Gloria and Saint Messia, as if waiting for something. And now, Yenel's position suddenly appeared near the ruins in the Magna province. After thinking about it, Avis took out the encrypted crystal ball and sent a message to Duke Carrot. I suddenly have a feeling that the location of the meteorite ruins may be about to undergo an unknown change. Please be vigilant. After urgently delivering the message, Avis put away the crystal ball again, thought for a while, and decided to take the risk of connecting the seed in Yenel. Now is a very delicate time point. The old year is about to end, and the new year is about to come. At this time of transition between the old and the new, the success rate of some special secret rituals will receive additional bonuses, which is something that has been confirmed in mysticism. Avis suspected that the rituals on Yenel and the other 7 people may not have been completely completed, but were still missing some key activation steps. If the facts are indeed as he thought, then the most likely time for this activation step is the midnight of the new year. After making the decision, Avis directly entered a meditative state and began to try to connect with Yenel's perspective through the distortion seed. Gradually, Avis's consciousness entered a highly concentrated state. Some vague images began to appear in front of his eyes one after another. Some black figures were swaying around. And as time went on, these figures gradually became clearer. At this time, the surrounding environment was in a secret room. The walls were covered with special isolation magic inscriptions to prevent the breath here from leaking. 7,777 pure white candles were placed on the ground, forming a huge pattern of the holy emblem of light. A huge 7-pointed star pattern composed of platinum inscription lines was engraved on the ground in the center of many candles. In the center of the star was a strange hourglass, and the sand above it emitted a faint white light, and more than half of it had fallen at this time, including Yenel. 7 bishops stood at the 7 corners of the star, silently bowed their heads, and seemed to be waiting for something. On one side of the room, 3 red-robed archbishops stood calmly, observing the ceremony. No one spoke, and the air in the room was silent. Countless candles flickered with an unpredictable milky white glow, filling the room with a strange and solemn atmosphere. The time at this moment was infinitely close to midnight, and the sand in the hourglass was about to run out. Finally, in Avis's eyes, the last grain of white sand leaked down. At this moment, the many milky white candle flames that were jumping suddenly stopped for a moment. Then, a bright white light burst out from the star on the ground, like a raging fire igniting dry wood. When the light touched the 7 bishops standing in the sharp corners of the star, endless light suddenly lit up the bodies of the 7 bishops, turning them directly into a dazzling mass of light. and Wazy only felt that the world in front of him turned white in an instant. And then, the picture was completely interrupted. As the last second of last year passed, the calendar turned a page again. The people of Yare continent ushered in the New Year's Rebirth festival. However, this year's New Year's festival is destined to be not peaceful. Glorious calendar 2461. New Year's Day. 0 o'clock. Many sensational events broke out simultaneously in the Gloria Empire. In the Magna province, at the location where the mysterious meteorite ruins fell, a beam of pure white brilliant light pierced the night sky and pierced the zenith wall in the endless sky. Professionals within 1,000 miles can clearly see this beam of brilliant light that seems like a miracle. Like fine snow, faint white light spots fell from the dark night sky, and ethereal sacred music echoed in all directions. But if you listen carefully, you will find that the music seems to be directly from the mind. Half a magic hour after the light column descended, the Gloria Empire announced that it had entered a second-level combat readiness state. Because the characteristics of this incident were too obvious, Gloria 3 publicly issued a statement, demanding that the Holy Light Church give an explanation for the previous indiscriminate attack. Soon, the Saint Messiah Empire also responded to this matter. In this response, the current Holy Light Church Pope, Saint Messiah 3, described this incident as a regrettable accident and did not mention the explanation for this matter. Gloria 3 only responded to the perfunctory attitude of the church, sending several 9th level and 9th level extreme professionals to the border of the two countries. The Holy Light Church was not to be outdone, and also sent 4 9th level extreme red-robed archbishops and 5 9th level trial knights to the border to confront the 9th level professionals of the empire. The situation between the two empires became extremely tense in an instant, and it seemed that a devastating war would break out at any time. In this situation where the energy of the two empires was temporarily involved in each other, a civilian underground resistance organization Spark suddenly emerged and announced its existence to the entire empire in a high-profile manner, and quickly captured 2 super-large main cities with a permanent population of hundreds of thousands: Yuying City and Luolong City, located in Fry Province, near the border of Carlis Province. The original 7th level professional city lord was directly captured by the people of the Spark organization, although it was expected that the empire should not be able to react at first in the case of deliberate calculations, and it would not be in time to send people to deal with them in the first place. But to be honest, the fact that they could break through 2 cities in succession at an average speed of less than half a magic hour shocked even the leader of the Spark organization, and he suspected that it was a fraud. However, when the rebels took over the city and checked the defense array, they found out the original magic defense array of the city. Many of the inscription lines of the materials have long been aged, and it is already the limit to maintain normal operation, and it is simply unable to cope with fierce battles. As for where the maintenance fee that should have been used to maintain the defense array went, those who understand will understand. After all, even if it is a city defense officer, when he needs training resources, he has to spend money. Then it is reasonable to borrow some city defense funds. Right? You said that without funds for maintenance, the defense system will age quickly? Anyway, there will be no war in the empire. And if we only deal with a little beast tide every year, as long as the defense array looks bright, isn't it enough? Chapter 317 Dark Beast Tide. Thus, due to the embezzlement of the lower-level city defense officials, some of the inscription arrays that had not been replaced for many years had already become invalid and remained in the state of a Schrodinger's protective array. Before it was actually activated, no one knew whether it could still function normally. To deal with those ordinary beast tides, there might not be a need for a defense system. But when the rebels were at the gates of the city and attacked the city lord's mansion, this became a fatal problem. Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen in the end. When the professional rebels who had infiltrated the city suddenly attacked, the city defense officials immediately activated the defense array. But the magic shield only lit up for a moment, and then it went out again due to the aging and overload of some inscription materials. So, realizing that the situation was not right, the city defense officer arranged the lower-level city guards to fight desperately and delay the rebels' offensive pace, and he himself slipped away directly through the secret passage. Unfortunately, he was not able to escape in the end, but ran into the encirclement set up by the rebels outside the city to prevent important figures in the city from escaping, and was captured on the spot after being defeated in a fierce battle. This was a very serious provocation to the rule of the empire. All those who got the news at the first time were shocked by the ignorance and fearlessness of the Spark organization. Fry Province is the territory of the Aslade family. Under normal circumstances, even if the energy of the Gloria Empire is seriously involved because of the friendly country, the strength of the Aslade family alone is enough to easily wipe out these rebels. Just like a group of ants united to resist a giant in battle. Maybe the giant was busy fighting with another giant, and had no time to care about other things. But even if he could spare a little finger in his busy schedule, it would be enough to crush these mob civilian rebels to death. But unfortunately, neither the Gloria Empire royal family nor the Aslade family could spare a little finger now. Compared with the rebels, another more serious matter involved all their energy. On the evening of the first day of the new moon, an unprecedented super-large dark beast tide suddenly broke out in the Empire. The Howling Cave in Fry Province, the Whispering Abyss of the Dead Souls in Paravani Province, the Carco Great Rift in Carlis Province, etc. The passages and cracks leading to the underground world distributed throughout the Empire, as well as some new caves opened up by dark creatures, are now madly pouring out all kinds of strange black beasts. Dark three-headed python, dark sea dragon beast, shadow harvester, countless dark creatures gathered into a huge and destructive beast tide, carrying everything in its path. With an unstoppable, terrifying momentum, it headed eastward, heading straight for the direction where the meteorite fell in Magna Province, and the endless sea further east. It was as if something was calling them there. Initially, although several high-level prophets had given a warning a day in advance, the Empire was still caught off guard. Several medium-sized cities were completely destroyed by the surging beast tide due to the lack of defensive forces and the aging and failure of the defense array. But after experiencing the first wave of painful losses, facing the menacing dark beast tide, the nobles of the Gloria Empire immediately reacted and began to defend their territory with all their strength. After all, not all city defense officers were cutting back. Those who cut back the most had disappeared in the vast beast tide along with the city whose entire defense array failed. And more city defense officers cut back less. So the defense array was not completely inoperable, which allowed them to hold on until the arrival of reinforcements. In less than 2 days, all high-level professionals spread out and defended large and medium-sized cities across the Empire to resist the destructive dark beast tide and prevent the city from being trampled into a white land by the beast tide. And the residents of the small towns near the major cities had already entered the main city for refuge under the cover of the city guards and high-level professionals. But the villagers of some remote small villages that were too far away from the city could only wish for the best. In this severe situation, the Aslade family had no intention of looking for trouble with the rebels for the time being. The beast tide didn't care what camp you were in. They treated everything that stood in their way equally. Seizing 2 cities at this point in time can certainly temporarily avoid the sanctions of the Aslade family. But it is also necessary to resist the impact of the terrifying dark beast tide. At this point, the easier it was for the rebels to attack, the more trouble they are facing now. Although the casters have been arranged to repair the defensive array urgently, it is still too late. Moreover, at the end of the repair, the leader of the Spark organization found that the value of the rare resources required to completely repair the city's defensive array is more than the total resources obtained by capturing the city. In other words, 1 + 1 - the rebels not only did not get the resources, but even if they wanted to defend the city, they had to pay for the resources to repair the array. Otherwise, they could only fill it with human lives. After learning about this, the Spark leader gritted his teeth, asked the spellcasters to continue repairing, and had the original city defense officer dragged out and beaten to death immediately. The soul was extracted as material for the necromancer, and the body was discarded to feed the dark creatures. It was in this chaotic situation that Anvis, who chose to stay at Pamir Academy with Fiona, finally received news from Duke Carrot. After activating the crystal ball on the table, the image of Duke Carrot appeared in the crystal ball. Anvis could see that the environment where the Duke was located seemed to be in a temporary alchemy house. Very good, Anvis. Your prediction came very timely. In the crystal ball, the Duke's expression looked very satisfied. You should have heard that His Majesty the Emperor held the St. Mercia Empire accountable for the unknown attack at midnight on the new moon. And I can tell you now that the location that was attacked by the Sacred Light Column was exactly the temporary headquarters of the Ruins Exploration. And the power was about the same as a 9th level attack. In this incident, a total of 3 9th levels were injured in the Empire. And a 9th level elder of the Enoch family and Marquis and Rita were slightly injured. A 9th level of the Aslade family was seriously injured, and could only go back to recuperate temporarily. Speaking of which, that guy was responsible for the safety of your Jinji Society's entrance examination last time. But it was a pity that he was not very useful. As he spoke, the Duke's blue eyes could not help but smile. Due to your news, I and the 9th level of the Alfred family temporarily left to check the hidden dangers around, and just avoided the attack in the core area of the light column. You did a good job. Anbis, some information still requires a blood-related prophet to predict it as early as possible. After the attack, the family's prophet sent me an urgent message. Chapter 318, Power Dragon Clone. Also, regarding the Dark Beast Tide, the family has enough strength, and guarding the province of Carlos is not a problem at all. You don't have to worry. Just stay in Pamir Academy with Fiona. As he spoke, the Duke casually mentioned the recent Black Beast Tide, and his words were very confident, as if he didn't care about it at all. I understand, Father. Listening to the Duke's understatement, Avis nodded. In fact, he knew very well how difficult it was to resist this beast tide. The super-large scale of the beast tide means the existence of multiple 9th level and 9th level extreme dark creatures. Although the prophet of Olivendi had predicted the appearance of the beast tide before, being able to predict it does not mean that it can be easily blocked. The Duke specifically mentioned this just to reassure him and avoid meaningless fantasies. Buzz. Suddenly, a dark energy ray from the crystal ball suddenly penetrated into the room, and was then automatically erased by the Duke's defense field. Avis and the Duke stared at each other in silence. After the house was hit by an energy ray, a hole opened in the wall, and a large number of dark creatures outside the hole could be vaguely seen, as well as the faint sound of fierce fighting coming from outside. There may be a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. After a moment of silence, feeling a little embarrassed, the Duke forced to change the subject. By the way, your power dragon has been dealt with, and someone will send it to you next. You can start preparing your ceremony in advance. Well, I have something to do here, so let's leave it at that for now. As he said that, without waiting for Avis to say anything else, the Duke closed the crystal ball directly, and seemed to leave to find trouble with the owner of the ray. Staring at the crystal ball that had returned to its original state, Avis fell into thought. Duke Carrot was now near the ruins. If even his residence could be affected by the aftermath of the Beast Tide's attack, it could only mean that the Beast Tide's advancement speed was actually faster than he had originally expected. He knew that in this Beast Tide, the target of the several dark creatures was something that was calling them in the two halves of the ruins. But it was obvious that the 9th level professionals from the major empires did not seem to intend to let them go. The next morning, a special space ring containing a dragon was delivered to him. Although this behavior seemed a bit evil, this dragon was not kind either. According to his memory, the dragon changed its territory after being disturbed by the players. But in the process, it retaliated by destroying many small villages and towns on the flight route. When the kingdoms to which the villages and towns belonged noticed the tragedy, and sent people to encircle and suppress it, the power dragon had already disappeared without a trace. After a simple mental investigation, Avis took the ring and entered the deep underground laboratory. Into the sealed room, he specially prepared for the soul-splitting ceremony. During the freshman festival, Pamir College had a 15-day holiday, which gave him plenty of time to perform the ceremony. Walking to the center of the room, Avis moved his mind and released the power dragon in the ring, placing it on the giant magic circle that occupied most of the floor of the room. Although it was placed on the ground, it still had its eyes closed and did not move, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Although it is only a teenager, this power dragon has a body length of nearly 10 meters. If you look closely, you can see countless diamond-like fine and shiny scales on its body. The scales of the power dragon are smaller than those of most other colored dragons, but they are harder and have natural defensive positions. Avis tried to scratch it with a mithril carving knife. The first thing he felt was a strong rebound resistance, and then the hard touch of the blade cutting the scales. Because he did not use magic, the blade of the mithril carving knife was ineffective in front of the solid dragon scales. After a simple test of the solidity, Avis poured magic into the carving knife and stabbed it hard along the weak part of the dragon scale gap. Puff! With the support of magic, the tip of the carving knife immediately penetrated the dragon scales and pierced into the thick dragon skin. After the magic power of the blade surged, making the wound larger and deeper, a stream of dark red dragon blood with strong magic fluorescence finally flowed out of the wound caused by the carving knife. The power dragon lying on the ground did not react, although it could feel the pain now. Compared to the huge dragon body, this small wound was no different from a human being pierced by an embroidery needle. Carefully catching the spilled dragon blood in a crystal container, Avis took a cup about the size of a basketball, and then pulled the carving knife out of the wound. Without the stimulation of foreign objects, a large stream of blood spurted out of the wound, and then the bleeding stopped immediately. The nearby muscles squeezed naturally to seal the wound. After collecting enough dragon blood, he released another cup of his own blood, combined with various precious high-level materials such as deep secret crystal and star soul mercury, and prepared the special magic ink required for the ceremony. This ink has a very short shelf life, even less than 1 magic hour, and must be temporarily prepared during the ritual. Using his mental power to control several special rune brushes, Avis quickly began to draw the inscriptions and magic circuits required for the soul-splitting ritual on the surface of its scales. Avis is currently using a version that has been improved twice by the 9th level spellcaster of the Olivindi family. Compared with the original soul-splitting ritual, the conversion rate and adaptability are much higher. Soon, a whole set of precise and difficult strange magic arrays enveloped the whole body of the power dragon. The blue lines flickered with starlight, looking extremely mysterious. After making all the preliminary preparations, Avis turned on the highest level of protection in the laboratory. Then he walked into another small magic array connected to the main magic array on one side of the room, and his mental power extended out to activate the entire ritual magic array. The dark red rich magic light lit up from the originally dim lines, making the entire magic array seem to be soaked in blood. After a moment, the giant dragon, which seemed to be lying on the ground as if it was asleep, suddenly opened its cold dragon eyes like diamond carvings. It's really wonderful. The height of the perspective changed. The originally spacious room seemed to suddenly become narrow, and the original body standing in front of him also became very small. Moving the body of the giant dragon in a novel way, Avis swung his wings and tail a little clumsily, and then slowly became flexible. This sense of control is very different from the original human body, but because he had the experience of controlling the flesh and blood clone before, he quickly adapted to this difference. After looking at his original body, Avis suddenly felt a special sense of connection. It seemed that he could vaguely sense the existence of a certain space. Following this impulse, the dragon in the room suddenly turned into a stream of light and merged into Avis. The split consciousness reunited. Avis blinked and slowly walked out of the magic circle. He now understood that what he just felt was the summoning space of the initial summon. Except for some special initial summons without entities, most of the entity summons are usually located in the summoner's summoning space, with only a trace of consciousness connected to the summoner. Chapter 319 Power Control and Dragon Treasure. In fact, the main body of the Soul Split secret technique is actually a variant of the companion summoning ritual. It's just that this secret technique replaces the self-consciousness of the summoned creature with the consciousness of the summoner. The caster needs to separate a trace of his own soul as a seed, and merge it with the soul of the summoned creature whose consciousness has been erased, so as to control the body of the summoned creature. The reason why the soul is not completely erased is that some powerful abilities are often related to the soul. If the difference between the soul form and the body is too large, then even if the body of the summoned creature is obtained, these abilities cannot be obtained. Leaving the ritual room and entering the spell test area of the laboratory, Avis released the power dragon clone again. The main body entered the summoning space in the opposite direction, according to the feeling of the clone. The reason why he likes the power dragon is that he is attracted by the terrifying ability of the power dragon to manipulate all force fields at will. The knowledge he learned in the previous life on Blue Star told him that there are 4 basic forces in nature, namely strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. The power required to drive the operation of all things in the world is composed of the 4 basic forces. If we continue to dig deeper into the force field control of the power dragon, we can completely extend it to the concept of the 4 basic forces. Then we can obtain a series of derivative abilities such as material splitting, creating ultra-high density materials that do not exist in nature, and distorting time and space. When the consciousness controls the body of the power dragon, he can clearly feel that there is a strange force field everywhere in the environment. These force fields wrap around his body like water, and he can also distort and manipulate it with his own thoughts. Avis tried to interfere with the force field in the environment with his will, changing the direction to forward and amplifying it with his own ability. Following his will, The huge dragon body floated up without warning and began to make irregular, high-speed, sharp-angle changes in the air. Then, he hovered in the air, and the invisible force field wrapped around his body, distorting the light in the environment, making his figure flicker. Next, the range of this layer of force field gradually expanded, forming a huge force field sphere wrapped around him. The next moment, with a solid force field sphere around him, Avis fell to the ground of the test site with a bang. At the landing point, the solid anti-magic alloy material ground was slightly deformed by the pure huge force energy impact in an instant. Finally, he opened his mouth somewhat unskillfully and sprayed a cone-shaped decomposition force field dragon breath towards the black crystal monument in the center of the test site that detected the attack damage level. Rumble. Faced with this terrifying attack, the black crystal body trembled violently, and a purple beam of light lit up instantly, rising straight up to the top of the body. This result means that the damage of the dragon breath has reached the attack level of the 7th order high stage. However, his current use of the force field ability is temporarily limited to this, before he is thoroughly familiar with the ability to manipulate the force field. He cannot perform more sophisticated operations, and can only perform the most basic distortion, shaping and other interference. Recovering to his original form, Avis once again sensed the newly mastered force field manipulation ability. Due to the synchronization of the soul, although he has restored his human form, he still retains the ability to manipulate the force field. But he does not have the natural feeling of the dragon body clone. Gently raising his hand, the invisible gravitational ripples immediately began to collapse inward rapidly, with a point above the palm as the core, causing the light in the air to gradually begin to produce slight distortions. Theoretically, if this collapse reaches its extreme, it is enough to achieve an effect similar to a black hole, where even light cannot escape. However, with Avis's current strength, he can only slightly distort the light. Moreover, after completely controlling this clone, there seems to be an unexpected surprise. After testing the newly acquired skills, Avis glanced at the venue and gently stretched out his hand. Then, a small pile of things appeared out of thin air on the empty ground like a system refresh. These are the items in the portable space of the Power Dragon. When he initially controlled the clone, he also gained the ability to open the portable space. These high-level monsters basically have portable spaces to store the collected items. When they die, the portable space will disappear with their death, and some of the items in it will fall out directly, while the other part will fall into the space turbulence and be teleported to an unknown place. Usually, some adventurers fail to hunt monsters and are devoured by them instead. Some of the magic items and props they carry will be instinctively collected by monsters. Therefore, when players' levels and equipment are upgraded in the future, they can occasionally join forces to push the boss, and then various magic equipment, such as staffs and giant swords, will explode from the boss's body. Those are actually items stored in the portable space, not really picked out from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum. Based on the age of the pile of things on the ground, Avis judged that most of these things should be items looted by the Power Dragon from the ruins. This explains why there are no treasures in the lair of the Power Dragon, and why there are no good things in the ruins. Under normal circumstances, the dragons will put the collected treasures in the lair, and enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by all kinds of precious treasures. The Power Dragon should have been preparing to leave and find a new area as a lair and territory, so it collected all the treasures. It was just unlucky to meet an unkillable player, and the news was leaked. After sorting and counting all the items, Avis was quite satisfied with the quality of this unexpected harvest. The ruin seemed to be an underground base of an unknown ancient civilization, which preserved many special collections. The dragon egg of the Power Dragon was probably one of the collections in the ruins. It was only because of some problems with the container that preserved the egg that it accidentally hatched. In Avis's opinion, the most valuable harvest this time was for well-preserved, crystal-like ancient magic plant seeds, since the container used to store them was made of precious eternal gold and exuded a strong magical aura. It was also collected by the Power Dragon. Secondly, it was a black cloak with a light matte luster that looked like cloth and leather. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was faintly emitting the fluctuations of high-level magic items. This was the only non-metallic magic equipment in the Power Dragon's collection. It was able to withstand the erosion of countless years, and was well preserved until now, which was enough to prove its preciousness. Avis tried to put it on, and then, the surrounding world seemed to be suddenly isolated from him. Chapter 320 Breaking Through the Ruins. This feeling is a bit strange. A bit like a person who was originally naked and suddenly put on clothes. In his mental detection, his existence suddenly disappeared. Whether it was the shape, temperature, or the faint spiritual ripples, they were completely integrated with the air in the environment. But if you observe with the naked eye, you can still see your existence, which makes him feel a strange sense of disharmony. In addition to the above two items, there are no other special things, all of which are some ordinary but valuable ancient gold coins, rare magic metals, gems, etc. After collecting all the resources in different categories, Avis finally ordered thorium to clean the laboratory and remove the traces of the ritual array left on the ground. In general, the time for the entire soul-splitting ceremony to be completed was much faster than he thought. When he walked out of the laboratory, it was just afternoon outside, because there is no interference from the consciousness of the summoned object. Unlike the original companion summoning ceremony, the soul-splitting ceremony theoretically has no rigid requirements for the rank of the caster, but in actual application, there is an implicit standard of soul strength. If the soul strength difference between the two parties is too big, the soul of the caster will be unable to control the soul of the summoned creature that is too high, causing the separated soul to collapse and be injured directly. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary third-level caster can at most choose a summoned creature that is 3 levels higher than himself as a clone. If there are more, the probability of soul C collapse will become very high. However, the gifted Avis is naturally not among them. Because of the contract with the Power Dragon, Avis released some of his superficial strength, reaching the level of the middle of the 3rd level. This imitates the state of the summoner's strength suddenly increasing after contracting with the initial summoned creature, whose rank exceeds his own. Brother, you finally came out? Have you heard? There are so many terrible dark creatures outside now. When he left the laboratory, Fiona, who had been waiting outside, hurried to find him. As she said this, the girl seemed to feel that she was not convincing enough, and she let go of Kate in her arms and tried to gesture with her little hands. Because she was in the safe Pamir Academy, Fiona was not very well informed until she learned about this from some students who had returned to the academy. Seeing the scale of the beast tied outside through the projection crystal ball, the girl was shocked. She had never seen such a terrifying beast tied, and she couldn't help but worry about the situation of her family. Don't worry too much, Faye. We won't encounter any danger in Pamir Academy. Besides, my father has told me before that the family is strong enough to protect the province of Carlis. We just need to stay in the academy and wait for the beast tide to pass. With a warm smile on his face, Avis looked at the girl's slightly nervous lake blue eyes and comforted her in a soft tone. Unlike the beast tide on the surface, the dark creatures are not very adaptable to sunlight and are destined to be unable to live on the surface for a long time. So, the duration of this disaster will not exceed half a month at most. Really? Then I'm relieved. Listening to Avis's analysis, Fiona's originally nervous mood relaxed again. Of course, dear Faye. So we just need to wait patiently. Avis smiled and nodded, his tone calm, as if he didn't care about the terrifying dark beast tide outside. However, after comforting Fiona, the hidden worry in his eyes did not let the girl notice. Just as he said, the characteristics of the dark creatures themselves determine that they are destined to not survive on the surface for too long. That is why, when they are hindered, their offensive often becomes particularly crazy. In addition, their own minds have long been eroded by the dark power, and have become violent and chaotic. They attack with amazing bloodthirstiness and fearlessness. It is probably far from as easy as the Duke said to survive this half-month. The subsequent development of the situation is indeed as Avis expected. In the next few days, millions of dark creatures were killed by high-level professionals and the supergiant defense array guarding the main city. Due to the long-term attack on the meteorite ruins, a large group of dark creatures went completely crazy. The surviving dark creatures began to devour each other, quickly improving their ranks. And then followed the 9th Order and 9th Order Extreme Dark Creature leaders to launch a crazy general attack towards the ruins. These completely crazy 9th Order Extreme Dark Creatures have turned into a life-for-life attack method. Perhaps the number of high-level professionals near the ruins is much greater than the number of dark creature leaders. But the defense line is still gradually showing signs of failure. High-level professionals are the most cherishing of life, and no one is really willing to fight with dark creatures of the same level to protect the ruins. So, after dragging on until the 9th day of the beast tide, the defense line of the ruins was finally completely broken. A large number of dark creatures rushed into the ruins area frantically, and were then killed instantly by various deadly traps. Although the beast tide was not stopped from entering the ruins in the end, there were both disadvantages and advantages. When the beast tide rushed into the ruins, many ancient buildings and magic structures would be destroyed by the beast tide, and many important knowledge would be destroyed. But with the beast tide stepping on the mines and covering in front, many 9th level creatures were also able to follow closely and enter the ruins to explore. Soon, the entire ruins were thoroughly explored. I don't know whether to be thankful or what. There is no eternal core in this half of the ruins, and the first few 9th level extreme dark creatures that rushed into the depths of the ruins disappeared. In a terrifying hall, where their traces completely disappeared, some disturbing huge suspicious traces can be found. After sealing off the dark hall as soon as possible, many 9th level creatures began to digest their gains in the ruins. In fact, although the Empire was the hardest hit by the invasion of the Dark Beast Tide, the actual losses were far less than expected. Due to the influx of a large number of foreign professionals, the Empire was in turmoil. The royal family had to dispatch the Knights of Glory to various parts of the Empire to maintain stability, which just happened to come in handy at this time. And many of the foreign professionals who poured into the Empire were moved by the high rewards offered by the Empire and participated in the action of resisting the Dark Beast Tide. Among them, the performance of the players was particularly eye-catching. A large number of low-level players who valued money over their lives rushed to perform suicide missions, which greatly reduced the casualties of the natives. And the players could also get the most generous bounty, including their own pensions. And everyone was happy. Chapter 321 War. At the same time, the combat effectiveness shown by the players in this Beast Tide invasion has really attracted the attention of the Empire's top leaders. Although most players' own levels are still not high, they have become an elite force that cannot be ignored after being equipped with magic constructs on the battlefield. This Dark Beast Tide did not only break out in the Glory Empire, but almost swept across half of the Yar continent. The Saint Messia Empire and the Idle Federation were also affected to varying degrees, but the intensity of the Beast Tide was much lower than that of the Glory Empire. Facing the threat of the Dark Beast Tide, the Idle Federation and the Continental Magic Council announced at the same time. In order to better deal with this continental disaster, the Idle Federation and the Magic Council jointly provide the entire Yar continent with necessary new equipment support. In the spirit of humanitarianism, the Federation and the Council will supply 2 newly developed standard magic constructs in large quantities at cost price to all forces and individuals in the entire Yar continent. White Knight Type 1 and Explosive Dragon Type 1. The magic weapons equipped by the 2 constructs can both exert the destructive power of the 4th level entry level. If multiple magic constructs focus their fire, they are enough to threaten dark creatures with strength in the middle and high stages of the 4th level. Moreover, as long as a 2nd level professional wears it, the full combat performance of the construct can be exerted. If it is simply used as a turret attack, then a 1st level professional is enough to control it. From the name, it can be seen that the 2 magic constructs have different positioning. The positioning of the White Knight is frontal charge and firepower attack, with strong defense and destructive power, but weaker mobility. The Explosive Dragon is a reconnaissance and long-range attack type, with weaker defense capabilities, but its mobility and attack range are much stronger than the White Knight, and it has the ability to fly short distances and at low altitudes. Due to the special timing, although the Empire strictly prohibits private ownership of military-type constructs in name, the managers of major cities turn a blind eye to those who frantically purchase constructs below. At this moment, no one would be stupid enough to limit the improvement of their own strength. At that time, as long as the reason is due to the fierce attack of the Beast Tide, the movement of civilian professionals was not detected in time. Even the royal family will not be able to continue to pursue responsibility. Moreover, the price sold by the Federation is really cheap compared to other constructs of the same level, which is nearly 60% cheaper. Other constructs of the same type have also been reduced in price to varying degrees. Even they themselves secretly sent people to the Federation through a special teleportation array, and then escorted a large number of the 2 constructs back under the escort of a team of high-level professionals. As these structures gradually become popular, players rarely experience the pleasure of mowing down enemies in Mystic Era. The 2nd and 3rd level dark creatures can be killed at will, and the 4th level dark creatures can also be slowly killed by focusing fire. And the speed of the experience bar rising is so fast. Directly skipping 10 or 20 levels to spawn monsters also provides extremely amazing experience. During the nearly half a month when the Beast Tide was raging, The average level of the first and second echelon players suddenly rose a lot, breaking through the 30th level and 25th level respectively. Those in the top 20 on the level list have all been upgraded to above level 35, and are about to start the second job transfer task from level 39 to level 40. Killing monsters, upgrading and changing equipment. The fun of players is so simple and plain. Of course, although these two kinds of construction are relatively cheap, they are not affordable for most low-level professionals, except for those professional players directly under the esports club, the presidents and senior executives of major guilds, Krypton Gold bosses, and some of the luckiest first-tier players. If ordinary players want to experience the fun of mowing the grass with construction, they must join the major forces participating in the defense of the city, and then exchange them through the military merits obtained by hunting dark creatures. It should have been like this. However, they now have a new choice to join the secret ceremony. With the release of these two kinds of construction, Avis also updated new tasks and benefits in the secret ceremony in sync with the changes in the outside world. In addition to the original tasks of pulling heads and accumulating points, the formal membership task temporarily added a task of killing dark creatures. Players can choose to kill 50 dark creatures above level 3, or 5 dark creatures above level 4. After bringing back the materials on them as proof, you can become a regular member and enjoy the benefits that a formal member should have. Moreover, due to the special timing, Avis also made a decision that seemed crazy to outsiders. All members of the secret ceremony with a contribution of more than 500 points, whether they are formal members or not, can obtain a White Knight or Explosive Dragon in advance through installments. After obtaining the magic construct, they can repay the remaining debt by hunting dark creatures and collecting materials. When the news of the secret ceremony's benefits spread, many people were surprised at first, and then waited to see Avis's joke. Perhaps the concept of installment payment and early experience sounds good, but it is not suitable in the context of this world. It's very simple. How can you be sure that after the other party pays the down payment and takes the things, he will continue to pay you the balance instead of running away directly? If everyone uses magic contracts to bind, the resources consumed in that way are enough to compensate for all the profits obtained, which is completely not worth the loss. Or let's take a step back and say that the other party took the things and did not intend to run away, but accidentally died. However, despite many advice and doubts, Avis still insisted on his own way. The result is indeed as expected by outsiders. This benefit has been implemented for a total of 13 days since the Beast Tide. In these 13 days, the value of the dark biological materials recovered by Avis is less than 60% of the value of the construction sent out. In just half a month, if the wealth he lost is converted into gold coins, it is enough to reach millions. Maybe he can get some back later. But Avis himself actually knows that the probability of not losing money is very low. Most players don't have much moral integrity. And when he occasionally observes the players' panels, he finds that there are already strategies on the forum on how to quickly get 500 contribution points from him, and then get some money. However, his purpose was not originally to make money. After gaining the ability of a prophet in this life, Avis saw more things than before. For example, the deeper things symbolized behind these two constructs. This is a battle without gunpowder. A battle for the feedback of fate. On one side are the many high-level prophet of the Ill Federation. On the other side is the one in the stargazing tower at the top of the Sky City, the only 9th-level prophet on the continent. Chapter 322 The Battle of the Trend. Two different types of constructs represent different sides in this invisible duel. In fact, the White Knight is produced by the production line provided by the Magic Council, while the Explosive Dragon is completely designed and manufactured by the Federation independently. Moreover, the main structural design and production line of these two constructs are almost completely completed independently by the prophets of both sides. Anyone who uses it to kill dark creatures will add a trace of fate feedback to the corresponding party. The number of fate feedbacks that can be brought by millions of dark creatures is extremely large. And there is a more critical point. Whether it is the development of magic constructs, the invasion of dark beast tides, or the final disappearance of beast tides, all are part of the trend of fate. The ultimate goal of the two sides' competition is precisely this trace of the trend of fate. In other words, which side has a greater impact in the process? The winning side will be able to get the favor of the web of fate. For many prophets on the Federation side, this is a chance to break through to the 9th level prophet. For Stargazer Bruns of the Parliament, This is a way for him to find a way to go further. To explain it in a game way, this is a confrontational mainline mission. The winning party can get a mainline plot fragment as a reward. When a certain number of fragments are accumulated, they can be exchanged for a gift package. Strictly speaking, the Federation's magic construction technology is still not as good as the Parliament. If they make a balanced construction like the Parliament, I am afraid the chances of winning are slim. Therefore, the Prophet of the Federation took a different approach and focused on strengthening the long-range attack and mobility of the construction. Judging from the current situation, there are still relatively more people who choose the White Knight. After all, in a chaotic battlefield, defense and destructive power play a much greater role than mobility. However, there are not too few people who choose the Explosive Dragon. They are basically long-range professions, and are more accustomed to kite flying in a safe place. The ratio of many professionals who choose the two is currently about 6-4. At the same time, while promoting the construction, both sides themselves are not idle. But from the perspective of the Web of Fate, they have launched a secret and dangerous war. The two scattered constructions are like chess pieces of both sides, shining with different colors of light in the macroscopic vision of fate. The fate lines of the people wearing these constructions are stained with two different colors respectively. The White Knight is bright silver, and the Explosive Dragon is dark red. The weakest of the two warring parties is also a prophet at the 8th level. It is not more difficult to move the fate lines of these professionals, who are only at the 2nd or 3rd level, than to move a real chess piece. The chessboard where they fought in the air corresponded to the real and cruel battlefields in reality. Thousands of figures wearing bright silver eye magic armor, led by middle and high-level professionals, formed a stable triangular array, fighting against countless dark creatures. They could not retreat, because not far behind them were the cities and homes they swore to defend. Behind these triangular arrays, there were teams of long-range teams wearing dark red magic armor gathered together in small groups. Following the leader's order, the cooled magic crystal cores on the chests of many long-range armors lit up slightly, and the magic circuits emitted a fiery red light like lava. Countless 4th-level pyrotechnics that were as dazzling as miniature suns and emitted terrifying fluctuations condensed out of thin air, drew an arc, and launched a covering attack on the central area where the beast tide was most dense. Boom boom boom. Nearly 10,000 groups of little suns suddenly exploded in the beast tide, blooming countless dark red huge fireballs that were 2 or 3 stories high. The huge momentum of destruction was comparable to the 8th level meteor shower, except for some middle and high-level dark creatures that held up the shield. Most of the magic beasts below the 4th level were turned into charcoal, and the battlefield was empty in a short time. The average strength of these soldiers was only about the 2nd level, and even if they went to the battlefield, they could only be real cannon fodder. It was not until now that they had two kinds of structures that they really had the qualifications to fight against the endless beast tide. The sound of magic explosions, the sound of claws and blades clashing, the screams of dying soldiers, the angry roars of monsters, mixed and intertwined into the main theme of the tragic battle on the battlefield. The extremely huge blood and negative magic rushed up to the sky, making the sky covered with a layer of haze and blood. Using this negative magic, the bone staffs of the necromancers shone with a pale green light, awakening dead bodies one by one, covering the soldiers in front of them. At the same time, they fought against some monsters in the beast tide who could also control negative magic, competing for the dominance of the negative magic field on the battlefield. Some bulky city defense equipment was also pulled out, specifically targeting the strongest dark creatures. The purple light beams of the magic crystal cannon flashed from time to time, turning large areas of dark creatures into dust. Under this meticulous defense, most of the surging dark creatures were killed. The few fish that escaped the defense line were finally harvested by the city defense array and the city guards. But invisibly, the silver-white destiny lines of many soldiers in the White Knight costumes in front were suddenly gently moved. As a result, the magic output of the core of the costumes of a large number of soldiers suddenly became unstable for a moment. As a result, the defense that was originally maintained and the magic attacks that were cut out were all interrupted. In the ever-changing battlefield, this is fatal. In an instant, the attacks of the dark creatures penetrated the metal that lost its magic protection, tearing a large number of unprepared soldiers into pieces. The hot blood dyed the battlefield dark red. For the secret collective actions of many prophet masters on the Federation side, Stargazer Bruns was also unwilling to be outdone. Countless dark red destiny lines were also moved, and the number was no less than the silver-white lines that were moved before. So, on the battlefield, a new dark creature suddenly broke out of the ground, just near many long-range troops wearing explosive dragons. And then, there was a one-sided massacre. At the same time, the armor on some people suddenly failed to spray in the short range, which made the situation even worse. However, due to its higher mobility and the fact that it is a long-range soldier, the death rate of the wearers of the explosive dragon construct is still much lower than that of the White Knight. Watching this scene from afar from the perspective of the Web of Destiny, Avis, combined with the intelligence in the real battlefield, has basically confirmed the battle between the two sides. However, although he can see the doorway behind this, Avis is not ready to intervene for the time being. The two sides of the battle basically represent the current peak showdown of the continent's prophet. With his current comprehensive strength, if he rashly participates, he will probably be killed in seconds. Chapter 323 Betting. In fact, from the perspective of a pure spectator, it is difficult for Avis to make an evaluation of the actions of the two warring parties in the Web of Fate. Using the lives of innocent people as pawns to fight is undoubtedly not a kind act. But without the two constructs they provided, these soldiers would not even be qualified to fight against the Beast Tide, and could only leave their fate in the city, always ready to charge as cannon fodder at a critical moment, relying on flesh and blood to delay the advance of the Beast Tide and delay the cooling of the defense array. The appearance of two standard magic constructs has enabled them to have the qualifications to resist the Beast Tide head-on and survive, which is equivalent to saving their lives. Wearing the construct will become a pawn of a high-level prophet, but also have the power to defend their homeland. I am afraid that even if they know this, they will still choose to wear the construct in the end. And for the two warring parties, this kind of accidental injury is not even evil. The three major empires on the continent were originally potential opponents. While the Federation and the Parliament are fighting, they can also weaken the national strength of the Glory Empire, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After the high-level prophet on the Empire side noticed all this, he also tried to stop it. But the problem is that there are two major forces of profit on the construct. They simply prevent it from the perspective of faith, which is simply a waste of time. From a practical perspective, it is not realistic to prohibit the Empire soldiers from using these two constructs. The interference of fate is equivalent to making the soldiers extremely unlucky in an instant. And the problems that may occur with the equipment usually appear at this moment. If the soldier himself is capable enough, there is still hope to overcome the sudden problem and survive. Wearing a construct may kill you, but not wearing it will definitely kill you. This is a complete conspiracy. Although the Imperial Prophets are also intervening with all their strength, the effect is ultimately very limited. This war between high-level prophets has little impact on Avis at present. He chose to establish the secret ceremony and harvest the fate feedback by influencing the Web of Fate through the actions of the players, which has no conflict with the two sides fighting at this time. No matter which side the player wears the construct, he can get a wave of wool from it. Avis actually thought about whether he should also get a new set of constructs for his own provincial guards. In his memory, there are indeed some new future construct designs. But considering the delicate situation currently facing his own camp, he finally did not make any move. The Imperial royal family can still turn a blind eye to purchasing constructs from the Federation, acknowledging that it is difficult to supervise the local area during the Beast Tide. But you directly opened a military magic assembly factory, and the products you produced are even more advanced than those of the Federation. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Magic assembly is not only used to resist dark creatures. They can also be used to fight against the royal army. Another investigation of the forces behind the factory. People from the Olivendi family. The previous marriage between the Olivendi and Alfred families has already made the relationship between the family and the royal family very tense. Now if it is discovered that you have privately built a military assembly factory, then accountability and sanctions from the royal family are inevitable. Maybe Avis is not afraid of this for the time being, but he doesn't want to waste time with the royal family at this time, consuming the Empire's national strength in vain, and finally letting other forces with bad intentions take advantage. In the lower city of Carlis, the Wet Cat Tavern. After the original owner ran away, the new owner quickly took over the tavern and simply renovated the decoration and signboard. He even recruited 2 new hot dancers and a special bard who was good at telling erotic stories. What do you think would happen if we hadn't come here? In the noisy tavern, the last dragon descendant, tiramisu, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, and sharp sword gathered at a table. Several people had just returned from the cruel battlefield outside the city. I don't know how many dark creatures they killed with their own hands. They seemed to still have a faint negative energy of blood and resentful souls on their bodies, which made people nearby instinctively dare not approach. The last dragon descendant said that sentence just now, seeing the natives who were no different from real people dying beside him. He suddenly felt a little emotional. Nothing will happen. It just prevents you from drinking the wine here. Smiling, he held up the colorful cocktail glass in front of him and took a sip of tiramisu. Puha a glass of wine afterwards. It tastes great. You misunderstood me. Kitten. I meant, what would happen if we hadn't come to this world? The elf sighed helplessly, and also took a sip of the gray bubbling wine. With mixed feelings. It prevents you from drinking the wine here, the dwarf Jinyantom Aluminum said in a rough voice, and then raised the big wine glass and gulped down the strong wine in the glass. There's no need to think so much. Dragonborn. It's not a good thing to be too immersed in the play. Shaking the goblet and gently taking a sip of the red wine in the glass. The elven bard sharp sword with a rapier on his back smiled and concluded. Yes. Whether it is killing or saving, it is just a role-playing game for us. After taking another sip of the Black Forest cocktail in the cup, the Dragonborn looked at the several indigenous mercenaries who were drinking and arm wrestling around him, and smiled casually. But everyone's way of playing is always different, isn't it? Hearing the answer of the last Dragonborn, the sharp sword shook his head and stopped entangled in the Dragonborn's thoughts. Forget it. Let's talk about business. As he said, the tone of the elven bard became a little serious, and the three people around him also put down their glasses and turned their eyes to him. According to the intelligence of the plot group, the club has basically understood what level of power the Olivendi family belongs to. As he said, the sharp sword nodded to the Dragonborn. The boss has made a decision to focus on investing in this line discovered by the Dragonborn. Earlier, after Tiramisu submitted a report on Andis and the Olivendi family, the plot analysis team analyzed and compared the Olivendi family and other forces of the same level in the plot background, including a series of information such as the specialties, allies, and hostile relations between the major forces, and submitted an analysis report to the club's top management. In the end, the boss of Baiguang Esports made the decision personally to bet on the Olivendi family. However, even if this is confirmed, there is a lot of knowledge in when to bet and how to bet. Going directly to the door and recommending yourself to cooperate with others is the lowest way. Making a name for yourself in the Beast Tide and then joining Avis with this reputation is the best choice at present. Chapter 324 Hero. So, Dragonborn, we'll have to trouble you to contact the NPC named Andis on our behalf. Since you are his follower, we need to use your means to contact him. After briefly recounting the club's decision, the sharp sword shook the dark red inferior wine in the glass, without taking a second sip, and looked at the Dragonborn with a serious face. The professional players of the White Light Esports have a very clear division of labor for all kinds of things that need to be negotiated with players or NPCs. The salted fish poet in front of him, who has little presence, usually represents and handles them. So, what about my benefits? Xiaojian? Looking at the bard who was negotiating in a businesslike manner, the last Dragonborn leaned on the creaking old bar wooden chair, and smiled lazily. Are you willing to come back? If you are, the club can sign a contract with you again immediately, and all terms can be negotiated. Not surprised by the question raised by the Dragonborn, Sharp Sword habitually pushed his glasses, and then realized that he was not wearing glasses in the game. Sorry. When I terminated the contract with the White Light Club, I was no longer prepared to be bound by any club. Now, I hope to be able to play the game completely according to my personal wishes, instead of having to perform the tasks assigned by the club. Listening to Sharp Sword's re-recruitment of himself, the elf was silent for a while, and simply rejected his proposal. I knew your choice would be like this. Hearing the answer of the last Dragonborn, Sharp Sword nodded without surprise. So, according to the research and decision of the club's top management, we hope to hire you as Baiguang's special foreign player. Every month, the club will pay you a fixed salary and will not interfere with your normal game. Of course, this salary is much less than that of the regular players, and it is incomparable to your former captain's treatment. I hope you can understand. After briefly introducing the treatment, the Sharp Sword began to explain the responsibilities of this identity. As a special foreign player, you need to help us with some things, and relative to the importance of your help, We will also give you additional bonuses. This bonus is not limited to real money, but can also be converted into in-game supplies. Or when you need it, we will provide you with support from the club. This proposal should be proposed by those guys in the strategic analysis department. Right? After listening to the bard's proposal, the Dragonborn thought about it, and finally nodded. That's fine. I agree. In addition, if you need to make any preparations, you can do so now. I will contact Avis at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In a few words, they successfully reached a cooperation, and the atmosphere at the table became relaxed again. But, Dragonborn, I heard that you are setting up a force called NPC Protection Association. He casually mentioned the latest news, and his sharp-sword eyes looked at the center of the tavern, standing in the orange-red firelight of the stone fireplace, telling a story passionately. The eyes of a colleague will always be attracted by another colleague. Nothing. Just for fun. The elf spoke calmly, and then drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Looking at the poet, who was telling the story, he knew his former teammate. Sharpsword was the type who completely treated the game as work, and the basis for all choices was to maximize efficiency and benefits. So, he was not going to extend this topic. Just at this time, the story of the bard was gradually approaching the climax. I'm here to fight the beast, the drunken female warrior said loudly in the tavern. A mercenary in the tavern straightened up jokingly. I have one here now. The female warrior took a few steps and came to the mercenary. Her fiery eyes made him gradually lose confidence. Let me see the beast, she said firmly. I will keep attacking it until it falls. Hearing this, the noisy voices in the tavern quieted down a little, and a group of burly mercenaries raised their glasses and waited attentively for the subsequent developments. The last Dragonborn instinctively glanced at Tiramisu, worried that the girl would feel uncomfortable with this story. As a former captain, he was always used to taking care of the emotions of each team member. However, when his eyes turned away, the elf found that she seemed to listen more attentively than those indigenous mercenaries. What? Do you need your sister to help you deal with your beast? The kind that can hit the weak spot critically? Noticing the Dragonborn's gaze, the cat-eared girl hooked her little finger provocatively, and the black dagger in her hand turned silently. Thank you. No need. The elf turned his head with a twitch of his face, unable to complain about Tiramisu's bad taste. He was probably blinded by the mine just now, so he was worried that the kitten would not adapt to this atmosphere. After a brief rest in the tavern, everyone left the tavern and went to the supply point in the city to pick up the combat constructs that had been repaired, and then rushed to the battlefront outside the city. The Dark Beast tide has not retreated. They are just temporarily withdrawing from the front line and taking a short rest. Wearing a dark red explosive dragon armor, the elf rushed out of the city alone along the snowy street. The surroundings were very deserted, with few pedestrians, and most of them looked nervous. Occasionally, a carriage appeared, and it also hurriedly drove past with a rumble. There was white snow in the sky, and the howling north wind swept through the streets and alleys, covering everything with a cold silver white. On the walls of the surrounding houses, wreaths made of holly branches and edelweiss were hung, and from time to time, thick stalls that had been temporarily dismantled could be seen. People had originally prepared to celebrate the arrival of the annual New Life Festival, but due to the sudden arrival of the Dark Beast tide, they had to cancel it in a hurry. Mom, look! What is that? In the distance, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old, held by her mother's hand, pointed curiously at the last Dragonborn, who was wearing strange armor. She was wearing a slightly worn but very clean coarse linen coat, wrapped tightly like a dumpling, and her exposed little face was red from the cold. That's a construct, which is the special armor made by those wizard masters. Child, the people controlled in the construct are the same as us, and they are going to leave the city and fight those terrible monsters outside the city. The mother, who was also dressed in shabby linen clothes, looked at the direction her daughter pointed, and a look of respect appeared on her face. She explained to her daughter in a low voice. Is that so? Then Mr. Construct will not be afraid when he sees those terrible monsters? The little guy nodded ignorantly, thought about it, and asked with some doubts. Of course he will be afraid, facing the countless monsters outside. Even the legendary powerful professionals will probably feel fear. The mother gently stroked her little head and spoke softly. But for the safety of this city and us, they still stood up. So, just like your father, they are all heroes who protect us. The little girl nodded in understanding. her big eyes flickering as she looked at the Dragonborn's armor. Then, in her mother's surprised eyes, she suddenly broke free from her mother's hand, waved her hand in the direction of the last Dragonborn, and called out crisply, "Mr. Construct, may the north wind bless your steps." Hearing her shout, the last Dragonborn's hurried steps paused, turning his face to the little girl. Under the somewhat uneasy eyes of his mother, he gently lifted the dark red visor of the construct, revealing the young face underneath. The light green eyes stared at the little guy. And in the howling north wind, the elf smiled and waved to the innocent little girl. "Thank you, little girl. May your future lead to light." Chapter 325 Disaster and Bonus. As Ambus told Fiona, the dark beast tide that swept across half the continent finally came to an end on the 14th day after the outbreak. Except for some scattered dark creatures. Most of the dark creatures were killed. Another part rushed into the remains of the meteorite and disappeared. And the last part sank into the endless sea. In this disaster, the Gloria Empire suffered the most serious disaster. Especially Magna Province, one of the 4 major provinces, east of the Lachka Mountains at the junction of the provinces. 3 large main cities and their satellite cities, as well as 17 medium-sized cities were completely destroyed by the dark beast tide. The number of medium-sized and below settlements and villages destroyed cannot be counted. The number of casualties cannot be counted. The only thing to be thankful for is that due to the presence of professionals and players from other empires, the disaster suffered by the Gloria Empire has been much lower than normal. Although the disaster is terrible, those who survived this wave of disasters began to enjoy the dividends after the victory of the war. Although they come from underground cracks, dark creatures, like normal creatures, also have crystal cores and other materials. However, they are basically dark, poisonous, and chaotic magic attributes. A large number of high, medium, and low-level dark biological materials hit the market, causing the original dark biological materials on the market to fall rapidly. And the prices of other magic beast materials also fell a lot. Many industries began to fluctuate violently, and civilian professionals were able to buy the resources they needed at a lower price. Only many merchants, who had previously hoarded magic beast materials with similar effects, lost a lot of money. At the same time, the rulers also began to arrange disaster relief and appease the people after the war. All residents can go to various warehouses in the city for free to collect food for the next half year. If a resident's family died while protecting the city, they could also receive a pension. During this period, the last dragon contacted Anvis, explaining that a foreigner force that performed well in resisting the beast tide found him, and hoped to contact the respected Lord Anvis through him. In this battle, the subordinate guilds of several major esports clubs performed well, including Light and Shadow of Baiguang, Eternity of Silver Blue, etc. All showed the ability to defend a battlefield alone. Anvis was also happy to play with him. When the people of Light and Shadow arrived, the two sides had a brief conversation and then confirmed the specific conditions of cooperation. The people of Baiguang were willing to submit to him, become his subordinate forces, and fight for him. Anvis recognized the legitimacy of Light and Shadow as a foreign force, and opened the camp store and mission hall of the Olivendi family to it. At the same time, due to their excellent performance in the previous battle, Avis gave them a special purchase qualification certificate. With this certificate, they can buy a piece of land in the upper city of Karas as the headquarters of the guild, or for some other purpose. It was originally a reward given to Avis by the family, but he felt that it was useless to take it, so he might as well use it as bait to attract players. At the same time, as the ruins were forcibly explored and the beast tide was basically over, the Aslade family finally freed up their hands and prepared to deal with the Spark rebels, who had jumped happily before. However, the Spark organization seemed to have been prepared. They broke up into small groups, retreated with all the resources they had looted, and began to fight a guerrilla war with the Aslade family. With the help of some anonymous passers-by prophet, the Aslade family was unable to predict the specific whereabouts of the rebels for a while, and could only search through other methods. In the 2461st year of the glorious calendar, the 15th day of the new moon, evening, as the last end of the beast tide faded away, this year's New Year festival also ushered in the last day, and Pamir College was about to officially open. In the study, Anvis sat at the wooden desk, his blue eyes staring at a point above his palm, his eyes deep. A silver-gray metal Rubik's Cube, slightly larger than an apple, and with an extremely complex structure, was suspended in his palm. The blue light seeped out from the cracks and circuits on the surface of the Rubik's Cube. And from time to time, it would make a subtle mechanical sound. This was specially made by him, for the Duke to train force field control ability and assist in casting. The main material of the Rubik's Cube is a special superconducting magic alloy, which is a mixture of a trace of 9th level void silver in the pure secret star metal body of the high level material, and then synthesized according to a specific proportion and process. If it were an ordinary hero biography protagonist, I'm afraid that the process of collecting the materials of this Rubik's Cube alone would be enough to be called a thrilling adventure. Fortunately, his family is rich. The mind controls the force field to hold up the Rubik's Cube. Avis tries to maintain two opposite force fields at the same time in the smallest possible range, so that they repel each other without collapsing, and fill the entire Rubik's Cube with this hedging force field structure. When the force field passes through the Rubik's Cube will give different mental feedback according to every slight change in the force field, allowing him to confirm the effect of his force field interference, and then improve the precision of the force field control ability. Carefully experiencing the feedback sent back by the Rubik's Cube, Avis fine-tuned the force field effect little by little, allowing his control precision to gradually develop to a smaller level, closer to the basic particles of matter. Gradually, as he maintained high-intensity force field control for a long time, Avis felt a little tired. With a light breath, he stopped manipulating the force field, let the Rubik's Cube fall back into his hand, and looked up at the window. The last afterglow of the sunset has also disappeared, and the sky presents a pure color like a deep blue gem. Countless distant silver stars flicker slightly, as if they are eyes staring at the ground. Time is almost here. Retracting his gaze, Avis did not light the light, but just sat quietly under the bright light of the silver moon, experiencing the short quiet time. This year's Freshman Festival is a dividing point. With the emergence of the rebels, the retreat of the Beast Tide, and the exploration of half of the meteorite ruins, he has more things to arrange next. The players of the secret ceremony are very fast in killing monsters. During the 14 days when the Beast Tide was rampant, although he lost millions of units of equipment, he also received tens of thousands of units of fate feedback. The Prophet's rank was stuck at the 6th level limit and had to stop. It seems that he needs not only fate feedback, but also some special opportunity to break through. At the same time, after the exploration of the ruins is over, after a group of 9th level strongmen has screened, a large number of new mysterious items will flow into the college as the new collection of books in the mysterious library. One of the items was the target he had set his sights on when he enrolled. Chapter 326. Fate changed again. The next day, Anvis changed into his school uniform and went to the tower of the mysterious academy. After skillfully showing his school ID card, Anvis followed the guidance of the tower spirit and went to the teaching area of today's Moon Bronze level course. The mysterious tower is divided into 3 teaching areas: Star Iron level, Moon Bronze level, and Mithril level. They correspond to junior freshmen, seniors below level 4, and seniors above level 4. Each area is further divided into high, medium, and low level courses. As long as you pass the advanced magic test, you can freely choose a higher level course, except for some special courses that all students below level 4 take together. Students of different strengths take classes separately at other times. Of course, for the genius students of Premier Academy, skipping levels is a common thing. Everyone is very serious about learning, because what they are learning now is a tangible power. Avis is currently taking the advanced course of the Moon Copper Zone. As for the reason, Avis, you are here. In the classroom, noticing the appearance of Avis, the half-elf girl with long golden hair gently raised her hand and greeted him. Hello, Claire. A hint of interest flashed in Avis's eyes, and he nodded to her politely. He liked the girl's tone that was a little awkward because she wanted to be more enthusiastic. Soon, as the time struck 8 o'clock in the morning, the silver-haired figure of teacher Nancy, with a strong bookish atmosphere, appeared on time. When his strength improved, Avis also found that this was not actually Nancy's real body, but a highly simulated magic clone. In fact, she is the only one teaching all the mystic courses in all the sections of the tower. Dong. Okay, that's all for today's course. As the time reached 11:30 p.m., no matter where the course was, all the Nances closed the heavy black book in their hands at the same time and announced the end of the course. Next, I will announce 2 other things about you. The dark eyes swept around the room calmly, And Nancy spoke in her unique, hazy voice as if she had just woken up. The first thing is that the Empire's exploration of the meteorite ruins has basically come to an end. The first batch of mysterious items from the ruins have been classified into the mysterious library. Each of you needs to choose an item from it according to your ability and crack it. This will be recorded in the file as one of the conditions for graduation in the future. And, depending on the difficulty of cracking the item you choose, the evaluation you get will also be different. As Teacher Nance's words fell, the crowd below suddenly became a little agitated. Since the first exploration was completed entirely by 9th rank experts, and it was during the outbreak of the Beast Tide, most students were not aware that the ruins had been completely explored. Nancy did not care about the students' thoughts. After everyone whispered, she looked at the different expressions of everyone and pushed her silver-rimmed round glasses. The second thing is that the college competition held every 3 years is about to begin. As in previous years, the point system will be adopted, and the best results and rankings obtained in the competition will also be recorded in the files. This year's competition will be held in the meteorite ruins. The specific rules will be introduced at that time. Please prepare in advance. After that, Nance's figure turned into light and shattered and disappeared just as she appeared. In the meteorite ruins, Ambus's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and his eyebrows frowned unconsciously. He knew about the college competition, but the competition in the previous life was not held in the meteorite ruins. Although it has been explored, the original danger of the ruins is enough to threaten the limit of the 9th level. Even if there are only 1 or 2 lucky traps that have not been triggered, their power is not something that students like them, who are only at the 4th or 5th level, can bear. Didn't the college consider the potential danger? Especially, thinking about it, Ambus glanced at Claire out of the corner of his eye. In the college, because there is more than 1 9th level guard, Claire's aura cannot affect others for the time being. But in the ruins, it is Claire's world. What if some dormant defense systems are activated inexplicably during the competition? Avis, please don't walk with me after entering the ruins. The ruins are too dangerous. Due to my characteristics, if you get too close to me, it will be extremely dangerous. Claire seemed to have thought of this as well. She walked over, stared at Avis seriously, and spoke in her unique cold tone. Don't worry, Claire. It's too early to talk about this now. If it's really necessary, I won't joke with my own life. Coming back to his senses, Avis gently spread his hands, looked at Claire's beautiful blue eyes like a peaceful ocean, and spoke in a casual manner. Besides, the ruins have been thoroughly searched by 9th level masters. The traps that are too threatening should have been dismantled long ago, so the academy can safely hold this year's competition there. So, instead of this, let's go to the mysterious library first and choose the mysterious items that need to be cracked. The earlier you go, the more likely you are to pick the items that suit you. Although no one chose the item in his previous life at first, the sudden change in the academy competition made him unsure. For this reason, he decided to go to the library as soon as possible to get the item in his memory. Okay, let's go. Nodding gently, Claire stood up, raised her hand to comb her hair, and put a strand of golden hair behind her ears. The tip of her white ear moved unconsciously. The pleasing posture made Avis take a second look. What's wrong? Seeing that Avis did not move for a while, Claire turned her head strangely, with some confusion in her eyes. Nothing. I just think you look beautiful when you comb your hair. Hearing the boy's sudden words, the blonde half-elf girl was stunned for a moment. Then, under Avis's interesting gaze, a seductive blush suddenly rose along her cheeks and gradually began to extend to the tip of her ears. Let's go to the mysterious library to choose relic items. The heartbeat speed slightly accelerated, and blood began to rush to her cheeks. It felt strange, but not unpleasant, and a little happy. The girl, who had never had this experience before, changed the subject in a panic. At the same time, she looked away slightly, not daring to look at the boy's blue eyes. As she said that, without waiting for Avis's reaction, the girl walked directly to the classroom door. Unexpectedly sensitive. Is it because of being alone for too long? With a silent smile, Avis also stood up, keeping a distance slightly closer than the normal social distance, and followed the girl slowly, making her mind even more fanciful. With Claire's pace much faster than usual, the two soon arrived at the mysterious library. At this time, many students had gathered here. Many students with more flexible thinking also had the same idea as Avis and planned to pick up the relics as soon as possible to prevent those moderately difficult items from being picked up by others first. Among the many relics displayed in a separate area, Avis quickly found what he was looking for. A dark golden scepter with a dull and simple surface. Chapter 327 Golden Scepter. The scepter was placed in a mess with many other relics in the intermediate area, and it didn't look very conspicuous. Most of the students around were looking for targets in the low-level area, and a few senior students, who were checking the mysterious items in the intermediate area, didn't notice it for the time being. In fact, this is the normal situation. Normally, most of the relics can be confirmed for their specific use with just a scan of the mental power of high-level professionals. But there are always some unrecognizable things that need to be carefully tested by scholars of the mystery department before their functions can be finally confirmed. These mysterious items excavated from ancient relics also have very different cracking difficulties depending on their types. Below the 4th level, the difficulty of cracking relics that emit low-level magic fluctuations is lower than that of things without magic fluctuations at all. And the difficulty of cracking items with more common appearances, such as bottles, beads, mirrors, etc., is lower than those strange and weird things whose uses cannot be distinguished. Normally, the easiest types to crack are those that emit low-level magic fluctuations and have obvious magic conduction structures. The most difficult ones are those strange objects. They do not have any magic circuits, but they can cause various mysterious effects. After confirming the target, Avis picked up the dark golden scepter and examined it carefully. When he picked up the scepter, Avis's hand sank slightly. The weight of the scepter was heavier than he imagined. When he took it in his hand and observed it carefully, he could see that the original color of the scepter was actually dark black. The dark gold color from afar comes from the countless extremely fine and precise golden secret pattern circuits on the surface. Avis tried to inject a little magic into it, and the golden secret pattern on the surface of the scepter lit up slightly. However, it only lit up slightly, and there was no follow-up. Even if he continued to increase the magic injection, there was no change. According to its classification as an intermediate item area, it should be able to emit a magical aura equivalent to above level 4 and below level 7. Without continuing the test, Avis held the scepter in one hand, glanced at other items casually, and turned his eyes to Claire. At this time, the half-elf girl was also wandering in the intermediate area, picking and choosing among a pile of strange things. In the end, she chose a gray-white broken stone slab. On it was a unique spiral text with very smooth lines and no sharp corners. And Avis had no impression of it. Avis, have you chosen it too? Noticing the boy's gaze, Claire looked at Avis while holding the stone slab that was slightly larger than her body. When she was with these relics, she returned to her normal state. Yes, I chose it. Avis smiled and showed the scepter to the girl. Looking at the scepter in the boy's hand, Claire couldn't see anything special, so she didn't ask any more questions. After registering the selected items with the old wizard, the gatekeeper of the mysterious library, the two said goodbye to each other. On the way back, Avis unexpectedly ran into Harvey. Hey, Avis, you are still so self-disciplined. As a gentleman, let those ladies who are sad and empty because they can't get your love stay alone in the empty room. Isn't this a little ungentlemanly? This guy walked over with a petite blue-haired girl. There was nothing wrong with his expression and tone, but he just felt that he deserved a beating. Hey, Harvey, how does it feel to be selected as the new premier playboy by Moon Shadow magazine? With a deliberate sneer, Avis glanced at his new female companion. Blue hair and blue eyes, with a little baby fat on her cheeks. She was a little shy when Avis looked at her, and seemed to be an ignorant new student this year. Every time I meet this guy, the girls around him are always different. Of course, in his words, he is not a playboy, but, as a bright and blazing flame, there are always some poor little moths that will unconsciously fly towards me. The word playboy does not suit me either. I just can't bear to extinguish their light. Telling the confession of a passionate person in a tone like a stage play, Harvey suddenly hugged the girl beside him, and blew gently in her ear amid her small exclamation. The girl's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks were red as if they were about to drip, and she leaned softly in Harvey's arms. Dazed? If you are just here to waste my time, while you can still speak, tell me, do you want to become a frog or a lizard? The silver-gray Rubik's Cube appeared in his palm, and Avis's blue eyes narrowed dangerously, while he opened his pocket watch to check the time. Sorry, Avis. I actually came to you for something else. Harvey immediately put away his unremarkable look and looked serious. You should have known that this year's college competition is located in the remains of the meteorite. Right? What I want to say is, let's unite. In that case, we will definitely get a good ranking in the competition. While raising his hands exaggeratedly, Harvey secretly extended his mental power and conveyed the real news to Avis's spiritual sea. Originally, the venue for this year's competition was expected to be the ruined city in the Cahuenca Basin. The meteorite ruins were used as the venue for a temporary change by the college's senior management. The purpose is unknown. The person who made the decision to change was Psychedelic Light Shio's Duman, one of the vice presidents of Pamir. Some people once suspected that he was connected to a special unknown force in the Federation. But there is no evidence to prove this. The transmission of mental information took only a short moment. And then Harvey put down his hands and waited for Avis's reply with hope. It's a pity, Harvey. If you want to cooperate, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. I won't really participate in the competition. Nodding to him imperceptibly, Avis waved his hand, showing no interest in cooperation. Well, if you don't want to, then just pretend I didn't say it. Harvey shrugged, hugged his female companion and walked away. Watching him gradually leave, Avis thought about the information he provided and returned to his residence. Obviously, Mr. Harvey also has his own special intelligence channel. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Avis entered the laboratory with the scepter in hand, ready to charge it. Yes, the scepter needs to be charged to play a real role. It is not actually a separate weapon or magic prop, but a special activation key used to activate and control the super ancient forbidden weapon Themis Colossus. It is also a relic of the golden age of the High Elves, and was originally the ultimate magic unit used to guard the floating city. When the energy is sufficient, it can exert a combat power that is no less than the 9th level limit. The Annihilation Rule weapon carried on it is very feared even by the 9th level limit, and dare not face it directly. Specifically, it is similar to the ultimate enhanced version of the alchemical golem or magic guide structure. Chapter 328 Butterfly Effect. In the discovered High Elf document Spiral Tower book, the record of the Themis Colossus is as follows. The mountain-like Colossus is built of orichalcum, a wonderful fantasy metal that shines with a dazzling blue-gold luster in the sun. When it rises into the sky at a speed that is completely inconsistent with its size, the huge sound of thunder tears through the clouds. The huge magic fluctuations dissipate. Even the midday seer will be eclipsed. In the early days of the ancient Golden Age, the High Elves used them in conjunction with floating cities to compete with the ancient dragons, titans, and other legendary creatures that once dominated the continent. This level of super weapon is naturally impossible for anyone to activate, but requires very strict authority authentication. This includes two things: key and bloodline. In the previous life, because no one chose it, the scepter was finally taken by a lucky child of destiny. Moreover, he was not even a student of the Mystic Academy, but a freshman of the construction school, named Ryan. This is a very common name in the Empire, just like Jack, George and other names that civilians like to use. If you call it on the streets of the Empire, several people may look at you. The process of Ryan obtaining the scepter was also very dramatic. He originally accompanied his crush to the Mystic Library to borrow books, but because he inadvertently asked a simple question, he was questioned and ridiculed by other students in the same group, doubting whether he could understand the spell circuit. In Pamir, this question was equivalent to questioning whether he could read. In front of his beloved, Ryan got excited and said, "What's so great about this? If it's me who cracked it, it wouldn't even take 3 months." So, Ryan, who had finished pretending to be a bad guy, had to spend his credits and borrow the scepter. There is nothing much to say about the plot afterwards. Like all hot-blooded heroic biographies, he accidentally figured out the function of the scepter through a series of coincidences and the help of the old man in the ring. So he embarked on a journey, collected teammates in a series of adventures, defeated the villains, and finally successfully unlocked the Colossus sleeping at the bottom of the deep sea. The whole process can be called a classic of hot-blooded heroic biographies. He also accidentally discovered that the scepter needed to be charged. When he was chased by the enemy at a low level, Ryan fled into the Traman Basin in a panic. It was a famous dangerous place in the Empire, and it was full of elemental turbulence at least equivalent to the power of 7th level magic. With the help of the high-intensity elemental turbulence in the basin, Ryan successfully got rid of the pursuers. But he was accidentally trapped in the basin and surrounded by several groups of 8th level elemental turbulence. At the critical moment, the scepter was activated by a lightning strike by chance. As a result, the magic absorption ability was inexplicably activated, absorbing several huge chaotic elemental turbulences around, lifting the blockade of the basin, and directly charging. After carefully checking the special secret pattern on the scepter, Avis asked himself if he could not copy the lightning that could directly modify the function of the scepter. He could only honestly connect it to the magic system of the private laboratory to charge the scepter. There is no way, since he has no adventure. He can only use money to solve it. I just don't know if his behavior of taking the scepter in advance will bring other butterfly effects. Idle Federation. Lauren Kingdom. The Prophet Huewu has been a little confused recently. The original fate line of a child of destiny that he had focused on before suddenly changed dramatically without any signs. And what puzzled him most was that the fate line of the child of destiny did not show any signs of human interference. You know, if the prophet first peeked into the future of the child of destiny, and then chose to take away the adventure of the child of destiny in advance, he would have to bear the backlash of the web of destiny. Depending on the importance of the adventure, the intensity of the backlash of destiny will also be different. Such interference that directly causes a significant change in the fate line of the child of destiny may cause serious injuries at the least, and even a permanent fall in realm is possible. But in any case, this kind of interference will leave extremely obvious interference traces in the web of destiny. But this time, there was no trace left on the fate line of the child of destiny, as if the change was really caused by the web of destiny itself. Unfortunately, Avis did not really peek at the fate line. He just simply remembered that this happened. In other words, Avis did not see the future, but he knew it. Grey Mist, who was not aware of the existence of the Reborn, was puzzled by this. Previously, he was busy producing constructs, responding to the impact of dark creatures, arranging to seize control of the meteorite ruins, and uniting the Prophet Alliance to fight with Stargazer Bruns in the air. Grey Mist was very busy some time ago, and even did not attend the meeting of the Door in the Eye. It was not until the Beast Tide completely retreated recently, and the war between the two sides stopped, that he had more time again. It is a bit unbelievable to say that although he formed an alliance with several other 8th level Prophet Masters, he still lost to Bruns in the end. At the end of the Beast Tide, the final proportion of the two constructs remained at 11 to 10, and White Knight won with a very slight advantage. Although he also received a lot of fate feedback, Grey Mist was still very unhappy. At this time, a crystal ball on the corner of the table suddenly lit up, which was an invitation to the meeting from the Door in the Eye. After thinking about it, Grey Mist finally touched it. Then, the environment around him began to change. In the dark rock hall, a group of figures in black robes have appeared at their positions beside the long table. Today, I summoned everyone because there is a special message that needs to be explained to everyone. After everyone arrived, the leader wearing a dark golden mask at the head of the long table looked around and spoke hoarsely. The competition of the Premier Academy of the Gloria Empire this year will be held in the meteorite ruins instead of the original venue. Don't worry about the reason. You just need to know the result. Raising his hand slowly, signaling everyone to stay calm, the leader spoke calmly. And what I want to tell you is an interesting fact related to the ruins. Mr. Grey Mist, please help me. As he said, the leader turned to the projection of Grey Mist on the left and nodded. In fact, according to my observation, after the ruins were thoroughly explored, there was no special change in the continent's destiny network. After receiving the leader's signal, Grey Mist recovered from his absent-minded state and nodded to everyone. According to the previous fate, the ruins are the core of the second wave of fate. If the secrets hidden in it are discovered, it will shift the situation to a certain force, just like the Magic Council discovered the constructed city. Even if there is nothing in that half of the ruins, the important things are in the other half of the ruins on the seabed. After being thoroughly explored, the web of fate will also undergo corresponding changes. But as of just now, the web of fate has not changed by any amount. This means one thing. There is still a problem with the ruins, and the most critical problem has not been discovered. Chapter 329 Incitement. After finishing speaking, Grey Mist fell silent and looked at the mysterious leader. Did you hear that? The leader nodded, and his icy eyes swept over everyone present one by one. Even though they were not really here, everyone still felt a slight chill. The overall changes in the web of fate cannot be concealed, and the high-level prophets of the other two empires will not ignore this either. This means that the top leaders of the Gloria Empire will soon find out that there is still a problem with the ruins. And now what we have to do is to find out what is hidden in that half of the ruins before they react. But leader, the defense of the ruins is becoming more and more strict. And it is difficult for us to explore secretly. The second black-robed man on the right spoke up and said the biggest problem everyone is facing now. Perhaps it is due to the next competition of Pamir Academy. Or some other reason. Although the exploration has ended, the 9th rank people of the Empire did not leave immediately, but temporarily stationed nearby. At the same time, as the Dark Beast tide faded, the Gloria royal family issued an order to expel the foreign enemies with all their strength, and when necessary, to use the heritage left over from the ancient magic empire. Since the meteorite fell in the Magna province in Gloria, it was completely in line with the rules of the game for the empire to use the power of the heritage level in its own country. If the other major forces also used their heritage to fight head-on, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the empire completely. With the size of the 3 major superpowers on the continent, if a war broke out between the 2 empires, it would definitely be a continental war. Such a tragic result is something that no force on the continent wants to see. At least, no one wants to start a war rashly before the real preparations are completed. So, under such a situation, the Empire cleared out many foreign 9th level professionals in a short period of time. Perhaps some 9th level professionals used magic to change their appearance and quietly lurked in the Empire. But before the next incident in the meteorite ruins, I am afraid that no 9th level professional is willing to jump out and be the first to offend the Empire at such a sensitive moment. At this time, when someone started, others could not help but start to express the difficulties they encountered, listening to the negative remarks of the crowd. The leader wearing a dark golden mask could not see joy or anger, but his eyes became a little impatient. I'm sorry, but everyone, I think the problems we are facing now can actually be summarized in one sentence. That is, the Empire is not chaotic enough. At this time, the last seat on the left side of the long table, Ling, who had been listening silently before, smiled and suddenly interrupted everyone's words, and did not stop until he said something shocking. As soon as Zero spoke, the room suddenly became quiet, and everyone couldn't help but look at him. Most people in the room knew the problem Zero pointed out, but no one took the initiative to bring it up. Bringing it up means being responsible for what you said. But Zero doesn't care. Or rather, that's his purpose. The leader also looked at Zero with some surprise. This time it wasn't something he deliberately arranged. It was completely an action made by Zero himself. Why are you looking at me like this? Is there anything wrong with what I said? The Empire's counterattack is fierce, and the defense of the ruins is very strict. Isn't it because the Empire is not chaotic enough that they have the leisure to take care of other things? With a faint look at everyone, Zero's words suddenly became fanatical. Since the Empire is not chaotic enough, let's make it chaotic enough. Under his fanatical gaze that didn't care about life and death, many high-level professionals were actually a little dignified for a moment. Without paying attention to the gazes of the crowd, Zero suddenly stood up and took 2 steps, contrary to his usual behavior, to the other end of the long table, facing the leader. Although he stood at the end of the long table, his dignified posture seemed to be standing at the head of the long table. Support the independence of the rebel organization and let them attract the attention of the top leaders. Incite small and medium-sized nobles to take the opportunity to form an alliance to compete with the big nobles. Didn't we do these things before? As he said, Zero slightly opened his hands. Before this, I had carefully studied the system of the Gloria Empire. The royal family is supreme, followed by the 4 major families, and then the 9 marquises, and hundreds or thousands of earls and viscounts below them, and the 9 marquises. Each of them is 9th rank, or even the 9th rank limit. But their territory and resources are far inferior to the 4 major families of the empire. I haven't been able to collect more information about them. But from a normal logic, are they really willing to accept this situation in their hearts? Looking at the many members who seem to be thinking and surprised, Ling waved his hand. So now they have a great opportunity. There are still problems with the ruins, and this news will soon be known to everyone. Under normal circumstances, even if it is excavated, the biggest benefit will be taken away by the royal family and the 4 major families. But now, the royal family and the 4 major families did not find the key in the first place. So they have a chance. If a certain marquis gets the secret in the ruins, Their strength may be instantly upgraded to the level of the 4 major families. Who can refuse such a temptation? Humph. If this is the view you put forward, Zero, then I have to say that your vision is much more superficial than your previous performance. Even if they get the secret of the ruins, aren't they afraid of the sanctions from the 4 major families and the royal family? What's more, what if the things in the ruins cannot be immediately transformed into combat power? Listening to Zero's words, On Yuan, the third person on the right side of the long table, sneered and started to sabotage with a disdainful tone. Your doubts are reasonable, Mr. On Yuan. Your question just now is much smarter than the image you showed before. Zero nodded politely to him, and then gave a specific explanation in the eyes of the crowd, who were a little strange, and On Yuan was furious. The marquises may not dare to show it because of fear. But now that the web of fate has made clear revelations, it is enough for them to take a gamble. 1 or 2 marquises cannot compete with the 4 major families, so they can temporarily unite secretly. It doesn't need to be too many. As long as 4 or 5 marquises who want to go further join forces, it will be enough to compete with any of the 4 major families. As for the sanctions between the royal family and the 4 major families, according to intelligence, the imperial family may have long had the idea of weakening the 4 major families. If a marquis can really successfully obtain the secret of the ruins, as long as he is willing to share it with the royal family, then the royal family will come forward to help him withstand the pressure from the 4 major families. Zero's tone gradually rose, and it was full of persuasion. So, what we need to do is to secretly contact the Marquis of the Empire and help them to unite temporarily. It's a very simple truth. All conflicts originate from the imbalance of interest distribution. Then we can completely persuade those who have gained less benefits to unite and attack those who have gained more. By then, the 4 major families will fight against the Marquis. The small and medium nobles will form an alliance to fight against the rule of the big nobles. The royal family will be busy balancing the intensity of domestic consumption, and the rebels will plunder and cause trouble. By then, how much power will the empire have to defend against the outside world? Will it rely on the professional college alliance that remains neutral forever? As he said this, Zero smiled. But because of the projection, everyone could not see it. The defense of the empire is like an extremely strict fortress. But if every brick and stone that makes up the wall has its own ideas, then no matter how strong the fortress is, it will fall apart. Chapter 330 Variables. Dear leader, I have finished what I want to say. Looking at the people who fell silent because of his words, Zero finally bowed to the leader at the head of the long table, and then returned to his seat. After a period of getting along, he basically understood the leader's intentions towards him. Used to say those offensive words, and those that no one wants to say, just like now. Others are afraid of being isolated and afraid of being attacked. But he is not afraid. The most important thing is that his strength is weak enough. Weak enough to not make a wave. Weak enough to be killed by a finger. So, the leader has a very high tolerance for his actions. As long as he does not do something out of the ordinary and go against the leader, his seat here will be extremely stable. So, what do you think of Zero's opinion? With a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, the leader spoke again, breaking the silence in the hall. Who should we arrange to contact the several marquises of the empire and persuade them to join forces? Everyone looked at each other. And finally, Star, who is at the first position on the right, spoke softly. Regarding Marquis Draka, my people have already contacted him. And if we need to join forces, he will agree. At this time, Grey Mist spoke calmly and took over one of them. Regarding Marquis Wendy, I have a little friendship with him in private, so I can try to persuade him. The second person on the right side of the long table, the voice of the dead, took over the conversation in a hoarse voice. When his words fell, the tasks of winning over the third and fourth marquises were taken over one by one. But after that, the room fell into a long silence, and everyone's eyes looked in the direction of Zero. This was not only due to the difficulty of the task, but also due to some intentions to deliberately make things difficult for Zero. Zero's strength and qualifications were too shallow after all. Except for a few people. Most people still held a rejection and dissatisfaction with him. The leader knew this very well. But he was not ready to speak. Instead, he wanted to see how Zero would deal with this situation. Ask him for help? Under the mixed gazes of the crowd, Zero spoke slowly. Everyone. No one wants to take on the task of winning over the remaining marquises. contrary to everyone's expectations. After looking at the silent crowd, Zero took the initiative to take on the task. Then, I can find a way to win over at least one of the remaining marquises. But there is one condition. I hope you can provide support to me and my people when necessary. Although the word was everyone, Zero's eyes were always looking at the leader when he spoke. Yes, if it is really necessary at that time, then they will all assist you. As he said, the leader's eyes swept around the room. Under his majestic gaze, everyone couldn't help but bow their heads. Well, if there is nothing else, today's meeting will end here. Please wait. Your Excellency the Chief, I just received a special message. After the chief finished speaking, Grey Mist, who was sitting at the first seat on the left side of the long table, suddenly spoke. He paused for a moment, as if he had taken a look at something in reality. Regarding the reason for Pamir Academy's temporary change of venue, it is suspected to be related to the secret chess of the Magic Council. In other words, it is most likely the work of Stargazer, and its purpose is currently unknown. However, due to the special source, I cannot confirm the authenticity of this message. As for whether you choose to believe it, it depends on your own opinion. Listening to the Grey Fog's words without any fluctuations, everyone looked at each other, wondering what they were thinking. What was the reason for the Stargazer to interfere with the venue of the Pamir competition at this time? Does anyone else have anything to say? Nodding, the leader looked at the others. But there was no other episode. Then, I declare that this meeting is over. Above the silver sand sea, the floating city, Olashan, the stargazing tower, which had not been open for a long time, welcomed a rare guest today. It was a young man with black hair and silver eyes, wearing a robe that seemed to be woven with stars and the sky, holding a silver-white void-like staff. The gentle wind of magic surrounded him, and the various elements in the environment seemed to have gained life, happily surrounding him and dancing, making the activity of the surrounding elements increase to a super magic environment. Prince, what happened? Has something happened to the web of fate? Vertica and I are very worried about you. But at this time, the young man who looked like a god of magic frowned and asked the old man in front of him, who was wearing a gray robe and looked illusory, as if he was isolated from the world. That was his former companion on the magic road, and now the strongest prophet on the continent Stargazer. Is it necessary to pay such a high price just to change the venue of the competition to that ruins? The change of the venue of the competition at Pamir Academy is not something that a 9th-level vice president can change at will, since there are many descendants of the imperial nobles in the academy. Such a change first needs to be given sufficient reasons, and then it needs to be judged by a jury composed of multiple 9th-level judges to jointly judge its danger. This is not about the majority obeying the minority. But even if any 9th-level review fails, the original plan cannot be changed. To put it in a broader sense, Bruns's previous actions are almost equivalent to intervening in the fate of more than half of the future high-level officials of the Empire at the same time. A variable, Alvani, a special variable, has appeared in the web of fate. Still with his eyes closed, Bruns turned his face to him, and the strange translucent spiral beard on his lower jaw trembled slightly as he spoke. I can't see it, but since the Hotfire month last year, no, the new moon last year, the direction of the web of fate has suddenly changed. At first, the change was small and still within the normal range, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. But as time went on, the magnitude of this change was not fixed by the power of fate correction, but became larger and larger. If it continues like this, the future will go in a completely different direction. You should also know, Orvani, those things. I no longer have the ability to conduct a world deduction again. I can only make sure to turn the future back to the only hopeful path I see. Glorious calendar year 2461. First Bud month. Day 2. 1.5 months have passed since the beast tide retreated. During this time, the situation in the Empire has become calm on the surface, and the reconstruction work after the beast tide has been carried out in an orderly manner. With the help of magic, the various fortifications destroyed by the war were quickly repaired. At the same time, rows of simple but sturdy stone houses rose from the ground outside the major main cities. Previously, many homes were destroyed by the beast tide, and the homeless victims were resettled. People went to various granaries in an orderly manner to collect relief food, and everything seemed to have temporarily restored order. In the past 1.5 months, Avis has been trying to make various preparations for this competition. He always felt that the sudden change of the location of this competition might mean some huge variables. With the experience of exploring the overseas island last time, he also had more experience in preparing exploration equipment. For example, the magic nuclear bomb is best placed in a ring alone. Otherwise, there will be no time to find it bit by bit at a critical moment. With the secret arrangements of all parties, the time for the Pamir Academy competition is finally coming. Chapter 331 Wow! Well done! March 2nd. Evening. Tomorrow is the third day of the First Bud month, which is also the traditional First Bud Festival of Gloria in the ancient calendar of the Empire. This is the first day of spring, symbolizing the revival of all things and the beginning of a new year of farming. On this day, people will get up early in the morning, collect the first green and dewy fresh mango willow branches, and weave them into vibrant crowns. Then, people will wear these crowns and dance around the fire to celebrate the sun warming the earth again, and pray for good weather and good harvests in the next 6 months. The triennial Pamir College competition was officially held on this day. This is an important night. Most students are preparing silently, hoping to get a good ranking in the competition and attract the attention of the Empire's top leaders and top powers. And Anvis is playing arcane cards with Fiona, who came to play with him. In the living room of the residence, the girl was smiling and holding a handful of cards, curled up softly on the sofa. Her seductive legs wrapped in white lace stockings were tilted and close together, and her crystal clear and cute toes moved restlessly, as if she had already won. The little flying dragon FIA was shrunk by the secret technique to a level that was only slightly larger than Kate. At this time, she was lying obediently beside the girl, and she and Kate were immersed in the world of Fiona's wonderland. In fact, Avis was very skeptical about what Fiona could learn in the Summoning Academy. After half a year of study, the girl's magic level was basically not much improved. But under the influence of her classmates, the noble ladies, her skills in playing secret cards improved a lot. It's already a 50-50 match with Avis. However, since the things recorded on the arcane cards in this world are all real, the process of playing cards is also a process of getting familiar with and understanding the characteristics and weaknesses of various powerful beings. Especially since Fiona is a summoner, she needs to understand this knowledge even more. So Avis can't say anything. Activate the arcane card Lost Altar. Sacrifice a specific combination of sacrifices Alchemist, Giant Armor, Heart of the Furnace, and special summon Ancient Secret Machine Furnace Titan. At this time, Fiona, who had learned how to play the new deck, hurried to find Avis, intending to take advantage of Avis's unfamiliarity with the card effects to severely abuse the weak. With a flash of light, the terrifying mechanical Titan Phantom with a bronze body and red eyes, with 3 alchemist soldiers less than 1/3 of its height, suddenly fell on the chessboard, stirring up a phantom of illusory dust. The blazing red furnace light lit up on its chest, and the cold mechanical arm swung violently. In contrast, all the spell cards on Fiona's field and the 3 cards in Avis's hand suddenly turned into ashes. Not bad. Avis looked at the terrifying mechanical titan on Fiona's field with a somewhat unexpected look. It was the latest collector's edition gold card launched by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It had 10 lives and 9 attacks. It could destroy 3 cards in the opponent's hand each round. It would clear all spell cards on the field during the summoning round. The Furnace Titan was first discovered in a dilapidated ruin in Mobusar, and was later confirmed to be a supreme secret machine of an ancient lost civilization. Not all ancient civilizations were powerful. On the contrary, most of the lost ancient civilizations did not even have a 9th level combat power, and the number of civilization individuals was only tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. That civilization seemed to have a crazy worship of titans. They gathered the power of the whole tribe, built a huge mechanical titan, and installed a mysterious magic source called Furnace Core for it. Then, the mechanical titan went out of control for unknown reasons and directly destroyed the capital of that civilization. Finally, it stopped running due to energy exhaustion. The wizard who excavated the ruins obtained the Furnace Core technology from the wreckage, and packaged the wreckage and sold it to the Aslade family at a high price. At this time, the girl looked at Avis triumphantly, as if she had seen Avis shaking his head helplessly and admitting defeat with a wry smile. On Avis's field, there was only a 2 life and 3 attack secret night watchman, as well as 2 covered mystic cards, and only 1 card was left in his hand. The Furnace Titan had an attack of 9, plus 3 alchemy soldiers with 4 lives and 3 attacks. She couldn't think of how Avis would survive the next round. The two had agreed that whoever lost would agree to a reasonable request from the other. Hee hee. What should the smart and cute Miss Fiona ask for at that time? Should I ask my brother to tell a new story? Or ask him to call me sister when no one is around? Oh! It would be great if I could ask for more. The girl started to bend her white fingers with her cute pink pout, looking at the girl who was already imagining what to do after winning. Avis suddenly smiled, and the only card in his hand fell. Activate the secret card taboo ritual to exchange life and mana. Then activate the spell card time stop. As the card effect took effect, Avis's 2 mana and 17 life points were instantly exchanged, and the blue light of the life crystal dropped to a precarious level. Then, an hourglass shadow flashed by, and the 12 mana points disappeared instantly. The projections of the 3 alchemists on the field suddenly turned into a dark mass, unable to attack for a round, and could not be selected as a target by any card effect. The projection of the Furnace Titan only flickered for a moment, and then stabilized again. Since the card's life reached 10, it was directly exempted from the spell effect. Activate the secret card Blood Sacrifice. Sacrifice Secret Night Watchman. Special summon Mind Control Priest. From the deck, a card lit up slightly, and a shadow wearing a dark red hooded robe appeared in Avis's field. Seeing this summon, the girl's expression suddenly froze, and an extremely bad guess flashed through her mind like lightning. Mind Control Priest effect. When the number of summons on the enemy field is greater than or equal to 4, randomly gain control of one of them. The summon is good. How about lending it to me to play? The old gods will thank you. With a smile that couldn't be more fake, Avis activated the effect of the Mind Control Priest. Since the 3 alchemists could not be selected, there was only one target left on the field. Wow! Furnace Titan! A flash of light passed by, and the terrifying Titan Phantom on the girl's field was instantly transferred to Avis's field. There was nothing much to say about the following plot. The girl wanted to forcibly withstand the attack and kill Avis's last bit of blood, but she failed, and Avis stole a card again. In the end, the girl's dying struggle failed. Her life value was completely reduced to 0, and her mentality exploded. Okay, don't be angry. Actually, you played well this game. After sorting out the cards, Avis comforted her perfunctorily. Woo! Hearing this insincere comfort, the girl's tender cheeks swelled up directly. Her light golden hair began to flicker, and her big lake blue eyes stared at Avis fiercely, as if she wanted to bite him to death. So, Avis skillfully took out a slightly glowing crystal ball and placed it next to her. The upgraded version of the Resentment Crystal Ball has an absorption speed and capacity 6 times that of the old version. After seeing this crystal ball, Fiona's resentment became stronger again, so the crystal ball became brighter, almost as bright as her hair. Chapter 332 Unexpected Visitor. This is unfair. How can a mind control priest control my mechanical titan? At the end, Fiona spoke angrily and began to question the fairness of Ava's victory. Because the real background of the Crucible Titan is that it is a taboo existence that lost the control of its original owner and then destroyed its own civilization. While sorting out, Avis kindly explained the background knowledge to her. So, the controlled judgment of the Crucible Titan is quite special. It is actually calculated according to the card attributes of the Crucible Heart. Read more books. Dear Faye, even if you just play arcane cards, knowledge is extremely important. Woo! Brother, you bully me again. Fia, go and help me bite him. Unable to reason, the angry Fiona looked at the little dragon Fia, hoping that it could help her get justice. Dear Fia, there are still 13 days before your next physical examination. Also looking at the elemental dragon, Avis showed a kind smile. Fia, who was caught between the two. Dragon life is difficult.jpg. Finally, the young dragon looked at Fiona pitifully, with a pleading look in his eyes. Forget it. You have no gentlemanly manners at all. I won't play with you anymore. Finally, she softened her heart, and the girl angrily let go of Fia, who had suffered an unexpected disaster, and gave up resistance. Tell me, what do you want me to do? What do I want to do? After putting away the battle platform, Avis glanced at the girl who was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, and sulking like a big hamster. In this posture, the young girl's tender figure wrapped in white silk has already shown a kind of immature beauty. She has gradually grown up. The White Princess of the North. Thinking of the girl's future without a smile, A strange smile, with a hint of melancholy, flashed across Amos's face, and then was replaced by an ordinary smile. I hope you can learn some lessons from this. Faye, don't judge the outcome of the battle before the final moment. And don't put yourself in a situation where you have no chance to back up. And my request to you is, in the following college life, please read magic knowledge for at least 1 hour every day. What? But I don't like reading those books with small print. I think life like now is good. Hearing Avis's words, the girl was furious. What an excessive request. So, do you want to break your promise? My dear sister? I know. I will try. The eyes and Avis protested silently for a while. And finally, the girl who couldn't bear the oppression compromised. After sending the girl back to her residence, Avis returned to the direction of his residence. However, halfway, Avis noticed that a figure in a college uniform, like a law student, was wandering at the door of his residence. After a casual glance, Avis didn't pay much attention to him, but prepared to go directly into the residence. Hello. Please wait a moment. Are you Avis? Mr. Avis Low Olivendi? But when Avis appeared, the figure who looked like a student suddenly spoke and called out his name. Yes. May I ask who you are? Hearing this, Avis looked at him with some doubt. Sorry. It's really presumptuous to visit you late at night. But in order to come here to find you, I have to resort to this desperate measure. Hearing this, the figure raised his eyebrows, showing a smile of finding the target, and did not immediately answer Avis's question. After all, it's really not easy to hide from the maze barrier here. Hide from the maze? Who are you? Avis frowned, and his eyes became cold. Don't get excited, respected Mr. Avis. I'm just a second-level nobody. I can come here only with the help of some kind people. Sensing Avis's hostility, the figure smiled exaggeratedly, opened his hands exaggeratedly, shrugged his shoulders, and showed his second-level strength without any care. If you don't mind, you can call me Zero. Zero? After listening to his self-introduction, Avis nodded and glanced at the game panel floating beside him. Player ID, Silver Blue Esports 0 Charge, 0. Faction, Door in the Eye. Oh my god. What a familiar nickname in Faction. Seeing this ID, Avis immediately knew who this guy was. A high-level player of Silver Blue Esports. A legendary plot player. His most famous record is that he used the manpower and power of the club to wander among a group of high-level natives. Through negotiation, bribery, frame-up, threats and other methods, he gradually influenced the upper, middle and lower ruling classes, and finally provoked a full-scale civil war in the Gloria Empire. In his previous life, this guy's record caused a huge sensation on the forum. Many players could not imagine that the large-scale faction confrontation mission they were doing was actually instigated by this guy. Of course, due to his dazzling achievements and the fact that he was a professional player in the club, his true identity was eventually exposed. In fact, although Zero's own gaming skills cannot be ignored, the complete Zero is not just a single player, but also a whole plot research team of the Silver Blue Club. The original Zero was actually a high school student who was addicted to games. Even in his senior year, he secretly ran to his classmate's house to play games under the pretext of tutoring together. Then, his unique playing style was soon noticed by the people of the Silver Blue Club. After a simple assessment, they decided to dig this genius into the club. So, Zero officially signed a contract with the Silver Blue Club and became a special professional player. Enjoy the club's high salary, manpower, information and background research team, and be independent of the club team. At that time, he had not even taken the college entrance examination. According to the time, the guy standing in front of him should still be in the senior year of high school and had just signed with Silver Blue. Avis glanced at his game panel, and a separate letter window opened, showing all his information, which was surprisingly complete. For example, his personality, apparent strength, and the forces he controlled, such as the mysterious society, were all recorded. Avis also looked at his task module. Negotiation. Convince one or more Marquis of the Gloria Empire to agree to join forces with other Marquis to obtain the key things in the ruins before the 4 major families of the Empire after the problem of the ruins is exposed. Investigate the insider. Investigate whether there is a traitor in the Gate of the Eyes organization. Chapter 333 News from Zero. The task list of Mysterious Era is arranged in order according to the level and importance of the task. The higher the level, the more important the task to be completed, the higher the position. However, when the task list is not specifically opened, the default area of the panel is only enough to display the top 2 or 3 items. Looking at the introduction of the first 2 tasks, Avis frowned in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. The people of the Gate of the Eyes intend to secretly win over the Marquis of the Empire and make trouble in the ruins? And, from the second half of the first task, get the key things in the ruins before the 4 major families of the Empire. The people of the Gate of the Eyes should have determined that there are still problems in the ruins. Because it was not opened, Avis could not see the task reward or the specific completion progress. But just this task description has already given him enough information. Because of him, the original trajectory of the Web of Fate has deviated a lot and is gradually moving in a new direction. But at present, it seems that some major events are still developing in the direction of the previous life. As for the second task, now you are also a traitor. Are you surprised? Well, Mr. Zero, what do you want to do for you at such a late hour? After carefully examining Zero's appearance, which seemed like an ordinary student, Avis finally spoke again. His tone was inaudible. It was obvious that the other party had changed his appearance in some way, and the method was very sophisticated. Even he could not tell at first glance. Fortunately, he had seen the game character photo of Zero himself on the official website of the Silver Blue Club. And he did not look like this. Nothing. But when I met Marquis Bauman before, I heard from His Excellency that you have outstanding talent. No less than the former Duke of Carlos. Unnoting that he had been seen, Zero showed a polite smile on his face, and flattered Andis calmly. This is one of the skills of language negotiation. Unintentionally revealing that you have dealings with other big shots can often leave a profound image in the other party's mind. Uncle Bauman? Sure enough, after hearing Zero's words, Andis's expression inevitably softened a little. In the background plot of the game, Marquis Bauman is a person who is more pro-Olivendi. It is obvious that Zero had done his homework before coming here. That's right. So I hope to cooperate with you. As a token of my sincerity, I also brought you a special secret message. It is about the meteorite ruins that your academy chose as the venue for the big competition 3 days later. As he said, Zero threw out the bait calmly. This is his basic operation. For these descendants of nobles who have not experienced the coming-of-age ceremony, he mainly tries to win them over and cooperate with them. Unlike the nobles who have passed the coming-of-age ceremony and obtained their own territory, these descendants of nobles, who have no real power and weak subordinates, usually have more needs. In other words, it is easier to trigger tasks. And the level of the tasks is often not too high or too low. And the rewards are particularly generous, which is suitable for sharing with professional players in the club. Yes, what he is doing now is actually to maximize the discovery of high-value tasks for the club. Secret information related to the ruins? Although his tone was still cold, Avis's eyes moved a little, as if he was a little interested in what Zero said. Sir Avis, we are just standing in front of the door and talking. Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Zero suddenly stopped talking and just looked at Avis with a smile. With a slight frown, Avis looked at Zero, who was in front of him with a fearless attitude. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. Of course not. Please come in, Mr. Zero. Then, the two of them entered the reception room of the residence one after another. Please sit down and help yourself to what you want to drink. In the soft golden light of the crystal chandelier, Avis waved his hand casually. And suddenly, there were various magic drinks on the pearlwood coffee table. Thank you for your hospitality. Zero was not polite, and sat down on the sofa. Naturally picked up the only cup of the most valuable Venus raspberry juice. Drank it in one gulp. And the upgrade prompt was directly displayed on the back panel. Okay, let's get down to business. I think you should know that the ruins have been explored by many 9th-level dukes. As he said this, Ling put the slender goblet in his hand back on the tray and leaned lazily on the sofa. But unfortunately, the dukes did not search thoroughly. Some of the most critical things are still sleeping at the bottom of the ruins, waiting for the moment to reappear. And this Pamir Academy competition is actually to use the existence of students to stimulate them. If this is the information you want to talk about, then unfortunately, I have already learned about this matter through the family channels. Sitting opposite Zero, Avis shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands slightly, showing that he was not concerned. In fact, the family had already set back the reason for the temporary change of venue. The high-level officials of the Empire also noticed the problem of the ruins through the changes in the web of fate. They suspected that there might be some highly hidden things in the ruins, which must meet specific triggering conditions to make them appear. For example, professionals with strength below a certain level, or professionals with a special bloodline, need to enter. The students of Pamir Academy, which brings together most of the geniuses, monsters, and children of destiny in the entire empire, are just suitable for triggering hidden conditions, because the things represented by this ruins are too important. After many fierce debates, all the members of the jury finally voted unanimously. Indeed, for the students, this may be dangerous, but it also means an unimaginable huge opportunity. But after careful analysis, the high-level officials of the Empire found that due to the impact of the previous beast tide, the protection system in the ruins has basically been triggered, and the current level of danger has dropped to an acceptable range. Moreover, considering the danger, this nominal college competition will be accompanied by multiple 9th-level professionals to provide protection, which can completely ensure that the students will not really encounter life-threatening situations. That's right. After all, the Olivendi family, known as the Unfallen Crystal Bird, should receive this news first. After listening to Ava's words, Ling nodded, and then suddenly changed the subject. So, what if I tell you next? More than 5 Marquises are conspiring to secretly join forces to obtain the secret treasures in the ruins before the 4 major families, when the hidden things in the ruins are triggered. Chapter 334 Purpose and Divination. What did you say? Hearing Zero's explosive speech, Avis was slightly startled, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. So you are really a traitor? No. The player's affairs should be called abandoning the dark and joining the light. How can I be considered a traitor if I have never been loyal? This is indeed a very important piece of information. But there is a premise. After the initial moment of surprise, Avis nodded slowly, and his tone returned to stability. How can you prove to me that the news you said is true, and not something you made up? I think that as a small second-level professional, I can stand here as a non-Pamir student, which is enough to explain some problems. Zero smiled easily, picked up another cup of magic juice that was shining with silver-white starlight, and showed no concern for Avis's doubts. And even if you don't believe me, it doesn't matter. As long as you can convey this message to your father, and let your father pay attention to the reactions of the Marquises during the college competition, then you will be able to confirm whether the information I said is true or false. Okay. After listening to Zero's explanation, Avis was silent for a moment and nodded. If your information is finally proven to be true, then I can agree to further cooperate with you. Well, is that so? After drinking the silver juice in his hand, Zero put down the cup and stood up again. Since you don't trust me enough at the moment, I will take my leave for the time being. But I believe that we will meet again in the future. Mr. Zero, are you a stranger? Watching Zero's departure, Avis suddenly spoke. You have a keen observation ability like a snow eagle in the sky. Mr. Avis, as you can see, I am indeed a stranger. Zero paused for a moment, not avoiding the topic, and complimented Avis a little. Strangers mean they cannot be killed. Squinting slightly, Avis watched Zero leave thoughtfully, without making any moves. This guy came here, it seems, just to send him intelligence. But according to the historical development of the previous life, Avis didn't think that Zero would really intend to cooperate with him. After thinking about Zero's words carefully, he suddenly had a new guess. He wanted to pass this message to Duke Carrot through himself. From the unfinished tasks at the top of Zero's task list, it can be seen that he has not yet successfully persuaded any Marquis. Or, in other words, he has not been able to completely persuade. If at this time, Avis conveyed the news of the Marquis's conspiracy to join forces to the Duke, then the Duke would certainly be vigilant and cautious of the Marquises during the competition, and closely monitor their movements. Perhaps, Zero hoped to see this happen. However, after carefully analyzing the situation, Avis still decided to inform the Duke of this news. This is an open conspiracy. Since he has tried every means to sneak into Pamir Academy, Zero is unlikely to come to him alone. I am afraid he will also go to meet the descendants of the other 4 major families. Whether he informs the Duke of this news himself or not, it will not actually have any impact on the situation. Moreover, if other families learned of the news, but his family was kept in the dark because he did not inform them in time, then due to the information asymmetry, they would be caught off guard when the incident happened. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Avis got up on time, washed up simply, dressed neatly, and then took out the coin of fate and Moonlight Mercury to predict his luck in the next 3 days. As the platinum coin fell, the surface of the liquid Moonlight Mercury made a ding sound, and a circle of slightly messy ripples suddenly appeared. This feedback means that his luck will probably not be good in the future, and he may lose his purse if he walks carelessly. TSK. Seeing the result of the prophecy, Avis couldn't help smacking his lips. Forget it. After all, it involves that ruins, and there are many high-level professionals. With his current strength, it must be impossible to predict accurately. Thinking about it, Avis predicted whether he would encounter danger on this trip. This time, the ripples of the Moonlight Mercury were regular and orderly, giving people a sense of perfection and harmony. It's accurate again. How strange. Nodding with satisfaction, Avis put away the Mercury basin, left to find Fiona, and then went to the gathering place together. At first, the Duke seemed to not want Fiona to go to the ruins, but in the end, he relented for some unknown reason. The gathering place is located in Glorious Square, which is the center of the entire Pamir Academy group. According to ancient records, Emperor Gloria once landed on this square on a dragon. In the center of the square stands a huge statue of Emperor Gloria, surrounded by clear magic fountains. The ground was engraved with mysterious magic patterns that were glowing with a faint light. They had the function of gathering and transforming magic power and spreading it into the environment. Many Pamir students from different branches were ready. At this time, they were scattered on the white stone square on the side of the spring, gathering in different groups to chat together. In the crowd on the square, Avis saw Roche and Matt. These two teenagers, who were destined to become high-ranking members of the resistance, gathered together and chatted with several other students who seemed to be from the lower class. What surprised Avis a little was that the night Miss Alyssa, whom he had met in the trial assessment of the True Knowledge Society, also got together with them. Thinking of the so-called chivalry spirit of justice and glory that she always strictly abided by, Avis was a little speechless. Well, it seems that there is one more righteous friend. Hey, dear Avis, do you want to come over and chat? A voice suddenly came from the side. Avis and Fiona turned their heads and found that it was Harvey with blonde hair. This guy was standing in the middle of 4 or 5 girls, waving to the two with a smile on his face. Thank you, dear Harvey, but it's not necessary. Avis shrugged, with a polite fake smile on his face, and left directly with Fiona. Brother, who is he? The girl looked back curiously and found that Harvey was talking and laughing with those girls. He is Harvey. Do you remember the little boy who was accidentally turned into a frog by you when you were 9 years old? Oh, it's him. The girl suddenly remembered that since she was 9 years old, she had more things to learn and rarely played with her peers. At this time, it was almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Avis glanced at the air dock in the distance, waiting for the arrival of the airship, because the setting of the large teleportation array was still not convenient enough. Many students still went to the ruins by airborne vehicles. Chapter 335 Meteorite Relics. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a special dark golden airship shaped like a whale slowly floated above the square. For the first time, the 9th-ranked Dean Pamir personally came forward to explain to many students the development history of the Pamir competition over thousands of years, and the rules of this competition. The college competition in Pamir adopts a point system, which is divided into 2 types of points, individual and group. The points of each mode are calculated separately to judge the comprehensive ability of the students. The competition is conducted in a team mode, with a maximum of 10 people in each team. All members of the winning team can obtain the same team points. On this basis, combat points and logistics points will be subdivided according to the specific schools of study of the students, and distributed to individuals according to their specific contributions. When the dean finished speaking, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Then, the hall emitted a bright light, teleporting everyone in the square into the ship. The huge airship slowly climbed and sank into the clouds. The specific location of the meteorite ruins is in Magna Province in the southeast of the Empire. According to the speed of this special airship, it takes about 2 magic hours to reach it. On the airship, after helping Fiona find her cabin, Avis unexpectedly ran into Claire. The pure gold half-elf stood in front of a porthole, supporting the silver window frame of the porthole with both hands, with the center of gravity of the upper body slightly leaning forward, quietly looking out the window, still looking lonely. The moment he noticed the girl, Ava's first reaction was to glance out the window. Fortunately, since there is more than one 9th level accompanying this ship now, all the flying monsters that want to pounce on it have been basically driven away. Abnormal celestial phenomena, thunderstorm clouds, spatial dislocation, elemental turbulence, etc. near the route were also wiped out by the 9th level on the ship as soon as they had just shown a little sign. Hello, Claire. After confirming this, Avis was relieved again and went forward to greet the girl. Avis? Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned her head, and a hint of joy appeared in her clear eyes like the sea. Speaking of which, this is the second time we have taken a floating vehicle together. Right? Walking to Claire's side, Avis looked out the window at the view of the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and spoke in a relaxed tone. The second time? The half-elf girl tilted her head slightly, and her white pointed ears trembled. A little puzzled. Yes, the second time. Senior sister, do you still remember the Silver Spot Flower airship that was attacked by a group of flying monsters during the freshman festival last year? Looking out the window from a distance, a group of small black dots that were originally about to approach suddenly changed direction, and Avis spoke in a faint tone. Were you also on that airship? Hearing Avis's answer, Claire looked at him in surprise. Wait, did you send someone to drive away the group of gray-winged terror birds? As she spoke, the girl suddenly realized. Yes, it was my guard who attacked at that time. Looking at the girl's eyes, that suddenly changed from doubt to surprise, Avis smiled happily and answered the girl's question. Next, Avis and Claire continued to chat casually in front of the window for a while. Avis has memories of his past life, and he also loves reading, so he has a rich knowledge reserve. Claire, due to her own curse and having grown up in the Mage Tower, has also read a lot of knowledge from various continents. The content of the two people's chat covers all corners of the world, from the prehistoric biological community in the Sea of Ruins to the eternal night aurora above the Arctic ice field. At the end of the chat, both of them were surprised by the breadth of each other's knowledge, and they couldn't help feeling like they had met a confidant. It was not until the airship was about to arrive at the ruins that Fiona came out with Kate in her arms to find Avis, which made the two people who were talking come back to their senses. Let me introduce you. This is Claire, my senior in the mysterious branch. This is my sister, Fiona. Hello X2. Avis introduced the two to each other, and the two girls also shook hands in a friendly manner. Meow. When shaking hands, Kate also stretched out a fluffy little paw and greeted the half-elf girl. Her name is Kate, and she seems to like you very much. Noticing the reaction of the blue-gray kitten in her arms, Fiona looked at the half-elf girl with some curiosity. Really? Claire blinked, thought for a moment, then suddenly stretched out two fingers and shook hands with the kitten. Meow. Kate called out again in a cute way, looking very happy. Senior Claire, when I'm not with Fiona, can you help me take care of her a little? Watching the interaction between the two girls, Avis suddenly spoke with a harmless smile on his face. Of course. No problem. But I may not even be able to take care of myself most of the time. The half-elf girl was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but still agreed. It's okay, Senior. Just do your best. Hearing Claire's reply, Avis nodded, seeming to be happy that the girl agreed. Brother, it's not necessary. I'm grown up and can take care of myself. At this time, Fiona also spoke up, expressing dissatisfaction with Avis's words. Looking at Claire, who was at the 3rd level elementary next to her, she still held back and didn't say that she was about to break through the 4th level, and was stronger than you. Yes, Fiona has grown up too. After a moment of stunned, Avis showed a gentle smile and nodded to the girl holding the kitten. Well, let's do it. At this time, the scenery outside the window suddenly began to sink. During the conversation between the three, the airship completely arrived at the meteorite ruins. To be honest, it felt strange to take the same ship with so many Pamir students. Among the students of Pamir, there are many children of destiny. A large group of growing hero biography protagonists took the same ship. If there were not more than one 9th level pressure, I'm afraid there would have been an accident long ago. For Avis, whose prophet level is close to the high level, because he can faintly sense the huge destiny aura on the ship, it is like an ordinary person sitting on a missile made of gold. A little envious, and a little frightened. At this time, after many students got off the ship, Avis could even faintly feel that the web of destiny seemed to have a weak fluctuation. But soon, he was attracted by the ruins in front of him. In a huge crater of nearly 100 kilometers, an irregular city ruins, with a length of tens of kilometers, was inserted in it at an angle. This is the result of the Imperial 9th level reducing the impact destructive force as much as possible. Otherwise, this impact would be enough to cause another major tear in the entire Yar continent. The ruins remained basically intact under an unknown force, and one side showed irregular tearing marks. From the crack, some internal structures can still be vaguely seen. From the external architecture, this ruins does have a strong style of the Sky City. Chapter 336 on the War of Attrition. Although he had seen the ruins of this city in the crystal ball, when he actually visited the site, Avis was still amazed at the magnificence and beauty of the ruins. The huge ruined city, with a slightly collapsed temperament, lay quietly in the huge crater. The long years have dimmed its former glory, but also added the charm and accumulation of time to it. After getting off the ship, many students did not enter the ruins immediately. Instead, the vice president first told the basic information of the ruins. This is to allow many students to have the most basic understanding of the existence and danger of the ruins. Afterwards, under the personal escort of many high-level professionals, everyone officially entered the ruins and gathered in a small square in front of the city's original magic library. It seems that due to the impact, the huge female elf stone statue holding a staff that was originally standing in the center of the square has fallen down, smashing a shallow pit on the ground on one side. At this time, the 9th rank vice president Psychedelic Light Shios stepped forward, stood on the statue's shoulder, and announced the rules of the first competition to many students. According to the premier competition rules, the first step is to form teams. Now, all students below the 4th rank step out, touch this crystal ball with your college ID card, and get your team number. As his voice fell, a huge crystal ball shining with a faint blue light emerged silently and floated beside Shios. Many students stepped forward in an orderly manner, touched the crystal ball with their ID cards as instructed, and obtained a random team number in a flash of blue light. Looking at this scene, Avis did not make any move. But Fiona, who was standing next to Avis, looked a little eager to try. However, when she was about to step forward to draw a number, Avis gently pulled her and signaled the girl not to go. "Brother, are we going to draw a number?" The girl was stunned by Avis's stop. She turned her head with some confusion and looked at the boy with her big lake blue eyes inquiringly. "No, Fiona. Unlike them, we don't need to participate in the random team formation." Shaking his head gently, Avis began to explain the reason to the girl in a low voice. "No matter which team we draw, it will cause a very serious imbalance. Therefore, not only us, but all the descendants of the 4 major families and the royal family do not need to participate in the team formation process, but can directly jump to the final decisive battle. This is the unspoken rule that has been passed down since the 11th Premier College competition. In fact, the descendants of the 4 major families and the royal family usually do not participate in the Premier competition, but serve as honorary judges, together with other high-level professionals, to observe which geniuses have appeared in this year's competition. And after the first place is decided in the competition, they will symbolically welcome the challenge of the winning team. The reason for this situation is simple. The comprehensive strength of the descendants of the 5 major families in the empire is too different from that of other premier students. If the descendants of the 4 major families and the royal family participate in the competition, then the top few will be decided without any suspense. They will almost certainly be decided among the descendants of these 5 families. As the competitions increase, everyone is tired of the situation where the finals are always a civil war among the 5 families. So, when the 11th Premier competition ended, the descendants of the 5 families agreed to stop participating in the lottery for team formation. Since then, the competition has truly presented a situation of 100 schools of thought. From time to time, some civilian geniuses with adventures would emerge and make brilliant performances in the competition. Is that so? I know. After listening to the boy's answer, Fiona nodded a little confused. It was the first time she knew that being too strong would also cause problems. When Avis was talking to Fiona, most of the low-level students in front of the statue had already been drawn. Are there any students below the 4th level who have not yet drawn their team numbers? Looking around and seeing no one answering, Shios continued to speak. Very good. Now, students above the 4th level, come here to draw your team numbers. At the same time, the color of the crystal ball flashed and turned dark red. After all the students had finished drawing, Shios waved his hand, and the crystal ball disappeared again. Next, you have a magic hour to get familiar with your temporary teammates. After a magic hour, this year's Premier competition officially begins. The first stage is the team competition. All teams randomly select opponents and send 5 players to fight each other. The team with all 5 players falling will be judged as the loser. Each team will receive 5,000 initial team points. On this basis, a victory can get 1,000 points, and a defeat will deduct 1,000 points. After 5 duels, the teams with the final points in the top 20% can successfully advance to the next round of the semifinals. In this stage, except for space items, it is forbidden to use all magic items brought by students. Only equipment and props made on the spot by team members can be used, and the total volume of team space items shall not exceed 10 basic space units. After explaining the rules of the competition, Shios touched his smooth head, watching all the students quickly gather into teams according to their numbers. Soon, a magic hour passed. Take out another crystal ball. Shios put the numbers of all the teams into it, and began to assign opponents for all the teams. This time, the crystal ball lit up with changing colors, and as countless numbers flashed in it, everyone's first battle list was projected into the air. Although they were forbidden to use their own magic items, everyone had other cards. At this time, they looked at each other, and saw the faint confidence in the eyes of others. Next, many teams began to go to the battle side of this link. For most teams below the 4th level, the duel venue is located in the former arena of the ruins. Each match can accommodate 8 teams to fight at the same time. At first, many students felt a little uncomfortable, and were restrained because they were forbidden to use their own equipment. But after watching the first few matches, some smart students reacted and asked the members in charge of equipment and logistics in the team to copy a large number of magic scrolls with the shortest manufacturing time. The team members in charge of fighting used these scrolls and successfully gained a certain advantage in the next battle. Seeing what these teams did, other teams were also unwilling to lag behind and began to manufacture a large number of magic scrolls and some simple disposable alchemy props to consume each other. Teams above level 4 had more choices. But after analyzing the pros and cons, the think tanks in the team still decided to make magic scrolls with all their strength. In a very short period of time, the benefits of manufacturing various low and medium level magic scrolls are higher than all other props. So, the first day of the game ended with a large number of various disposable consumables. Chapter 337 Talent. As a major event held every 3 years, the Premier College competition was particularly lively. This year's competition venue was located in the unprecedented meteorite ruins, attracting far more attention from the 9th level masters than in previous years, which added to the symbolism and commemorative significance of this competition. Many freshmen used their best cards, and in the competition, they made a series of surprise moves. From time to time, a team that seemed strong was overturned by the opponent's unexpected cards due to carelessness. The preliminary round took a total of 7 days, and hundreds of teams were finally selected into the rematch 5 days later. The remaining teams entered the resurrection match, and the top 10% of the teams advanced. After 7 days, the logistics team members responsible for manufacturing equipment in many teams have initially refined magic equipment with a relatively simple structure, and the intensity of the resurrection match is much more intense than the preliminary round. 5 days later, with the end of the resurrection match, the rematch of the competition officially began. Compared with the preliminary and resurrection matches, the rematch is much more enjoyable to watch because the remaining teams are the most elite. Various temporary artifacts, magic props, simple magic armor, etc., add more uncertainties to the battle. In addition, among the many teams fighting, the use of special tactics has become more common. Some teams concentrate all magic equipment and disposable artifacts, equip the strongest, and then rely on overwhelming strength to fight quickly. There are also teams that plan to arrange weaker combat players to wear protective magic equipment before going into battle, and bring multiple large-scale high-damage magic scrolls. Using the rule that there are 9th level strongmen protecting students in the battle, there will be no real danger to life, and launching a self-destructive attack against the enemy's strongmen. Under this exchange tactic, even if the opponent can survive, it will waste its trump card or consume a lot of magic power. Then, the strongmen of their own side will go on stage in full state and will be defeated by the severely consumed opponent, and those who were previously focused on by Ambus, such as Albans, Alyssa, etc. All had very eye-catching performances in the big competition. 3 days later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the semifinals were completely over, and the 40 teams with the highest team points entered the quarterfinals. After a day of fighting, many students returned to the college airship hovering low on one side of the ruins. The restaurant on the ship had already prepared a large amount of delicacies for many students who had experienced the battle to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. At the same time, many students in charge of logistics should also take advantage of this time to try to repair the equipment damaged during the daytime battle, refine stronger new equipment, and manufacture consumables such as magic scrolls and alchemy potions. After dinner, Avis, who had been watching the competition for half a month, leisurely left the airship and strolled in the ruins. So far, it is not a good time to explore the ruins. The web of destiny fell into a brief silence, and many 9th level people also did not move. It was basically useless for him to explore alone. At this time, the sky had entered dusk. Since it was just March, the sun set very early. The clear sky showed a beautiful deep blue, and between the sparse silver-white cold stars, a huge silver-purple double moon hung high in the sky. The hazy two-color moonlight fell, casting a veil over the dilapidated ancient ruins. At the end of his walking direction was the White Bell Tower on one side of the city ruins. It was the tallest building in this half of the ruins, since the fallen ruins themselves were not horizontal. The bell tower also had a slight tilt. Without using magic, Avis climbed up the steps like an ordinary person and walked slowly to the top of the bell tower. Along the way, there were some small arched windows on the heavy rock exterior walls with traces of weathering. Through these windows, you can see different areas of the city. There is a small terrace on the top of the bell tower. Standing on it and looking out, you can have a panoramic view of the terrain of this half of the ruins. Perhaps thousands of years ago, the high elves living here also enjoyed the scenery of the city here. However, when he was about to reach the top terrace, some vague conversations gradually came into Avis's ears. It seems that there are other people who have the same idea as Avis. Team Durant is pretty good. He can challenge the 3rd level and win with the strength of the 2nd level peak. He is a very promising seed. Even if he signs a contract with the academy, he only needs to wait for 100 years. I think that the knight named Alyssa in the team currently ranked 12th has great potential. After she graduates, we should try to win her over. Slowly walking out of the narrow stone staircase, Avis immediately saw 3 young men and women. They were also wearing Pamir uniforms, and he was very familiar with these 3 people. The 7th daughter of the current chief of Enoch, Sheilin Enoch, the 7th son of the chief of the Aslade family, Colin Aslade, and the 9th son of the Alfred family, Rasul Alfred. At this time, the 3 seemed to be discussing the various outstanding talents that appeared in the previous competition. Don't you pay attention to the people in charge of logistics? At this time, the only girl among the 3 raised a question. I feel that the boy named Albans in the 9th ranked team is good. The various special magic tools he made are very valuable. And the girl named Emily in the 11th ranked team. The kind of lights she made that make people fall into the dream world unconsciously are also very useful. At this time, hearing Sheilin's questioning, Rasul shrugged his shoulders. You don't seem to be well informed. Albans is indeed very valuable. But unfortunately, he has been obtained by someone first and signed a high-level contract. Really? By whom? The black-haired and silver-eyed girl was slightly stunned and asked a little unwillingly. Of course it's me. At this time, Avis's voice came from the stairs. The 3 turned around and looked at the 4th guest who came here tonight. Hello, Sir Avis. You are here too. What a coincidence tonight. Seeing him coming, Rasul greeted him with a little surprise. And the other 2 also nodded to him. And Emily also has a guest contract with me. At present, I am responsible for reimbursing her research funds in full. Nodding politely to the 3 people, Avis turned to Sheilin. But the words he said made her raise her eyebrows. You are quick to act, Sheilin muttered after looking at Avis a little unwillingly. Forget it, Sheilin. There is no end to talents, especially when we are in the Royal Pamir Academy. Glancing at her, Rasul finally ended the topic. Chapter 338 Meeting and Conversation. Speaking of which, we unexpectedly gather here tonight, which is somewhat fateful, isn't it? At this time, Colin on the side spoke in a low voice, with a slightly cold tone. This stern young man with dark golden eyes sat on the rock guardrail at the edge of the terrace, his hands casually resting on both sides of his thighs. A pitch-black unsheathed giant sword on his back. The night wind blew his brown hair, and his strong chest muscles were exposed from the slightly open collar of his uniform on his chest, which added a bit of roughness to his temperament. We are from one of the 4 major families in the Empire, and by coincidence, we all chose to come here tonight to relax. Whether this is a real coincidence or other reasons, this result has been achieved. Well, in this case, let's talk about our views on the recent situation in the Empire for the time being. How about it? Casually knocking on the protruding rocks at hand, Colin's beast-like dark golden eyes swept over the 3 people. His eyes paused for a moment on Avis's light blonde hair and azure eyes, and then moved to Rasul Alfred, who had the same hair color as Avis. He had already heard that the 2 youngest descendants of Duke Carrot had a perfectly balanced double legendary bloodline. And now he finally met the real master. What do you think about the future? You are so pragmatic. I thought you would propose to talk about your own ideals, like the plot in the heroic biography. After listening to Colin's proposal, Rasul raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise flashed across his light purple eyes. Huh? What does ideal mean to us? Turning his gaze to the ruined city under the moonlight, Colin hummed. His words immediately made the atmosphere on the terrace a little silent. If there are no accidents, they will obtain a city under the family's rule and part of the surrounding area as their own territory after graduation. Then, under the arrangement of the family, they will practice step by step and marry men or women from other families, until they break through the 9th level, or are stuck at the 8th level for their entire lives. Okay, I have no objection to this. What does Lord Anvis mean? Hillen's silver eyes turned and looked at Anvis. The 3 of them are old students who have been enrolled for many years and have reached the 4th level or above. And Anvis has only been enrolled for more than a year, and his strength is only in the middle of the 3rd level. I am afraid that his vision will be a certain gap with the 3. I have no objection either. But can Lord Colin start first? Smiling and shaking his head, Anvis kicked the ball back to Colin. In my opinion, constructs are very dangerous. In the next 50 years, they may have a more profound impact on the rule of the Empire. Glancing at Avis with sharp eyes, Colin nodded and spoke first. The emergence of these constructs has made it very easy for those restless professionals in the civilian world to gain power. The most important thing is that the emergence of this beast tide has made most professionals, who were originally unclear about the concept of constructs, now understand the benefits of magic constructs. I am afraid that control will become more difficult in the future. I don't think so. As long as the Empire continues to maintain its current strict control. Even if the civilian world introduces a large number of 2 new combat constructs during the special period of the Dark Beast Tide, it will be of no avail. Hearing this, Rasul shook his head and did not agree with Corin's point of view. Now that the Beast Tide has ended, the next step is that the family will gradually recover the constructs that have been scattered among the people in the province, and strictly control the inflow of other combat constructs. There may be some unrest in the short term, but in a few years, the Empire will return to peace. Corin, the royal family and our family are also researching combat constructs. They may not be comparable to the level of the Parliament and the Federation, but their power is far greater than the combat constructs currently flowing into the people. Hillen added, in this regard, our soldiers are not at a disadvantage. Compared to those constructs, it is the things in this relic that are more likely to have a greater impact on us. According to the feedback from the Web of Destiny, the secret of the ruins has not yet been cracked. This is why we are here now. In my opinion, the key is not us, but whether the 9th level strong men of our family can grasp the secret of the ruins before the foreign enemies. Listening to the discussion of the 3, Avis blinked. Indeed, from the perspective they saw, there seemed to be no problem in coming to such a conclusion. 3. If at this time, there are foreign enemies secretly supporting our domestic resistance organizations, such as the people of the Ill Federation or the St. Messi Empire, wouldn't we be in trouble? After Avis' words came out, the other 3 immediately looked sideways, a little surprised at Avis's focus. What good does it do for them to support the resistance organizations of the Empire? Rasul shook his head. Unless they want to go to war. At this special time, no matter which side starts, they will be hurt, and other countries will take advantage. While Avis was discussing with the other 3, a special episode happened to Fiona in the Academy's airship, lying on the bed in her room. Fiona was boredly flipping through a book called Moloch Super Magic Principles. A little magic light flashed in her white palms from time to time, and she tried the techniques recorded in the book. This is a large book full of dense magic texts. If it weren't for the previous agreement with Avis, she would never touch such things in the past. In fact, the girl had been procrastinating for a whole day. If she didn't read it, today would be over. Thanks to her super talent. Although it felt boring, Fiona's learning speed was still very fast. Just read it once, and you can simply understand the meaning of the knowledge in the book. However, no one can guarantee how long the girl's enthusiasm can last. Kate and Fia floated beside her, chasing each other. Magic hour has come. Looking at the magic hourglass next to her that had already run out of energy, the girl stretched her waist seductively and put the thick book in her hand back into the ring. The ring was specially prepared by Anvis for the girl. It was filled with all kinds of magic knowledge that Anvis thought of, and that the girl might use in the future, including low, medium and high levels. After hearing the purpose of Anvis borrowing books, Duke Carrot agreed without saying a word and sent all the books over that day, and the girl's nightmare began. I really want the ability of my fourth brother to read any book. Muttering softly, the girl picked up the blue-gray kitten beside her and prepared to go out for a walk. Knock knock. At this time, her door was suddenly knocked. Chapter 339 Starstone Plate. Who is it? Fiona opened the door with some doubts. And in front of her was a boy in a Pamir uniform, with short light green hair, who looked a little sneaky. Who are you? Looking at the strange figure in front of her, the girl's light blue eyes suddenly showed some suspicion. Sorry to come to you so late. My name is Wente. Excuse me. Are you the owner of the fragment of the Starstone Plate? Seeing the door open, the boy's light green eyes swept around, and he spoke carefully, but his voice was a little soft and neutral. Starstone Plate? Sorry, I haven't heard of that kind of thing. Hearing the words of the figure, Fiona's eyes were blank for a moment, and then shook her head. No! The boy named Wente was also stunned for a moment, and quickly closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. No, it can't be wrong. There is a piece here with you. As he said, as if to prove his words, Wente also took out his own autumn. That's it. I can feel that you should have it too. Fiona looked at it carefully, and found that it was a dark green stone fragment with a slightly curved surface. What made her feel a little familiar was that in the center of the fragment, there was a light blue starlight gem. Are you talking about this? Thinking of something that looked very similar, the girl prepared to take out a few pieces of stone that she had bought when she went to the alchemy shop with Avis from her ring. But to her surprise, the pieces had been gathered together at some point and pieced together into a stone fragment of about the same size as the one taken out by the boy in front of her. The biggest difference between the two slabs is that the gemstone on the slab in Fiona's hand lights up white instead of blue. At this moment, when the girl held it in her hand, the fragment of the stone suddenly lit up, and a vague sense of connection came from the fragment. It was clearly a few fragments before. Fiona was stunned and a little confused. But halfway through, the girl suddenly fell silent, and some fragmentary information came from the gemstone of the stone disc, making her swallow the second half of the words back. The mystery and inheritance of the star civilization? The shadow that threatens the entire continent? The star-gathering stone disc? After reading the information of the stone disc fragment, Fiona suddenly stopped being sleepy, and even became very interested. This seems to be the plot in the hero's biography, where the protagonist encounters an adventure. The stone disc fragment will choose the right owner by itself. And when you choose it, it also chooses you. Seeing this scene, the boy named Wit nodded without any surprise. Now that you are also a fragment holder, you must understand our situation. We have the information about the fragments of the astral stone disc. If we reveal it, we will inevitably be coveted by outsiders, or even hunted down. Also, it is best not to tell the secret of your obtaining the stone disc to the people around you, especially to your closest people. As he said this, Wynne seemed to suddenly think of something. After looking around, he added another sentence. Why? Fiona was stunned. This is the curse of the astral stone disc. If you don't know it, it's okay. But if you know it, accidents will occur due to various reasons. Vent? Where did you go? Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the stairs far away in the corridor. Sorry, I have to leave for now. I will find time to explain the situation to you in detail later. Shrinking his neck, Vent waved to Fiona and quickly slipped away. leaving the girl who was somewhat curious and excited. Looking at the slate in her hand, Fiona did not go out for a walk, but went straight back to her room and began to study the secrets of the slate with great interest. "Brother, have you heard of the star civilization?" The next day, Fiona, who had not studied anything, ran to Avis with the slate for help. Star civilization, after the end of the ancient final war, was the first civilization to leave traces of existence on the newly born Yar continent. It was famous for being able to borrow the mysterious power of the stars in the sky. The final cause of destruction is unknown, and it is suspected to be related to the remnants of the final war. Glancing at the girl who suddenly came to him, Avis put down the Rubik's Cube in his hand and nodded. "Did you encounter anything related to the star civilization?" "Yes. Actually." Hearing Avis's question, Fiona directly told him about Vince's visit last night and the information he obtained from the stone disc fragments. Collecting star discs? After listening to Fiona's story, Avis took the ordinary stone disc fragment with some surprise. He had heard of the inheritance mission of the star civilization in his previous life. As far as he knew, there were 5 fragment holders, 2 of whom were players. However, he had never seen a specific picture of the fragments. Only the stone disc restored to its original state. "I just didn't expect that one of the holders in this life would become Fiona." Looking at his sister's curious face, Avis was speechless. In fact, he had a feeling a long time ago that little Avis in his previous life was like a pathetic male supporting role in a Mary Sue novel with Fiona as the protagonist. The biggest role of his existence was to set off his sister's brilliance, and to play a supporting role and a cameo as a background board. As a brother, little Avis can be said to have no sense of existence compared to his sister in any aspect. Look at Fiona again. She was born with dual top-level and dual legendary bloodlines. Even if she played all day, her strength breakthrough speed was much faster than his, and her hair would adjust the brightness as her mood changed. The only difference was that her tears would not turn into pearls and diamonds. If it weren't for the existence of the wishing ball-een, little Avis might not even be considered a male supporting role. Even if his arrival in this life changed the original trajectory of fate, Fiona still had various new adventures. Moreover, since the original progress was greatly advanced, fate also began to arrange various adventures for her, quickly strengthening her strength. In comparison, he, the pseudo-child of fate, had to be much more tired, and even had to manually arrange adventures for himself. Fortunately, he remembered a lot of adventures. By the way, he should have said not to tell other people about this. Right? I just met him once. Why should I believe him? Just because he also has a slate? Hearing Avis's question, Fiona asked back a little puzzled. "No way. Brother. Do you really believe it?" For a moment, Avis was speechless. A few days later, the team battle of the college competition finally ended. In the end, the champion of the team competition above level 4 was won by the team of the descendants of Marquis Winter. But the winning team below level 4 was a bit surprising. It was not the team of the sons of the earls and marquises, but a team composed of the descendants of minor nobles and civilians, which had no reputation before. Then, the winning team symbolically challenged the descendants of the 4 major families, and after a few spells, it ended in a draw. Next, the highlight of this college competition began. Relics Exploration. Chapter 340 Misunderstanding. Now, I declare that the team battle phase is officially over. In the competition below level 4, the champion team is numbered 42. The winning team above level 4 is numbered 11. Next, we will enter the second phase of this competition, the Ruins Exploration. Before this, high-level professionals from the academy had entered the ruins and placed a large number of rune stones in various corners of the ruins. There are 4 levels: black, white, silver, and gold. Among them, black rune stones are the most common, and gold rune stones are the rarest. Every time you get a rune stone, you can increase the corresponding number of personal points. The 4 colors of rune stones correspond to 20 points, 50 points, 300 points, and 1,000 points respectively. The more hidden the location, the higher the probability of finding a high-level rune stone. The entire ruins exploration phase lasts for 15 days. You can choose to explore in a team or choose to explore freely. You are allowed to use all your own equipment and items during the exploration. The ownership of all ruins items found belongs to the discoverer. At the same time, it is forbidden to leave the ruins during the exploration. Otherwise it will be treated as a waiver. After the award ceremony of the first phase, Vice Dean Psychedelic Light Shios held a staff and floated on the high platform, announcing the rules of the second phase of the competition to all students. After explaining the rules, Shiosi looked around at the many students who were already impatient, and smiled as he raised the staff in his right hand. Now, I declare that the ruins exploration phase officially begins. As he finished speaking, a purple gold Pamir Castle emblem flashed across the head of the staff with a huge crystal embedded in it. At the same time, the team of many students quickly dispersed and headed towards the direction they had already chosen. Among the scattered crowd, Avis glanced and noticed the figure of the half-elf girl Claire. As he had expected before, the girl still chose to go alone in the direction with the least people. With a flash of his eyes, Avis pulled the hood of his robe and quickly followed. Since the exploration phase allows the use of one's own equipment, unlike the uniform Pamir uniforms in the first phase, the clothes of many students at this time are varied. Some wear heavy magic pattern armor and carry giant swords. Some wear very mysterious robes, and even some wear magic guide armor. At this time, Avis was wearing a gray hooded robe and holding a silver-white staff in his hand, which looked inconspicuous. Senior Claire, wait for me. After entering a dilapidated ordinary housing area with the girl one after another, Avis called out, Avis? You're here. Claire stopped when she heard the voice behind her. She looked at Avis with her blue eyes. A flash of joy flashed across her eyes, but it almost immediately turned into worry. Are you sure you want to explore with me? You should know that this is not a joke. You may really be in danger of your life. Maybe? Avis lifted his hood and looked at the girl quietly with a soft smile. But seeing you exploring alone, as a companion who once explored together, I am a little worried about you. Looking at the boy's deep blue eyes, a soft place in Claire's heart was suddenly touched. Avis, instinctively stroking the ring given by Avis, which she treasured. The girl pursed her lips and was somewhat touched, because she deliberately kept an isolated state. Other students almost kept a distance from her and thought she was a weirdo. Maybe her appearance is very attractive, but professionals are basically handsome men and beautiful women, and there is no low charm. She left alone before, and no one cared except the boy. However, Avis's next sentence directly broke the strange atmosphere in the field. Of course, because I am also afraid of death. So this is just an avatar of mine. I hope you don't mind. Claire, who was being moved, was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face instantly became very wonderful. He didn't know what to say for a while. Looking at the girl's interesting reaction, Avis smiled with great satisfaction. So, senior sister Claire, do you welcome me? Taking a deep breath, looking at the blonde boy in front of him, Claire couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Avis, welcome to your arrival. On the other side, Avis, who was accompanying Fiona to explore the ruins clock tower, turned his head and looked at the direction of the clone. Just when the girl agreed, the clone suddenly sent a trace of fate feedback. The number is not large, only about 1 unit. But this made Avis more confident again. And I am afraid that something will happen in this trip to the ruins. Very good. The ruins treasure hunting rat is worthy of being a ruins treasure hunting rat. Brother, come and see. I found the rune stone. At this time, Fiona's cheers suddenly came from the top of the stairs. Avis looked up and saw the girl picking out a small stone with a black rune engraved on it from the crack in the wall, and showed it to him with great interest. Congratulations, Faye. Nodding with a smile, Avis glanced around, and the silver-gray Rubik's Cube in his hand lit up slightly. So, the other 2 stone pieces that were also hidden were exposed, one black and one white. At this time, outside the ruins, Marquis Winter stood on a verdant hillside, looking slightly scattered in the direction of the ruined city, wondering what he was thinking. On another hill far to his side, a 9th-level Enoch family member stood there, seemingly using his mental power to watch the many students in the ruins to prevent them from getting into trouble. But if you look closely, you will find that his attention is not completely focused on the ruins, but is faintly paying attention to the movements of Marquis Draka. Marquis Winter also noticed this, but did not ask anything. For this delicate situation, neither of them spoke first to break it. However, sensing the vague gaze from afar, a sensational piece of news from the stranger named Zero flashed through the Marquis mind again. During the college competition, in order to obtain the secrets of the ruins and establish prestige first, The 4 major families will take action against a certain marquis, and the specific candidate and details are unknown. Originally, he sneered at Zero's obviously provocative news. But for his distrust, Zero just smiled and said a name that made him shudder. Do you remember the fate of the former Marquis Alk? Because of this name, and the news involving hidden things in the ruins. He still paid attention to Zero's words. But didn't he care much? But when he saw the abnormal reaction of the 9th level of the Idle family, and his obscure observation of his actions, Marquis Winter suddenly felt a little suspicious. Could it be that what the guy said was true?